Vhumad God Chapter 1887 to Chapter 1971. "Ant, you're too weak." The mighty figure in blue sneered and waved his hand. A terrible power instantly rushed toward Lin Xian. Suddenly, Lin Xian's scalp went numb. He felt an unprecedented crisis. The next moment, he performed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. At the same time, the black armor wrapped around his body. Whoosh, he appeared on the other side and dodged most of the attacks. However, the power of the mighty figure was too terrible. Some of the aftershocks hit him and sent him flying. Boom, Lin Xian crashed into more than a dozen buildings before he stopped. The mighty figure in blue sneered with his hands behind his back. "And, it's over." Then he stopped paying attention to Lin Xian and turned to look at the other battlefields. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon was also sent flying. The Saintess of All Beginnings and Lu Mingyue were locked in a fierce battle. The other kings were trying their best to resist the bombardment of the arrays. "I didn't expect there to be so many arrays here. They're too much of an eyesore. It's better to tear them apart." The two mighty figures sneered and decided to attack the arrays around them. Boom, boom, however, just as they were about to take action, shocking energy exploded in the two ruins behind them. Then two figures appeared. One was Lin Xian. His black hair was dancing wildly, and his body was surrounded by sword qi. The black armor shone brightly and covered his body. Therefore, he was hit, but it was not a fatal injury. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon was also baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. He had the body of a divine dragon and was originally a mighty figure. Therefore, at this moment, although the attack hurt him, it did not break his dragon body. "Old man, you've succeeded in infuriating me. I'll let you know how powerful I am." Lin Xian gnashed his teeth. The dragon sword soul in his body had reached its limit and was about to break out of his body. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon roared crazily, "Damn old man, how dare you hit Ben Huang? Ben Huang will tear you apart." Kill, kill. After two roars, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon rushed over again. Roar. The Crimson Dragon roared, and its body suddenly expanded into a 100-meter-long divine dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged forward. Terrifying dragon might filled the air. What? It's actually a divine dragon. This time, the red-clothed Almighty frowned. He didn't expect that the creature he thought was a snake was actually a dragon. Boom, in the next moment, he used his great magic power to fight against the Crimson Dragon. On the other side, Lin Xian's body was also shining with golden light. His terrifying aura soared into the sky. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him, and he grabbed it. Boom, with a swing of the sword, the terrifying sword qi was like a vast ocean. "Useless brat," the mighty figure in blue sneered disdainfully. He waved his palm again and slapped forward. He could easily shatter such an attack. Boom, crack crack, however, this time, his expression changed. That was because the terrifying sword qi had actually split apart the blue screen of light and slashed at his palm. A bloody scar appeared on his palm. How is that possible? He actually broke through my defense. The mighty figure in blue narrowed his eyes in disbelief. He was a mighty figure, a supreme existence, even the saint couldn't break through his defense, but the 5-star king in front of him had done it. It was unbelievable. "Damn brat, how dare you hurt me? I'll make you pay a painful price." The mighty figure in blue was furious. Previously, when he fought with Lin Xian, he was like a cat playing with a mouse. In his opinion, Lin Xian was just an ant that he could crush with a little force. Now, he was bitten by an ant. He couldn't stand it. "Humph, so what if you're a mighty figure? Today, I'll defy the heavens." Lin Xian's expression was cold, and a terrifying sword qi rushed out quickly. Roar, the monster sword qi turned into a black dragon that emitted a powerful force and charged forward. "Brat, you're still too inexperienced to fight with me." The mighty figure in blue sneered and spat out a surging river that swept toward Lin Xian. In the next moment, the sword qi true dragon collided with the roaring river, emitting violent energy in the air. In the face of this energy, the mighty figure in blue didn't retreat. Instead, he charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian was wearing the black battle armor and using the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, he dodged quickly. Buzz, in the blink of an eye, the mighty figure in blue arrived near Lin Xian and slapped his palm mercilessly again. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he felt a fatal danger. In the next moment, he flipped his left hand and the Hell God spear appeared in his hand. He stabbed forward. A terrifying aura shot into the sky and pierced through the void to meet the terrifying palm. Boom, with an explosion, Lin Xian was sent flying and spat out blood from the corner of his mouth. However, the mighty figure also took 3 steps back. It was another upper earth-level treasure. The mighty figure in blue was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to have so many treasures. Good boy, it seems that I've underestimated you. But when you die, all the treasures on you will be mine. This time, the mighty figure in blue's aura rose again. He was like a demon king that could crush the 9 heavens. Buzz, not only that, but he also spat out a terrifying sound wave from his mouth. The sound wave was like a demonic sound that carried a powerful soul attack. The kings in the surroundings were affected as well. What a terrifying soul attack, all the warriors around retreated. They didn't dare to fight against the aftermath of the sound wave. For a moment, there was a vacuum around Lin Xian. That boy wants to compete with the mighty figure? He's overestimating himself. He was definitely dead. This attack would definitely extinguish his soul. The warriors of the holy ground of all beginnings who were fighting against the formation in the distance sneered when they saw this. Competing with soul power? Lin Xian sneered. His current soul power was no weaker than the mighty figure's. Therefore, his soul power gushed out and turned into a transparent sword chi that slashed forward. Boom! Boom, boom! The 2 soul power collided in the air and swept out in all directions with them as the center. At this moment, not only did the kings in the city feel a powerful soul pressure, but even the warriors watching the battle outside the city trembled and almost knelt on the ground. It's a soul attack. Oh my God, who is fighting? Just the aura alone is hard to resist. Mighty figures, this is definitely a fight between 2 mighty figures. Heavens, that mysterious organization is really terrifying. They can send out mighty figures. Outside the city wall, exclamations came. Although they couldn't see the situation inside, they judged that it was a fight between 2 mighty figures based on the energy fluctuation and the strength of the soul power. Of course, this was only their guess. If they saw that the one fighting with the mighty figure was Lin Xian, how surprised would they be? In the city, the mighty figure in blue looked very upset. In his opinion, the other party dared to fight him with soul power, which was simply courting death. But now, he found that was not the case. The other party's soul power was very powerful and had reached the level of a mighty figure. It was not weaker than his at all. He couldn't believe it at all. If a saint relied on various magical powers and magic treasures to fight him to a draw, he would be shocked. Although he was shocked, he could still accept it. But the other party was only a 5-star king, who was even weaker than a saint. Not to mention fighting against a mighty figure like him. But now, the other party had done it. Although he was at a disadvantage, he couldn't kill the other party in a short time. What worried him even more was that the other party had endless magic treasures and magical powers, and the more he fought, the more powerful he became. Who knew if this was the other party's ultimate combat power? Maybe it would increase after a while. On the other side, the mighty figure in red was also shouting angrily. Obviously, he had also suffered a strong blow. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon was absolutely powerful. Although he hadn't fully recovered his magical powers, he was powerful enough to fight against a mighty figure. Therefore, the 2 of them fought fiercely, and the mighty figure in red was completely restrained. As for the other warriors in the city, they were all dumbfounded. The Holy Land martial practitioners who were fighting against the array were dumbstruck when they saw this scene. They didn't expect the other party to be able to fight against a mighty figure. It was really amazing. Damn it. Who the hell are they? How can they fight against a mighty figure? God, I'm not dreaming, am I? These people were so shocked that 1 or 2 of them were so excited that they accidentally forgot to defend themselves and were directly killed by those arrays. Damn it. Stop watching, hurry up and defend. Let's fight against these arrays first. Even if they can fight against a mighty figure, they absolutely can't defeat him. Angry shouts came one after another, and these people once again fought against the arrays in the sky with all their strength. On the other side, two fairy-like women were also fighting fiercely. But sensing the situation in front of her, the beautiful face of the Saintess of all beginnings also changed. Impossible, how can they fight against a mighty figure? The Saintess of all beginnings was shocked. Nothing is impossible. Although he is only a 5-star king, his power is absolutely beyond your imagination. Ordinary saints were no match for him. What? Ordinary holy sons are no match for him? The Holy Maiden of all beginnings was really shocked this time. The holy sons and holy daughters were the top geniuses of the younger generation. However, the saints were also divided into strong and weak. Some of the stronger saints could indeed see through Hingning. However, there weren't many of them. However, he wasn't a holy son at all. He was only a 5-star king, yet he was able to contend against an almighty at this moment. This truly surprised her greatly. Damn it, where did you find such a person? The Saintess of all beginnings looked at Lu Mingyue with killing intent surging in her eyes. She couldn't figure it out. Lu Mingyue was just someone who had been abandoned by the Holy Land. How could she have found such a powerful helper? Humph. Lu Mingyue didn't bother to answer at all. Instead, she sped up her attacks. He knew that although Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were strong and could fight against powerful beings, they wouldn't be able to last for long. After all, the power of a powerful figure was too terrifying, so she had to finish off the Saintess of all beginnings as soon as possible. You want to defeat me? You're daydreaming. The Saintess of all beginnings naturally understood this and immediately sneered. These days, with the full cultivation of the Holy Land, her strength was still extremely terrifying. She believed that she had definitely surpassed Lu Mingyue. The next moment, she waved her hand and blasted forward. Endless chaotic aura gushed out, and streaks of chaotic lightning exploded in the air like thunder. A large amount of energy flew in the air, which was extremely terrifying. Lu Mingyue was moved because the other party was indeed too powerful. However, she had also obtained a lot of opportunities, and her combat strength had reached the level of a holy daughter. Therefore, even though she was shocked, she was fearless. The next moment, Lu Mingyue waved the willow leaf saber in her hand, which turned into pieces of saber light that destroyed everything and completely dissolved the terrible light palm. The Saintess of all beginnings was also shocked. She didn't expect that Lu Mingyue had also reached the level of a holy daughter. Before she became a saintess, she and Lu Mingyue were both saintess in training. However, now that she had become a holy daughter and received the full cultivation of the Holy Land, her strength had greatly improved and directly reached the level of a holy daughter. Moreover, she thought that Lu Mingyue was still at the level of a holy daughter candidates. Although there was only a difference of 2 words, the gap between a real holy daughter and a holy daughter candidates was huge. It was like a gap between heaven and earth that couldn't be crossed. However, to her surprise, Lu Mingyue had also broken through and reached the level of a real holy daughter. This greatly surprised her. Humph, so what if you've reached the level of a holy daughter? Compared with me, you're still far behind. Because you don't have a holy land to back you up. Speaking of this, the Saintess of all beginnings' expression was extremely solemn. Countless chaotic aura directly enveloped her. At the same time, a huge chaotic domain soared into the sky and swept toward Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue shouted coldly, not afraid at all. Her king's domain also emerged. The next moment, the 2 domains collided in the air. Boom! Boom! This was a fierce battle. Both of them had the combat strength of a holy daughter, so at this moment, they were evenly matched. The 2 kings' domains kept colliding, bursting out brilliant lights one after another. The void cracked, the earth trembled, and countless cracks spread in all directions. The Saintess of all beginnings was like a fairy. Her expression was cold, and her palms moved with powerful energy and terrible killing intent. Lu Mingyue also felt great pressure, but she didn't panic. Instead, she calmly dealt with it. Because she believed that she could definitely kill her opponent. Boom! 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 After another fierce collision of domains, both of them kept retreating and spitting out blood. At this moment, against her beautiful face, there was a different kind of beauty. "Kill," Lu Mingyue shouted with a murderous look. Both of them were holy daughters, so she had absolute confidence that she could kill her opponent. In the next moment, she changed her previous route. Instead of being incomparably ethereal, she opened and closed wide. The long saber in her hand was like a demonic saber, slashing in all directions. At this moment, Lu Mingyue seemed to have transformed into a demon, which was extremely terrifying. The Saintess of All Beginnings' expression finally changed. She didn't expect her opponent to be so powerful that she couldn't suppress her. This made her extremely uneasy and even a little crazy. "Impossible, damn it, this is impossible. I don't believe it. Bitch, go to hell." The Saintess of All Beginnings was really angry. After becoming a holy daughter, she was superior and didn't take all her previous opponents seriously. However, Lu Mingyue, her former opponent, was no weaker than her at this moment. In fact, she was even stronger than her. The Saintess of All Beginnings couldn't accept this. "Damn bitch, go to hell." The Saintess of All Beginnings' expression was a little ferocious. The next moment, her slender hands quickly formed a seal, and endless light erupted from her king's domain. Finally, the chaotic energy quickly trembled and transformed into a figure that was exactly the same as the Saintess of All Beginnings. A total of 3 figures appeared, each of which was like the real Saintess of All Beginnings. These were the chaotic doppelgangers. Lin Xian had killed such a doppelganger before. However, he didn't expect the Saintess of All Beginnings to refine 3 chaotic doppelgangers. 3 wanton doppelgangers appeared, floating in the king's domain. They didn't attack. Instead, they sat cross-legged in the air, exuding a mysterious aura. Every single one of them was flawless and extraordinary, as if they were fairies who had descended from the heavens. Their slender hands formed a seal, forming one strange seal after another. Then, a vast aura gushed out from their bodies, forming a Tao diagram in the sky that wanted to suppress Lu Mingyue. So powerful. Lu Mingyue was moved. She knew about this kind of chaotic doppelganger, but she hadn't cultivated it at that time. She didn't expect the other party to have cultivated it. She knew that there would be a fierce battle, so she didn't rush to attack. Instead, a purple armor appeared on her body, completely covering her delicate body. After putting up a good defense, Lu Mingyue finally attacked. She raised her left hand, and countless chaotic lights surrounded her. Then, she slapped out. The chaotic energy tumbled all over the sky, forming a kunping. It was incomparably huge, crushing the 9 heavens, and quickly flew toward the Saintess of All Beginnings. "Humph." The Saintess of All Beginnings coldly snorted, and the king's domain behind her flickered. The 3 chaotic doppelgangers' palms were constantly changing seals. Each doppelganger bloomed with incomparably bright light. They were like fairies, incomparably sacred. Countless runes rushed out of the 3 doppelgangers' bodies, turning into a heavenly hand that slapped forward. Boom! In the next moment, the white jade-like palm collided with the terrifying kunping. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The violent energy formed a storm, spreading in all directions. Boom! Boom! The surrounding buildings instantly collapsed. Even the distant All Beginnings Holy Land's martial artists and the array formations in the sky were affected and dimmed. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. Whoosh! Lu Mingyue's body swayed, and the willow leaf saber in her hand unleashed a saber light, splitting apart the terrifying energy storm. Then, he quickly charged forward. In the blink of an eye, she arrived above the Saintess of All Clans and slashed down with her long saber. The Saintess of All Beginnings looked up at the scene with a strange light in her beautiful eyes. The 3 clones behind her provided even more runes. As she waved her hands, they formed a terrifying screen of light. Boom! The 2 of them fought a crazy battle. Terrifying light soared into the sky. Each of Lu Mingyue's slashes was stronger than the last. She was like a demonic god, slashing apart the light screen and descending forcefully. The Saintess of All Beginnings had a grave expression on her face. Her entire body was surrounded by light. Although she was enveloped by the entire king's domain, she could still feel how terrifying that blade light was. Her opponent's saber light was simply too powerful. It actually shattered her 7 layers of light barriers. The distance between the two of them was very close, only a few meters. If she was hit by Lu Mingyue's saber light, it would definitely not be a joke. She would definitely be seriously injured. Damn it, how could this bitch become so strong? The saintess of all beginnings frowned. She really couldn't understand how Lu Mingyue was even more terrifying than her. This was simply incredible. Buzz, however, she would not admit defeat. The next moment, a look of determination appeared in her beautiful eyes. Then, her palms drew a strange movement. The three clones behind her suddenly opened their eyes, and light burst out. The runes on their bodies shone even brighter, and their jade-like hands quickly formed strange seals. Then, they opened their red lips slightly, and a strange syllable emerged in the void. It was like the sound of nature. It was extremely mysterious, and each syllable carried a terrifying energy. These syllables and runes were all injected into the saintess of all beginnings, making her shine like a goddess. Boom! The next moment, she waved her white palms, constantly slapping them, and rushed into the sky. Beams of bright light drifted in all directions. At this moment, the saintess of all beginnings was indeed extremely powerful. She was like 1,000 hands Guanyin, constantly waving the white jade-like hand of heaven. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth, grabbing forward. Humph! Do you think that your doppelganger divine ability is invincible? Today, I will break your divine power. Facing the terrifying hand of heaven, Lu Mingyue snorted coldly. Her opponent's strength was also beyond her expectations, but she still had another divine power. Heaven-defying demonic saber. This was an ancient lost technique. It was very powerful and terrifying. However, although this divine power was terrifying, ordinary kings did not dare to use it at all because it was dangerous. This heaven-defying demonic saber was powered by a person's spiritual power and life force in the body to exert its greatest power. Therefore, even if one killed the opponent, most of one's body would be injured. One might even fall seriously ill, and in serious cases, die. Therefore, ordinary people did not dare to use it at all. Unexpectedly, in order to defeat the saintess of all beginnings, Lu Mingyue even had to use this forbidden divine power. Hearing that Lu Mingyue was using the heaven-defying demonic saber, the saintess of all beginnings' pupils shrank sharply. She had heard of this divine power. She just did not expect that Lu Mingyue would have such a terrifying divine power. You want to use the heaven-defying demonic saber? You're really overestimating yourself. It seems that you can only stop here. The saintess of all beginnings sneered. She knew that Lu Mingyue's combat strength was only so. Otherwise, she would not risk her life to use the heaven-defying demonic saber. Humph! On the opposite side, Lu Mingyue snorted coldly and did not answer at all. However, a terrifying aura erupted from her body. Wisps of blurry chaos chi began to gather around her. It formed a vague saber shadow that kept spinning. When the first saber shadow emerged, Lu Mingyue's face immediately turned pale. Her life force had been taken away a lot, but her aura was indeed getting stronger and stronger. Secret technique of all beginnings. Seeing this scene, the saintess of all beginnings did not dare to be careless. She quickly urged the three clones behind her to shoot out mysterious runes. They condensed into a light shield in front of her. A bronze armor rushed out of her body and wrapped around her body, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. Humph, let's see if your heaven-defying demonic saber or my secret technique of all beginnings is more powerful. The saintess of all beginnings snorted coldly. On the opposite side, Lu Mingyue suddenly opened her eyes. Strange Dao patterns flickered in her beautiful eyes. They were like demonic patterns, emitting terrifying energy. Slash, with a shout, Lu Mingyue waved her hand, and the willow leaf saber in her hand slashed down quickly. The terrifying saber radiance flashed like a rainbow, cutting through the void. It slashed down toward the front with great force. The surrounding wind blew violently, and thunder and lightning fell. As the saber slashed out, the world lost its color. The terrifying saber radiance was mighty between heaven and earth, and the surging energy surged forward like waves. A huge saber radiance rushed straight into the sky. At this moment, all the warriors in the city changed their expressions and looked back in horror. God, what saber technique is this? It's so terrifying. Could this be the legendary heaven-defying demonic blade? This woman is crazy. How dare she use such a demonic technique? The warriors of the sacred land were horrified. Even Lin Xian, who was fighting with a powerful figure, frowned. He could feel the horror of this saber. It was not weaker than the sword chi that contained the dragon sword soul. This surprised him very much. The dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique, and few in the world could be compared to it. However, it was really surprising that Lu Mingyue could use a demonic saber on par with it at this moment. Not to mention Lin Xian, even the powerful figure in blue changed his expression. He naturally knew the power of the devil saber, but he didn't know if the saintess of all beginnings could resist it. Boom, in front of her, the vast energy slashed toward the saintess of all beginnings. The saintess of all beginnings launched a strong defense, and she would not wait for death. She waved her hand, and a bright light palm rose into the air. Boom. Boom, however, such a terrifying palm was actually devoured after coming into contact with the demonic saber's shadow. Not only that, the demonic saber seemed to be able to absorb the energy of the light palm and became more dazzling and powerful. As expected of a demonic saber, it could swallow the enemy's attack and use it as its own energy to strengthen itself. It was indeed full of demonic power. Damn it. Seeing this scene, the saintess of all beginnings' face turned even uglier. She could neither fight back nor not fight back. She could only move her body and keep dodging. However, the saber shadow was very strange and locked onto the saintess of all beginnings. Boom, the terrifying saber radiance turned into a demonic shadow and slashed in front of the saintess of all beginnings. Pung, the shield of light in front of her flickered and shook violently. As the two collided, waves of vast energy swept through the 9 heavens. The runic light shield only lasted for a moment before it was cut in half. As for the demonic blade, it shone even brighter, completely enveloping the saintess of Wanchu. The pupils of the saintess of all beginnings shrank sharply. She felt the threat of death. Even if she was wearing armor, it would be difficult for her to block this attack. But at this critical moment, the saintess of all beginnings' eyes flashed with determination and she shouted. Form shift. Immediately, her body disappeared and reappeared behind him. Behind her, a chaos avatar appeared where she had been standing. Puff, as soon as the doppelganger appeared, it was split in half by the demonic saber. That frightening demonic figure also rapidly disappeared. Whoosh, seeing this, the saintess of all beginnings paled, but she breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, Lu Mingyue's body swayed and she almost fell over. The burden of this slash was too great for her. She felt the life force in her body drain away quickly. Moreover, there was a touch of surprise in her eyes. She didn't expect the saintess of all beginnings to block this shocking attack with her doppelganger. Bitch, no matter how powerful your saber technique is, my chaos secret recipe is beyond your imagination. The saintess of all beginnings sneered. She had used her doppelganger to narrowly avoid the fatal strike. What made him even happier was that after she used the heaven-defying demonic blade, she had suffered a backlash. Her strength would be greatly reduced. Therefore, she decided to kill her at this time. The next moment, the saintess of all beginnings flashed and charged toward Lu Mingyue with the king's domain. Lu Mingyue's pupils shrank sharply. She did suffer a backlash from the devil saber, and her body was extremely weak. Her combat strength was not as good as before. However, looking at the saintess of all beginnings, a touch of determination appeared in her eyes. The next moment, she raised her jade-like arm again, and black runes flashed in her eyes again. Devil saber. Facing the terrifying saintess of all beginnings, Lu Mingyue displayed the devil saber again. Ah, seeing the demonic saber appear again, the saintess of all beginnings screamed, and the complacency on her face disappeared. It was replaced by a touch of horror. She quickly retreated, not daring to approach Lu Mingyue at all. The saber slashed down, and the world collapsed. This time, the saintess of all beginnings had no choice but to use another doppelganger to block this shocking saber. Although her life was not in danger, her strength was much weaker than before. Because these doppelganger were killed, it also had a big impact on her. Damn bitch, you actually destroyed 2 of my doppelganger. Today, I must catch you and let you know the taste of living a life worse than death. The saintess of all beginnings gnashed her teeth in anger, and she once again attacked Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue's face became even paler. Using 2 devil sabers in a row consumed a lot of her strength. Moreover, her vitality had been reduced by more than half. Now, she was no different from being seriously injured. However, a strange light flashed in her eyes. The next moment, Lu Mingyue raised her arm again without hesitation and displayed the devil saber. It was not that she was not afraid of death, but that she still had a trump card in her hand. Lin Xian had 3 drops of 10,000-year-old spiritual liquid in his hand, which he had given to her and the Crimson Dragon before the battle. In other words, each of them had a drop of 10,000-year-old spiritual liquid. This was a good thing. As long as one was not dead and still had a breath of life, one could immediately recover after taking it. This was also the reason why Lu Mingyue dared to use the devil saber. The Saintess of all beginnings did not know that when she saw Lu Mingyue use the devil saber for the 3rd time, her whole face turned green. She really did not understand where Lu Mingyue got the courage to use this kind of thing. She still knew about this kind of demonic saber. Even the Saintess could only use it 2 or 3 times at most. She was afraid that she could not stand it anymore. Perhaps she would be swallowed by the demonic saber before killing the enemy. Even if she used it once, the side effects were very serious. She was afraid that she would not be able to recover at all without a year and a half. She did not expect that Lu Mingyue would be so crazy to use the devil saber 3 times in a row. Was she not afraid of death? This time, the Saintess of all beginnings consumed her last doppelganger in order to save her life. Then her whole face turned gloomy. Her secret method of all beginnings was broken, and her 3 doppelganger were completely killed, causing her power to decline. She even suffered a certain backlash. This was a magical power that she had cultivated for a long time, but now it was completely broken. It would take a long time for her to recover. For talents like them, time was life. One step late and they might fall behind others for a lifetime. Therefore, the Saintess of all beginnings gritted her teeth and was mad with anger. However, when she saw Lu Mingyue's condition, she still smiled. Lu Mingyue's condition was worse than hers. Her face was extremely pale, and her body was shaking as if she would fall down with a gust of wind. Ha ha ha, the Saintess of all beginnings sneered, "You bitch, you actually destroyed 3 of my doppelgangers. This time, I must teach you a lesson." The Saintess of all beginnings was like a demon, stepping on lotuses and walking forward step by step. With every step she took, her murderous aura became more intense. She didn't rush to attack because she knew that Lu Mingyue couldn't escape. She was afraid that Lu Mingyue didn't have much vitality in her body. "Aren't you very powerful? You're using the devil blade. Let's see if you can kill me. Or will you be swallowed by the blade first?" The Saintess of all beginnings wasn't worried at all because she knew that Lu Mingyue couldn't use the devil blade anymore. "Bitch! You dare to destroy my divine sense. I'll create 1,800 knife marks on your face and turn you into an ugly monster. Then I'll strip you naked and throw you into a group of monsters. I'll let you taste the feeling of living a life worse than death." The others were relieved and even cheered. Because they knew that Lu Mingyue couldn't launch another attack in her current state. However, the Crimson Dragon and Lin Xian were very calm. They went all out to deal with the powerful figure and didn't get distracted at all. Because they knew that Lu Mingyue couldn't be defeated like this. Sure enough, Lu Mingyue looked at the Saintess of all beginnings in front of her with a sad smile. "Do you think you've won?" "What a joke, of course I won." The Saintess of all beginnings sneered, "What? Do you think you can make a comeback in your current state? I advise you to stop dreaming. Although you made me suffer some injuries, your injuries are more serious. Don't tell me you think you can still use the heaven-defying devil blade in your current state? I'm afraid that the moment you use your divine sense, all your vitality will be swallowed by the blade. Of course, this is a good way to commit suicide, but I won't let you do it." However, Lu Mingyue laughed, "Xianxia, you're very arrogant. This is your fatal flaw. So what? I'm the Saintess of all beginnings. I can't be defeated. Not to mention being killed. I'm destined to be the future master of the Saintess of all beginnings. As for you, no one will remember you. *tch, it's all over now." The Saintess of all beginnings raised her arm, and streaks of fierce chaotic light appeared in her palm. "You are indeed too arrogant. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be a saintess." Lu Mingyue said coldly. In the next moment, she flipped her palm and took out a jade bottle. Then, she flicked out a drop of 10,000-year spirit liquid and quickly swallowed it. Her speed was very fast, so she didn't receive any obstructions. Moreover, the Saintess of all beginnings didn't expect Lu Mingyue to have any chance to turn the tables. In the view of the Saintess of all beginnings, it was impossible for him to recover in a short period of time since he had suffered such a serious injury and lost so much of his vitality. Therefore, she did not stop him. However, she soon regretted it. This was because the paleness on Lu Mingyue's face was gradually disappearing and was replaced by a normal flush. Not only that, but her vitality was also rapidly recovering, and the majestic energy in her body surged out once again. What? How is this possible? The Saintess of all beginnings' pupils shrank in shock. She couldn't believe it. What kind of treasure did Lu Mingyue take to have such a heaven-defying effect? She was too shocked. In her knowledge, such a treasure did exist, but it was very difficult to obtain. There were no powerful figures, let alone Lu Mingyue in front of her. However, Lu Mingyue really had such a heaven-defying treasure in her hands that could instantly restore her vitality. Therefore, the Saintess of all beginnings was stunned. In the next moment, she turned around, turned into a ray of light, and fled into the distance. Now, she didn't dare to fight with Lu Mingyue because she didn't have any magical power that could resist the devil blade. Want to run? Lu Mingyue sneered. Now that she had recovered her vitality, she could use the devil blade again. Therefore, she had to kill Lu Mingyue. In a flash, Lu Mingyue quickly chased after Lu Mingyue. What? She recovered. She actually recovered. How could she recover? The surrounding disciples who were fighting against the true formation felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. They didn't expect this. There was such a reversal in the situation. They were all top female cultivators, but they were being chased by Lu Mingyue. The two powerful figures were also very surprised. They were even dumbfounded. Damn it, what did that woman have in her hands? What exactly did she swallow? How could she recover completely in an instant? The two powerful figures' faces were also very gloomy. Boy, you are indeed beyond my expectations, but do you think you can succeed like this? You are too naive. The Saintess is not so easy to kill. The powerful figure in blue looked at Lin Xian and snorted coldly. He didn't say the Saintess of all beginnings. Instead, he stared at Lin Xian. Because he was really angry, he must kill Lu Mingyue to relieve the hatred in his heart. Feeling the killing intent of the powerful figure, Lin Xian didn't care. He was now strong enough to compete with the powerful figure. At least the other party couldn't kill him. He sneered and said, "Isn't it just a protector? We also have a way to deal with it." What? This time, the powerful figure in blue was really confused. Lu Mingyue actually knew about the existence of the protector and had such a calm expression. Could it be that Lu Mingyue really had some tricks that she hadn't used yet? Thinking of this, the powerful figure in blue was not confident. He found that everything this time was beyond his expectations. He hadn't felt this kind of feeling of being out of control for hundreds of years. No, I have to make a move. The powerful figure in blue was uneasy and decided to make a move. The next moment, his figure swayed and he wanted to soar into the sky, but Lin Xian turned into a sword light and blocked his way. I told you, your opponent is me. Moreover, let the women solve the problems between them. Lin Xian's sword crossed the sky like a sword immortal and blocked his way. You are courting death. Boy, get out of my way. The powerful figure in blue was angry and quickly blasted out his palms. Lin Xian slashed out sword chi and didn't resist at all. He was like a ghost, constantly dodging, but he always interfered with the powerful figure in blue, so that he couldn't completely leave. On the other side, the powerful figure in red was also blocked by the great magic of the Crimson Dragon. For a while, the two powerful figures couldn't be separated at all. In the sky, the Saintess of all beginnings was being chased to the point where she had nowhere to go. Her hair was disheveled and her expression was abnormally flustered. She never thought that she would be hunted down one day. Damn bitch, just you wait. The next time I see you, I will definitely kill you. Damn bitch, just you wait. The next time I see you, I will kill you. Lu Mingyue snorted. Next time? You have no chance. This is your end. Finally, she seized an opportunity and slashed with the demonic saber again. The terrifying saber light flashed and completely enveloped the Saintess of All Beginnings. Feeling this terrifying aura, the Saintess of All Beginnings turned pale. She gritted her teeth and launched all kinds of attacks. But under the heaven-defying demonic saber, nothing worked. At this moment, the Saintess of All Beginnings felt desperate. No. I'm the Saintess. I won't be defeated. The Saintess of All Beginnings screamed and threw out another chaotic light ball, which suddenly exploded. The terrifying energy directly blew up a big black hole in the void, but it still couldn't affect the heaven-defying demonic saber. This heaven-defying demonic saber was created at the cost of one's life, so it was extremely terrifying. The Saintess of All Beginnings couldn't resist it unless she had this powerful magical power that burned her life. Unfortunately, she hadn't cultivated this magical power. No, seeing that the Saintess of All Beginnings was about to be killed, everyone screamed. However, the next moment, a vague figure appeared beside the Saintess of All Beginnings and then waved his sleeve. Suddenly, the terrifying heaven-defying demonic saber was shattered. The terrifying energy soared into the sky, and the whole sky was completely covered by the black demonic shadow, which turned into endless darkness and rolled away. But this saber was finally broken. The huge demonic shadow between heaven and earth was shattered, and the terrifying saber light tore in all directions, but a vacuum area was formed in front of the Saintess of All Beginnings. All the saber light went around there. At this moment, all the warriors inside and outside the city were stunned. They looked at the scene in the sky in shock. Lu Mingyue also stared at the figure in front of her and said coldly, "Protector." Yes, it's a protector. At the last moment of life and death, the protector of the Saintess of All Beginnings finally made a move. He shattered the demonic saber and saved the Saintess of All Beginnings. The Saintess of All Beginnings' face was extremely pale, and her expression was extremely ugly. Although her life wasn't in danger, the fact that the protector made a move undoubtedly proved that she had failed. Because the protector would only make a move at the critical moment of life and death. In other words, she had lost this battle. Moreover, she had lost completely. If it weren't for her protector, she might have been killed. She couldn't believe it. After all, she was the Saintess. Furthermore, his strength had increased tremendously, and he had many secret techniques at his disposal. But even so, he couldn't beat someone who had been abandoned by the Holy Land. The surrounding people were also extremely shocked. Those martial artists all worshipped the Saintess of 10,000 Emergence as a god. But now, the faith in their hearts had been defeated. Furthermore, it had been defeated so thoroughly. They couldn't accept it at all. The blue-robed mighty figure battling Lin Xian and the red-robed mighty figure in the distance also had ugly expressions. Originally, they thought that this battle would be very easy and that they would be able to easily crush the other party. But he didn't expect things to turn out this way. Not only were the two of them restrained, but even the Saintess of All Beginnings was defeated. In the end, the protector was forced to intervene. To them, this was simply a humiliation. The Saintess of All Beginnings stared at Lu Mingyue coldly. "Damn bitch, just you wait. Next time, I'll kill you with my own hands." "Next time? You won't have a chance. This time, I will definitely kill you." Lu Mingyue pointed her long saber forward. "You want to kill me? How ridiculous. I have a protector. Even a mighty figure can't kill me. I admit that I was careless this time and lost to you. But don't be arrogant. I can only say that you're dreaming if you want to kill me." "Really?" At this moment, Lin Xian also sneered. "You think too highly of yourself. Do you really think that having a protector can protect your safety? Today, I'm going against heaven's will and kill you." Lin Xian was extremely strong at this moment. "I won't attack you. But if you act recklessly and insist on attacking the Saintess, then don't blame me for being rude." The protector shouted in a deep voice. Indeed, his duty was to protect the Saintess and he wouldn't take the initiative to attack others. But if the other party attacked recklessly after he came out, then he could only attack and destroy all the enemies. The surrounding martial artists from the Holy Land also sneered disdainfully. Indeed, although it was hard for them to accept the Saintess' defeat, it was impossible for them to kill the Saintess. With the Protector around, no one could kill the Saintess. No one can kill her? I can only say that you're too ignorant. Lin Xian sneered and then looked at the Crimson Dragon. You can attack now. Alright, Ben Huang can't wait any longer. The Crimson Dragon roared and swung its dragon tail, colliding with the mighty figure in red. Then, both of them retreated 1,000 meters. The Crimson Dragon came to Lin Xian's side. The mighty figure in red looked extremely gloomy. After fighting for so long, he still couldn't take down the other party. This made him feel ashamed. But soon, his expression changed again. This was because he felt a strange force enveloping him. His companion, the mighty figure in blue, was also extremely shocked. Even the Protector in the distance frowned. Damn it, this is the power of space. He wants to teleport us away. The mighty figure in blue roared with a shocked face. Now he finally knew why the other party was so calm when he learned of the Protector's existence. It turned out that the other party had already prepared for this. Such an array would teleport them far away. They probably wouldn't be able to fly back in a short time. Therefore, if they were really teleported away, the Saintess of all beginnings would definitely be finished. Damn it, open for me. The mighty figure in blue roared and waved his fists. Terrifying energy pierced through the sky, trying to break the power of space. On the other side, the mighty figure in red also struck out rows of terrifying palm shadows, trying to break through. However, they still underestimated this array. This array was specially designed to deal with mighty figures. Therefore, even if the two mighty figures were angry at this moment, it would be of no help at all. Soon, their bodies became blurry. Whoosh, they were teleported away. What? They disappeared. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists felt their scalps tingle. They couldn't sense the aura of the mighty figures at all. No, damn it. How could this be? They teleported the mighty figures away. The martial artists from the sacred grounds were finally scared. Although there was a terrifying array around them before, they could barely hold on. And they had hope in their hearts because with the mighty figures, they could definitely live in peace. But now, they had no guarantee in their hearts. Because the mighty figures had been teleported away, and they didn't know where they were teleported to. But they definitely wouldn't be able to come back in a short time. Without the mighty figures to rely on, could these people block the attacks of Lin Xian and the others? We haven't lost yet. We still have a protector. Right at this moment, an old man roared furiously. Yes, we still have hope. At this moment, all the sacred land cultivators looked at the protector. Even the saint of all beginnings was nervous. She didn't expect the other party to hide such a powerful formation and teleport the two powerhouses away. Now, the protector was her only hope. The protector's expression was cold. This scene was also beyond his expectations. But in the next moment, a sharp light burst out from his eyes. Boy, I wouldn't have gotten involved in such a thing, but you've gone too far. Do you really think there's no one in the Holy Land of all beginnings? At this moment, the protector emitted a terrifying aura. The energy fluctuation was even more terrifying than the previous two powerhouses. Seeing this, the saint of all beginnings finally smiled. She knew the protector was angry. Originally, the protector's mission was to protect her safety. But now, the other party had teleported away two powerhouses, directly threatening the safety of her and nearly 100 sacred land cultivators. The protector wouldn't ignore such a situation. Humph. So what if you're a protector? You better leave obediently as well. Lin Xian snorted and activated the formation again. Suddenly, a terrifying spatial power rushed toward the protector. The protector roared, and the aura in his body erupted, sweeping out like a wave. A king's domain appeared, enveloping him and resisting the spatial power. Damn it, this protector is a bit powerful. He's not an ordinary powerhouse. The Crimson Dragon frowned. He was very confident in his formation. Previously, teleporting the two powerhouses in red only took an instant. But now, the other party was able to resist the spatial power. This was indeed beyond his expectations. What should we do? Lu Mingyue also showed a trace of anxiety. Originally, everything was going according to plan, but they didn't expect the protector's strength to be beyond their expectations. When the surrounding sacred land cultivators saw that the protector wasn't teleported away, they immediately cheered. The saint of all beginnings sneered, "Boy, bitch, let's see how you deal with it this time." She was too happy. Originally, they were bound to lose, but because of the protector's help, they had completely reversed the situation. She could imagine that the other party wouldn't be able to resist at all. The saint of all beginnings swore that she would capture Lu Mingyue and the other two and torture them to death. On the opposite side, Lin Xian looked at the protector in the sky with a solemn expression. In the next moment, streaks of golden runes appeared in his pupils. They were like runes of the Tao and were extremely mysterious. Tianji Divine Eyes. At the most critical moment, Lin Xian used his powerful trump card. Suddenly, a terrifying illusion swept toward the protector. The protector didn't have time to defend, he saw a golden eyes SD in the next moment. His TSST however, he was not an ordinary mighty figure. He was very powerful. Therefore, his soul power was relatively strong. Were. His teat. SS however, Lin Xian had no intention of using illusions to deal with the guardian. All he wanted to do was to distract the guardian for a moment. Just a moment, sure enough, the protector was hit by the illusion. The energy in his body seemed to have stopped circulating. In the next moment, the terrifying power of space wrapped around him. The void cracked and teleported the protector away. Everyone went crazy when they saw this. They didn't expect that even the powerful protector would be teleported away. The saint of all beginnings's face was pale, and her eyes lost their luster. The protector was her last support, but now he was gone. With her strength, she couldn't compete with Lin Xian and the other two. In the sky, the protector's body was shrouded in darkness. In the end, he let out an angry roar. "Damn it, how dare you hurt the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land? I won't let you go." In the end, the protector completely disappeared in the sky. He had been teleported away. The sky was dead silent. All the cultivators of the Holy Land were stunned. Without the protector, they couldn't predict what would happen next. The saint of all beginnings felt Lin Xian and the other two's gazes. Her body trembled. Her face was pale, but she still clenched her teeth and said, "You can't kill me. I am the saint of all beginnings. If you kill me, the All Beginnings Holy Land won't let you go. How about this? Let's forget about today's matter. If you let me go, I won't cause trouble for you in the future. How about we both take a step back?" "Take a step back?" Lin Xian sneered. "Why should we? This situation is very advantageous to us." Hearing this, the saint of all beginnings's face darkened. Her eyes were cold. However, she still clenched her teeth and said, "Do you really want to be hunted down by the All Beginnings Holy Land forever? Think about it carefully. Today's matter was only because you wanted to vent the resentment in your heart. You've already seriously injured me, teleported away 3 almighties, and killed many of my disciples. You can say that you've already vented your anger. Moreover, not only have you vented your anger, but you've also become famous in the Eastern Wasteland. This way, you'll get what you want. Why not? Why infuriate the entire All Beginnings Holy Land just to kill me? Why suffer endless pursuit? You're all smart people. You should know what's worth it," said the saint of all beginnings. "I didn't expect you to be so eloquent. Unfortunately, your words can't move me." Lin Xian sneered. "We don't want to go against the All Beginnings Holy Land, nor do we want to kill the saint of all beginnings. We want to kill you. Moreover, you're too naive. Even if you die, it doesn't mean that the saint of all beginnings is no more. We're only helping the All Beginnings Holy Land choose the right saint of all beginnings. I believe that the All Beginnings Holy Land won't kill me. Instead, they'll be grateful to me." After saying this, Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. Lu Mingyue and the Crimson Dragon also emitted powerful auras. "No, you can't do this." The saint of all beginnings was truly afraid. She now understood that these people wanted to help Lu Mingyue regain the position of saint of all beginnings. "Protector, you've returned. That's great. At this moment, the Saint of All Beginnings looked behind Lin Xian with joy. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the others raised their eyebrows. In the next moment, the three of them looked back. In the end, they discovered that there was no one behind them. The Saint of All Beginnings in front of them took advantage of this opportunity to erupt with resplendent light. She turned into a shooting star and fled into the distance. She had no choice but to run because she couldn't defeat Lin Xian and the others. Now, she could only escape and leave this place. She would decide what to do after returning to the Holy Land. You want to leave? Lin Xian sneered. A sword light slashed out, filling the sky with sword energy. It formed a huge cage that sealed off the surroundings. Then, Lin Xian said to Lu Mingyue, I'll leave her to you. Ruse along and I will deal with the remaining people. Lu Mingyue nodded her head heavily. Then, she held her long saber in her hand and flew forward in a lotus step. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon erupted with powerful auras, preparing to attack the remaining Holy Land cultivators. The all-beginning Saintess screamed in front of them, crazily resisting. However, she was seriously injured and wasn't Lu Mingyue's match. Before long, blood dyed the sky red. She was killed. Saintess! The Holy Land cultivators in the distance roared when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that the dignified all-beginning Saintess would be killed instead, but soon, they didn't have time to be sad because they found a terrifying attack. Boom! Boom! Terrifying energy filled the sky. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were both powerful figures at the Saint-Child level. The two of them joined forces and coordinated with the array that filled the sky. They formed a formation and quickly killed all the remaining Holy Land cultivators. Blood dyed the ground red, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. The entire northern Liang city was covered in blood and corpses. This scene was like Azura hell. The Crimson Dragon was responsible for taking everyone's storage rings, including the all-beginning Saintess. Lu Mingyue's clothes were also stained with blood, but she didn't care. Lin Xian, thank you very much. After I become the Saintess, I will definitely repay you. Lu Mingyue's eyes shone. This was a turning point in her life. Only by killing Xianxia would she be able to return to the all-beginning Holy Land and become the new Saintess. Lin Xian nodded. Lu Mingyue's attitude was good. After she became the Saintess, he would definitely obtain great benefits. This way, he wouldn't have wasted so much effort to kill the all-beginning Saintess. Let's go. I'm afraid the entire eastern wasteland will be shaken. We have to deal with the upcoming pursuit. Lin Xian looked around and said coldly. Then, he, Lu Mingyue, and the Crimson Dragon soared into the sky and disappeared. The people outside the city had been waiting anxiously. They were unable to fully investigate the situation within the city, but they soon smelled the scent of blood. What's going on? Why is the smell of blood so strong? Quite a few people's brows were tightly furrowed. However, there were even some whose faces were pale. They pointed forward, their bodies trembling. Look, blood, there's blood flowing out. In the next moment, the surrounding warriors all looked forward. On the ground, streams of blood flowed like a sea of blood, rapidly spreading in all directions. This was no ordinary blood. There was a strange luster flowing within it. It was clear that this was the blood of a king, and it contained a powerful energy. This was definitely not a scene that could be caused by the death of one or two kings. At least a few dozen kings had died. Heavens, what kind of battle is going on inside? This is too intense. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. But at this time, someone cried out in alarm. Look, the light is dimming. I think the formation is about to dissipate. Wait a little longer. Everyone waited patiently. When all the light dimmed, they soared into the sky and flew into the city. In the next moment, when they arrived in the city and saw the scene around them, they were all stunned. Everyone's eyes were filled with alarm. There was blood everywhere, and not a single person was alive. What? How is this possible? The people of the All Beginnings Holy Land were all killed. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They discovered that the clothes of the corpses on the ground belonged to the All Beginnings Holy Land. This meant that these people were all martial artists of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Apart from that, there were no other corpses. Who is it? How could their methods be so terrifying? They killed all the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Heavens, what is that? Suddenly, someone screamed, startling everyone in the surroundings. However, that person didn't seem to sense anything. Instead, he pointed forward, his voice trembling. The All Beginnings Holy Daughter, she was also killed. What? You said the All Beginnings Holy Daughter was also killed? That's impossible. The others were shocked and didn't dare to believe it. In the next moment, they turned their heads and looked forward. They discovered that the corpse belonged to the All Beginnings Holy Daughter. It's over. The entire eastern wasteland will probably undergo a great change. Everyone's hearts trembled. The All Beginnings Holy Daughter's death was definitely a shocking matter. The All Beginnings Holy Land would definitely go crazy. Who was it that had such heaven-defying methods? Even the All Beginnings Holy Daughter was killed. That's impossible. The All Beginnings Holy Daughter had two powerful experts by her side. How could she be killed? Someone asked. Immediately, everyone looked around, but they didn't find the two bodies. The two powerful experts didn't die. Perhaps they went to chase after the murderer. No, that shouldn't be the case. At this time, a Gu family disciple said, "As far as I know, the All Beginnings Holy Daughter had two powerful experts by her side and a guardian. That's still a powerful expert. Moreover, he's an extremely powerful one. With him, ordinary powerful experts wouldn't be able to kill the All Beginnings Holy Daughter. Who was it that could avoid the guardian and kill the All Beginnings Holy Daughter?" Shocked voices sounded one after another. Clearly, the All Beginnings Holy Daughter's death had caused a great commotion. They knew that the entire eastern wasteland would probably go crazy. Sure enough, when the news of northern Liang City spread, the entire northern region was in an uproar. At this moment, whether it was the Gu family, the Four Symbols Holy Land, the Liang family, or other top factions, they were all shocked. The All Beginnings Holy Daughter was one of the top existences of the younger generation. Moreover, she had come aggressively this time. She had brought 100 Holy Land experts, two powerful experts, and a guardian to secretly protect her. It could be said that she was extremely powerful. Even if the other party was a holy son of another holy land, he might not be able to kill the All Beginnings Holy Daughter. But now, the All Beginnings Holy Daughter was still killed. What was even stranger was that there were no other corpses at the scene except for the All Beginnings Holy Land's cultivators. This was even more shocking. What kind of existence had made a move? Soon, the news spread from the northern region to the entire eastern wasteland. The factions that passed by were all shocked and couldn't believe it. In the end, the entire eastern wasteland was shaken. After the All Beginnings Holy Land received the news, they were even more furious. Angry. This time, the All Beginnings Holy Land was truly angry. The matter of the All Beginnings Holy Daughter's undergarment had already made them lose face. Therefore, they hadn't stopped the All Beginnings Holy Daughter from bringing experts to the northern region. They also wanted the All Beginnings Holy Daughter to intimidate the enemy. But they hadn't expected such a thing to happen. Their Holy Daughter had brought 100 experts, 2 Almighties, and a guardian with her. But in the end, she had still been killed. Apart from the 3 Almighties, the 100 experts of the Holy Land had all been killed. Not a single person had managed to escape. The All Beginnings Holy Land had truly lost face. The death of their Holy Daughter was definitely a major event today. Even the Holy Master of All Beginnings had come out of seclusion to oversee the All Beginnings Holy Land. Orders were issued one after another. The entire All Beginnings Holy Land was incomparably furious. They quickly moved and arrived in the northern region. They wanted to find the culprit. This time, the All Beginnings Holy Land had only dispatched their elites. Even the weakest among them was a 6-star king. Among them, there were quite a few Almighties and elders. All of them were dispatched. For a time, the entire world was in an uproar. Everyone's attention was focused on the northern region. The entire northern region was in a state of turmoil. Everyone was in danger. For a time, everyone fell silent. Many cultivators returned to their respective factions, not daring to come out again. This was because the experts of the All Beginnings Holy Land were constantly patrolling the area. They would directly arrest anyone they found suspicious. From the looks of it, these people would not be willing to leave the matter at that unless the culprit was brought out. On the other side, Lin Xian, Lu Mingyue, and the Crimson Dragon had arrived in the mountains. They found a safe place and entered seclusion to recover. This time, the three of them had all been injured. Lu Mingyue's injuries were the most serious. She had consumed more than half of her life force. Although she had the 10,000-year spiritual liquid, she still needed to completely recover. Otherwise, it would be terrible if there were side effects. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had also been seriously injured in the battle against the Almighties. They had consumed the 10,000-year spiritual liquid once. Therefore, after consuming the 10,000-year spiritual liquid, their injuries had more or less healed. But now, they had all entered seclusion to recover their bodies to their peak. After all, there were still many things that they needed to do. 3 days later, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon opened their eyes. As for Lu Mingyue, she was still in seclusion. After all, the life force she had consumed couldn't be recovered that easily. Moreover, the side effects of the heaven-defying demon blade were also very frightening. Therefore, Lin Xian had Lu Mingyue enter seclusion without disturbing her. He and the Crimson Dragon took out a bunch of storage rings. 2 of these storage rings belonged to the Saint of All Beginnings, and the others belonged to the martial artists from the Holy Land. At this moment, they probed it with their souls and found that there were many things inside. It was enough to make up for the materials they had used to inscribe the formation. Especially the 2 storage rings of the Saintess of All Beginnings, which were full of treasures. There were even some places where Lin Xian felt extremely hot. It seemed that this was a really bountiful harvest. It was a sure win, it was indeed a great harvest. This time, they had only expended some energy and suffered some injuries. He consumed 3 drops of 10,000 years spiritual liquid. However, the consequences of taking too much were indeed very shocking. In addition to these, the natural treasures they had consumed could almost be made up for. Moreover, when Lu Mingyue truly became the new saintess, they would obtain even more things. Huh? There's actually the All Beginnings secret technique here. Lin Xian found some good things in the Saintess of All Beginnings storage ring. The Saintess of All Beginnings had a very high status in the All Beginnings Holy Land. She was equivalent to the future master of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Therefore, she had some of the All Beginnings Holy Land secret techniques in her hands. One of them was the Primal Chaos Doppelganger. This Primal Chaos Doppelganger was incomparably terrifying. It was even more frightening than the 6-sword god doppelganger formed by Lin Xian's 6-god sword art. Moreover, these doppelganger could pass off as the real thing and had powerful fighting strength. Therefore, Lin Xian was very tempted by this cultivation technique. He didn't hesitate and entered a secret room inside the Black Earth, beginning to comprehend the Primal Chaos Doppelganger. It just so happened that it was very dangerous outside. The experts of the All Beginnings Holy Land were everywhere, frantically searching for him. Therefore, Lin Xian simply stayed here and cultivated the Primal Chaos Doppelganger. This Primal Chaos Doppelganger was somewhat similar to his 6-god sword art. It could even be considered an advanced version of the 6-god sword art. Therefore, Lin Xian was very good at cultivating it. Soon, he condensed a doppelganger. After testing it out, Lin Xian discovered that its might was actually at the level of a holy sage substitute. This doppelganger's advantage over the 6-god sword art was that it could leave Lin Xian's side for a long time until it was killed. When Lin Xian condensed the second doppelganger, he prepared for the next step. The All Beginnings Holy Land was infuriated by the death of their holy daughter. However, even though they were angry, they still had to promote a new holy daughter. Lu Mingyue had a chance, but the other geniuses of the All Beginnings Holy Land also had a chance. Moreover, Lu Mingyue had a disadvantage right now, and that was her bad reputation. This was also the reason why she had been replaced by Xianxia. If she didn't get rid of this bad reputation, the position of holy daughter wouldn't be given to Lu Mingyue. Therefore, Lin Xian's second step was to clear Lu Mingyue's name. Of course, if he said it himself, no one would believe him. However, when he was in the oblique moon mystic world, the disciples of the various top powers of the eastern wasteland had gone there. If the disciples of those powers had issued a statement together, saying that Lu Mingyue had been captured and treated as a maid, it would have been purely a false accusation. This was something that had never happened before. In this way, Lu Mingyue's bad reputation would be removed. Of course, the disciples of the major factions wouldn't make such statements obediently. Therefore, Lin Xian planned to use force to solve the problem. Let's start with the Northern Territory. The Four Symbols Sacred Grounds and the Gu clan had both participated in the Slanting Moon Profound Grade. The Gu family was easy to deal with. Lin Xian and Gu Santong were on very good terms, so it wouldn't be a problem for Gu Santong to make a statement. As for the Four Symbols Holy Grounds, they had to be dealt with. Lin Xian didn't like trouble. His methods were simple and crude. He would directly attack until the other party admitted defeat. This time, they were dealing with the Four Symbols Holy Land martial artists. There was no need for him to personally take action. Therefore, he sent out a clone while his true body cultivated in the black earth, preparing to condense more clones. Whoosh, Lin Xian's clone boarded the black earth and soared into the sky. He first inquired about the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds, asking who had been to the Oblique Moon Profound World. Then, he prepared to make his move. Deadwood City. There were a few young prodigies of the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds there, all of whom had participated in the Oblique Moon Profound World. Lin Xian's clone was very fast and arrived at Deadwood City in a short while. In the city, there was a palace that looked magnificent. It was Lin Xian's clone's target this time. Therefore, he rushed down like a shooting star. Whoosh, Lin Xian's clone streaked across the sky like lightning and arrived above the palace. In the palace below, in a large hall, a few young men were enjoying the song and dance while hugging beauties in their arms. Among them, there was a red-haired young man with a strong build. He was like a demon king, full of power. Senior Brother Wan, let me give you a toast. I wish you a speedy exit from seclusion and a great increase in strength. A young disciple raised his wine cup. The red-haired youth with the surname Wan smiled. Well said, well said. I was really lucky this time to have a breakthrough. Senior Brother Wan, your current strength is already at the level of a successor candidate, right? Another youth asked with a smile. That's right. The breakthrough this time has indeed allowed me to reach the level of a successor candidate. Wan Lishan's lips curled into a smile. It was obvious that reaching the level of a successor candidate made him very excited. He continued, this time, it's all thanks to the treasures from the Oblique Moon world. Without them, I probably wouldn't have been able to break through within 10 years. That's right. Although this Oblique Moon mysterious world is extremely dangerous, there are simply too many treasures inside. Any one of them is worth a few years or even a dozen years of hard work. That's natural. It's just that the Oblique Moon world won't open again for the next 100 years. It's a pity. Boom, at this moment, above the palace, Lin Xian's clone flicked his finger. A ray of sword chi flashed and flew into the palace below. Boom, Wan Lishan and the others were talking and even wanted to fight for the position of a successor candidate. However, at this moment, a ray of sword light broke through the top of the palace and pierced towards them. Boom, Wan Lishan's face darkened when he saw this. He raised his hand and released a terrifying energy that shattered the ray of sword light. Who is it? How dare you sneak attack us? Wan Lishan shouted coldly. Then, his figure rose from the ground. Soon, the palace below flashed with light. Then, a figure rushed into the sky with a powerful aura. He was like a demon god rushing into the sky. In an instant, he was near Lin Xian's clone. Who are you? How dare you sneak attack us? Don't you know that this is the territory of the Four Symbols Sanctuary? Behind Wan Lishan, two more figures rushed into the sky. They were also martial artists from the Four Symbols Sanctuary. Kid, sneak attack us? You've got guts. Quickly cripple your own arms and kneel down to beg for mercy. Otherwise, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. The few of them shouted coldly. In front of them, Lin Xian's clone narrowed his eyes. Soon, he fixed his eyes on Wan Lishan. This was because he could sense that the other party's strength was the strongest, reaching the level of a saint candidate. Only such a person would make such an announcement, and people would believe it. Therefore, at the next moment, he looked at Wan Lishan and sneered, "Come out and fight me if you have the guts." With that said, Lin Xian's clone flashed and flew off into the distance. You're courting death. The four-symbol sacred ground disciple was enraged when he saw this. The other party actually dared to provoke them. He was truly courting death. Senior brother Wan, let me go. I can definitely cripple him easily. However, Wan Lishan shook his head. No need. You two can leave. I'll go take a look. It just so happens that I just came out of seclusion. Let me stretch my muscles a little. Alright, then be careful, senior brother Wan, said the two disciples. To be honest, they were not worried at all. After all, Wan Lishan now had the combat strength of a Holy Sun candidate. He was definitely incomparably powerful. Ordinary people would not be able to do anything. Even if there was a trap, senior brother Wan would still be able to escape easily. In the next moment, Wan Lishan sneered. Then, his figure flashed and he chased after them. After leaving the city, Lin Xian's clone found a deserted mountain range and stopped. He was like a sword immortal, floating in the void. Behind him, Wan Lishan followed closely. He was extremely arrogant and was not afraid of any traps. When he saw the figure in front of him stop, he also stopped in his tracks. Then, he used his soul to check the surroundings but did not discover any danger. Kid, ask your people to come out. I want to see who dares to harm me. Wan Lishan snorted coldly. However, Lin Xian's clone shook his head coldly. There's no one else. It's just me. Just you? Wan Lishan was stunned. He originally thought that the other party would lure him out with a trap. However, he did not expect the other party to be alone. This was really beyond his expectations. You want to fight me by yourself? You're really courting death. I'm enough. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He was Lin Xian's clone and his strength had reached the level of a Holy Sun candidate. Moreover, his body contained a sharp sword qi, which made his combat strength even more terrifying. Therefore, the clone did not waste any time and immediately attacked. Boom, with a wave of his arm, a terrifying sword qi that contained a sharp killing aura slashed forward. Although it was just a clone, the sword was extremely terrifying. An ordinary king would not dare to resist it. Wan Lishan was stunned when he saw that the other party could unleash such a powerful sword qi. However, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No wonder you dare to fight me. You do have some strength. Unfortunately, I've just made a breakthrough recently and my strength has increased greatly. It's not something you can imagine. Therefore, your attack has no effect on me. Boom, with that, Wan Lishan threw out a punch. The terrifying punch whistled and formed an immemorial demonic elephant that was shining brightly. It tore through the void and charged forward. The force was extremely powerful. It was as if it could destroy everything in the world. Boom, boom. Boom, the terrifying sword qi collided with the immemorial demonic elephant. Then, a large amount of energy exploded. The entire void rolled violently as if it was boiling. The surrounding mountains were instantly destroyed. A large number of trees were swept up into the sky. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. In the sky, Lin Xian's clone and Wan Lishan were also flying backward. However, Lin Xian's clone soon stopped retreating. He waved his hand and took out a long sword that emitted a cold light. This long sword was not the Nine Darkness demonic sword, but it was also an Earthgrade treasure. Now that it was held by Lin Xian's clone, its power was even more terrifying. Buzz, with a swing of the sword qi scattered across the void like the Milky Way and slashed forward. The bright light was like the waves of the sea, but also like the Milky Way. It was huge and bright, carrying a sharp aura. It was as if the whole world was going to be cut in half. Wan Lishan's pupils shrank. The power of the other party's sword qi had increased again. He could not believe it. However, he still gritted his teeth and roared. At the same time, two red gloves appeared on his fists. There were even red flames floating on them, carrying a terrifying and scorching aura. With a swing of the fist, terrifying flames spread out. The whole sky seemed to have turned into a world of fire. The terrifying heat caused the void to crack. There was even a flaming demonic elephant that rose in the sky. Its huge body crushed the void. The red light on its body was like a divine flame. This flaming demonic elephant rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's clone was still fearless. He held the long sword in his hand and swept in all directions. Sword chi rushed out. The terrifying sword chi tore through the sky and cut all the sea of fire apart. It even split the hell demonic elephant in half. At this moment, Lin Xian's clone was extremely powerful. The sword chi on his body soared into the sky. He looked like a sword god. He looked at Wan Lishan opposite him and said coldly, "Your strength is not bad, but that's all. Now, the battle is over." Lin Xian's doppelganger looked indifferent and emotionless. Wan Lishan, on the other hand, was infuriated. How dare his opponent look down on him? Unforgivable, he had just come out of seclusion and his strength had increased tremendously. He had reached the level of a candidate holy son and that had filled him with confidence. However, he did not expect to receive a challenge not long after he came out of seclusion. Moreover, his opponent looked down on him. "Brat, you have successfully angered me. I will let you know my true power." Wan Lishan's eyes were red and there were even red flames dancing in his eyes. Whoosh, his eyes turned into a rainbow and pierced through the void. It was accompanied by countless flames and looked extremely terrifying. In the next moment, a red and black armor appeared on his body and wrapped around his burly body. Not only that, but flames were dancing on the armor as if it came from hell. It was cold and violent. His red hair fluttered in the air. At that moment, Wan Lishan was like a demon king and he had a strong aura. "Kill!" Wan Lishan roared like a demon king from hell. Then, he stomped his feet and his entire body turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed over. Around him, endless red flames danced and formed the shadow of a hell demon elephant. That was his king's domain. Humph, Lin Xian's doppelganger snorted and remained unmoved. Facing Wan Lishan who was rushing over, the sword light on his body became sharper and sharper. Then, a dragon's roar could be heard from his body. A sword sealed the sky. Lin Xian's doppelganger held a long sword in his hand and quickly slashed forward. The sword chi turned into 9 true dragons and circled around each other to form a sword diagram. Then, it fell forward. Boom! Boom, boom. The sword diagram flashed and pressed down from the sky. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed. Nothing could stop it. The red flames that filled the sky and the terrifying power were shattered in an instant. In the sky, the huge hell demon elephant domain was on the verge of collapse and its light dimmed. Impossible, how could he have such powerful sword chi? I don't believe it. Break! Wan Lishan felt the scene around him and the terrifying aura that came from it. He went crazy. He waved his fists, and waves of earth-shattering power surged into the sky. However, the sword diagram was too terrifying. With his current strength, he could not break it. Not only that, the sword diagram fell and pressed down on him. Even the light on the armor dimmed in an instant. He felt a suppression from his soul. Boom, in the next moment, the sword diagram. An earth-shattering collision sound rang out. Endless light, flames, and sword chi spread out in all directions. At that moment, the entire sky, as if there were countless suns that calm, when all the light disappeared, the surrounding mountains had been flattened, and a deep crater had appeared on the ground. Wan Lishan was in an abnormally sorry state. His hair was disheveled, and the armor on his body was broken, dripping with blood. At this moment, 9 dragon-shaped sword chi spiraled above him, forming a sword diagram that completely suppressed him. 9 sword lights descended, aiming at Wan Lishan's vital points. As long as he used a little bit of strength, he would be able to kill him. Wan Lishan roared madly, full of unwillingness. But the other's the other. Who is he? How can he have such powerful strength? How can he suppress me so easily? Wan Lishan was a successor candidate. Even a successor candidate of the same level would not be able to defeat him so easily, unless the successor was here. Could he be a successor? Thinking of this, Wan Lishan began to tremble. Who are you? What do you want? Wan Lishan asked. It doesn't matter who I am, but I do have something for you to do. Lin Xian's avatar told Wan Lishan about Lu Mingyue. You want me to give false testimony? Wan Lishan understood immediately. In the next moment, his pupils constricted and he said coldly, "Damn it, are you the one who kidnapped Lu Mingyue?" Humph, hearing Wan Lishan's words, Lin Xian's avatar's eyes lit up. In the sword diagram, a true dragon sword chi turned into a sword radiance and pierced Wan Lishan's body. Poof, ah, Wan Lishan screamed as he was pierced by the sword. Although it didn't hit any vital parts, the pain was enough to make him want to die. After all, the sword chi was too powerful and was destroying the energy in his body. You just have to agree. As for other things, I advise you not to ask about them. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. Yes, I understand. Wan Lishan broke out in cold sweat. He did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Lin Xian. After all, they were in the wilderness. If he was killed, he would die in vain. Even the four symbol sacred grounds would not be able to avenge him. At least you know what's good for you. In the next moment, Lin Xian waved his hand and took out a jade slip. He threw it in front of Wan Lishan. Use your soul mark to make a statement, but I advise you not to play any tricks. Wan Lishan had no choice but to do as Lin Xian's avatar said. After he was done, he returned the jade slip to Lin Xian and said, "All right, you can let me go now." Of course. Lin Xian's avatar nodded. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, the 9-dragon sword diagram above him rapidly shrunk and entered Wan Lishan's body. What are you doing? Didn't you say you would let me go? Wan Lishan sensed the changes in the 9-dragon sword diagram and his face turned green in fright. He had no way of resisting such a terrifying thing. Now that the 9-dragon sword diagram had entered his body, if something were to happen, his life would be over. Don't worry. This is just a method. As long as you behave during this period of time, I guarantee that there won't be any problems. Don't worry. In a few months, the energy of the 9-dragon sword diagram will disappear. At that time, you won't have any worries. If you don't want to, I can kill you right now. Humph. Wan Lishan gnashed his teeth. His expression was gloomy and cold. However, he had already made up his mind. After returning to the sacred grounds, he would immediately seek the help of the elders and get rid of the 9-dragon sword diagram. Afterward, he would contact the All-Beginning Sacred Ground. If he passed the news to the All-Beginning Sacred Ground, they would probably thank him. However, at this time, Lin Xian said, "Of course, this 9-dragon sword diagram is unique. Of course, my sword diagram is a little special. If someone tries to crack it, it will immediately explode. That energy is not inferior to the explosion of an Earth-tier artifact. At that time, I reckon that you won't be able to withstand it. Therefore, I advise you not to try to touch the 9-dragon sword diagram." After saying that, Lin Xian ignored Wan Lishan. His figure flickered and he left the place. Since the other party already knew about his plan, he would naturally think of a perfect method to control the other party. The 9-dragon sword diagram was indeed very dangerous. As long as someone touched it, it would definitely explode. Lin Xian wasn't joking about this. However, the 9-dragon sword diagram could only exist for a few months. But in a few months, Lu Mingyue would become the saintess of all beginnings. At that time, no matter what the world said, it would have anything to do with him. This doppelganger did not return. Instead, he was still roaming the North region. He would visit all those who had participated in the Tilted Moon mystic world. Of course, he would not battle every king. He only needed to defeat the top prodigies. He just needed to obtain their announcements. Not just the North region, but the entire eastern wilderness. Lin Xian had to visit all the sacred grounds, great sects, and great sections. After all, these people were not related to the saints. At most, they would break through and reach the level of a candidate. Therefore, Lin Xian was able to do it with ease. Soon, his second doppelganger and third doppelganger left. Even his real body was preparing to go to the Gu family. The Gu family was a clan of the ancients. It was very large. However, Gu Santong was one of the top prodigies of the Gu family's younger generation. It was very convenient to find him. At least Lin Xian could find out where Gu Santong had been recently. This time, Lin Xian did not send his doppelganger. He went himself. The North region, the North Pole. It was close to the northern plains. It was a world of ice and snow. Cold winds blew. Lin Xian flew for a few days. He used his maximum speed to gradually reach this place. He received news that Gu Santong had come to this place of ice to kill a demon king. Recently, there was a rumor that there was a very powerful ice demon wolf in this world of ice and snow. Moreover, it was an ice-type demon king. Its core happened to be the material that Gu Santong needed. After receiving the news, Gu Santong came. Therefore, Lin Xian also came here to search. In front of him was a world of ice and snow. Thousands of miles were covered in ice and snow. It was covered in silver. Other than ice, there was no other color. Therefore, the presence of a martial artist here was very conspicuous. Lin Xian did not use any armor, nor did he put up a defensive barrier. Instead, he walked directly into the icy wind. Although it was a bit bone-piercing, it was a good way to cultivate the body. He would not let go of any opportunity to cultivate. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from ahead. Boom boom boom. This was the roar of a fiend king. It was extremely terrifying, and it produced an extremely terrifying scene. The great snow mountain in front of them experienced an avalanche amidst the roar. This was no ordinary ice. Instead, it contained boundless ice energy. Even if a king realm cultivator was suppressed beneath it, just the coldness alone would be able to freeze him into an ice cube. Thus, it could be said that it was incomparably terrifying. When ordinary kings encountered such a situation, they would turn around and run. Pung! Someone is fighting. Lin Xian was a little excited. He wanted to find someone right now. If there were people, then Gu Santong could be there. Therefore, Lin Xian did not run away. Instead, he quickly flew towards the direction of the roar of the demonic beast. In front of him was a frigid snow lion. It was extremely tall, and its fur was as white as snow. It was pure and flawless. However, it wasn't cute at all. Instead, it was extremely ferocious. His entire body was filled with a monstrous killing intent, and he was emitting a terrifying cold aura. In this world of ice and snow, there were only ice-type demonic beasts, and the frigid snow lion was no exception. It waved its claws, an endless cold wind blew, forming an ice storm. Opposite it were a few martial artists. They were all young men and women, and they were all very powerful. One look and one could tell that they were not ordinary kings. However, they were in trouble at this moment. The frigid snow lion waved its claws, and 3 huge ice tornadoes swept towards them. Around them and above them, snow was falling. Even if they were not ordinary kings, they did not dare to be buried under the snow. Otherwise, they would never be able to get out. Fire Phoenix Godly Fist. One of them roared. Then, a youth waved his fists, and a red light appeared in the sky. A fiery phoenix, carrying a vast amount of heat, rushed into the sky. It spread its wings, and a sea of fire spread, blocking the ice storm and the avalanche. Boom boom boom. However, these 10,000-year avalanches were extremely terrifying. Moreover, the Demon King was also very powerful. Therefore, the fire phoenix only lasted for a short while before being frozen. Then, it was slapped into an ice cube by the frigid snow lion. Run! Taking advantage of this opportunity, the young kings quickly fled in all directions. 3 of the youths escaped, but one of the girls was blocked by the wind. Even her body was covered in frost. Oh no! Sister, be careful! Get out of the way! Cries of alarm could be heard. Obviously, the youths were all worried about the girl. However, when the frigid snow lion saw this scene, it revealed a sinister expression. Then, it opened its bloody mouth and spat out an icy ball of light. It swept towards the young girl. No! Seeing this scene, the youths roared crazily. Damn beast, how dare you hurt my sister? They were really crazy. The girl was already in a very dangerous situation. Now, with the Demon King's terrifying attack, she probably would not be able to get out. If she was suppressed by the 10,000-year snow, she would probably be frozen into an ice cube immediately. The young girl's face was also filled with despair. She did not expect to be attacked like this. A look of misery appeared on her delicate face. Was she going to die here? She had never thought that she was a genius of the family who had reached such a high level at such a young age. It could be said that her future was limitless. During this period, many young masters from large families had even come to propose marriage. However, she had rejected all of them. Because she wanted to reach the peak of martial arts. But now, in the face of the frigid snow lion, she could not fight back at all. This made her feel a sense of despair and unwillingness. However, there was nothing she could do. In the next moment, she closed her eyes. 2 lines of tears appeared on her delicate face. There was no way to fight back. She might as well die gracefully. Whoosh, however, at this moment, a ray of light streaked across the void. It passed through the storm and snow and came to the young girl's side. Then, a strong arm pulled her and took her away from the place. Boom! Boom, boom! The icy ball of light exploded at the original place, forming a terrifying energy. The wind whistled and the 10,000-year snow suppressed the entire sky. The entire space was directly shattered. Sister! The youths roared crazily. Because the ray of light was too fast, they did not realize that someone had already rescued their sister. They now thought that the young girl was still buried in the snowstorm ahead. Ah, damned beast! How dare you kill my sister? I'll fight it out with you. Angry roars came one after another. The youths were about to fight with their lives. At this moment, a voice came from behind them. Brother, I'm fine. Hearing this, the youths turned around abruptly. When they saw the young girl, they were extremely excited. But soon, they were stunned. The reason for that was because they discovered that there was an unfamiliar figure standing beside the young woman. Soon, they were stunned. They realized that there was an unfamiliar figure standing beside the young woman. To be honest, the young woman was also surprised. She thought that she was dead for sure because she was not strong enough to fight against such terrifying energy. She did not expect that someone would save her at the critical moment. Moreover, when she opened her eyes, she realized that the person who saved her was a young man who was about her age. He was young and handsome, and he was unusually strong and unfathomable. Because the other party was able to safely rescue her from such a dangerous energy, it was enough to show that the other party's skills far surpassed his. Therefore, when she saw the confused looks on her brothers' faces, she immediately said, "It was this young hero who saved me." So that was the case. The young men heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they strode forward and cupped their fists in gratitude. Young hero, thank you for saving our lives. The Tian family is very grateful. I am Tian Feier. Thank you, sir. The young woman looked at Lin Xian gratefully. It was nothing. You don't have to be so polite. Lin Xian nodded. He heard the sound of fighting earlier, so he came to see if it was Gu Santong. In the end, he realized that it was not Gu Santong, but someone else. At that time, he saw that the girl was very dangerous, so he intervened and saved her. By the way, did you see any other cultivators nearby? Lin Xian asked. Tian Feier said, although there are not many warriors in the frozen world, there are quite a few of them. Most of them are here to hunt demon beasts and collect heavenly treasures. But who are you looking for? I'm looking for a disciple of the Gu family. Lin Xian did not say Gu Santong's name directly. After all, his motive would be too obvious. Gu family? Which Gu family? Could it be the Gu family of the clan of the ancients? At this time, the other young men spoke, looking shocked. That's right. It's the Gu family that you think it is. Lin Xian nodded. I have a friend who is a disciple of the Gu family. I'm looking for him for some matters. Although we don't know which disciple of the Gu clan your friend is, we heard that an ice demon wolf was brought out from the ice plains. It's extremely terrifying. Even the heavenly geniuses of the Gu family have taken action. Oh, then where are the ice demon wolves? Lin Xian's mind stirred. We don't know the exact location, but we just need to head north. Alright, thank you very much, Lin Xian said. Then, he moved and prepared to leave. Young master. Just as he was about to leave, Tian Feier called out again. Is there anything else? Lin Xian turned his head, somewhat puzzled. Tian Feier, on the other hand, blushed. She held the corner of her clothes and asked softly, I still don't know young master's name. Fei will repay young master in the future. My name is Lin Xian. With that, Lin Xian's figure flashed and he left the place. Lin Xian, the young men were a little confused. They felt that this name was a little familiar, but they didn't know where they had heard it before. Tian Fei even whispered to herself, as if she was trying to remember this name in her heart. Little sister, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to him? No way. Hearing this, Tian Fei's face turned even redder. It seems that little sister really has taken a fancy to him. But it's no wonder. After all, that kid is quite good-looking, and he's quite strong. Plus, he saved our little sister. It's very normal for our little sister to fall in love with him. Brother, don't make fun of me. Tian Fei was very shy. Alright, let's go back. If you've really taken a fancy to that kid, I'll help you ask around. See which family he's from. With his strength and skills, there was no way he wouldn't be famous. Soon, Tian Fei and the rest left. On the other hand, Lin Xian didn't know about this. He once again used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and flew at full speed. More than one person had mentioned the Ice Demon Wolf to him. It seemed that Gu Santong was aiming for this Ice Demon Wolf. After flying for another 3 days, the surrounding ice became even thicker, turning into blue gales. Even Lin Xian had to put up a defense. Obviously, this place was extremely unusual. There might even be an ice-type spirit vein under the ground. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so cold. Moreover, there weren't many people who dared to come here. Those who could come here were definitely not weak. They were at least 6-star kings. However, 6-star kings only dared to come here. If they wanted to gain something here, ordinary 6-star kings wouldn't have any chance at all. Boom, at this moment, a low tremor suddenly came from the front. The ice under his feet also trembled slightly. There were even some small cracks on it. Someone's fighting. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. This energy fluctuation was extremely terrifying. It seemed that it was definitely a battle between experts. Whoosh, his figure flashed again, and he flew forward. The battle ahead was extremely intense. The sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Terrifying energy swept in all directions, causing the entire space to fall into an extremely dangerous state. If ordinary 6-star kings entered, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand the aftershocks. Over there, Lin Xian saw an ice demon wolf with blue wings on its back. Its body was extremely huge. That ice demon wolf was like an ancient demonic beast. It opened its bloody mouth and spat out balls of wind. Every attack easily tore through the void. As for his opponent, it was even stranger. He could only see a blurry figure appearing in all directions in the sky like a ghost. Every time he appeared, he would attack the ice demon wolf from an extremely strange angle. However, the ice demon wolf was too terrifying. A thick layer of ice blocked the attacks from the sky. Even if it was forced back, it wasn't fatal. Great Void Technique. It's someone from the Gu family. Lin Xian looked at the ghostly figure in front of him, and his face instantly lit up. Only the Gu family's Great Void Technique could have such a movement technique. Other than that, he had never seen anyone with such a ghostly figure. Roar, however, at this moment, the ice demon wolf in front of him suddenly let out an angry roar. Then, an extremely powerful aura spread out from the ice demon wolf and swept in all directions. Accompanying it was a huge ball of energy. With him as the center, it swept across the entire space. In an instant, the void shattered. The ghostly figure couldn't dodge and quickly retreated. This was because the entire space had been completely destroyed. After forcing the ghostly figure out, the ice demon wolf's eyes were filled with intense killing intent. Then, he raised his beast claws and clawed at that person. Boom, the terrifying beast claws covered the sky and covered the sun. It wanted to refine that ghostly figure. Whoosh, however, that silhouette was simply too strange. It disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was already in a safe place. Brother Gu. Lin Xian let out a long howl and flew forward in a flash. The ghostly figure at the front wanted to attack again, but it stopped when it heard Lin Xian's voice. He looked behind him with a hint of surprise. Brother Lin, why are you here? Why are you here? The ghostly figure was Gu Santong. He was surprised to see Lin Xian. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Xian did not stand on ceremony. What can you possibly want from me? That's strange. Gu Santong was also confused, but then he said, Brother Lin, let's get rid of this beast first, then we can talk. Alright, Lin Xian nodded, then looked forward and frowned. This ice demon wolf is not ordinary. Its strength is close to that of an almighty. Yeah, that's what gives me a headache. If it was a 6-star demon king, it would be easy. But now, it's close to that of a 7-star demon king. Although I can use the void technique to dodge and fight with it, it's impossible. However, it's too difficult to truly kill it. Why don't the two of us do it together? Lin Xian looked forward and his eyes lit up. Let's work together and kill this beast. Great. Gu Santong smiled as well. He knew what Lin Xian was capable of. Lin Xian was definitely not weaker than him. He might even be stronger. With the two of them working together, they could definitely kill this ice demon wolf. Roar, seeing that the two of them were about to attack, the ice demon wolf roared and its eyes were filled with ferocity. It was a terrifying existence that was close to becoming a 7-star demon king. A 7-star demon king was equivalent to an almighty human. In other words, its strength was close to that of an almighty. Two little kings dared to be so presumptuous in front of it? They were really courting death, hence, in the next moment, the ice demon wolf roared and attacked. It wanted to smash these two humans who dared to disturb its rest into pieces. The terrifying blue wolf claw slapped forward. It was indestructible. It was like a blue iceberg, falling rapidly in the air. Boom. Boom, not only that, but the blue wolf claw also released thousands of icy auras that froze the void. Even from afar, Lin Xian and Gu Santong felt a chill. Humph, seeing this scene, Lin Xian and Lin Xian snorted coldly. Among them, Gu Santong's body flashed as he used the art of the void and disappeared into thin air. On the other hand, Lin Xian punched out. The terrifying black dragon fist of destruction violently surged forward. The huge black fist flew toward the sky with a vast power that could tear the world apart. Boom. Boom, in the next moment, the black fist collided with the blue wolf claw, causing a shocking explosion of light. At the same time, Gu Santong appeared behind the ice demon wolf. The long saber in his hand quickly slashed down. Pung, the saber light flashed, splitting the violent wind in the sky. The terrifying saber chi directly landed on the ice demon wolf. Boom, the ice demon wolf was sent flying, and a huge crack appeared on the thick layer of ice on its body. Roar roar roar, this time, the ice demon wolf was truly enraged. It spoke in human language, and its cold voice echoed in the air. Damned ant-like humans, how dare you hurt me? This time I will tear you to pieces. It was extremely furious. As the demon king of this world, it was a force to be reckoned with. No one had ever dared to provoke it. Not to mention humans. But now, two human brats dared to attack it. This made it extremely angry. In the next moment, a terrifying aura came from its huge body. At the same time, the wind and snow in the sky started to blow, freezing the entire world. Around them, blue frost began to form, forming a terrifying demon king's domain. The aura was extremely powerful, as if it wanted to suppress the entire space. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You haven't become a 7-star demon king yet, and you want to be so arrogant in front of us? Today, we will finish you off first. Gu Santong also snorted coldly. Both of them were the top prodigies of the younger generation. Even if the ice demon wolf was terrifying, they would not be afraid. Kill, in the next moment, Lin Xian and Gu Santong roared angrily and quickly attacked. Lin Xian pulled out the 9 swimming demonic sword and waved it. It turned into tens of thousands of dazzling sword rays. They formed a sword diagram in the air and shrouded the area in front of them. The void was torn apart in an instant. Terrifying cracks appeared one after another. The entire world was about to explode from the impact. On the other side, Gu Santong reached out his palm. On that pale palm, there was a mysterious power that spun rapidly. It was like a galaxy, shining brightly. There was even a star-like existence in it. As it floated, it emitted the power of the stars. In the next moment, he slapped the stars in his palm forward. Terrifying energy whizzed and rushed towards the ice demon wolf. When the two of them joined forces, their attack was extremely terrifying. It caused the entire world to change color. The power of the two turned into waves that swept in all directions. The entire world of ice and snow shook rapidly. Roar. On the other hand, the ice demon wolf let out a furious roar as a powerful demonic aura erupted from its iceberg-like body. The blue domain around it flashed and suddenly expanded in all directions, blocking all the attacks. Lowly humans, you are nothing in front of me. The ice demon wolf roared. On the other side, Lin Xian and Gu Santong frowned. They had to admit that this ice demon wolf was extremely powerful. Furthermore, as a demon king, his defensive power and violent strength were even more astonishing. It was definitely a terrifying demon beast. However, Lin Xian and Gu Santong's expressions were serious. They decided that they had to get rid of this demon king. Boom, Lin Xian took a step forward. Sword chi exploded from his body, forming a huge sword light that circled around him. Behind Gu Santong, the Milky Way of the nine heavens hung down. Within it, countless stars floated. The two of them used their king domains and exploded in an instant. Boom, the demonic sword in Lin Xian's hand turned into a black dragon that was hundreds of feet long. It was as heavy as a mountain, and it slashed forward. The shocking sword chi rushed into the sky. Nothing could stop this sword. Boom, the ice demon wolf's pupils shrank. It could naturally feel the terrifying power of the sword. In the next moment, it opened its bloody mouth and endless wind and snow gathered in front of it. It then formed a ball of ice and snow and spat it out quickly. Boom boom boom, this ball of ice and snow contained an unparalleled power that could kill any king below the almighty level. In the next moment, the ball of ice and snow and the black demonic sword collided. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Large patches of ice and snow cracked, forming many black cracks. However, the ice demon wolf had underestimated this sword. The terrifying demonic sword, coupled with the power of the dragon sword's soul, seemed to have turned into a black dragon that coiled in the void. However, the ice demon wolf had underestimated the sword. The terrifying demon sword, coupled with the power of the great dragon sword's soul, seemed to have turned into a black dragon, occupying the void. The sword slashed down and quickly cut open the ice ball. Then, the sword chi was like a giant dragon, enveloping the ice demon wolf. Boom, the ice demon wolf was sent flying, and the ice in front of him shattered. This time, a sword mark appeared on his body. Fresh blood flowed out, but it instantly turned into ice. Roar. Damned human, you dare to hurt me? I'm going to kill you. The ice demon wolf was furious. He did not expect a puny human to be able to hurt him. It was unbelievable, however, at this moment, he felt a sharp pain on his back. It turned out that Gu Santong had used this opportunity to use the void technique and silently appeared behind the ice demon wolf. The nine heavens galaxy behind him carried the stars in the sky and turned into a silver ribbon, slashing forward. It directly hit the ice demon wolf's back. Immediately, a huge crack was torn open. Roar, the ice demon wolf roared wildly and attacked behind him. Wherever it passed, the void was quickly shattered. However, Gu Santong had already used the void technique and quickly dodged. He did not go far. He came to the other side of the ice demon wolf and directly used the great void technique, forming a spatial crack that quickly spread forward. Crack crack crack, poof, the ice demon wolf was greatly threatened. Its body was torn apart by a strange force of space, and a terrifying wound appeared on its body. In an instant, there were many wounds on its body. If it was not for the fact that the ice demon beast used the power of ice to seal its wounds, its injuries would have been even more serious. Damned humans, you've angered me. This time, I'll definitely kill you. The ice demon wolf roared angrily. He was really angry. He did not expect the two humans to have such strength and be able to beat him to this extent. However, they were still far from being able to kill him. In the next moment, the ice demon wolf roared and a strong demon chi spread out from its body. This time, the demon chi was so terrifying that it could almost tear the sky apart. The terrifying demon chi spread out, causing the entire world of ice and snow to go berserk. Lin Xian waved his demonic sword and collided with the demonic aura. A huge explosion occurred in the sky and a sonorous sound rang out. The demonic chi was too terrifying. It was actually able to resist the Nine Serenities' demonic sword. One had to admit that this ice demon wolf was definitely a formidable opponent. However, Lin Xian and Gu Santong were not to be trifled with. Both of them were top-tier geniuses, and their strength was even stronger. Thus, when the battle broke out, the ice demon wolf was gradually unable to hold on any longer. The ice demon wolf howled madly, but its heart was filled with shock. Because the combat strength of the two humans in front of him was too strong, it was terrified. One had to know that he was about to become a 7-star demon king. Among humans, he was comparable to an almighty. Its strength was incomparably powerful, but when faced with two human youths, it was actually suppressed. This was absolutely unimaginable. However, it would not sit still and wait for its death. A hint of madness appeared in its blue demonic eyes. With a roar, a terrifying blue demonic chi gushed out like a tidal wave, sweeping out in all directions. Under this powerful aura, Lin Xian and Gu Santong had no choice but to retreat. As for the ice demon wolf, it held into the sky. Above its huge mouth, countless demonic chi condensed into a blue ball of light. Unlike the previous attacks, the blue ball of light contained mysterious demonic runes, like the meridians of a human, exuding a terrifying aura. Not only that, but around the blue ball of ice, a gust of wind blew, forming a huge frost vortex. The terrifying power caused the entire void to tremble, as if it would split open at any time. Other than this terrifying demonic chi, there was also an extremely strong smell of blood. It was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and Gu Santong's expressions turned serious. They realized that this beast was about to go all out. The two of them snorted coldly, and their combat strength increased again. Gu Santong's entire body floated, constantly shuttling between space and reality. As for Lin Xian, a battle armor appeared on his body, enveloping him. The terrifying blue ball of ice in front of them grew bigger and bigger, like a blue sun. Boundless power fell, piercing through the void. At this moment, the blue ball of ice was like a ruler, suppressing the entire world of ice and snow. A terrifying aura filled the air. In the next moment, the blue ball of ice was shot out by the ice demon wolf, flying towards Lin Xian and Gu Santong. Boom boom boom, a huge crack appeared in the void as terrifying cracks spread out in all directions. Not only that, but those cracks were quickly covered by blue frost, freezing into ice cubes. Nothing could be avoided. The terrifying murderous intent and the powerful power of ice and snow spread towards Lin Xian and Gu Santong. This power was too terrifying. Even a true powerhouse would have to be careful. Lin Xian and Gu Santong did not dare to be careless. Gu Santong's body disappeared in an instant, completely blending into the void. On the other side, Lin Xian could use the dragon sword's spiritual realm, and his entire body exuded a powerful aura. At this moment, he was like a god of war, not retreating at all, but charging forward instead. On the demonic sword in his hand, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, and the terrifying power caused the entire world to tremble. With a slash of the sword, all the windstorms were completely destroyed. The terrifying murderous intent in front of them was also blown away in an instant. The sky full of ice and snow disappeared quickly in this sword light. There was nothing that could block this sword. Boom boom boom, in the next moment, the demonic sword and the blue ball of ice collided. The entire void was completely covered by energy, and there were crazy explosions. The terrifying murderous intent shot up to the sky. The entire space was annihilated, and at this moment, a huge earthquake occurred in the world of ice and snow. Countless cracks spread into the distance. Even the martial artists hunting in the distance felt this change and raised their heads to look into the distance. This collision was too terrifying, and could definitely destroy everything. On Lin Xian's body, the black armor shone brightly, blocking most of the attacks. Not only that, but countless strands of sword chi also formed a divine shield in front of him, allowing him to safely retreat. But this energy was too violent, and Lin Xian was still impacted. Ha! With a low roar, thousands of sword chi rushed out of his body, shattering all the energy. His body was surrounded by fine sword chi, forming the strongest defense, blocking all the energy attacks. On the other side, the ice demonic wolf was also constantly retreating. This energy attack was a fatal threat to him. He was not as calm as Lin Xian. The previous battle had injured him quite a bit. At this moment, coupled with the energy attack, the defense on his body was torn apart again. The terrifying energy crashed into his huge body, forming cracks one after another. It was a shocking sight, and it made one's scalp tingle. Damn it, how is this possible? He's just a puny human. How can he break my attack? The ice demon wolf's eyes glowed as he stared at Lin Xian. He was too shocked. His previous attack had been unleashed with all the demonic chi and blood in his body. It was enough to pose a threat to the Almighties. However, his opponent was able to block it. He could not believe it. Could this young man be a human mighty figure? His heart was filled with uncertainty. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Just as he was frantically retreating, the void behind him trembled and a figure appeared. It was Xianxia. At this moment, he was holding a golden dagger in his hand and exuding a terrifying aura. He then waved his arm and a golden light pierced forward. Poof, this attack was too powerful. It directly tore apart the ice demon wolf's huge body. It almost split him in half. Roar! Roar, roar! A terrifying crack appeared on the ice demon wolf's back. Its internal organs and bones were exposed. One of its wings fell to the ground. It was severely injured. Madness, endless madness, the ice demon wolf had never been injured like this before. In the next moment, he roared crazily and charged backward without caring about the consequences. However, Xianxia's void technique was too mysterious. It was a divine ability left behind by the great emperor. Therefore, he disappeared from where he was in an instant. The ice demon wolf missed and went berserk. The power of frost rushed out of his body, trying to freeze and heal his wound. However, at this moment, Lin Xian shouted coldly. His long sword surged and countless sword chi gathered in the air. It formed a terrifying giant sword and slashed downward. The giant sword flashed and carried dragon scales. It turned into a black dragon and descended from the sky, completely enveloping the ice demon wolf. Boom! Boom! A sword pierced the sky. When the sword light disappeared, the ice demon wolf's body was split in half. Its blood turned into a red river and flowed on the ice. The sword slashed a 10,000-meter-long crack in the ground. It was so deep that it seemed to be connected to hell. Lin Xian and Xianxia joined forces and killed the powerful ice demon wolf. The huge corpse fell to the ground, emitting a pungent smell of blood. Lin Xian and Xianxia, on the other hand, did not seem to mind at all. The two of them slowly descended and approached the area. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia took the ice demon wolf's core and said, "This thing is useful to me. As for the rest, Brother Lin can choose for himself." All right. Lin Xian didn't refuse. After all, the frost wolf was useful to him. The next moment, he sat down cross-legged. With a flip of his palm, a blue ice crystal appeared in his hand. The ice crystals were sparkling and translucent like water droplets. They circulated with boundless radiance and emitted a cold aura. This is? Xianxia kept the demon core and looked at Lin Xian's palm. He was extremely shocked by the appearance of these icy water droplets. That was because the frost energy emitted by the frost droplet was extremely terrifying. What kind of ice is this? Xianxia was shocked. He did not expect Lin Xian to have such a treasure. Lin Xian did not answer. He was using all his strength to activate the sea god's ice in his hand. Instantly, the sea god's ice vibrated rapidly, forming a boundless blue light that enveloped the frost wolf's corpse. The frost wolf was an ice-type demon king. It was extremely terrifying. Its cultivation was almost at the level of a 7-star demon king. It could be said that its entire body was a treasure. It was divided into 2 parts. One part was the frost wolf's core, which had already been given to Xianxia. However, the remaining flesh and blood also contained an extremely terrifying icy aura. If it was refined completely, it would not lose out to the core at all. It might even be stronger. What Lin Xian was doing now was to refine the frost wolf's corpse, allowing the frost energy within to flow into the sea god's ice. The sea god's ice was a legendary frost treasure. At this moment, it was madly absorbing the frost energy within the frost wolf's corpse. This process lasted for 2.5 days. The huge frost wolf's corpse was completely refined. All the frost energy was channeled into the sea god's ice, and the sea god's ice emitted a blue light. It released an extremely terrifying frost energy. Its power was not any weaker than the frost wolf's. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled into a smile when he sensed the energy. This was really an unexpected surprise. Originally, as his strength increased, the sea god's ice was not enough. Although the sea god's ice was powerful, Lin Xian had too little of it. But he did not expect that this time, when he came to find Gu Santong, he actually killed a powerful ice-type demon king and absorbed its energy. This caused the sea god's ice to evolve once again. The evolved sea god's ice was extremely powerful. It could even threaten powerful beings. This was definitely not a chicken rib, but a powerful aid to Lin Xian in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Xian smiled happily. Congratulations, brother Lin. Your strength has increased greatly. Beside him, Gu Santong also smiled and said. It is indeed an unexpected surprise. Lin Xian smiled and kept the sea god's ice. By the way, why are you looking for me? Gu Santong asked curiously. There is indeed something I need to do. Lin Xian revealed his plan. The more Gu Santong listened, the more shocked he became. He naturally knew about the major events that had happened in the northern region recently. The Saintess of all beginnings was killed. Not only was the entire northern region shocked, but the entire eastern wilderness was shaken. Many people were guessing which heaven-defying force dared to kill the Saintess of all beginnings. However, they did not expect that all of this was done by Lin Xian. Even Gu Santong, as a genius of the clan of the ancients, was shocked to hear such news. Brother Lin, I have to say, you are really crazy. Gu Santong did not know what to say. Even he did not dare to kill the Saintess of all beginnings. After all, the Saintess was the future master of the Holy Land. Also, doesn't the Saintess usually have a protector? And the Saintess of all beginnings brought 2 powerful beings. How did you succeed? This was also what he did not understand. To be able to fight against 3 powerful beings was definitely not something an ordinary force could do. Therefore, everyone's thoughts went astray, and they all guessed that it was those top forces. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian had a heaven-defying formation that could directly teleport away powerful beings. There was such a formation. Gu Santong was shocked. As a disciple of the Gu family, he rarely heard of such a formation. He did not expect that Lin Xian had it. So, you want to support Lu Mingyue and make her the new Saintess of all beginnings? After the shock, Gu Santong began to digest the news. Yes, but it is still very troublesome. We need to clear Lu Mingyue's name first. Of course, Brother Gu, you have to make an announcement. That's easy. It's just a small matter. Gu Santong nodded and agreed with a smile. He had a good relationship with Lin Xian to begin with. Moreover, this matter was as easy as lifting a finger for him, so it didn't affect him much. What he was truly shocked about was that he couldn't see through Lin Xian at all. What kind of background did he have? He actually had such a terrifying idea and heaven-defying methods. Of course, everyone had their own secrets, so Gu Santong wouldn't casually ask. He only needed to maintain a good relationship with Lin Xian. With Gu Santong's help, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Gu Santong was one of the top prodigies of the northern region. With his words, many people would definitely believe him. Then, Lin Xian left. However, Gu Santong didn't leave. He still needed to stay in this world of ice and snow for a while. After bidding farewell to Gu Santong, Lin Xian hurried back. At the same time, he received news that his 3 clones had also achieved good results. The disciples who had participated in the Oblique Moon Mystic World were all forced to issue such a notice. Very good. Lin Xian smiled. This plan seemed to be going smoothly. Next, they would leave the northern region and head towards the All Beginnings Holy Land. Of course, he still had to warn those from the Holy Land on the way. After returning to the northern region, Lin Xian entered the Black Earth and discovered that Lu Mingyue's injuries had mostly healed. At this moment, there was still some color on her face. The life force she had lost had also been replenished. However, she hadn't fully recovered. It seemed that she still needed some time. However, Lin Xian wasn't worried. Because he could do the rest himself. Lu Mingyue only needed to recuperate before reaching the All Beginnings Holy Land. In the next few days, Lin Xian prepared to release the news. Sure enough, when Lin Xian released the news, the crowd was in an uproar when they learned that the geniuses of the top forces of the northern region had all made a statement together, stating that Lu Mingyue had been framed. Lu Mingyue said she was framed? She has never been captured, let alone become a maid. All of this is the scheme of the former Saintess Xianxia. No way, there's actually such a thing? Why didn't I know about this before? Are you stupid? Xianxia used to be the saintess of all beginnings. Who dared to mess with her? But now, Xianxia was still killed. The things she did were naturally exposed. Why do I feel that the water here is too deep? Since the saintess of all beginnings was killed, a new saintess must be chosen. But at this time, Lu Mingyue's news was released again. Could it be that she is going to become the new saintess? That's very likely, so let's not talk about her being a maid anymore. Otherwise, it won't end well in the future. Cries of surprise could be heard as the entire North region was discussing this matter. Because he was too surprised. However, some of the people from the major powers were frowning. Because they realized that this was absolutely not a groundless rumor. It was very likely that Lu Mingyue would return to the All Beginnings Holy Land and become the saintess. Could it be that Xianxia's murder has something to do with Lu Mingyue? All kinds of guesses and rumors spread quickly. And in the North region, the experts of the All Beginnings Holy Land went crazy after hearing this news. The cause of Xianxia's death was still unknown, but now, Lu Mingyue was implicated. This caused them to have a headache. Moreover, the All Beginnings Holy Land was divided into several factions. One of them was Xianxia's faction. They firmly believed that Xianxia's murder was definitely related to Lu Mingyue. Because of that, they frantically searched for Lu Mingyue, preparing to kill her. As for the other faction, they supported Lu Mingyue's theory. After all, Lu Mingyue had been captured and turned into a maid before being kicked out of the Holy Land. Everything had happened too quickly and too suddenly. Their faction didn't even have time to react. In fact, they didn't even see Lu Mingyue's figure from start to finish. This caused them to feel incomparably sullen and angry. After all, Lu Mingyue was a genius that they had wholeheartedly nurtured. If Lu Mingyue could become the saintess, their faction's status in the Holy Land would definitely rise greatly. But they never imagined that Lu Mingyue would be defeated and Xianxia would become the saintess of the Holy Land. Because of that, their faction received a serious blow. But they never imagined that Xianxia would be killed and news of Lu Mingyue would spread once again. Moreover, the news was extremely favorable. Because of that, hope rose in their hearts. Regardless of whether this matter is related to Mingyue or not, we must find her and protect her safety. We must escort her safely back to the Holy Land. An old man from this faction said in a deep voice. Light blossomed from his eyes, and his aura was incomparably powerful. He was an almighty expert. He had decided that he must support Lu Mingyue and make her the new saintess. The situation in the northern region changed rapidly. This news rapidly spread to the eastern wasteland. Finally, the All Beginnings Holy Land also received this news. Soon after, the entire Holy Land was in an uproar. Lu Mingyue's faction was naturally overjoyed. As for Xianxia and the other geniuses, they remained silent. They even concealed their killing intent. After all, this was related to the competition for the new saintess. Every faction wanted their own genius to become the saintess. Because of that, the relationship between them became extremely tense. The All Beginnings Holy Land was divided into 7 factions. They competed with each other. Previously, Xianxia belonged to the 5th faction. As for Lu Mingyue, she belonged to the 7th faction. Now that news of Lu Mingyue had spread, apart from the 7th faction, the other 6 factions all had gloomy and cold expressions. Humph. That slut is actually still alive, someone from the third faction coldly snorted. An almighty expert from the second faction issued an order to secretly find Lu Mingyue and kill her. They absolutely could not allow her to return to participate in the Saintess selection. The people from the fifth faction gnashed their teeth in anger. Damn it. Xianxia's death is definitely related to that slut. I must find her and bring her back. Undercurrents surged in the other 6 factions. They all had killing intent toward Lu Mingyue. As for the people from the 7th faction, they naturally knew that the situation was extremely dangerous. They also sent out a large number of experts to bring Lu Mingyue back. For a time, the All Beginnings Holy Land could be said to be locked in a fierce struggle. The first faction to arrive in the northern region was naturally the 5th faction, Xianxia's faction. Their hatred for Lu Mingyue was even stronger than before. Moreover, they suspected that Xianxia's death was definitely related to Lu Mingyue. They sent their experts to the northern region to search for Lu Mingyue. Soon, they arrived in the northern region and met up with the cultivators from the All Beginnings Holy Land. Elder, we've already scouted the area. However, there's no news of that slut in the entire northern region. She either left or went into hiding. In short, we can't find her at all. Don't be afraid. When I came from the Holy Land this time, I brought a set of spirit formations with me. We can definitely find that slut. An old woman with a head full of white hair said. She was leaning on a purple walking stick. Her entire body was stooped, but the aura emitted from her body made everyone gasp for breath. Next, the experts of the 5th bloodline began to lay down an array formation to search for Lu Mingyue's whereabouts. This array formation was very terrifying. As long as they had something that Lu Mingyue had once used, they would be able to lock onto her tracks through the array formation. They believed that as long as she was in the northern region, they would definitely be able to find her. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late. This was because Lin Xian had left with Lu Mingyue 3 days ago. Lin Xian had no reason to stay any longer. Moreover, he was also worried that those people would come to the northern region. Therefore, he quickly left. He used Heavenly Dragon 8 steps and left the northern region at his fastest speed. Even if the people of the 5th bloodline of the All Beginnings Holy Land brought a powerful array formation, they still wouldn't be able to find them. Lin Xian headed south, preparing to rush to the All Beginnings Holy Land. Along the way, he would send out his clones to challenge and suppress the cultivators that had entered the Tilted Moon mystic world. After receiving their notice, Lin Xian didn't immediately spread it out. Instead, he waited until he arrived in another region before he spread the news. He wouldn't allow his enemies to capture his tracks. The people of the other 6 bloodlines didn't give up either. They laid down layers upon layers of restrictions in the southern region where the All Beginnings Holy Land was located. As long as they discovered any abnormalities, they would frantically hunt and kill. If one were to fly from the northern region to the southern region of the eastern wasteland, it would take more than 10 years. Therefore, Lin Xian paid a considerable price midway and directly opened a super transmission array to descend to the southern region. Firstly, there wasn't enough time. Secondly, the notice from the geniuses of the Holy Lands and Great Sects was already enough. The current Lu Mingyue definitely had the qualifications to become a saintess. As long as she could return to the All Beginnings Holy Land, therefore, Lin Xian directly opened a super transmission array to arrive at the southern region. The southern region was different from the northern region. Most of the northern regions were plains, and there were even some places covered in ice and snow. As for the southern region, it was filled with birds, fragrant flowers, mountains, and rivers. The scenery was lush. There were even some places that were filled with continuous mountain ranges that formed hundreds of thousands of mountains. There were no humans. Even lords didn't dare to rashly enter. Peng, Lin Xian frowned as he walked through the vast mountains. Then, he slashed out a ray of sword chi and split a few big trees behind him. Behind the tree trunk, there was a purple demonic beast that had been split in half. After taking a few more steps, he waved his hand, and a terrifying energy smashed the poisonous bee beside him into a bloody mist. Previously, he had thought that the world of ice and snow in the northern region was somewhat troublesome. However, he did not expect that the southern region would be even more dangerous. This place was not like a world of ice and snow. The vast mountains were filled with poisonous insects and demonic beasts. Some of the venomous bugs were so venomous that they could easily kill kings. Therefore, Lin Xian had no choice but to use his methods to veil them one by one. After crossing over a dozen mountains, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. This time, he encountered a relatively powerful demon king. This demon king could spit poison, and it wasn't just him, there was also a small group of people. Therefore, Lin Xian directly launched a great battle. An earth-shattering battle unfolded, and the sound spread in all directions. All the mountains in the surrounding 1,000 miles were completely shattered. In the end, Lin Xian killed all the demonic beasts. The ground cracked and blood flowed like a river. However, Lin Xian's body was very clean, without a trace of blood. However, there were 4 powerful people 1,000 miles away. They were originally patrolling the surroundings to capture Lu Mingyue and her accomplices. However, suddenly, they felt a violent vibration 1,000 miles away. Immediately, they frowned. In the next moment, the 4 of them soared into the sky and flew forward. In front, Lin Xian killed all the demonic beasts and took out all their cores. Just as he was about to leave, he frowned and looked into the distance. He felt that there were 4 powerful forces rushing over here at high speed. They were very fast. At first, they were still far away, but in an instant, they were nearby. Buzz, the 4 of them, 2 men and 2 women, were wearing chaos armor. Their auras were monstrous, and they were like gods of war. Their gazes were like lightning as they instantly locked onto Lin Xian. Speaking of which, when they first arrived here, they were also extremely shocked. The destruction in the surroundings was simply too terrifying. It was beyond their expectations. However, they soon discovered the figure below. When they saw the figure below, they were first stunned. Then, as if they had recalled something, a sinister expression appeared on their faces. "You are Lin Xian?" They took out a picture scroll and compared it with the figure before sneering. "Brat, I didn't expect it to really be you. The heavens are helping me. Humph, you are quite cunning. My holy land sent a large number of experts to the northern region. I didn't expect you to run over to the southern region. But so what? The southern region is the territory of my All Beginnings holy land. There is an inescapable net here, waiting for you to arrive. Now, it is time for you to die." The 4 of them sneered, their bodies emitting terrifying killing intent. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He asked in a deep voice, "People from the All Beginnings Holy Land?" To be honest, he didn't expect the All Beginnings Holy Land to set up so many defenses. There were even people patrolling this uninhabited mountain. He sent out his soul and discovered that there were only these 4 people within a radius of several thousand miles, or even 10,000 miles. The corners of his mouth curled up in a sneer. "Just the 4 of you, yet you dare to boast in front of me." Seeing Lin Xian's disdainful smile, the 4 people's faces turned gloomy. "Brat, what do you have to be so arrogant about?" "That's right. Don't think that you are invincible just because you captured that slut Lu Mingyue. Let me tell you, the 4 of us joining hands is beyond your imagination. Hurry up and kneel down. Tell us about that slut Lu Mingyue. Perhaps if we are in a good mood, we can leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, if you offend us, you will definitely die without a burial ground." The 4 people were incomparably arrogant. They stood in 4 different directions, firmly locking onto Lin Xian. "Brat, are you going to obediently surrender, or are you going to wait for us to attack? I advise you to see the situation clearly. There are some people you cannot provoke." "How ignorant!" Lin Xian sneered in disdain. "It seems that the 4 of you are just holed up in the southern region. You don't know anything about the northern region. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so arrogant in front of me right now. Northern region? What happened in the northern region?" The 4 people frowned. Seeing the other party's fearless expression, the 4 of them became vigilant. They spread out their soul power and probed their surroundings, preventing anyone from secretly attacking them. After surveying their surroundings, they discovered that apart from Lin Xian, there were no other experts around. This made the 4 people relax a lot. Then, they sneered. "No matter what happens in the North region, you can't scare us. Besides, there are so many big things happening in the North region. Could it be that you did it? Don't be ridiculous. With your strength, can you do something so earth-shattering? The four of them sneered and shook their heads. They were not moved at all. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian's face also darkened, and a cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Since he had encountered them, he would not be soft-hearted. Seeing that the other party dared to attack the four of them, the four sacred land martial artists in the chaotic armor immediately snorted. A terrifying murderous intent appeared in their eyes, and it turned into a solid saber light that swept forward. Kid, kneel down. At the same time, a blue-haired youth shouted coldly and waved his hand. A terrifying palm of light appeared in the sky and slammed forward. This palm covered the sky and was like a mountain that wanted to suppress Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He waved his fist, and a terrifying black aura of destruction pierced through heaven and earth. A pair of fists turned into a true dragon that rushed forward. Boom, the huge light shield was shattered by the black dragon. Then, the blue-haired youth screamed and held his arm as he frantically retreated. Want to leave? It's too late. Lin Xian took a step forward and reached the side of the blue-haired young man in an instant. Then, he raised his leg and kicked the blue-haired young man into two like a heavenly blade. Explode, blood splattered and a corpse flew. A powerful sacred land martial artist was killed in an instant. What? This is impossible. The remaining three sacred land martial artists were all dumbfounded. They looked at this scene in disbelief. One had to know that the blue-haired youth was a six-star king. He was definitely a powerful existence, but now, he could not even block a single move in the hands of the other party. He had been killed as if he was mowing grass. This huge contrast was simply unacceptable to them. This was impossible. This was not real. How could this kid have such powerful strength? They were really crazy. This time, they had received orders from the fifth bloodline of the Holy Land to search for Lu Mingyue. It was rumored that Lin Xian had once captured Lu Mingyue. Therefore, this time, Lin Xian naturally became their target. They were not familiar with Lin Xian, nor did they know that Lin Xian was the real master who killed the saintess of all beginnings. Therefore, their impression was still stuck in the tilted moon profound world. He thought that the other party was just a mere four-star king realm. But now it seemed that they were gravely mistaken. The other party's strength was simply too terrifying. He had killed a six-star king realm expert with a raise of his hand. This kind of strength was comparable to a saint. However, if they were to run now, their pride wouldn't be able to take it. Therefore, in the next moment, the three of them roared. Attack together, kill him. I don't believe it. This kid can block all of our attacks. Exactly. Senior brother must have been careless just now. He didn't use his full strength, so he was killed. Let's use our full strength. I believe this brat will definitely die. Three angry roars sounded, and then three terrifying attacks directly appeared. One of the women waved her arm, and a large green umbrella appeared, covering the sky. It was an Earth-grade treasure, and it bloomed with tens of thousands of bright lights in the air, turning into green blades. Like a rain of blades, it quickly slashed in all directions. At the same time, the other two people also attacked. One of the young men quickly waved his fist, and a vast aura appeared on his body. At the same time, a black tortoise appeared on his fist. It was incomparably terrifying, and it crushed the void. Boom, the black tortoise shadow seemed to be real, shaking the sky, and it quickly pressed down on Lin Xian. On the other side, a flying sword shone with divine light, like a divine rainbow, and it quickly slashed down. The three of them had hideous smiles on their faces, and a terrifying aura surged in the air. They believed that the three of them could definitely kill the other party together. Facing the terrifying attacks of the three people, Lin Xian was nervous. A blue cyclone appeared on his palm, blooming with terrifying cold air. Bang, he slapped out with his palm, and a terrifying icy aura erupted. The blue light that filled the sky froze the black tortoise, forming a huge ice block. Not only that, but the green blades and the red flying sword that filled the sky were all frozen at this moment. What a terrifying icy power. Damn it, how is this possible? How can he be so powerful? What kind of ice is this? How can it freeze my black tortoise? The three of them exclaimed, and their faces were full of horror. This was completely different from what they had expected. In their opinion, the three people's attacks were extremely terrifying, and they could definitely kill the other party. Even if they could not kill the other party, they could seriously injure the other party. But now, they realized that they were very wrong. The other party looked calm, and with a wave of his arm, he dealt with their attacks. They could not believe this method. The other party definitely had the combat strength of a saint. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to break through their attacks so easily. Thinking of this, their faces were filled with despair, and then they screamed crazily, "Hurry up and run! Don't let him catch up!" In the next moment, the three of them did not hesitate. A powerful force erupted from their bodies, and they fled in three directions. Trying to escape? Lin Xian sneered as he watched the three of them running away. He waved his hand and sent out 3 blue gusts of cold wind that whistled in front of him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the cold wind was biting cold, and everywhere it passed, everything froze. Crack crack crack, the three of them had just moved when they were enveloped by the cold wind. Then, their bodies came into contact with a thick layer of frost. They struggled crazily, but it was useless. This was the evolved sea god ice, and it was extremely terrifying. It could even threaten mighty figures. Not to mention the 3 6-star kings. In an instant, the three of them turned into ice sculptures. Then, Lin Xian's arms shook gently, and they turned into countless ice cubes and scattered on the ground. After dealing with the 4 of them, Lin Xian's expression did not change at all. However, his mind was racing because he had learned from the 4 of them that the entire southern region had been sealed by the Wanchu sacred land. If he was not careful, it was very likely that he would be discovered again. However, if he did not appear, Lu Mingyue's people would not be able to find him. Then, he would not be able to bring Lu Mingyue safely into the Wanchu sacred land. This was truly a troublesome matter. After Lu Mingyue learned of this, her expression turned grave. She said gravely, "Our Wanchu sacred land is divided into 7 branches. I'm from the 7th branch. Presumably, apart from our branch, the other 6 branches all want to kill me." After all, they did not want to have another competitor. 6 branches. That's practically equivalent to the entire Wanchu sacred land. Lin Xian's expression turned grave. The Crimson Dragon also sighed. F***ck. If Ben Huang fully recovered and reached the level of a mighty figure, would we still need to be afraid of this? We can just kill our way in. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. It was indeed good that a mighty figure had come to help them. However, he didn't know any almighty experts. However, he thought of something else, the Black Earth ship. If he could reactivate the Black Earth ship, then even almighties wouldn't be able to break through its defenses. After all, it was something left behind by an unequaled king. However, ever since he came to the eastern wasteland from the Martial Heaven continent, the Black Earth ship's energy had been used up. If he wanted to activate it again, he would need a powerful energy source. However, it wasn't impossible. With Lin Xian's current strength, it was completely possible for him to obtain energy. Furthermore, he didn't need to fully activate it. He only needed to summon it when he was in danger, and they could enter it to avoid attacks. This way, the energy required wouldn't be too heaven-defying. At the very least, Lin Xian could still gather energy. Currently, this was the only way to contend against those almighties. However, ordinary energy sources wouldn't work. The reason why he could use the heavenly Netherbird's corpse to burn the Black Earth ship was because the Black Earth ship still had some energy left. At that time, he had only activated the Black Earth ship. Now, the Black Earth ship was completely out of energy. Thus, he had to find energy sources that far surpassed the heavenly Netherbirds. Only then could he reactivate it. There were 2 methods. The first was to kill 7-star king-level demonic beasts in the 100,000 Great Mountains and burn their corpses as energy sources. 7-star demonic beast kings were equivalent to almighties. Furthermore, they were even harder to kill than human almighties. After all, the demonic beast's physique was extremely strong, and its vitality was also incomparably tenacious. On top of that, it had a ferocious and violent demonic aura. Their demonic chi was even more ferocious than almighties in the same realm. Although Lin Xian's strength had increased greatly and he could contend against almighties, killing such a demonic beast would still be difficult. Even if he succeeded, he would be heavily injured. Right now, he was in the territory of the All Beginnings Holy Land. If those experts discovered him and he was heavily injured, the situation would be very bad. There was also a second method, which was stone gambling. Not only did he have the martial Dao Heavenly Eye, but he also had the heavenly secret divine ability. Thus, his attainments and ocular techniques were extremely terrifying. Thus, as long as he swept his eyes over the place, he wouldn't miss out on any natural treasures. This method. It was the most reliable method. Lin Xian decided to give it a try. As long as he had 2 or 3 divine crystals as energy, he would be able to activate the Black Earth ship. At that time, he might even be able to face the All Beginnings Holy Land head-on. Alright, Mingyue, you can continue recovering here. Ruzalong, don't come out. Stay inside and study the formation. I'll change my appearance and aura. I'll take a stroll around the gambling market in the southern region and see if I can get a few divine crystals. The southern domain was vast and filled with outstanding people. Moreover, there was a stone gambling event that was going to be held in the southern region. Lin Xian's lips curled up when he heard the news. He didn't expect things to be so coincidental. Originally, he wanted to go to Cloud City to find a few big stone gambling clubs to have some fun, but he didn't expect that there would be a stone gambling convention. He would not miss such a grand event. The stone gambling meet was held in the southern region, but it involved all the forces in the eastern wilderness. Although the news that the Sanctus of All Beginnings had been killed had caused a lot of commotion recently. However, this did not stop these people from coming to gamble on stones. After all, stone gambling had been popular for a long time and had been passed down since ancient times. These stones had extraordinary origins. They could even cut divine crystals and natural treasures. It could be said that they were very magical. If they could cut one out, they would definitely make a fortune. Moreover, there were often legends in the eastern wilderness that someone had cut a divine crystal and made a fortune overnight. Therefore, it attracted people's attention and they had been yearning for it for a long time. As soon as the news of the stone gambling event spread, warriors from all directions rushed to Nanyu. Lin Xian entered a nearby city to inquire about the news. He learned that the stone gambling event would be held more than 10 days later. It would be held near the Dragon Transformation Pool in the southern region. At that time, there would be several sacred grounds and families of the remote antiquity to maintain order. To prevent people from making trouble. However, there was one thing that made Lin Xian frown. Although the stone gambling event was famous, it required an invitation. In other words, not everyone could enter. He got the news that if one didn't have an invitation, he could enter with someone who had an invitation. The owner of an invitation could bring 2 people in. Where could he get an invitation or find someone who had an invitation? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and began to think of a solution. He had the Black Earth, so even a mighty figure couldn't detect the people inside the Black Earth. It could be said that Lu Mingyue was very safe. However, the Crimson Dragon was clamoring to see it. In other words, he had to get 2 places. It seemed that he had to get an invitation. Boom, just as Lin Xian was thinking of a solution, a surge of energy suddenly exploded on the street outside and swept in all directions. Lin Xian immediately opened the window and looked outside. The other martial artists also poked their heads out one after another, discussing animatedly. What happened? Why did someone attack at this time? Lin Xian also looked outside and saw that there were violent energy ripples on the streets outside. 3 of the warriors were directly sent flying. Opposite them stood an old man in a black robe. He carried a big black umbrella on his back that was shining with a cold light. Aren't they from the Gold Glow sect? Why did someone dare to provoke them? The crowd looked at the 3 warriors who were vomiting blood and were shocked. The Gold Glow sect was a large sect in the eastern wilderness. The 3 disciples were from the Gold Glow sect. However, they didn't expect that someone would dare to attack them. Sure enough, the 3 cultivators on the street below also looked to the front and spoke with gloomy and cold expressions. How dare you attack us? Do you know that we're from the Gold Glow sect? Old man, cut off your hands and kowtow to apologize. Otherwise, when our elders come, you'll be dead. They were indeed from the Gold Glow sect and were here to participate in the stone gambling convention. However, they were too excited and had gone ahead first. They didn't expect that someone would find trouble with them here. You three brats, you're too arrogant. Even if your elders saw me, they wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. On the other side, the black-clothed old man grinned and revealed a sinister smile. Now, obediently give me your invitations. I'm in a good mood, so I can spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. You're courting death. You think you can get an invitation from us? The warrior from the Gold Glow sect sneered. Look at you. You must be a rogue cultivator. You don't even have an invitation. How dare you come here and cause trouble? Provoking the Gold Glow sect is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Brothers, let's kill him together. The three martial artists of Golden Sunset sect roared, and then a majestic power surged in all directions. The terrifying aura, accompanied by rolling thunder, shrouded the front. Damn old things, go to hell. The three of them sneered. Boom. Boom, boom. They quickly waved their fists, and a golden light turned into a terrifying golden flood dragon that soared into the sky. Each flood dragon phantom seemed to be cast in gold and carried a powerful force. What a terrifying power. The three martial artists of Golden Sunset sect were definitely experts. The surrounding martial artists were shocked when they saw the scene. Humph, however, the black-clothed old man sneered disdainfully. The next moment, he pulled out the big black umbrella behind him. The big black umbrella was as tall as a person. It was incomparably black, and there were dark blue lines engraved on it that flickered like stars. The big black umbrella opened and stood high in the sky. It was as heavy as a mountain, and a majestic pressure shrouded the front. The terrifying power made people tremble. Then, a blue and black ray of light formed in the mountain. It turned into a star and charged forward. The star was very strange. It emitted a bright light and quickly blasted forward. In an instant, the three golden flood dragons were all shattered. Not only that, the power of the huge star did not decrease and directly blasted the three martial artists of Golden Sunset sect. Bang! Bang, bang! The three martial artists spat out blood and were sent flying. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all stunned. The three of them joined forces, but they couldn't block the black-clothed old man's attack. Who the hell is this old man? Damn it, it's impossible. Who the hell are you? How can you be so strong? The three martial artists of Golden Sunset sect were lying on the ground with a look of despair. Humph, you don't even know me, and you dare to walk outside? The black-clothed old man sneered disdainfully. He waved his hand and grabbed the big black umbrella in the sky. Big Star Umbrella, are you old monster Dugu? The pupils of the three disciples of Golden Sunset sect shrank. You're quite knowledgeable. Yes, it's me. The black-clothed old man snorted. When the surrounding people heard this, their scalps went numb. What, he's old monster Dugu? No wonder he's so strong. That should be the Big Star Umbrella, right? It's really terrifying. It's over. It seems that the three martial artists of Golden Sunset sect have kicked an iron plate this time. Yes, old monster Dugu is only a rogue martial artist, but he's very strong. Moreover, it is said that he once dug up the tombs of many kings and obtained many treasures. So, his strength is terrifying. Ordinary people don't dare to provoke him. Discussions broke out one after another. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this black-clothed old man called Old Man Dugu did indeed have some reputation. However, he didn't think too much about it and just watched quietly. Bye. However, after the black-clothed old man heard this, he laughed. Three little dolls, I advise you to obediently hand over your invitations. Otherwise, if you anger this old man will really kill you. At most, I'll hide in the mountains for 8 to 10 years. I don't believe that the Golden Cloud sect can find me in such a big place like the Eastern Wilderness. After 8 or 10 years, when this old man comes out again, I'm afraid that no one will remember this matter. Thus, you'll have to carefully consider whether or not you'll hand it over. There's only one chance. Damn it, hearing the other party's threat, the faces of the three Golden Sunset sect martial artists turned ugly. Indeed, if the other party was determined to hide, no matter how powerful Golden Cloud sect was, it would be difficult to find a person. Therefore, for the sake of safety, the three of them did not dare to take the risk. They gritted their teeth and reluctantly took out an invitation card. Take the invitation card for the Stone Gambling Convention. As he spoke, one of them threw the invitation card forward. Wang, old eccentric Dugu waved his sleeve and took the invitation card. Then, he looked at it carefully. When he found that it was indeed an invitation to the Stone Gambling Convention, he grinned. You should have done this earlier. You could have avoided a beating. I'm in a good mood today. Hurry up and get lost. I won't kill you. As he spoke, old eccentric Dugu waved his sleeve again. 3 surging waves of energy surged out and slapped the 3 Golden Sunset sect martial artists away. Old eccentric Dugu laughed loudly. His body swayed, and he soared into the sky. The surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm, but no one dared to resist. After all, old eccentric Dugu was so powerful that they did not dare to offend him. However, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. His body swayed, and like a wisp of smoke, he disappeared from the restaurant. Then, he quickly followed old eccentric Dugu. To be honest, Lin Xian did not think much of it at first. After all, this matter had nothing to do with him. However, in the end, when he saw old eccentric Dugu fight for the invitation to the Stone Gambling Convention, Lin Xian had an idea. He also wanted to participate in the Stone Gambling Convention, but unfortunately, he did not have an invitation. However, now, a good opportunity had presented itself to him. If he could defeat old eccentric Dugu and get the invitation, in that case, he would have the qualifications to enter. Moreover, old eccentric Dugu had snatched the invitation. If he snatched it, he would not have any burden in his heart. Thinking of this, he followed unhurriedly. In front of him, old eccentric Dugu's body flew for thousands of miles like a wild goose. Then, he stopped. Surrounded by vast mountains, he was already far away from the city. Old eccentric Dugu floated in the sky. He suddenly turned his head. His eyes were like sharp sword chi, piercing through the void. At the same time, his cold voice sounded, "You've been following me all the way. Hurry up and come out." Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Had he been discovered, however, while he was thinking, a figure suddenly appeared in the void on the other side. It was a middle-aged man in white. He held a folding fan in his hand and dressed like a scholar. His face was cold as he floated in the void. His eyes were like blades, staring ahead. Old eccentric Dugu, you really live up to your reputation. I was so careful, but you still discovered me. There's actually someone else. Lin Xian was also surprised. The other party's concealment skills were very good. Even he was almost fooled. It was not that he could not discover the other party, but that he did not deliberately investigate. This was because he did not expect that there would be someone who had the same idea as him. However, it seemed that he had to carefully investigate the surroundings. Therefore, Lin Xian spread out his soul power to investigate the surroundings. He found that only the middle-aged man in white was following him. After all, old eccentric Dugu's strength was terrifying. Ordinary kings would not dare to have any ideas about him. This middle-aged man in white was probably not an ordinary person. Golden Brush Scholar, do you really think you can do anything to me? You really don't know what's good for you. Why? Do you want the invitation to the Stone Gambling Convention too? The middle-aged man in white shook his head. It's just an invitation. It's not a big deal for me. What I'm interested in is the Great Astral Umbrella in your hand. Old man Dugu, why don't you take out the Great Astral Umbrella and let me play with it for a few years? You're courting death. Old man Dugu was furious. The Great Astral Umbrella was his treasure. How could he give it to someone else? Therefore, he said coldly in the next moment. Golden Pen Scholar, since you're courting death, don't blame me. With that, he took out the Great Astral Umbrella from his back. His body released a sharp aura again. He was like a demon king, looking down on everyone. The Great Astral Umbrella in his hand emitted a black light. On the surface of the umbrella, there were blue lines that shone like real stars. It was very mysterious. Good, good, good. I'll see the power of the great astral umbrella today. The middle-aged man in white laughed wildly. Then, a golden brush appeared in his hand. Humph, old man Dugu snorted. He spun the great astral umbrella in his hand, releasing a terrifying aura. The great astral umbrella shone brightly, releasing a silver river that swept forward like a heavenly blade. The silver river carried a monstrous power. It cut through the void and swept toward the middle-aged man in white in an instant. Buzz, the middle-aged man in white, was not afraid at all. He waved the golden brush in his hand and quickly danced in the air. The golden brush shone with golden light. However, the lines that were drawn were incomparably red, as if they were fresh blood. There was a strong smell of blood. Soon, a picture of a demon king with a ferocious face, green face, and fangs appeared in the air. The picture was very lifelike. If anyone saw it, they would be unable to help but applaud. However, there was a strange change under the influence of the golden brush. The ferocious demon king seemed to have come alive. It leaped out into the void and turned into a real demon king. Roar, a furious roar shook 3,000 miles. A terrifying force swept through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian, who was hiding in the dark and watching, was also surprised. He did not expect the mystic skills and dharma treasures of these two people to be so magical. He had never seen it before. Therefore, at this moment, his eyes flickered as he watched carefully. In the sky, the terrifying attacks collided with each other, erupting with resplendent light. The entire world was trembling. Boundless light erupted as the ground cracked open. The surrounding mountain peaks were directly split into 2 halves as boundless power surged forth. Lin Xian hid in the darkness and executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, quickly widening the distance. Now that he was hit by this kind of energy, he would definitely be discovered, so he came to a safe place and silently watched the battle again. In front of him, there was a shocking explosion. Subsequently, the white-robed middle-aged man and the Dugu old ghost each retreated 3,000 meters. Their expressions were incomparably solemn. But soon after, eccentric Dugu coldly snorted. He activated the Great Star Umbrella, and it expanded in the wind, turning into hundreds of giant umbrellas that reached the heavens. Like a giant sword that could split a mountain, a terrifying murderous aura soared into the sky. At this moment, he was like a demon king. His eyes were sharp, and his robes were fluttering. A sharp aura gushed out quickly. Together with the Great Star Umbrella, he unleashed a series of devastating attacks. As for the white-clothed scholar, he waved the golden brush in his hand. Strange scenes appeared one after another. Defenses, swords, and terrifying beasts were displayed in the air, turning into pure energy that surged forward. The two of them fought so fiercely that it seemed as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Everything within a radius of 10,000 li was flattened, and nothing could stop them. Humph, the terrifying golden brush in the white-clothed scholar's hand turned into golden dragons that surged out and filled the entire sky. Each of the terrifying golden dragons was hundreds of meters long. They were extremely terrifying, and the scales on them were shining as if they were real dragons. Boom, on the other hand, the Great Star Mountain shone brightly, and thousands of silver rivers drooped down, stirring rapidly and tearing the void apart. Then, all of the golden dragons were killed. The two of them fought for hundreds of rounds. Finally, eccentric Duga seized an opportunity and activated the Great Star Mountain with all his might. The stars in the sky fell from the sky and directly blasted the white-clothed scholar away. The white-clothed middle-aged man vomited blood, and his pure white clothes were stained with blood. His face was extremely pale, and he had received a terrifying injury. Damn it! The white-clothed middle-aged man gritted his teeth. He had already exerted all his strength, but he couldn't defeat his opponent at all. In the end, he could only rush into the sky and disappear. If he continued to fight, his injuries would be even more serious. Humph, eccentric Dugu sneered when he saw the other party escape. He wasn't someone that anyone could mess with, and his Great Star Umbrella was extremely terrifying. Even if the other party was the mysterious golden brush scholar, he wouldn't be afraid. With a wave of his sleeve, eccentric Dugu put away the Great Star Umbrella and turned to leave. However, at this moment, a faint voice floated from behind. Why? Are you leaving already? I haven't seen enough yet. Why don't you leave the invitation card behind? The voice was very calm and very young. It sounded like a young man. Eccentric Dugu's body stiffened when he heard that, and he frowned. There's actually someone here. And I've been observing him. Why didn't he notice? In the next moment, he suddenly turned around, and his gaze swept across the entire void like a long knife. Who is it? Stop pretending to be mysterious. Get out here. What? You can't even find where I am. What's there to be arrogant about? I advise you to obediently put down the invitation card, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't let me off so easily. The faint laughter was heard again. This voice was naturally Lin Xian's. He was hiding in the void, and he was ready to make his move. Humph, what a joke. You want me to put down the invitation card with just these few words? Don't you think you're too naive? Eccentric Dugu sneered. I don't care if you're a human or a ghost. Hurry up and get out here. Otherwise, if I find you, I'll definitely tear you to pieces. He dares to threaten me? Eccentric Dugu gritted his teeth. He couldn't stand it. However, Lin Xian sighed. Since you're not willing to take the initiative to hand it over, don't blame me for making a move. In the next moment, he walked over from the void. What? Eccentric Dugu was stunned when he saw the scene. He originally thought that it would be some powerful king, but he didn't expect it to be a young man. He was only in his 20s, and he couldn't see any aura fluctuations on his body. Such a person dared to threaten him. He really didn't know what was good for him. One had to know that he was Eccentric Dugu. He had lived for more than 1,000 years, and his strength was comparable to a saint. Ordinary 6-star kings would take a detour when they saw him. However, this kid in front of him dared to threaten him. He really didn't know what was good for him. Kid, which family are you from? I think your head must have been kicked by a donkey. How dare you behave so atrociously in front of me? It seems that you really don't know what's good for you. However, Lin Xian was calm after hearing that. He said indifferently, you don't have to be so arrogant. You only chased away a middle-aged scholar and 3 martial artists from the Golden Dawn sect. With such strength, you don't have to be so arrogant. To be honest, your strength is really weak in front of me. So, I advise you not to fight with me. You're courting death. Old Monster Dugu was furious. His expression was abnormally ferocious. Kid, do you know who I am? Even the Holy Sun wouldn't dare to say such words in front of me. Is that so? Not necessarily. Lin Xian sneered. Although you're strong, you're still lacking compared to the real Holy Sun. And you've lived for thousands of years, yet you're inferior to the younger generation. Do you feel ashamed? If I were you, I would have obediently returned to the mountains to cultivate. Why would I go to the stone gambling convention? So, give me this invitation. I'm so angry. I'll definitely tear you into pieces. Old Monster Dugu roared crazily. He couldn't tolerate the other party's contempt and ridicule. So, in the next moment, he stomped his foot and quickly rushed toward Lin Xian like a god of death. Beside him, rivers of stars connected the heavens and the earth like the Milky Way, constantly dancing. Each river of stars was as thick as a mountain, and its momentum was vast and terrifying. It carried the terrifying power of the stars. Boom, with a wave of his hand, dozens of rivers of stars tore through the void and swept toward Lin Xian, wanting to kill him. Kid, go to hell. Old Monster Dugu sneered. The power of the rivers of stars was his divine ability. It was incomparably terrifying. It borrowed the power of the stars above the 9 heavens and fused with his spiritual power to refine it. Ordinary kings couldn't resist at all. In his opinion, it only took an instant for the other party to be killed. However, Lin Xian's expression was calm. Facing the power of the rivers of stars, his expression was indifferent. He didn't even try to dodge. When the river of stars reached him, he stretched out his hand. In his palm, blue ice crystals appeared. Then, a terrifying power of ice burst out and rushed forward. Ka, the cold air spread throughout the entire sky, and in an instant, the 9 galaxies were completely frozen. In the sky before him, 9 blue ice pillars pierced through the sky like 9 icebergs, floating in the void. What? It was frozen. How is this possible? On the other side, Old Man Dugu was truly stunned. He did not expect that his powerful galaxy would actually be sealed in ice. This was something that had never happened before. Damn it, how is this possible? How can this brat have such a terrifying icy aura? Could he be an ice attribute martial artist? Eccentric Dugu's face was grave. He realized that he had underestimated the other party. Kid, who are you? Which sect are you from? Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. Old Monster Dugu coldly snorted. He did this because he wanted to figure out Lin Xian's identity. However, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, I don't belong to any sect. I'm just a rogue cultivator. What? No sect? A rogue cultivator? Old Monster Dugu's eyes widened. Only a fool would believe that. Such a powerful young man could only be nurtured by the top sacred grounds and the clan of the ancients. Now, the other party actually said that he didn't belong to any sect. He would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. One had to know that in addition to talent, young geniuses also needed a lot of resources to nurture. This kind of resources could not be taken out by ordinary sections. Only the top sects and the clan of the ancients could take it out. Kid, I wanted to let you live, but since you don't want to tell me your identity, then don't blame me for being impolite. When I kill you, even if your elders come to find me, they can't blame me. Old Monster Dugu coldly snorted, and the murderous aura on his body quickly spread. However, Lin Xian said indifferently, go ahead. As long as you have the strength to kill me, then do it. Lin Xian was very calm. Indeed, he could even kill a holy son, let alone a mere Old Monster Dugu. Moreover, he could see that most of Old Monster Dugu's magical powers and power were on the Great Astral Umbrella. At this moment, if Old Monster Dugu did not use the Great Astral Umbrella, he would not be a match for him at all. Old Monster Dugu naturally understood this point, so he did not hesitate to use the Great Astral Umbrella. The Great Astral Umbrella swept across the sky and quickly opened up. It was like a black wave crashing in the sky. A terrifying power swept in all directions, turning into streaks of cold blade light that slashed forward. The terrifying power of the stars, along with boundless murderous aura, arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Lin Xian, on the other hand, raised his palm and slapped forward. Suddenly, a boundless icy aura spread out and completely froze the sharp blade light. Then, he gently waved his palm and slapped it into countless ice cubes. After the sea god's ice evolved, it could even threaten an almighty, let alone a mere blade light attack. Seeing this scene, Old Monster Dugu's face was unusually ugly. This was because he realized that his opponent's icy power was too terrifying. It could freeze everything. This surprised him, but then he revealed a trace of malevolence. Kid, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're an ice-based martial artist. You're unlucky to have met me. I didn't want to kill you, but you're too arrogant. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson. With that, he suspended the Great Astral Umbrella in the void. Tens of thousands of stars hung down and shrouded his body. As for himself, he took out a red gourd from his waist. I admit that your ice is powerful, but under my blazing starfire, you can't fight back at all. Blazing starfire? Lin Xian looked puzzled. Old Monster Dugu, on the other hand, laughed loudly and looked very proud. The blazing starfire was a very terrifying flame that came from the lotus in the endless starry sky. Kid, you didn't expect me to have such a flame, did you? Let me tell you, even a true saint wouldn't dare to resist this flame. Not to mention you. So, go to hell. Who asked you to provoke me? This is what you get for provoking me. Old Monster Dugu laughed sinisterly and then opened the red gourd. Suddenly, a purple flame spread out. A terrifying temperature rose to the sky like a sea of fire, instantly spreading throughout the entire space. The scorching heat made the void tremble. Oh, this flame is not bad. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect Old Monster Dugu to have so many treasures in his hands. First, it was the Great Astral Umbrella, then the purple flame. It was rumored that Old Monster Dugu had been to many ancient powerhouses' tombs. It seemed that it was true. Lin Xian nodded slightly and then sucked hard. A powerful devouring force slashed out and turned into a huge vortex, crazily engulfing the surroundings. The surrounding sea of fire was attracted by this force and crazily rushed toward Lin Xian. Old Monster Dugu was stunned at first, then he laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, kid, you're really an idiot. Even a saint would have to run away if he encountered this kind of flame, but you actually dared to provoke it. As long as you come into contact with a trace of the flame, you'll be burned to ashes. Old Monster Dugu was very confident in his blazing starfire because he knew how terrifying this kind of flame was. However, he was soon dumbfounded. He realized that Lin Xian had opened his mouth and sucked all the purple flames into his body. In the next moment, a purple light bloomed from Lin Xian's body, but it quickly disappeared. Nothing happened at all? How is this possible? Old Monster Dugu was really stunned. This kind of purple flame could burn any 6-star king to death. Even a saint-level figure would not dare to provoke them easily if they saw them. One could only imagine how terrifying it was. But now, this young man in front of him had easily absorbed it and was not hurt at all. He could not believe it. He did not know that Lin Xian was not only an ice-type martial artist, but also a powerful flame ability. He had the demonic hell flame in his body, which was the origin flame of the ancient demonic beast, the heavenly netherbird. In addition, the great dragon sword soul was extremely terrifying and could destroy everything. Therefore, although the blazing starfire was powerful, it could not hurt Lin Xian at all. As soon as it entered his body, it was destroyed by the great dragon sword soul. Then, it was devoured by the demonic hell flame. Lin Xian realized that the demonic hell flame's energy and power had increased by a lot, and he immediately smiled happily. Then, he looked forward and said happily, "Old man, do you still have any magic treasures? Hurry up and use them. I can't wait any longer." Pfft, Old Monster Dugu was so angry that he vomited blood. He had a fierce reputation, and ordinary Saintland martial artists had to be patient when they saw him. But now, he was being provoked. This made him so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The next moment, he roared. With the great star umbrella in hand, he quickly charged over. The terrifying great astral umbrella flickered like a black spear, emitting boundless energy. Boom! Lin Xian, on the other hand, slapped his palms together to form a wall of ice that blasted forward. Boom! Boom! The terrifying great astral umbrella collided with the ice walls in the sky. It was like 10,000 claps of thunder, causing the entire void to tremble rapidly. This time, Old Monster Dugu was truly mad with anger. With his unparalleled might and power, they arrived in front of Lin Xian. Then, the great star umbrella opened completely. It wasn't black inside. Instead, it was old and slightly yellowed. On its surface, there were many veined patterns. What supported the entire umbrella were white brackets that looked like bones. A terrifying aura emanated from the big star umbrella, causing Lin Xian to frown. He discovered that not only that, but there were also many terrifying scenes inside the stellar umbrella, and they were divided into a total of 4 scenes. One of them was a sea of fire that filled the sky. It was a monster that was red all over and had red wings on its back. It was born of fire. The second scene was next to it. It was a single-horned monster that held a trident in its hand. Millions of corpses lay at its feet. The third scene was a strange person that was pitch black all over and looked like a bat. He appeared out of thin air and covered the entire sky. The fourth scene was a tall giant with 4 arms and an eye on its face. It was abnormally evil. Not only was the scene evil, but it also emitted a cold and bloody aura. This aura quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Boom! With a furious roar, Lin Xian slapped out a terrifying icy aura that surged forward. However, in the first scene, a sea of fire rushed out and fought against the ice. Not only that, but the images on the second, third, and fourth images also quickly distorted, forming waves of powerful energy that blasted towards Lin Xian. Go to hell, kid. Old Monster Dugu was abnormally ferocious. Anyone who has seen the true face of the Great Star Umbrella has already gone to hell. You are no exception. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He was indeed surprised. He did not expect that the Great Star Umbrella was not only mysterious on the surface, but it also had the power of the stars. There was actually another world inside this place. Looking at the four completely different auras, it was obvious that the Great Star Umbrella's grade was very high. It was probably a high-grade Earth-rank artifact. However, he was not afraid. With a cold snort, a sharp sword aura rushed out of his body and rushed into the sky. Wherever it passed, four terrifying energies were split open. Boom, the smile on old Monster Dugu's face disappeared and was replaced by shock. Because he was directly sent flying by a sword light. How is this possible? He still has power. This sword light, is he a swordsman? To be honest, old Monster Dugu was already stunned. Previously, he had noticed that the other party's icy aura was very terrifying and thought that the other party was an ice-type martial artist. However, when he saw this sword light, his heart collapsed. This sword light was even more terrifying. He had never seen any sword king that could release such a terrifying sword aura. Kid, who are you? Old Monster Dugu gritted his teeth and asked because he found the other party too mysterious. He could not see through him at all. How could there be such a powerful young man in the world, unless the other party was a prodigy of some sacred ground? However, he had thought of all those people, and there was no one who matched the identity of the young man in front of him. Therefore, he was very puzzled. Lin Xian did not answer at all. He said coldly, since you don't take the initiative to hand it over, then don't blame me. In the next moment, he took a step forward and his body bloomed with tens of thousands of sword lights. His entire person was like a sword immortal, emitting a monstrous spiritual aura. When this aura appeared, old Monster Dugu's expression immediately changed. Because it was too terrifying, his body could not help but tremble. An earth-shattering sword light danced in the air like a jade dragon, slashing down at the front at high speed. Old Monster Dugu's pupils shrank. He crazily activated the Great Star Umbrella and released a terrifying attack, forming a light screen. Boom boom boom, ka ka ka, the two collided. The bright light screen only froze for a moment before it emitted a shattering sound. In the end, it directly cracked like glass. Boom, old Monster Dugu could not escape. He could only raise the Great Star Umbrella in front of him and forcefully resist the sword. Then, he was sent flying. However, just as he stabilized his body and climbed out of the rubble that filled the sky, his scalp went numb. Because in the sky, tens of thousands of sword aura had formed a black qilin and suppressed down. Before the terrifying black qilin could land, the astonishing energy had directly shattered the ground around him. A terrifying deep pit appeared, and the bottom could not be seen at all. He wanted to escape, but four ice phoenixes suddenly appeared around him. They were extremely white and emitted a terrifying chill that completely froze the entire space. Terror, absolute terror, old Monster Dugu's face was filled with despair. This technique was too heaven-defying. One had to know that the Golden Pen Scholar had also used this technique, but compared to the young man in front of him, his technique was like a firefly compared to the sun and moon. He had never seen any divine ability that could be so realistic. If he had not seen with his own eyes that the fire qilin and the ice phoenixes were evolved, he would have thought that they were divine beasts that existed between heaven and earth. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Old Monster Dugu shouted crazily. Don't you want the invitation to the stone gambling convention? I'll give it to you. As he spoke, he shot out a ray of light and threw the invitation out. He did not dare to continue fighting because he felt that his life was in danger. If he continued fighting, he was afraid that she would be killed here. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian took the invitation card. Then, he waved his sleeve, and the terrifying fire qilin and the four ice phoenixes quickly turned into spiritual qi and entered his body. Phew, old Monster Dugu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. However, he still cupped his fists and said, I was wrong to have offended you, young master. I hope you can forgive me. The stone gambling convention is next to the dragon transformation lake. You can go there now. I'll leave now. With that, he turned around and left. At that moment, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, wait. Buzz, old Monster Dugu's body stiffened, and his face became extremely ugly. He turned his head stiffly and revealed a fawning smile. Is there anything else, young master? To be honest, he was extremely afraid. If Lin Xian wanted to kill him now, he would be killed. It would be difficult for him to escape. However, Lin Xian said calmly, I've just arrived in the southern region, so I don't know much about the stone gambling convention. Don't you want to go too? Why don't you come with me? Go together? Old Monster Dugu's face became very ugly when he heard this. He did not dare to stay with Lin Xian now, because the other party was simply too dangerous. Well, this old man is just an old man. Following by young master's side is too much of a hindrance. It's better for me to leave. Besides, I just remembered that I have something to take care of, so I really can't accompany you anymore. Goodbye. After saying that, old Monster Dugu turned around and wanted to leave. However, Lin Xian snorted and his expression darkened. What? You don't want to go with me? Old man Dugu's body stiffened when he heard the ice-cold voice. He didn't dare to leave because a cold-killing intent had enveloped him. He felt that if he dared to move, the other party would definitely make a move. Therefore, he turned around and laughed dryly again. Hee, I remember now. It's not an urgent matter. I can deal with it in a few days. Besides, since young master is alone, you must be lacking someone to do odd jobs. In that case, this old man will follow young master. Very good. Suchen smiled and nodded. Let's go then. After saying that, he stepped into the air and flew into the distance. Old Monster Dugu followed beside him. Although he was unwilling, he didn't dare to leave at all. Southern region, Dragon Transformation Lake. This was a jade-green lake with beautiful scenery. Because the shape of the lake resembled a coiled dragon, it was named Dragon Transformation Lake. The lake water was green and bottomless. The scenery was pleasant and celestial chi surrounded it. It was like a paradise on earth. Near the Dragon Transformation Lake, there was a huge plain. The terrain was wide and suitable for large-scale activities. Therefore, the Stone Gambling Convention was near Dragon Transformation Lake. This time, the Stone Gambling Convention was jointly hosted by the 5 great sacred lands. It could be said that their background was very terrifying. Absolutely no one dared to cause trouble here. At this moment, there were still 2 days before the real event began. However, many martial artists had gathered at Dragon Transformation Lake. Of course, those who could come here were all people of extraordinary status. Without an invitation, they couldn't enter at all. Boom, suddenly, there was a huge fluctuation in the sky. Then, a 5-colored ray of light descended from the sky. The group of people with their heads held high and their backs straight landed near the Dragon Transformation Lake. What a big show. Who are these people? How dare they be so arrogant? Lower your voice. Don't let them hear you. Are you stupid? Those are the people from the Tuoba family. What? The people from the Tuoba family are here too. Of course, the Tuoba family was a powerful family of seeker spiritual masters. How could they not come to such a stone gambling convention? Indeed, the group of people who descended were the elites from the Tuoba family. They walked with majestic gait. Their eyes shone with a deep light. At first glance, one could tell that they had cultivated an extremely profound eye technique. After they descended, they were quickly escorted away. This was because seeker spiritual masters were extremely popular people. One had to know that if one could obtain the help of a powerful seeker spiritual master, he would definitely be able to obtain treasures in the stone gambling convention later. If he obtained a divine crystal, he would be rich. After the Tuoba family, the void fluctuated violently again. Even the ground began to tremble. Then, everyone opened their eyes wide. In the distant horizon, there was a huge object flying towards them at high speed. When it got closer, the crowd realized that it was an earthen dragon. It was extremely huge, at least 100 feet long. Its entire body was made up of rocks and earth. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was unusually ferocious and had a strong aura of a dragon. Damn, what kind of superpower is this? Although it was just an earthen dragon made up of rocks, its aura was too terrifying. It was as if it was a real dragon. Could it be that it was supported by the power of the dragon vein? What, the dragon vein? Heavens, is there really someone who can find such a thing? Exclamations could be heard. They were the people from the Ouyang family. No wonder they were so powerful. The Ouyang family had also come. The Ouyang family was also one of the seeker families. They were extremely powerful and were not weaker than the Tuoba family. In fact, they were even more powerful. In front of them, many figures stood on the earthen dragon and flew quickly towards the dragon transformation lake. Soon, the earthen dragon gradually stopped. Then, it sank into the ground and disappeared. The ground also healed without a single crack. It was as if the scene that they had seen before was just a dream. However, the crowd knew that it was not a dream because there was an additional group of people in front of them. A group of powerful seeker spiritual masters. Humph! In the crowd, the people from the Tuoba family looked at the newly arrived seeker spiritual masters and snorted. Their eyes were filled with hostility. As for the people from the Ouyang family, their eyes lit up and mysterious Tao inscriptions appeared. They were not afraid of the Tuoba family at all. "Brother Ouyang, you've also come." Right at that moment, several terrifying figures appeared. Although they had restrained their powerful auras, they still caused people's hearts to palpitate. Evidently, they were all almighties. They respectfully invited the elders of the Ouyang family away. As for the youngsters of the Ouyang family, they were also quickly led away by the others. Soon after, more and more powers arrived, and the dragon transformation lake became more and more lively. Later on, there were even some people fighting over the position of a seeker spirit master. Fortunately, the 5 great holy lands were overseeing this place. Thus, no one dared to make a move. A day passed. There was only one day left before the real stone gambling assembly began. On this day, 3 figures appeared in the sky. One was a handsome young man who looked like an immortal. One was a black-robed old man, and the other was a crimson dragon horse. They were naturally Lin Xian's trio. The handsome young man was Lin Xian in disguise. As for the black-robed old man, he was naturally old eccentric Dugu. As for the dragon horse, it was a crimson dragon. The crimson dragon was also wanted by the All Beginnings Holy Land. Thus, it had to change its form. Back then, the crimson dragon had directly changed into a fire qilin. Its entire body was bathed in flames, and it looked extraordinarily mighty, as if it were a true divine beast. However, Lin Xian's complexion had darkened. If he were to go out like that, even almighties would be envious. After all, qilins were ancient divine beasts that had already disappeared from the world. If such a divine beast were to appear now, not to mention almighties, even the holy masters of the holy lands would go crazy. Thus, Lin Xian had the crimson dragon change its form again. Without any other choice, the crimson dragon could only unwillingly change its form into a simplified version of the fire qilin, making it look more like a dragon horse. Although it still looked very eye-catching, it was still much better than the fire qilin. Thus, Lin Xian agreed. A group of people descended from the sky. "Look, someone else is coming down." "Who is that? I don't recognize him." "What's there to see? What's there to see? What's there to see? He's not a seeker spirit master." Many people shook their heads, not paying any attention to them. However, a small portion of them raised their heads and looked ahead. Then, they were stunned and screamed. F***ck, what is that? Could it be the legendary qilin? It's not a qilin. A qilin is even more powerful than this. But what exactly is this? Cries of surprise could be heard. Soon, the surrounding people were also affected. They all raised their heads and looked over. Then, they were extremely shocked. Among them, there were a few elders whose eyes were shining. Heavens, a mutant of the heavens and the earth. Just by looking at its aura and appearance, it's definitely a mutated species. That's right, they were all staring at the crimson dragon. Because at this moment, the crimson dragon had turned into a draconic horse. Its entire body was dark red, without a trace of impurities. Its 4 hooves were suffused with monstrous flames. It burned fiercely and looked extraordinarily mighty, like a divine horse made of flames. Humph! The crimson dragon snorted at the sight of the surrounding martial artists. If not for Lin Xian stopping him, he would have already transformed into a qilin. At that time, these people's jaws would definitely drop, right? At this moment, a few powerful martial artists walked up and surrounded the crimson dragon. F***ck, look at its fur. It's so shiny. Look, there are flames on its hooves. What a terrifying temperature. I really want to use it as a mount. A middle-aged man circled behind the Crimson Dragon, eager to give it a try. Originally, the Crimson Dragon was very proud because it was surrounded by praises. However, when it heard the last sentence, its face immediately darkened. How dare you use it as a mount? You really don't know what's good for you. I'll kick you in the face, the Crimson Dragon was furious. It raised its hind hooves and kicked backward. Bang, this kick directly sent the middle-aged man behind it flying. A low sound was heard. Then, the middle-aged man turned into a meteor and smashed into the distance. He crashed into a mountain peak and collapsed it. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. As for the few ancient martial art practitioners who had been surrounding the dark red divine dragon, they immediately distanced themselves from it. Each and every one of them was bewildered. Heavens, what the hell is that thing? It's too scary. It can send a powerhouse flying with a kick? F***ck, that's too scary. We have to get away quickly. Otherwise, we won't even know how we're sent flying. However, a few old men's eyes lit up as they stared at the Crimson Dragon. A mutant of heaven and earth. What a violent power. I really want to take it for myself. Then, they quickly surrounded it. This time, they did not surround the Crimson Dragon, but Lin Xian, who was beside the Crimson Dragon. Although they also felt that the black-robed old man beside him had a powerful aura, he looked more like a servant than a housekeeper. Therefore, they looked at the handsome young man in front of them and felt that he was the young master of an aristocratic family. Therefore, these people asked, "Sir, how much are you selling this pet for? Name a price. I'll buy it for how much? I saw it first." Why are you joining in the fun? You saw it first? Do you have that much money? I'm a member of the Wang family. I saw this horse. How dare you snatch it from me? Before Lin Xian could speak, a few people who came up to ask for the price had already started fighting and arguing. However, the Crimson Dragon was so angry that its face turned black. It suddenly raised its 4 hooves and slapped all the people around it away. F***ck, how dare you call Ben Huang a pet? You're the F***king pets. Come here if you dare. I'll slap you to death. The Crimson Dragon gnashed its teeth in anger. It realized that it was not a wise choice to turn into a draconic horse. However, there was no way to turn back now. F***ck, this draconic horse has a bad temper. It's too wild. However, it's more interesting to tame such a monster. If you can completely tame it, it won't betray you for the rest of its life. Keep your voice down. I think this horse is very powerful. It's not weaker than a 6-star king. Be careful not to be kicked away by its hooves. That would be embarrassing. Discussions broke out one after another. Lin Xian felt a little helpless. He was surrounded by a group of people before he even entered the stone gambling convention. It seemed that he couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. To be honest, Old Man Dugu was also surprised. He originally thought that the Crimson Dragon was just a long snake because he didn't know that the dark and divine dragons were part of the dragon race. Therefore, he thought that the Crimson Dragon was a snake, a pet, and not very powerful. However, he didn't expect that it would be extremely powerful. Some of those old men were 6-star kings, and they were quite powerful. However, they couldn't even block one attack. One could imagine how terrifying the Crimson Dragon was. A pet was already so terrifying. Who was this young man? Old Man Dugu looked at Lin Xian in shock. There was still a day before the real stone gambling convention, so the crowd could not enter and could only wait outside. Of course, those with status had already been invited in. The remaining people made up the majority. They had nothing to do, so some of them even started to do business. One of the gray-robed old men waved his arm and took out 7 or 8 grayish-brown stones. He placed them on the ground. He said loudly, "Come, come, come, let's warm them up. I have a few ancient mystical stones here. They're usually not open to the public, but I've reluctantly sold them during the stone gambling convention." What? You have ancient mystical stones? Many people crowded around when they heard that. The others sneered, "What ancient mystical stones? You must be lying." If you really have such treasures, why don't you take them out during the stone gambling convention tomorrow? You're just fooling people by taking them out now. That's true. But who cares? There's a show to watch. Anyway, we have nothing to do now. F***ck, who's that old guy? He's so fast. How dare he steal our business? The others had the same plan, but they did not expect that someone else would snatch them away. Therefore, they could not wait any longer. They took out their stones and set up stalls. Anyway, if they could cheat as many as they could, they would earn enough capital today so that they could enter the stone gambling convention tomorrow and buy the real mystical stones. Someone set up a stall in advance? Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and walked forward. Anyway, as the others said, since he had nothing to do now, he might as well go and take a look. Perhaps he could really find some treasures. Therefore, Lin Xian found a stall that was closer to the stall and went to take a look. Other than Lin Xian, there were quite a number of people surrounding the stall. However, at that moment, there was a commotion behind them. Then, an extremely arrogant voice was heard, "Get out of the way, get out of the way. Can't you see that my young master is here? Get out of the way." Then, the crowd dispersed, and a young man dressed in green strode over with a fan in his hand. He was dressed in green, and there was a long sword hanging from his waist. The long sword was embedded with some beautiful divine stones. A strong wave of spiritual power was emitted from it. The young man had sharp eyes and sharp eyebrows. There was infinite arrogance in his eyes. Beside him were two servants. The two servants had their noses in the air, looking very arrogant. Who is this? How can he be so arrogant? Some people around were dissatisfied. He's from the Swallow Cloud sect. Looks like his background isn't small. It's best not to offend him. The young man had an arrogant look on his face and didn't say anything. His chin was raised high, as if he didn't care about anyone. One of the two servants beside him sneered, "Let me tell you something. Our young master's father is an elder of the Swallow Cloud sect. If you offend us, you'll have to bear the consequences. Get out of the way." An elder of the Yin Yin sect. Hearing this, many people were shocked and made way for him. After all, the Swallow Cloud sect was also a peerless sect. The strength of an elder in the sect was absolutely terrifying. Therefore, no one dared to provoke this arrogant young man. However, there were exceptions. There were three motionless figures in front of them. They were Lin Xian and the other two. F***ck, who is this? How dare you not make way? Don't you want to live? I don't know, but this kid seems to have an extraordinary background. He actually has such a mutant by his side. I think he's probably a disciple of a large family or faction. Everyone discussed animatedly. Although they didn't know Lin Xian, the crimson dragon beside Lin Xian was too eye-catching. Moreover, there was a black-robed old man with him. Although he had restrained his aura, it still made people's hearts tremble. Such a person must have a powerful background. However, the young man from the Swallow Cloud sect frowned. Someone actually dared to put on airs in front of him. He really didn't know what was good for him. However, before he could speak, the two servants beside him shouted angrily. "Who are you, kid? Don't you have ears? Get out of the way." Hearing this, Lin Xian didn't say anything, but the Crimson Dragon and Old Monster Dugu were furious. Old Monster Dugu's nerves were especially cold. One had to know that he was a vicious person who didn't care about anything. Even the martial artists of the Holy Lands would retreat when they saw him. But now, someone actually dared to reprimand him. They were simply courting death. He coldly snorted and was about to attack. However, Lin Xian waved his hand and stopped him. Lin Xian didn't want to provoke trouble and attract the attention of almighty experts. If that happened, he might be targeted by the All Beginnings Holy Land. Humph. Seeing Lin Xian stop him, Old Monster Dugu stopped attacking. However, he still coldly snorted. "This place is so big. Don't you have legs? Don't you know how to take a detour? You are courting death. Our young master is so precious. You actually dare to make him take a detour? Are you tired of living? Screw you." The Crimson Dragon exerted himself and kicked that insolent servant away. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. Moreover, once he threw a tantrum, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to stop him. Therefore, his kick directly made that servant disappear. What? Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd went into an uproar. However, the people from the Yin sect also frowned. Audacious! You dare to attack us? Are you tired of living? Do you know who we are? The remaining servant gnashed his teeth and roared crazily. The other party actually dared to attack them. They were truly audacious and didn't know the difference between life and death. Io, you still dare to be arrogant? The Crimson Dragon still wanted to attack, but he was stopped by Lin Xian. On the other side, the arrogant youth from the Yin sect also said in a deep voice. Enough. Don't pay attention to them. Yes, young master, the servant said respectfully. Then, he fiercely glared at Lin Xian and the other two. Brat, consider yourself lucky. Our young master is magnanimous and will let you go. Otherwise, you'll be dead. Lin Xian didn't pay attention to this kind of person. In his eyes, this kind of person was nothing more than an ant. He didn't care about them at all. Instead, he stared at the stall in front of him and said in a deep voice, Old man, how much are you selling these stones? Io, you still want to gamble on stones? Do you have any money? These are all strange stones. Can you afford them? On the other side, the arrogant youth from the Yin sect also walked up. The servant beside him sneered. Slap, beside him, old monster Duga couldn't hold it in anymore. He slapped the servant's face, turning it into a pig's head. Damned servant, we can speak. Do you have the right to speak? How dare you hit me? The servant covered his face. His teeth were all broken. He was bleeding profusely as he looked at old monster Dugu in horror. However, he still shouted crazily, How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? Young master, you must kill him. Help me kill him. The arrogant youth's face also darkened. Previously, one of his servants had been sent flying. Now, another servant had been slapped in the face. This made him lose face. Therefore, in the next moment, his face darkened as he stared at Lin Xian, strange old man Dugu, and the others. Kid, if we weren't near the dragon transformation lake, it wouldn't be convenient for us to fight. You'd be dead by now. However, since you dared to provoke the Yin sect, I'll remember you. After the stone gambling event, the three of you won't have a good ending. Just you wait. TSK, Lin Xian ignored him. Strange old man Dugu snorted coldly, and the Crimson Dragon looked at him with disdain. This kind of threat had no effect on them. The arrogant young master of the Yin sect also snorted coldly. However, it's too easy for you to let you off just like that. Didn't you want to bet on stones? Kid, do you dare to bet with me? Bet with you? Are you worthy? Lin Xian glanced at him. He didn't have any expression, but there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. Feeling this disregard, the arrogant young man was about to go crazy. He had a noble status and no one had ever dared to look down on him. However, this despicable kid in front of him not only looked down on him, but also ignored him. This made him go crazy with anger. Why? You don't dare? The arrogant young man sneered. There's nothing we don't dare to do. The Crimson Dragon also sneered. However, do you have enough crystals on you? Don't bet halfway and you'll be out of money. That'll be embarrassing. Humph, you don't have to worry about that. Just tell me if you dare or not, the arrogant young man said coldly. Okay, I'll play with you, Lin Xian said indifferently. Then, he looked ahead and said, This is it. What? Stone gambling. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd became excited and gathered around. Those who were even further away were also walking towards them. Seeing Lin Xian choose a stone so easily, the surrounding crowd was shocked. The arrogant young master Qian sneered, You're really a country bumpkin. I haven't even told you how to play and you can't wait to choose a stone, looks like you're an ignorant idiot. How do you want to play? Lin Xian asked indifferently. He wasn't angry because stone gambling wasn't that difficult for him. One had to know that very few people could match his eye technique. Even those powerful seeker spirit master families might not be able to defeat him. Not to mention the insolent young man in front of him. However, young Master Qian didn't know that. He said coldly, "Let's be more direct. We'll each choose a stone, and whoever cuts out more crystals wins." "Sure." Lin Yuan nodded. "I still choose this stone. I won't change my mind." "TSK, what an idiot. This stone of yours is dim and lightless at first glance. There is absolutely no crystal inside. You brat, you definitely don't know anything. Just you wait, you're going to lose this time." At this point, young Master Qian revealed a ferocious expression. "I didn't mention the consequences of losing earlier. Can I tell you now? The loser must kneel and kowtow to the winner." "What? Kneel and kowtow?" the crowd exclaimed. This was a direct slap in the face. Looking at these two young men, their identities weren't simple. If they kneeled and kowtowed in public, it would definitely be a slap in the face. They probably wouldn't be able to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. They didn't expect young Master Qian to be so vicious. The crowd was in a heated discussion. Young Master Qian sneered, "Brat, how is it? Are you afraid? Let me tell you, you dared to hit my servant. I'll definitely kill you, I'll definitely make you kneel at my feet, kowtow, and admit your mistake. Moreover, the rules of stone gambling are that the chosen stone can't be changed. So, you can slowly wait for your death." In young Master Qian's opinion, if the other party dared to compete with him, he was simply dead meat. He was 100% confident now. In the next moment, young Master Qian sneered. Two balls of red light appeared in his eyes and gradually expanded, forming a triangular shape. Buzz, accompanying it was a faint red light and a terrifying aura. "This is an eye technique." The crowd was shocked. They didn't expect that although young Master Qian was arrogant, he still had the strength. Judging from his eye technique, he was definitely an expert. "It's over. That brat is dead meat. Young Master Qian's eye technique is extraordinary. He will definitely be able to choose a good stone. Yeah, that brat didn't use anything and just casually chose a stone. Does he know what stone gambling is?" Discussions could be heard, and many people shook their heads and sighed. Although they didn't like young Master Qian, at this moment, it seemed that Lin Xian was more likely to lose. At the side, old Monster Dugu was also feeling uneasy. That was because he also felt that Lin Xian was being too casual. No matter what, he should have used his divine ability to check it out. However, the other party didn't do anything at all and casually chose a stone. He was simply too irresponsible. He secretly observed Lin Xian's expression and found that the other party was very calm, as if he didn't take this matter seriously. Sigh, young and ignorant. Although he's powerful, it doesn't mean that his spirit-seeking technique is powerful. Old Monster Dugu shook his head in his heart. He had seen many similar situations in the past. In his opinion, Lin Xian was too careless. However, Lin Xian's expression was calm, and the Crimson Dragon sneered at the side. He knew Lin Xian's true strength. This stone gambling was nothing at all. He was already looking forward to seeing the other party's expression when the results were revealed. In front, young Master Qian's eyes flickered as he glanced at the stall. Soon, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he grabbed a stone in his hand. "Young masters, this old man is running a small business. Would the two of you like to settle the bill first?" the old man at the stall said. He was really worried that the two of them would cut the stone and not pay. "It's just a few crystals. Do you think I'll shortchange you?" Young Master Qian's face was full of disdain. Then, he tossed the 1.5 kilograms of crystals to the other party. Then, he looked at Lin Xian and sneered. "Kid, don't tell me you can't even take out 1.5 kilograms of crystals. If that's the case, I advise you to kneel down and kowtow as soon as possible." "Idiot." Lin Xian sneered. With a flick of his finger, he also tossed out 1.5 kilograms of crystals. Young Master Qian's face darkened when he saw this. He realized that the other party's casual attitude was really infuriating. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd was indeed a little nervous. That was because it was the most critical time to cut the stone. The most exciting part of stone gambling was the cutting of the stone. With one cut, one could become rich, or one could lose everything and go bankrupt. Therefore, this was indeed the most exciting part. After taking a deep breath, young Master Qian took out a small golden knife and prepared to cut the stone. Crack! Crack, crack! He was very careful. Red light bloomed in his eyes, and the golden knife in his hand was as steady as a rock as he slowly lowered it. Then, the surface of the stone slowly peeled off, and the stone in his hand became smaller and smaller. Buzz, at this moment, a bright light suddenly lit up like a rainbow, illuminating the surroundings. Seeing this, young Master Qian heaved a sigh of relief, while the surrounding crowd exclaimed, "There's a glow. It seems that there must be a crystal, but I wonder how many there are?" He bought the stone with 1.5 kilograms of crystal. If he can't cut it into 1.5 kilograms, he'll lose his money. Looking at the colorful luster, it should be more than 1.5 kilograms. Discussions broke out one after another as they paid even more attention to the situation. Young Master Qian became more and more careful. In the end, the entire surface of the stone peeled off, and 2.5 kilograms of crystal appeared on the ground. 2.5 kilograms, what a steal. Yes, not bad. This young Master Qian is really something. Most of these stones are useless, but I didn't expect young Master Qian to be able to cut out 2.5 kilograms of crystal. It was indeed shocking. Everyone was discussing, and their words were filled with envy. Indeed, 9 out of 10 people who set up stalls here were scammers. Most of the stones were useless, so most people would not cut them. They would wait until the stone gambling convention officially began the next day. However, young Master Qian was not only bold, but he also cut out 2.5 kilograms of crystal, which shocked the surrounding crowd. Young Master Qian was even more proud. He looked at Lin Xian provocatively, then sneered. "Kid, you're dead meat. I advise you not to cut it. I've seen your stone. It's just a useless stone. There's nothing in it." As soon as he said that, the surrounding crowd exclaimed again. "Yes, that stone is dim and ugly. I don't think there's anything in it." "I think so too. I think that kid is going to lose." Even the old man who sold the stone shook his head and sighed. Obviously, he also thought that it was a useless stone. "Young master, do you want me to do it?" At this moment, old monster Dugu also spoke. He felt that if Lin Xian lost, he might as well not cut it. Now that he was using absolute power to intimidate them, the people around him would definitely not dare to say anything. However, Lin Xian was very calm. He said, "There is definitely a treasure in this stone. It's just that they don't know what it is." "There was a treasure?" Young Master Qian sneered, "You're really naive. If there's a treasure in this stone, I'll eat all the stone skins on the ground." He didn't believe that the other party's stone would contain a treasure. "That's what you said." The Crimson Dragon was energized. He said in a clear voice, everyone heard it. "This guy is going to eat the stone skin in a while. If he doesn't eat it, then he's a bastard." Young Master Qian was so angry that his face turned black. But soon, he sneered and said, "I want to see what kind of stone you can cut out." Lin Xian didn't care at all. Using his finger as a blade, he slashed down. Seeing this, the surrounding people were even more incredulous. Young Master Qian sneered, "Look at your technique. Do you think you're cutting a watermelon? Even if there's something good, it will be cut into pieces by you." However, as soon as he said that, his whole body froze. The smile on his face also became very ugly, because an extremely bright light burst out from the crack. It was like a rainbow, circling in the sky. What a bright light. There really are crystals in here. Oh God, I'm not dreaming, am I? This kid's luck is too good. He randomly picked a stone and there are crystals in it. You should know that most of the stones here are useless. Everyone was discussing, but most of them thought that it was Lin Xian's luck that was good. Even old monster Dugu was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to really cut out crystals. Young Master Qian's face was also very ugly, as if he had eaten a dead fly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Impossible, how can this kid be so lucky?" Humph, I don't believe that he can cut out more crystals than me. In front of him, Lin Xian waved his hand quickly, and the stone skin on the ground kept falling. Then, a crystal that was about 5 kilograms appeared in front of everyone. 5 kilograms. He's definitely rich. Everyone's eyes were burning because crystals were essential for the cultivation of a king. However, most of these people didn't have much in their hands. They didn't expect that the young man in front of them could casually cut out 5 kilograms. This was definitely enviable. This kid can't be a seeker spirit master, right? Otherwise, how can he be so powerful? It's possible. Look at his expression, he's always so calm. Damn, he can't be lucky, right? But his luck is too heaven-defying. When young Master Qian saw this, his face became extremely ugly. His entire body became ferocious as he roared crazily, "Impossible, damn it, this is impossible. How could he cut out so many crystals? Damn you guys, did you wear your clothes properly?" The next moment, young Master Qian looked at the old man selling the stones, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. He even suspected that this was a trap set up for him. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. Crimson Dragon sneered and walked up. He stared at young Master Qian and sneered. "Are you still arrogant? Hurry up and eat all the stone skin on the ground, then kneel down and kowtow to us to apologize." The surrounding people were shocked. They didn't expect this to happen. Young Master Qian's face was even uglier, as if he had eaten a dead rat. Hearing the other party's words, he wanted to die even more. Previously, he was extremely arrogant and offered such conditions because he was very confident in himself. He believed that he would never lose, but now, he had lost. This surprised him greatly. "Damn it, I don't believe it. You cheated. You must have colluded. Humph, aren't you just trying to trick me? I won't fall for it." Young Master Qian snorted coldly and turned to leave. Regardless of whether the other party had colluded or not, he wouldn't stay here because it was too embarrassing. "You want to leave? It's not that simple." Crimson Dragon's body swayed and immediately blocked the way. At this moment, he had turned into a flaming divine horse and was bathed in flames. He was like an ancient divine beast standing in front of him. "You're courting death. How dare you block my young master's path? Do you know who my young master is? Let me tell you, our master is an elder of the Xianxia sect. If you offend us, we'll slap you to death." "Is that so?" "The elder is very arrogant. But so what? We didn't force him to say those conditions earlier. He was the one who said them himself. Now he wants to go back on his words after losing. How can there be such a thing in the world? Is that so? The elder is so arrogant. But so what? We didn't force him to say those conditions earlier. He was the one who said them himself. Now that he has lost, he wants to go back on his word. How can there be such a thing in this world?" As expected, the surrounding martial artists were in a heated discussion. That's right. He went back on his word and is the child of the Xianxia sect's elder. That's too untrustworthy. Has the Xianxia sect fallen to such a state? The hearts of the people are not what they used to be. They don't even want to honor the agreement. Discussions broke out. Obviously, the crowd was very dissatisfied. After all, they had seen what had happened previously. Young Master Qian had been so arrogant. If Lin Xian had been the one who had lost, young Master Qian would not have let him off. Get lost. Young Master Qian's face was cold. He would not honor his promise. He would rather kill him than kowtow and admit his guilt. His servant also had a ferocious look on his face. Then, the power in his body suddenly erupted. A long blue saber appeared in his hand and slashed forward like ice. "Damn beast, how dare you block my young master's path? Die." The blue saber in the sky turned into a stream of light and slashed toward the Crimson Dragon. Wherever it passed, layers of blue frost would form, causing the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. "Oh my, how dare you attack Ben Huang? You really don't know your place." When the Crimson Dragon saw this, he sneered. He lifted his 2 front hooves and stomped forward. Boom boom, boom. 2 deep sounds were heard. The blue saber in the sky was instantly broken into two. The servant's chest caved in and he was sent flying. Damn it, how dare you retaliate? When young Master Qian saw this, his face was extremely ferocious. He did not expect the other party to retaliate. Die, you bastard! He was enraged. He was really enraged. When he struck out with his palms, two balls of white mist appeared in his hands. They were like two wispy clouds. Then, he slammed his palms forward. Firmament palm. Yan Yinsek's ultimate skill was displayed at this moment. It was as if endless clouds were rolling and a terrifying gale engulfed everything. The Crimson Dragon sneered disdainfully because young Master Qian was only a 6-star king. Such a person was not enough in his eyes. Therefore, he waved his shoelaces again. The fiery red light and the vast power of the shoelaces were like a red mountain as they blasted forward. Pung, the clouds churned and were directly torn apart. The red hoof directly kicked young Master Qian. Clang, at the critical moment, a white armor appeared on young Master Qian's body and blocked the shocking attack. However, his body continued to retreat, causing the ground to crack. How is this possible? How can a beast be so strong? Young Master Qian's face was filled with shock. He was a 6-star king realm, and he had even used the firmament palm strike. Yet, he was still unable to do anything to his opponent. He couldn't believe it. However, he knew that the other party might be a mutated species of heaven and earth and was a powerful demon king. Therefore, he changed his strategy. He turned around and stared at Lin Xian. Kid, go to hell. He directly charged towards Lin Xian. This was because he didn't sense any terrifying aura from Lin Xian. Therefore, he felt that the other party wasn't powerful at all. Whoosh, countless white clouds surged out of young Master Qian's body, causing his figure to become ethereal. In an instant, he turned into a ghost and disappeared into the air. Cloud mist step. What a terrifying step technique. Young Master Qian's skills are indeed extraordinary. The surrounding crowd exclaimed because they could no longer see young Master Qian's figure. Lin Xian was very calm because he didn't need to do anything. At this moment, old monster Dugu, who was beside him, snorted coldly and stood in front of Lin Xian. Then, he slapped out. Boom, a terrifying palm descended from the sky, and the surrounding space instantly froze. Everyone felt their bodies tighten as if a pair of demonic claws had grabbed their throats, and they couldn't breathe. And in the air, young Master Qian's figure also appeared. His face was filled with shock and confusion. He couldn't believe that the other party had easily broken through his steps. Damn it, how is this possible? Who is he? How can he be so powerful? Young Master Qian stared at the black-clothed old man in shock. His scalp went numb, and he wanted to escape. Because he couldn't see the other party's true strength at all. Old monster Dugu sneered and grabbed young Master Qian with his big hand like a demon king. Then, as if he was carrying a chicken, he brought young Master Qian to his side. Bang, he kicked young Master Qian's leg, and young Master Qian immediately knelt on the ground in the direction of Lin Xian. Damn it, you dare to make me kneel? You're dead meat. My father is an elder of the Yanyan sect. So what? What does it have to do with me? Old monster Dugu sneered. He didn't care about the elder of the Yanyan sect. Because even if he caused a huge disaster, he could find a barren mountain and hide for 8 to 10 years, and the other party wouldn't be able to find him. Ah, young Master Qian roared angrily. He realized that this kind of threat was useless. So he had to rely on himself. In his body, the cloud-like mist exploded again, turning into a large white palm that soared into the sky from his body and slapped towards old monster Dugu. It's useless. Stop struggling. Old monster Dugu pointed with his finger and directly pierced the large white palm. Then, he sealed all the spiritual energy in young Master Qian's body. Then, he stepped on the other party's head and made him kowtow. A gentleman never goes back on his word. Since you said such an agreement, you have to accept the punishment if you lose. Old monster Dugu said coldly. He had already kowtowed, so it was time to eat the stone skin. With a flip of his palm, the stone skin on the ground quickly spun and surged towards his palm. It turned into a ball. No, you can't do this to me. Young Master Qian's expression was incomparably ugly. He had already kowtowed in front of the other party and had lost face. But he didn't expect the other party to make him eat the stone skin. This was even worse than killing him. However, he couldn't resist at all and could only be forced to swallow the stone skin. What? He really kowtowed and ate it. The surrounding people were shocked. They didn't expect the black-clothed old man to be so powerful that he even dared to provoke the Yin sect. Who are they? Aren't they too strong? Who knows? They must be fierce people. But I don't think the Yin sect will let this go. Young Master Qian's eyes were red and filled with killing intent. He was like a crazy beast. He stared fiercely at Lin Xian and the black-clothed old man, gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, just you wait. I will definitely not let you off. When my father comes, I will kill all of you and tear your bodies into pieces." Scram! Old Monster Dugu waved his sleeve and sent young Master Qian flying. He sneered and said, "If you have the ability, let your elder father come. I will take you on. Get lost." Old Monster Dugu waved his sleeve and sent young Master Qian flying. "Let's go too," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. He looked around and found that there were no good stones here. At most, there were a few kilograms of crystals, which was nothing to him. Therefore, it was better to wait for the stone gambling convention to officially begin tomorrow. Soon, the night passed. The next day, when the sun had just risen, everyone in the Dragon Transformation Lake was excited. Because today was the beginning of the stone gambling convention. Guards formed by the 5 great holy lands appeared in front of him. They were going to check everyone's invitations. Anyone without an invitation would be asked to leave. Lin Xian followed behind the crowd and waited quietly. However, when it was his turn, one of the guards said coldly, "Your pet can't be brought in." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Because he clearly saw that many people had brought their pets in before, and they were not stopped. However, he was stopped. Obviously, there was a conspiracy. He spread out his soul power and found that young Master Qian from yesterday was hiding in the dark and sneering. It seemed that he was the one behind this. This time, the Crimson Dragon was also angry. He said coldly, "You're the pet. Ben Huang will kick you to death." He was too angry. The other party actually called him a pet. It was unforgivable. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "Those people in front can go in. Why can't we? Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Impudent." The guard shouted coldly, "Kid, don't you know where you are? How dare you question us? We have the final say here. If we say you can't go in, then you can't go in." "Is that so?" Lin Xian snorted. Golden runes flashed in his eyes. Buzz, suddenly, the arrogant guard's body trembled, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Then, it turned into a dull look. "Can I go in now?" Lin Xian asked indifferently. "Yes, young master, please go in," the guard said respectfully. Then, he bowed and said, "I have offended you before. Please don't blame me." Seeing this scene, the surrounding guards were all stunned. Young Master Qian, who was hiding in the shadows, was even more stunned, as if he had seen a ghost. This shouldn't be the case. This was completely different from what he had expected. How could the other party admit defeat? He stood rooted to the ground. On the other side, Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and Old Monster Dugu strode forward. Finally, they arrived at the stone gambling convention. In front of him was a jade-green lake that emitted a dense spiritual energy, forming a faint mist on the surface. Around the Dragon Transformation Lake, there were many exquisite stalls with all kinds of stones placed there. There were all kinds of colors and shapes. Looking from afar, there was a sea of people and strange rocks all over the place. It could really be called a flourishing age. Not only that, but Lin Xian could also see almighty-level existences everywhere. There were even some people who were even more terrifying. They had white hair and were very old, but the aura in their bodies was extremely terrifying, even surpassing that of the Almighties. Lin Xian knew that those people were living fossils. He did not expect that the stone gambling convention would attract so many experts. This time even old monster Dugu restrained his temper. Although he was usually very arrogant, in front of so many almighties and living fossils, he really did not have the right to be arrogant. Although there were many almighties, compared to the sea of warriors, they were still sparse and pitiful. Therefore, under normal circumstances, they would not encounter any almighties. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked around. Then, he walked towards a shop. As soon as he approached, he heard the crowd discussing, "This shop is not ordinary. I heard that the stones here were all obtained from the Black Wind Mine." Black Wind Mine? No way, that's a very famous mine. It's said that it has something to do with the Primordium Ancient Mine, and it's very close. What do you know? The Black Wind Mine used to be very famous, but it's almost gone in recent years. At this moment, a young man said coldly. What nonsense are you talking about? How can it be gone? We've all heard of the Black Wind Mine. Yeah, don't you know? Don't talk nonsense here. The others were dissatisfied, while the young man snorted coldly. He revealed a jade pendant on his waist. An azure dragon was engraved on it. Seeing this jade pendant, many people cried out in surprise, "Ouyang family." What? He's from the Ouyang family? Everyone was shocked and did not dare to speak anymore. The Ouyang family was a family of spirit seekers. The people who came out of it were definitely incomparably terrifying. Since he said so, it might be true. However, there were still people who did not give up. After all, the Black Wind Mine was too famous. It was close to the Primordium Mine, and many treasures had been cut out from the stones of the Black Wind Mine. Therefore, it caused everyone's hearts to burn. Humph, as for the young man from the Ouyang family, he snorted coldly, turned around, and left. Black Wind Mine? Lin Xian was puzzled. Is it very famous? To be honest, although his ocular technique was unparalleled, his understanding of these mine veins was indeed inferior to other martial artists. Apart from the very famous Life Forbidden Zone, the Primordium Ancient Mine, he had never heard of any other mine veins. Not to mention the Black Wind Mine. Although Lin Xian whispered, it was still heard by the surrounding martial artists. Following that, those people turned around and looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Damn, brother, it can't be, where did you come from? You haven't even heard of the Black Point Mine? Heavens, are you sure you're here to gamble on stones? Moreover, some people did not believe that there was someone in this world who did not know about the Black Wind Mine. Not to mention these people, even old monster Dugu at the side was also extremely surprised. Previously, he saw Lin Xian easily cut out more than 10 caddies of crystal stones, which shocked him. In his opinion, Lin Xian must have mastered some kind of powerful spirit-seeking technique to be able to find strange stones so easily. But now, he was puzzled again. Because the other party's knowledge was too limited. He did not even know about the Black Wind Mine. Was he really a spirit-seeking master? He was very doubtful. Seeing everyone's doubts, Suchen was speechless, so he lied, "I just came out of the mountains, so I don't know what's going on outside. This time, I saw that there was a commotion, so I came to take a look." So that's how it is. Everyone came to a realization and then said enthusiastically, "Brother, let me tell you, the Black Wind Mine is very famous. It's close to the Primordium Ancient Mine. In the past, treasures were often cut out. For example, divine crystals, ancient spiritual herbs, and the remains of ancient weapons. In short, there are many such rare treasures. So, this Black Wind Mine is very famous. So that's how it is." After Lin Xian heard this, he finally understood. Since the Black Wind or vein was so famous, he would play with it. Thinking of this, he did not go anywhere else. Instead, he stood there and watched. His eyes flickered as he looked forward. He skimmed over the stones in front of him one by one. These stones were of different sizes. Some were yellow, some were black, and some were brown. Moreover, some of the stones had a crack in the middle, but it was not deep. Some people even picked up such stones and shone the cracks under the sun, but they could not see the situation inside at all. The eyes of a few experts in the surroundings flickered like divine rainbows as they stared at these stones, trying to see the situation inside clearly. However, these stones were all transported from ore veins, and those ore veins had been buried underground for tens of thousands of years. they contained divine power. Ordinary probing would not be able to see clearly, unless there were some very magical eye techniques or methods. For example, a seeker spirit master or gambling with luck. However, there were times when a seeker spirit master would make a mistake, and it was even more difficult to say if one relied on luck. Each of the stones here was very expensive. If there was nothing inside after a cut, then it would be a huge loss. Ordinary kings would not be able to afford it. The stall owner was a middle-aged man in a red robe. He looked at the crowd that was gathering and said loudly, "Everyone, I'm sure you know the rules of stone gambling. High revenge also means high risk. If you like any stone, buy it. There might be divine crystals inside. Of course, if you can't cut it out, don't complain. That's how stone gambling is." Hearing this, everyone nodded and discussed from time to time. Indeed, they also knew about these things, so they were exceptionally solemn. After all, the price of these stones was not low. At this moment, Lin Xian walked through the crowd and came to the front. He looked at the stones and asked in a deep voice, "Boss, how much are you selling these stones?" "The ones with openings are 80 kilograms of crystals. The ones without openings are 50 kilograms of crystals." Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. Then, his eyes flickered, and runes flickered. He stared at a stone that was half a meter tall. Through the heavenly secret divine eyes, he could see the scene inside the stone. There were indeed crystals inside, but they were not in the center. Instead, they were in the bottom left corner. The crystals were light green in color. There was one at the bottom left corner and one at the top right corner. Together, the two of them were the size of a rubber ball. Judging from the quality and quantity of these crystals, they definitely exceeded 50 kilograms of ordinary crystals. Therefore, it was not a loss to buy them. Lin Xian decided to buy it to increase his capital. 50 kilograms of crystal stones. "I want this stone." Lin Xian pointed at one of the stones and said. The middle-aged boss nodded and said with a smile, "Sir, you can buy it, but there are rules here. If someone offers a higher price to buy this stone within the stipulated time, then the final owner will be the person who offers the highest price. Of course, you can also raise the price." "There's such a thing?" Lin Xian stared blankly for a moment before asking eccentric Dugu. Old Monster Dugu said, "There is indeed such a rule, but it has to be done within half an incense stick's time." After Lin Xian heard this, he understood. Since that was the case, he would also follow the rules. Seeing that Lin Xian was the first to choose a stone so quickly, the surrounding people began to discuss spiritedly. "So fast? Isn't it a little sloppy? I didn't see him use any strange spirit-seeking technique. Could it be that he's dreaming and wants to try his luck? He looks so familiar. I've seen him before. Right, it's him. Yesterday, he competed with the people of Swallow Cloud sect and got 10 kilograms of crystal stones. At that time, he quickly chose a stone. Everyone thought it was a waste stone. Who would have thought that he would get 10 kilograms of crystal stones? What? There's such a thing." The surrounding people were shocked as they looked at Lin Xian in confusion. However, they still did not believe it. After all, 50 kilograms of crystal stones was not a small amount, so they all watched. However, at this moment, a middle-aged man in a green robe walked over. The middle-aged man's face was pale, but his eyes were very spirited. His fingers were very wide, and he wore a black plate on his thumb that emitted a mysterious power and a faint light. The middle-aged man in a green robe came to the front of the stall and looked carefully. Soon, he stared at the stone that Lin Xian had chosen. The next moment, he stretched out his finger and touched the stone. The black ring flickered with strange runes. The middle-aged man in a green robe frowned, and his eyes were shining. After a while, he pulled back his palm. The stall owner said, "Fellow cultivator, this young master has already bid for 50 kilograms of crystal stones. If you want it, the price must be higher than that." Hearing that, the middle-aged man in a green robe glanced at Lin Xian and said in a deep voice, "I'll bid 150 kilograms of crystal stones, 150 kilograms." The crowd exclaimed. They did not expect the middle-aged man in a green robe to bid such a high price. Lin Xian was also surprised. Did the middle-aged man also notice the crystal stones? However, although he was surprised, he quickly calmed down. After all, many experts from the eastern wilderness had gathered at the stone gambling convention. If he could see it, the other experts could naturally see it too. However, there was no need for him to buy the 150 kilograms of crystal stones. Because even if he bought it, he would not earn much. Therefore, he shook his head and did not raise the price again. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one else was bidding, the stall owner said, "Fellow cultivator, this stone is yours." The middle-aged man in a green robe gave the crystal stones, took the half-meter-tall stone, and nodded slightly. He did not leave. Instead, he directly cut the stone on the spot. Seeing that someone was cutting the stone in public, the surrounding people immediately exclaimed and were extremely excited. After all, compared to buying the stone, cutting the stone was more exciting. Someone is cutting the stone in public. When the surrounding people saw that, they quickly gathered. Very quickly, the stall was packed to the brim. The middle-aged man in a green robe looked serious. His eyes flickered as he looked at the stone in front of him. Then, he pulled out a small black knife. The small knife was very simple. It was neither gold nor stone. No one knew what material it was made of. At this moment, the middle-aged man in a green robe held it in his hand. The surrounding people also held their breaths. They knew that no one could disturb him at this time. Whoosh, the middle-aged man in a green robe cut the stone from the middle. He cut it very carefully. Soon, he had to stop and watch. However, when he cut 1/3 of the stone, there was still no light. The surrounding people also began to discuss. What's going on? There's still no light. Could it be a useless stone? Not necessarily. What's the rush? It's only 1/3 of the way through. Usually, things will be in the center. It's still early. If it's in the center, doesn't that mean that even if it's a treasure, it's very small? Could it be that it's a loss? What do you know? Someone sneered. Treasures aren't judged by their size. A divine crystal the size of a fingernail or 50 kilograms of ordinary crystals. Which one do you choose? Hearing this, many people stopped talking. Even if it was a divine crystal the size of a fingernail, its value and energy were definitely incomparable to ordinary crystals. Legend had it that divine crystals contained mysterious power and were extremely mysterious. The green-robed middle-aged man naturally knew this, so even if there was no light after 1/3 of the way through, he could still remain calm. His palm was very steady as he slowly cut off the stone's skin. However, the green-robed middle-aged man soon broke out in a cold sweat, and even his expression became very ugly. That was because he had already cut half of the way through, but there was still no light. This meant that he might have misjudged, and the stone might be a waste. Not only him, but the surrounding crowd also began to discuss. It's already half of the way through, but there's still no light. This should be a waste stone without a doubt. Those who believed firmly before were also shaken because under normal circumstances, treasures would be in the center of the stone. However, there was no light at this point, which meant that there was no treasure. At this moment, they could no longer find a reason to think that the stone in front of them was a treasure. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He knew that there was definitely a crystal in the stone, but the other party had cut it in the wrong place. However, at this moment, another person spoke. It was an old man with gray hair and a hooked nose. He gave off a gloomy and cold feeling. He said in a deep voice, "Fellow cultivator, it's already half of the way through. Do you still want to cut it? If you don't want to continue, I'll buy this stone for 15 kilograms of crystals. What do you think?" Hearing this, the surrounding people were in an uproar. It was already a waste stone, but someone still wanted to buy it. Could it be that there was something fishy about this stone? For a moment, many people were tempted. However, the gray-haired old man just snorted coldly, and an extremely powerful aura surged from his body, intimidating everyone. Feeling this terrifying aura, many people closed their mouths. As for the gray-haired old man, he looked to the front and asked, "What do you think?" The green-robed middle-aged man pondered for a moment and then shook his head. "No need, I'll continue." To be honest, he was very confident in his spirit-seeking technique. He clearly felt that this stone contained a huge amount of spiritual power. There must be a treasure inside, but why couldn't it be cut out? Moreover, he had only cut half of it. He had seen some treasures under the stones before. Therefore, he would not give up or admit defeat until the very last moment. Seeing that the other party was still persisting, the gray-haired elder harumphed coldly before retreating back into the crowd. The middle-aged man with the green bump waved his arm again. The black dagger seemed to have turned into a poisonous snake, swallowing and spitting out light as it continued to cut the stone. Crack crack, in the end, the half-meter-tall rock was cut in half, but no crystal appeared. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. After all, he had spent 150 kilograms of crystal stones to buy the stone. Now that he had nothing to cut out, he was naturally losing money. The gray-haired old man sneered with a hint of schadenfreude. Impossible, my senses can't be wrong. There must be a crystal stone inside. The green-robed man could not accept this situation. Then, he waved the dagger in his hand and two black rays of light shot out. Like the Styx River, they slashed towards the stone. Once again, the stone that had been cut in half was cut into 4 halves. However, there was still nothing to be seen. Seeing this, his expression was very ugly. He did not expect that he would make a mistake on his first try. This was not good news for him. The lonely old monster heaved a sigh of relief because this thing was originally bought by Lin Xian. Fortunately, it was snatched away by someone else. Otherwise, if Lin Xian bought it, he would definitely waste 100 kilograms of crystal stones. The Crimson Dragon was also surprised. He knew Lin Xian's strength, but he did not expect that there was nothing inside. Therefore, he asked, "Kid, what's going on? Did you make a mistake too?" Lin Xian shook his head slightly. "I didn't make a mistake. There are indeed crystals inside, and there are quite a few of them. However, he cut in the wrong place. The crystals are in the lower left and upper right corner. He didn't touch those 2 places at all." "I see." The Crimson Dragon understood. It turned out that the green-robed middle-aged man was quite pitiful. However, at that moment, Lin Xian spoke up. "Fellow Taoist, I'll pay you 10 nephrite crystals for these rocks. Are you willing to sell them to me?" "What? Someone else is bidding?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned and revealed a look of disbelief. "These are useless stones. The ones underground are even more worthless. Why would someone buy them? Is there something wrong with his brain? Or he has too much money and nowhere to spend it? It's this kid again. He wanted to buy this stone before, but he didn't get it. Now he wants the fragments of those useless stones. What is he trying to do? Who knows? He's probably a rich second-generation heir. He has a lot of crystals and can spend them however he wants." Discussions broke out one after another. However, everyone thought that Lin Xian must be out of his mind to buy a piece of scrap rock that had been cut off. In the crowd, even the gray-haired old man from before sneered. Previously, he thought that the stone might still contain treasures, but now that it had been cut in half, how could there still be treasures? Now that someone was bidding, it was purely a waste of the crystals in his hands. The green-robed middle-aged man was also surprised, but he still nodded and agreed. After all, if he could get back 10 caddies of crystals, it would be less of a loss. Seeing that the other party agreed, Lin Xian ignored the others and gave the other party 10 crystals. Then, he waved his hand and put away the 4 pieces of gravel on the ground. He really bought it. No way, is he out of his mind? Who knows? Ignore this kid. He's probably a hothead who doesn't know anything. Everyone shook their heads and ignored him. Instead, they looked at the other stones. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was very satisfied. These people actually dared to mock him. What idiots! This time, he had made a huge bargain. The crystals inside were about 75 to 60 caddies, so he was willing to buy the 100 caddies. However, he wouldn't buy the 150 caddies. Because there was no profit to be made. But now, he only spent 10 caddies of crystals and bought 150 to 10 caddies of crystals. Among them, he earned more than 140 caddies of crystals for free. This was not a small amount. It was enough for him to cultivate for a while. However, old Monster Duga did not know. He felt that Lin Xian really had nowhere to spend his money. He actually bought useless stones. The Crimson Dragon was happy. This feeling of making a fortune was simply awesome. However, hearing the sneers and ridicule of the people around him, the Crimson Dragon was very unhappy. He pulled Lin Xian and said, "Kid, why don't you cut it here? I want to see what kind of expression these people will have after you cut it out." Alright. Lin Xian was also unhappy to be ridiculed by so many people, so he planned to cut the stones on the side. Oh my god, it's real. On the side, the corner of old Monster Dugu's mouth twitched. He had already been ridiculed for a long time when he bought these 4 broken stones. Now, this young master in front of him was going to cut the stones in front of everyone. And these were 4 pieces of useless stones. Wasn't this deliberately looking for a joke? Old Monster Dugu felt like running away. He could not afford to lose this old face. I say, old man, what's with your expression? You don't believe us, do you? The Crimson Dragon saw old Monster Dugu's expression and was immediately unhappy. He leaned over and said, "What, do you think it's embarrassing? Don't worry, this kid's strength is far beyond your imagination. Just wait, when the time comes, they will be the ones to be dumbfounded." Hee hee. Hearing this, old Monster Dugu rolled his eyes. He did not believe such words, so he used his mana. Immediately, a purple mist formed a mask on his face, revealing only his 2 eyes. It was best for him to cover his face now so that he would not embarrass himself when the time came. On the other side, Lin Xian was preparing to cut the stones. He used his fingers like a knife, and a bright light appeared on his palm, turning into a sharp blade. This light naturally attracted the attention of others. Immediately, the people who were surrounding the stall turned their heads. When they saw that Lin Xian was actually going to cut those useless stones, they all began to discuss. Look, this kid is really going to cut these useless stones. No, it's better to just find a random stone in the mountains. I reckon that's better than this. Sigh, young people nowadays don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They think that they can cut out a treasure from a piece of rock. I reckon that kid is going to cry in a while. Let's watch the show properly. Many people sneered and turned their heads to stare at Lin Xian. They decided to watch the show. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He used his fingers as a blade and chopped down with lightning speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Xian attacked ruthlessly and decisively. His fingers moved like a swimming dragon. Light flickered and shattered rocks fell from the sky. What the hell, so fast? What does he want? Are they going to cut the rock, or are they going to cut the rock into pieces? When those people saw this scene, they were even more stunned. Big brother, are you here to show off your stone-cutting skills? That must be it. It's definitely not for the sake of cutting the stone. However, some of the old men sneered. There can't be anything good inside. He's just showing off. He might as well cut it and see if it's practical. If he can cut out a crystal, I'll eat all of these rocks. Buzz, however, at that moment, Lin Xian chopped down again. Immediately, a green light flashed and rushed in all directions. A ray of light came out from the waste rock. The strong aura was intoxicating, and the spiritual power in their bodies was mobilized. The green light seemed to be jade green, and it carried a faint glow that enveloped the surroundings. Everyone was extremely shocked and could not believe it. There were crystals inside a waste rock, and they seemed to be of good quality. Heavens, how is that possible? That's a waste rock. How can there be anything inside? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Hit me twice and see if I'm dreaming. Damn it, this kid's luck is too good, isn't it? He just randomly picked up 2 stones, and he can cut out a crystal? His luck is too good. Exclamations could be heard. Soon, the surrounding warriors looked over. The green-robed middle-aged man and the gray-robed old man in the crowd were even more shocked when they saw the scene. Especially the green-robed middle-aged man. His face was really green this time. He thought about how he had been cutting for such a long time and did not find a single crystal. But now, the other party had cut out 2 pieces of waste rock and found a crystal. It was a slap to his face. Everyone held their breaths and watched quietly. Lin Xian's speed was getting faster and faster. Soon, a semicircular crystal appeared in front of everyone. It was half the size of a soccer ball. The emerald green light shone like a top-grade jade. Damn it, it's such a big piece, how much did this kid spend to buy it? This piece must be 70 to 80 kilograms, right? This kid spent 10 crystals to buy it, but he actually cut out 70 to 80 kilograms of crystal. Damn it, this is simply heaven-defying. God, this kid might be a seeker spirit master. What kind of possibility is that? He must be a seeker spirit master. Otherwise, how could he cut out such a crystal from waste rock? Everyone was discussing animatedly, and there was an uproar. The gray-robed old man also had a face full of regret. Why didn't he buy it back then? If he had bought it, these crystals would be his now. The green-robed middle-aged man's breathing was even more rapid. That was waste rock. A piece of waste rock could produce 70 to 80 kilograms of crystal. He had spent 150 kilograms of crystal, but he didn't even get a single crystal. Wasn't this gap a little too big? The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. This was nothing. There was still a piece that hadn't been cut. When he cut out another 70 to 80 kilograms, let's see if you'll still mock him. He was extremely proud now. He thought about how these people had mocked him and thought that he was an idiot. But now, feeling the amazed and worshipful gazes of these people, the Crimson Dragon was in a good mood. Beside him, old Monster Dugu's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell was going on? How could he cut out so many crystals from a piece of waste rock? Pa, he slapped himself in the face. Old man, it's boring to slap yourself in the face. Do you want me to slap you? The Crimson Dragon walked over. No, there's no need. I believe it's true. I believe it. Old Monster Dugu wanted to cry but had no tears. He realized that the young man in front of him was simply a monster. Soon, Lin Xian's second crystal was cut out. It was another 70 to 80 kilograms of crystal. The two of them together weighed a total of 150 to 60 kilograms. This result made everyone go crazy. The green-robed middle-aged man spat out a large mouthful of blood. This was because he was angry. He had spent 150 kilograms of crystal, but he didn't get a single crystal. The other party only spent 10 kilograms of crystal, but he got 150 kilograms. The organization earned more than 140 kilograms. What kind of method was this? Perhaps even powerful spirit seeker families like the Ouyang family and the Tuoba family might not be able to do it. Heavens, who was this kid? Which family did he belong to? I don't know. He doesn't look like he's from the Ouyang family. He shouldn't be from the Tuoba family either. Could he be from another family? Sir, are you interested in joining us? Don't worry, I'll pay for it. We'll split the items equally. What's the point of splitting it evenly? Let's split it 30 to 70. A group of people came to rope in Lin Xian. Obviously, they were extremely shocked by such a powerful spirit-seeking technique. If they could bring such a person to their side, they might be able to cut out divine crystals. As long as they could cut out a piece of divine crystal, they would be rich. Lin Xian rejected all of these invitations. That was because his goal this time was also the divine crystals. Moreover, he would not team up with these people. However, at this moment, he frowned. That was because he felt that there was a hidden killing intent in the crowd that was surging towards him. In the next moment, he turned his head to look. He saw a gray-robed old man standing in the crowd with an abnormally cold expression. There was a gray light in his eyes that flickered with a strange power. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His voice carried a powerful soul power that directly exploded in the gray-robed old man's ear. Puff, in the next moment, the gray-robed old man's body trembled. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and his face was filled with fear. He turned around and fled. He did not dare to stay here at all. The surrounding people looked at each other in dismay. They were extremely shocked and did not know what had happened. Lin Xian, on the other hand, snorted coldly. The other party actually dared to have ideas about him. He really did not know what was good for him. Next, Lin Xian did not leave. Instead, he went to the front to prepare and continue to choose stones. The surrounding people made way for him in a very respectful manner. The owner of the stall was also breathing heavily. He did not expect that the other party would have such a powerful spirit-seeking technique. Thinking of this, he immediately grinned. Because with such a spirit-seeking master, it would definitely be a huge advertisement. He believed that it would not be long before his stall would definitely become famous. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, "I didn't expect you to be a powerful spirit-seeking master. I hope you can forgive me for not treating you well before. How about this, sir, the stones you choose here will be sold at a 10% discount." Hearing this, the surrounding crowd was even more shocked and envious. Although it was only a 10% discount, it could save a lot of crystals. "Thank you very much." Lin Xian also smiled. He didn't think that the identity of a seeker spirit master would be so useful. In the next moment, his eyes flickered. Mysterious symbols revolved around him as he looked at the stones in front of him. Soon, he chose another 2 stones. The 2 stones added up to 200 kilograms of crystal stones. After the 10% discount, it was 180 kilograms of crystal stones. Lin Xian paid the money and took the 2 stones to his side. One of them was gray, and there were spots all over it. The other piece was strangely shaped, like a dog. These 2 stones were very strange and attracted the attention of everyone. However, the more bizarre its appearance was, the more one had to be careful. This was because these strange-looking stones often had nothing inside them. Many of these people were veterans, so they had heard of such things countless times. When they saw that Lin Xian had actually chosen 2 such peculiar stones, they all frowned. No way, he actually chose 2 hollow heart stones. Many people cried out in surprise, while others asked, "Hollow stone, what is that?" A hollow heart stone is a stone that looks strange on the outside, but has no treasures inside. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood and looked at Lin Xian. They began to discuss. Since everyone knew about these stones, why did he choose them? Could it be that he has a special opinion? Not necessarily. These stones most likely don't have anything good inside. I'm guessing that this guy was just lucky before. Is that so? No wonder. Perhaps he really can't cut anything out of them. Voices of discussion rose. The middle-aged man in the green robe from before didn't leave either. He stood there and watched. When he saw that Lin Xian had chosen 2 hollow heart stones, he immediately sneered. This guy must have been lucky before to be able to cut out so many crystals. Now that he chose the hollow heart stone, it directly exposed his ignorance. Just you wait. This time, he will definitely lose everything. The middle-aged man in the green robe watched gloatingly from the side. Old Monster Dugu also became suspicious again. He asked softly, "Young master, this is a hollow heart stone. Are you confident? Don't lose anything." Hollow heart stone? What's that? Lin Xian shook his head. He had never heard of these names. The next moment, he said indifferently, "Well, old man, come here. I'll give you a chance. Now, cut this stone." He handed the dog-shaped stone to old Monster Dugu. "What? You want me to cut it? Are you sure?" Old Monster Dugu was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to do such a thing. "Yes, don't worry. Cut it boldly." With that, Lin Xian gave the other black-mottled stone to the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon was also excited. He had been impatient for a long time. He knew that Lin Xian's eye technique was extremely powerful. In other words, there must be treasures in this stone. Next, it was time for him to show off his skills. "Haha, you guys just wait. Ben Huang will definitely cut out a supreme-grade divine crystal." Old Monster Dugu also took a deep breath. His expression was abnormally solemn. Since Lin Xian asked him to cut, he wouldn't hesitate. The next moment, he waved his hand and pulled out a small purple knife. He prepared to cut the stone. His hand was very steady, like a boulder. Moreover, his knife technique was very precise. Every time he cut the stone, he didn't miss a single detail. As more and more stone fell, the expressions of the surrounding cultivators became more and more solemn. At this moment, everyone's attention was attracted by the stone in front of them. After about half an hour, old Monster Dugu had only cut a third of it. His breathing was steady, but there was some doubt in his eyes. This was because he didn't quite believe that there would be treasures in this hollow heart stone. buzz, however, after a few more cuts, a bright light suddenly lit up. It was like a cloud of fire, floating in the air. Treasure, there's a treasure! He really cut it out. When everyone saw this scene, they cried out in surprise again. They didn't expect that a treasure could be cut out from the hollow heart stone. Old Monster Dugu was also extremely shocked. His eyes were filled with excitement. However, he soon took a deep breath and stabilized his emotions. Then, he carefully cut off the outer layer of stone. Gradually, the red crystal was revealed. Although only a palm-sized side was revealed, everyone could still see that the crystal was completely red and had a very uniform color. There was a faint stream of light rotating inside, emitting a dense spiritual power. Not only that, under the sunlight, mysterious patterns appeared on the red crystal, as if a ball of fire had begun to burn. This is a fire cloud crystal. An old man cried out in surprise, looking very excited. He was an elder of a large sect and was very knowledgeable. Naturally, he recognized the crystal that was like a cloud of fire. Seeing that someone was confused, the elder explained that other than ordinary crystals, supreme-grade subdivine crystals, and deity crystals, there was an extremely special kind of crystal known as the xenogeneic crystal. Although they were not as valuable as real deity crystals, they were much better than supreme-grade subdivine crystals. Moreover, the fire cloud crystal contained pure fire attribute energy. If a king who cultivated the fire attribute obtained it, he would be able to cultivate with twice the result with half the effort. What? This is a xenogeneic crystal that surpasses supreme-grade subdivine crystals. Everyone exclaimed with their eyes wide open. They did not expect that one of the two hollow stones that Feng Xingjian had randomly selected would contain such a xenogeneic crystal. The Crimson Dragon stopped cutting the stone and said with a smile, "Who dares to say that we are relying on luck now?" Hearing that, everyone fell silent. The first time was luck, the second time was luck, but what about the third time? His luck could not be so good all the time. Moreover, it was a xenogeneic crystal this time. This meant that the young man in front of them had an extremely powerful spirit-seeking technique. Otherwise, he could not be so powerful. The green-robed middle-aged man went crazy. He roared crazily, "Impossible! Damn it! How can he be so powerful?" At the end of his sentence, his hair was disheveled and he ran outside like a madman. Obviously, he was driven crazy by the scene in front of him. However, at this moment, the elder who had explained earlier said with a smile, "Young master, can we have a deal? Mister, can we make a deal? You already have a fire cloud xenogeneic, but I'm not sure how big it will be. How about this? I will buy this fire cloud crystal with 500 kilograms of crystals." What? 500 kilograms of crystals? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, clearly stunned by this shocking price. Old Monster Dugu's hand trembled, and the purple dagger in his hand almost fell. He did not expect that the stone he had cut out would be worth 500 kilograms of crystals. Although he was powerful, he was a rogue cultivator after all. Although he had a few thousand kilograms of crystals in his hand, he did not dare to spend it like that. Okay. Lin Xian nodded without hesitation. This was because he had already seen it with his Tianji god eyes. Even if this variant flame cloud gem was cut out, the final price would only be around 500 kilograms of crystal stones. Moreover, there was another benefit to selling it now, which was that it could increase his mysteriousness and raise his status. This made everyone even more convinced that he was a powerful seeker spirit master. Therefore, Lin Xian did not hesitate at all and directly made the deal with the other party. With the 500 kilograms of crystals in hand, Lin Xian stored them in the black earth. The elder waved his hand and put away the rare flame cloud gem. Then, he left the place. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Then, they began to discuss fervently. In the next moment, they all looked at the stone next to the Crimson Dragon, because they also wanted to know if there was a treasure in this hollow stone. Feeling the gazes of so many people, the Crimson Dragon felt the pressure. He asked telepathically, "Kid, tell me if there is a treasure in this stone or not. Otherwise, I will feel uneasy." Lin Xian replied with a smile, "Don't worry, there is a treasure, and its value is not lower than the rare flame cloud gem from before." Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, he spat out red lightning and began to cut the stone. Crackle, the light flashed and the momentum was terrifying, but the Crimson Dragon controlled it very precisely and did not damage anything inside. The stone skin quickly fell off. Everyone held their breaths and was extremely nervous, because they were now 80% confident that there was a treasure in it. Buzz, at this moment, a blue light appeared and formed a river in the sky, making splashing sounds. It's here, there really is a treasure. Moreover, this phenomenon should not be an ordinary crystal. Everyone exclaimed and was extremely excited. The Crimson Dragon also continued to spit out lightning. Then, the crystal inside became bigger and bigger, and was exposed to everyone. This time, it was not completely cut out, only revealing a crystal surface. The crystal was blue, like the ocean and the starry sky, extremely deep. Everyone stared at the water-blue stone in astonishment. With their previous experience, they now knew that this crystal was a xenogeneic crystal. And it looked like it was a water xenogeneic crystal. Its value was definitely not lower than the flame cloud gem from before. At this moment, a person said in a deep voice, "Young master, don't cut it. I'm willing to buy it for 800 caddies of crystals." Another fat man in purple clothes said loudly, 800 caddies is nothing. I'll pay 1,000 caddies of crystals. I'll pay 1,100 caddies of crystals. A middle-aged woman made the bid. Everyone was shocked and completely dumbfounded. They did not expect that this stone would have such a high price. It was really unbelievable. In the end, the water-type rare crystal was sold for 1,300 caddies of crystals, and it was bought by the middle-aged woman. In just a short while, Lin Xian had more than 2,000 caddies of crystals in his hands. This speed of making money made everyone envious. Lin Xian's reputation also quickly spread. Not long after, most people knew that such a young and incomparably powerful seeker spirit master had appeared. "Young master, you're so powerful. Why don't you go inside and take a look? Legend has it that there are strange stones dug out from the edge of the Primordium ancient mine." "What? There's such a stone?" When Lin Xian heard this, he was also moved. The Primordium ancient mine was a forbidden zone for life. Legend had it that even the sacred lord of the sacred land did not dare to enter. Such a forbidden zone for life could be said to be incomparably terrifying. However, after asking around, Lin Xian understood. These strange stones were not obtained from the Primordium ancient mine, but from the mines at the edge. Because it was relatively close to the Primordium ancient mine, it carried endless mystery. To be honest, Lin Xian was also very curious about such a stone. Thus, he walked towards the dragon transformation lake. There were even more people inside. There was a sea of people, and it was almost impossible to squeeze through. Everyone was here to see those strange stones. Because they could not see them normally, only this time, they could see them up close. Lin Xian relied on the prestige that he had just obtained from cutting the stone, so everyone made way for him. He easily came to the front. He discovered that there were not many stones in front, only a few dozen pieces. The number of these stones was not as many as the ones on a stall outside. However, no one dared to underestimate it. Because these stones were all obtained from the edge of the Primordium ancient mine. Incomparably mysterious and extremely evil. Moreover, the prices here were very expensive. Ordinary people could only look at them. They couldn't afford them at all. Lin Xian took a look. The cheap ones cost about 700 to 800 kilograms of crystals. Under normal circumstances, they cost about 1,000 kilograms of crystals. The better ones even cost a few thousand kilograms of crystals. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to buy such stones. Because if they couldn't even cut anything out, they would lose a lot of money. Stone gambling was a very evil thing. No one could guarantee that there would be treasures in the stones obtained from the edge of the Primordium ancient mine. Have you heard? That kid in front is very powerful. He cut out 2 rare crystals. He's probably a genius from some family of spirit seekers. What? He cut out rare crystals? Which family is he from? He's very unfamiliar. As expected, there will be a genius Lin master at every stone gambling convention. Many people looked at Lin Xian and discussed spiritedly. They were talking about what he had just done. Humph, what genius Lin Xian. How dare he call himself a genius in front of the Tuoba family? At this moment, a disdainful snort sounded. Then, a young man in a black robe with triangular eyes glanced at Lin Xian arrogantly. Kid, which family are you from? Tell me your name. Let me see if you're qualified to be here. It's none of your business. Lin Xian snorted coldly and ignored him. The other party was from the Tuoba family, and he didn't have a good impression of this family. You're courting death. Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? The black-robed young man's face was gloomy. No one dared to disrespect him. The Crimson Dragon sneered, I don't care who you are. If you dare to be arrogant again, Ben Huang will kick you to death. No fighting is allowed here. At this moment, a dignified voice sounded. Then, the terrifying aura of an almighty quickly appeared in the surroundings. This was a warning because there were strange stones in front of them. If they fought, just the aftermath of the energy could damage these stones. The price of damaging each stone was great. Therefore, the people from the 5 great holy lands would not allow anyone to fight here. This powerful being level pressure was the first warning. If the other party still did not listen, they would definitely attack immediately and kill the danger in the cradle. Humph, the black-robed young man snorted when he felt the pressure. His face darkened. Even though he was a genius of the Tuoba family, he didn't dare to be impudent here. However, he did not intend to let Lin Xian and the others off so easily. Thus, he coldly said, Brat, didn't you call yourself a seeker spirit master genius? Do you dare to bet with me? I'm going to expose you in front of everyone, you trash. Bet with you? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Are you worthy? Courting death. Do you know who I am? I am Taba Tianfeng. The black-robed young man said proudly. And when the surrounding warriors heard this name, they also exclaimed. What? It's actually him. Tuoba Tianfeng is the 3rd genius of the Tuoba family's younger generation. Yeah, I didn't expect him to come. I heard that Tuoba Tianfeng's seeker spirit skill is extremely terrifying. Even the older generation of seeker spirit masters are no match for him. It's over. That brat offended Tuoba Tianfeng. I'm afraid he's going to be very unlucky. Sounds of discussion could be heard. It was obvious that these people had heard of Taba Tianfeng's name. Lin Xian curled his lips. Is Tuoba Tianfeng very famous? I've never heard of him. The Crimson Dragon also had a look of disdain. Yeah, he's only 3rd. What's there to be arrogant about? Brat, hurry up and bring the number 1 person of your family over for a walk. Hearing this, old monster Dugu's mouth twitched. These 2 lords were too troublesome. Had they not even heard of Tuoba Tianfeng? How dare they provoke the Tuoba family? Did they not know what kind of existence the Tuoba family was? The surrounding crowd was also in an uproar. After hearing this, Tuoba Tianfeng's face turned cold. Brat, don't be so arrogant here. Do you dare to have a bet with me? Io, a battle of the hands, or a battle between father and son? The Crimson Dragon laughed coldly. You don't know what's good for you. I won't bully you. Tuoba Tianfeng laughed coldly. How about this? Whoever loses will bark like a dog 3 times. How about it? Do you dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Xian said indifferently. I want to hear how your dog barks. Humph. When Tuoba Tianfeng heard this, a murderous look appeared in his eyes. However, now was not the time to make a move. He decided to first defeat Lin Xian in the Seeker Spirit skill. After the stone gambling event, he would kill Lin Xian to vent his anger. In the next moment, a cold light bloomed in his eyes. His gaze was like a divine rainbow. Then, strange runes appeared on his palm, shining with a mysterious power. The surrounding ancient martial art practitioners held their breaths. They knew that the competition was about to begin. This time, the stall owner was a mighty figure. He narrowed his eyes and waited quietly. At this moment, Tuoba Tianfeng was quite extraordinary. The runes in his hand flickered non-stop as they swept across the strange stones. They were like dancing spirits. The crimson rainbow in his eyes was dozens of feet long. It was as if it could pierce through everything in the world. What a terrifying eye technique. In the crowd, some of the older generation exclaimed. They were all powerful seeker spirit masters, but they felt a strong sense of defeat in front of this young man. Soon, a smile appeared onto Oba Tianfeng's face. He chose a stone and said in a clear voice, "We're together." It was a stone that was half the height of a human and shaped like a spiritual monkey. It contained boundless spiritual energy. One could tell at a glance that it was real. Seeing this, the stall owner nodded his head slightly. He was also an extremely powerful seeker spirit master. When he saw that Tuoba Tianfeng had chosen the spiritual monkey, he said in a low voice, "This stone is not bad. After my appraisal, there should be a treasure in it. It's just that I wonder what the rating of this treasure is like." Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. If even the Almighty said so, then this stone must be extraordinary. This stone was 1,300 kilograms of crystals. Tuoba Tianfeng quickly handed over the crystals and waited at the side with the stone. He sneered, "Kid, it's your turn. Don't tell me you don't have money and can't afford the stones here." Lin Xian had been squinting because he was also looking at the stones. He realized that although Tuoba Tianfeng was arrogant, he was indeed powerful. The stones that he had chosen contained treasures. According to Lin Xian's speculation, they were at least exotic crystals. Moreover, there were a lot of them. But so what? He had the heavenly secret divine eyes. He didn't think that he would lose. In the next moment, he walked forward and his eyes flickered with strange runes. Like a celestial emperor, he scanned the stones. Buzz buzz buzz, as more and more runes appeared in Lin Xian's eyes, the surrounding air became oppressive. The powerful seeker spirit masters also frowned and felt suffocated. What kind of eye technique is that? It's so magical. I feel like my eye technique is being suppressed. Heavens, this kid is definitely not simple. Who is he? What's his background? At this moment, those powerful seeker spirit masters also put away their contemptuous expressions. They realized that Lin Xian was indeed very strong. He could definitely fight against Tuoba Tianfeng. Even the stall owner looked at Lin Xian in surprise. However, Lin Xian's strength had increased greatly now. He had improved greatly compared to before. Therefore, he could hide the golden light of the heavenly secret divine eye. No matter how the mighty figure probed, he couldn't see through it. He would never have thought that it was the heavenly secret divine eye. On the other side, Tuoba Tianfeng's face darkened. He naturally felt a pressure from his soul. The other party's eye technique made him feel extremely threatened. Inside his sleeves, he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. To be honest, he was extremely nervous. Because this stop was related to his reputation. If he lost, he would have to bark like a dog. That would be worse than death. However, although the other party's eye technique was powerful, he still believed that the other party couldn't beat him. One had to know that the spirit-seeking technique wasn't just an eye technique. There were other spirit-seeking techniques. He came from the Tuoba family and was the third genius. His spirit-seeking technique was definitely extremely powerful. It was definitely not something that the other party could compare to. Thinking of this, he sneered again. On the other side, Lin Xian used his eye technique to look at the strange stones. The more he probed, the heavier his heart became. Because through the heavenly secret divine eye, he could clearly see the situation inside the stones. He could tell at a glance whether an ordinary stone contained crystals and how many kilograms it contained. But now, he realized that he couldn't see clearly. There were layers of black mist inside the stones, like demonic chi that didn't dissipate. He had never encountered such a situation among the stones before. Are these the stones from the edge of the primordium ancient mine? They're indeed very evil. Lin Xian's heart was solemn. These were only the stones at the edge. He really didn't know what kind of existence was buried in the primordium ancient mine. This time, he didn't dare to be careless. His bet with Tuoba Tianfeng was still a small matter. He was more concerned about what was inside these stones. After all, his objective this time was to search for divine crystals. Divine crystals were extremely rare, so it was impossible for ordinary stones to contain them. There was an extremely high possibility that the rocks that came from the edge of primordium ancient mine contained divine crystals. Therefore, Lin Xian had to be careful. You still haven't made your choice after such a long time? How dare he call himself a genius? I think he's more like an idiot. At this moment, Taba Tianfeng coldly snorted. F*ck, arrogant my ass. The Crimson Dragon stood up and said coldly, cutting the stone is a gamble. Cutting the stone will determine the quality of the treasure. It's not a competition of speed. You're so fast. Did you do it 7 times a night with 5 seconds each time? Puff, hearing this, many warriors laughed, because they naturally knew what this meant. Hearing that, Tuoba Tianfeng's face turned terrifyingly dark. His lungs were about to explode from anger. This Longma in front of him was simply too despicable. He wanted nothing more than to kill the other party and cut him into 8 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. Lin Xian didn't say anything. He had already eliminated 15 stones and continued to search among the remaining stones. Soon, his eyes lit up. Because he had found a stone. The stone was a faint yellow, and its shape was irregular. He couldn't tell what it looked like. There were 3 cracks on it, and they were about 1/3 of the way through. However, Lin Xian didn't care about that. What he really cared about was the thing inside the stone. With the Tianji God eye, he could see that there was a ball of golden flames burning fiercely inside the stone. However, there was a lump of black mist surrounding the golden-yellow flames. Therefore, he couldn't see anything unusual from the outside. This was also why he couldn't detect the 3 cracks even though they were 1/3 of the way through. I've made my choice. I want this stone, Lin Xian said as he pointed at the stone with 3 cracks. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The Almighty at the stall also said in a deep voice, you have to think carefully. Are you sure you want this stone? That's right. I've made my choice. This is the stone. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Tuoba Tianfeng was the first to laugh. His words were full of disdain and mockery. Kid, I thought you had some strength, but now it seems that you're really an idiot. You want this kind of stone that has been cut? What an idiot. He sneered, and his eyes were full of disdain. It seemed that he was going to win this time. The surrounding people were also discussing spiritedly. Someone said, that's right. There are 3 cracks on that stone. And judging from the way it was cut, it should have been done by an extremely powerful seeker. What? Those are cracks? That's how it came about. Some of the martial artists didn't know and were shocked when they heard those words. Little brother, I think you should change to another stone. These stones have been cut by powerful seeker. But in the end, they all gave up. These are stones from the Primordium ancient mine. They're very strange. This stone is obviously useless. So, you'd better change to another one. Yeah, you definitely won't be able to cut anything from this one. However, Lin Xian's expression was firm. He said indifferently, there's no need to change. I'm confident in this one. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. You're still confident? How ignorant are you? At this moment, Tuoba Tianfeng sneered again. Do you know the origin of this stone? Do you know the origin of those 3 cracks? Those 3 cracks were made by an extremely powerful seeker spirit master. One of them was cut out by an elder of our Tuoba family. However, our elder cut 1/3 of it and found that there was nothing inside. That's why he gave up. Could it be that you think your vision is better than the elders of our family? Better than 3 extremely powerful seeker spirit masters? Tuoba Tianfeng's words were full of disdain. Lin Xian glanced at him and sneered. Is that so? Your elder cut one of them? Looks like your elders are really blind. They wasted such a good treasure for nothing. You're courting death. Tuoba Tianfeng was furious. Damn brat, you're so arrogant. You'll cry when the stone is cut out. You'll bark like a dog. With that, he waved his sleeves, and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. Lin Xian did not care about this threat at all. He looked at the stall owner and said in a deep voice, Senior, how much is this stone? The original price of this stone is 3,000 caddies of crystals, but there are already 3 cracks on it. Therefore, it won't be too expensive. It's only 500 caddies of crystals. You can buy it if you want. 500 caddies. Lin Xian nodded. This price was really cheap. He did not have any doubts and quickly handed over the 500 caddies of crystals. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took the stone with 3 cracks to his side. Sigh. He's too young. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Many of the older seeker spirit masters shook their heads and sighed. The other warriors also shook their heads. They felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant. In the crowd, the disciples of the Tuoba family sneered at this moment. How dare he come here to gamble with stones at this level? He really doesn't know what's good for him. What genius seeker spirit master. I think he was just lucky before. Kid, your good luck has come to an end this time. You want to compare yourself with my big brother Tuoba Tianfeng with this little strength? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If there's a treasure in this stone, I'll eat the entire stone. Are you sure you want to eat a stone? The Crimson Dragon stepped forward and looked at the other party coldly. Kid, it's you. I see you. When there's a treasure in this stone, I'll definitely throw all the remaining useless stones into your mouth. Feeling the Crimson Dragon's cold gaze, the Tuoba family disciple felt his scalp go numb. Because the murderous intent in the other party's gaze was too terrifying. He could not bear it. Therefore, in the next moment, his body trembled and he almost knelt on the ground. However, Tuoba Tianfeng sneered and stood up to block the gaze. Then, he said, Kid, it's useless to say anything more. Let's cut the stone. With that, he waved his hand, and the dust and gravel on the ground flew into the air, creating a vacuum. Then, he carefully put away the stone in his hand, took out a small knife that shone with a cold light, and quickly cut the stone. The saber light flickered like a cold wind. The terrifying saber light fell and peeled off the stone. When it was only a third of the way through, a bright light shone and rushed out through the cracks. Those multicolored lights were like crimson flames, and they even emitted a wave of heat. There's light. There must be treasures inside. Everyone cried out in surprise. They didn't expect that they would appear when they were only a third of the way through. It seemed that not only were there treasures inside, there were definitely a lot of them. Ha 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 ha, did you see that? This is our big brother Taba Tianfeng's strength. In front of our big brother Taba Tianfeng, no one dares to call themselves a genius. Brat, you dare to compete with our big brother? You're dead meat. The people that Tuoba Tianfeng brought with him sneered, while the others in the surroundings began to discuss among themselves. Those powerful seeker spirit masters also kept nodding their heads. Indeed, judging from its appearance and luster, it was definitely a type of crystal, and there was a lot of it. At the very least, he could sell it for a few thousand caddies. This time, he would definitely make a killing. The corners of Tuoba Tianfeng's mouth curled up. Since he had cut out a type of crystal, his heart calmed down. Next, it was time to see how many crystals there were. He didn't stop, but continued to cut the stone. After one side was cut out, he cut to the other side. Buzz, not long after, another ray of light shot out, but this time, it was different from the fiery red light from before. Instead, it was a blue light. Along with it, there was also a terrifying icy aura. In an instant, snowflakes fell from the sky. Not only that, the surrounding temperature continued to drop, and frost formed on the ground, spreading in all directions. It was as if this place was going to become a world of ice and snow. It's so cold. Many people were shocked and circulated their spiritual energy to resist. However, what shocked them even more was the change in the crystal. The aura that was emitted before was like fire, and it was like a wave of fire that distorted the void. But now, it was so cold that everyone was frozen. This kind of completely opposite aura actually appeared in the same stone. It was really shocking. What was going on? Was there more than one type of crystal inside? Everyone was shocked, and the powerful seeker spirit masters also frowned. The almighty stall owner's eyes lit up, and 2 rays of divine red light shot out from his eyes as he stared ahead. Surprise, extremely surprise, not to mention them, even Tuoba Tianfeng was extremely surprised. He knew that there was a type of crystal inside, but he didn't expect there to be 2 of them, and 2 of them were of completely opposite attributes. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. One piece of rare crystal was already a huge profit. Now that 2 of them had appeared, and they were both ice and fire type crystals, they could definitely be sold for a sky-high price. Sure enough, after the frost crystal stone appeared, someone immediately made a bid. 3,000 caddies of crystals, I'll buy the type of crystal now. You want to buy it for 3,000 caddies? What a joke. I'll pay 2,000 caddies. I'll pay 450 caddies. One bid after another sounded, but Tuoba Tianfeng didn't sell. Instead, he looked at Lin Xian with a cold smile. Kid, how is it? Now you know my strength. Someone like you is nothing in front of me at all. I'd like to see what you have to compete with me. You'll see. When Lin Xian saw the man take out a xenogeneic crystal with ice and fire elements, he wasn't surprised. He had already checked this stone before, and this situation wasn't out of his expectations. No matter how strong the other party was, it was only a type of crystal, while the one in his hand had an 80% chance of containing a divine crystal. As long as it was a small piece of divine crystal, it would definitely be worth more than the other party. In the next moment, without hesitation, rays of sword light appeared on his fingertips, and Lin Xian began to cut his own stone. Although everyone saw this scene, they didn't pay too much attention to it. This was because countless powerful seeker spirit masters had already said that the stone was a piece of trash, and it was impossible to cut out a treasure. Moreover, 3 powerful seeker spirit masters had cut out 3 cracks, but in the end, they didn't do it. Clearly, this was a stone that everyone had given up on. Therefore, they didn't pay much attention to it, and instead looked at Tuoba Tianfeng. There, terrifying multicolored light surrounded it, and it was as red as fire. On the other side, it was as cold as ice. 2 completely opposite scenes covered the surrounding sky. Such a miraculous scene, they naturally had to worship and admire it. F***ck, what's with the arrogance? Isn't it just a type of crystal? It's not like we haven't cut it out before. The Crimson Dragon looked at the other party's arrogance and snorted. Then he turned his head and said, Kid, are you confident? Don't worry, I'm 100% sure. Lin Xian nodded, looking unusually calm. Beside him, Old Man Duga covered his face with his hands. Young master, where did you get your confidence from? That was an ice and fire dual attribute xenogeneic crystal. It could be said to be extremely precious. Unless you cut out the divine crystal, there was probably nothing that could compete with it. Could it be that this kid in front of him wanted to cut out a divine crystal? He did not dare to imagine. However, when Lin Xian's finger landed on the stone, it cut through a third of the stone. A 4th crack appeared on the stone. However, there was no light at all. When the crowd saw this scene, they immediately shook their heads. See, I told you. There's definitely no treasure, but he didn't listen. This kid is hopeless. How dare he compare himself to Tuoba Tian? He's just asking to be humiliated. The people from the Tuoba family sneered. Kid, wait for me to bark like a dog. Lin Xian ignored them. Instead, mysterious runes appeared in his eyes again. This was because there was a layer of demonic black fog below. It was this fog that blocked the divine crystal inside. He did not know what this black fog was, but he instinctively felt that it was evil. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. The dragon sword soul in his body circulated, and a terrifying aura was added to the sword chi. Then, Lin Xian's finger fell again, and the terrifying sword light continued to cut. Puff, soon, the sword chi collided with the black demonic chi in the stone. Immediately, Lin Xian felt a resistance. He raised his eyebrows, very surprised. One had to know that the dragon sword soul was extremely powerful. Even a 6-star king could not withstand his sword. However, the black fog inside blocked it. It had to be said that it was very surprising. No wonder the 3 powerful seeker spirit masters had given up. It seemed that they could not get rid of the black demonic chi inside. However, Lin Xian was different. He had the dragon sword soul in his body, so he snorted coldly. The dragon sword soul circulated again, and a terrifying attack power surged quickly. The light on the tip of his finger became stronger and stronger, as if it had turned into a peerless divine sword. Chi, finally, under the fierce sword light, the black demonic chi inside was finally cut open, and even the sound of ice melting could be heard. However, the process was extremely slow. Beads of water even appeared on Lin Xian's forehead. Looking at this scene, Tuoba Tianfeng sneered in disdain. I say, you're really stupid. You're sweating from cutting an ordinary stone? What a waste. The surrounding disciples of the Tuoba family sneered, someone like you dares to come out and embarrass yourself? Hurry up and scram. Do you have a kidney deficiency? You're sweating even when cutting a stone. You're really useless. Lin Xian only sneered in response to these words because he was now 100% sure that the stone in his hand definitely contained a divine crystal. He didn't need to refute at all. He only needed to cut out the divine crystal. At that time, everyone would know who was the one being slapped in the face. Thinking of this, the sword chi in his hand became sharp again. The black demonic chi in the stone decreased until it was finally completely destroyed by Lin Xian's sword chi. Then, a golden light surged out from the crack. Boom! In the next moment, the golden light shot into the sky, creating an earth-shattering phenomenon. Everyone was shocked by the scene. At this moment, the surrounding warriors raised their heads and looked at Lin Xian. Heavens, there's light. No way, what did I just see? There's light in a piece of useless stone? Could there really be a treasure? The surrounding people were extremely shocked. At this moment, not only were the ordinary warriors stunned, but even the powerful seeker spirit masters, the powerhouses of the stall, and Tuoba Tianfeng were stunned. There's really a treasure. This kid's luck is too good. You'll know once you try. This is definitely not luck, this is definitely strength. I actually misjudged him. Discussions were heard all around. As Lin Xian slashed again, even more golden light shot into the sky. The sky was originally filled with red flames and blue ice, but now it was suppressed and even dimmed. Not only that, the light swayed in the wind as if it was worshipping the golden light. It was like a subject meeting an emperor. This scene made everyone's jaws drop in disbelief. Tuoba Tianfeng's face was also full of shock. Damn it! How was this possible? How could he cut out a crystal? That was clearly a piece of useless stone. His eyes were wide open and his eyeballs were about to pop out. His expression was extremely ugly. Because he would rather die than believe that Lin Xian could cut out a crystal. One had to know that an elder of his family had seen that stone before and shook his head in the end, believing that there was no treasure in it. Not only their elder, but two other powerful seeker spirit masters had also examined it. In the end, they gave up. The three powerful seeker spirit masters unanimously believed that it was a piece of useless stone, but now, this useless stone was emitting such a dazzling light. In an instant, Tuoba Tianfeng was completely stunned. Whoosh! Lin Xian used his fingers like a sword and slashed again. More and more golden light covered the sky, illuminating the entire sky in a golden color. Not only that, the golden light rolled and turned into balls of golden flames that kept dancing and illuminating the surroundings. What a dense aura, what a terrifying scene. On the side, old monster Dugu was also stunned. He originally thought that Su Chen was going to lose this time, but he did not expect such a shocking reversal. Regardless of what kind of crystal was inside, the light alone was enough to suppress the ice and fire xenogeneic crystal. Ha 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 ha. The dark red divine dragon laughed maniacally and said proudly, who was the one who said that this was a useless rock? Who said that there was something wrong with our brains? Come out. See if this emperor doesn't break your faces. Speechless, completely speechless. No one dared to say anything because they were completely stunned. If they came out now, they would be courting death. Impossible, this is impossible. Damn it, I don't believe it. The disciples of the Tuoba family shook their heads crazily, their faces full of fear. This was completely different from what they had imagined. How could the other party cut out such a terrifying scene? Impossible? The Crimson Dragon sneered, then stood out and stared at the other party. Kid, it's you. I'll remember you. You were the one who said that if we cut out the crystal, you would eat the rest of the stone. Wait, don't leave later. I'll feed you the stone. No, the disciple sat on the ground with a thud. His face was lifeless and abnormally pale. There was a yellow liquid flowing out from under his legs, and it smelled very bad. This guy was so scared that he wet himself. At that moment, Tuoba Tianfeng turned around with an ugly expression on his face. He gritted his teeth and said stubbornly, "What's wrong with that? It's not just a good image. Do you know that there's something called ghost striking stone? There are some stones that can produce extremely terrifying scenes, shocking the heavens. But in the end, there's nothing. This is ghost striking stone. Kid, the stone in your hand is definitely ghost striking stone. You can't possibly cut out a real treasure." At the end, Tuoba Tianfeng was almost roaring because he would not allow himself to fail. However, the heavens seemed to be joking with him. Just as he finished roaring, the stone in Lin Xian's hand cracked open. A golden light shone from the huge crack. A golden crystal appeared in front of everyone. It was very bright, like a small sun. It was so bright that everyone could not open their eyes. There were balls of golden flames dancing on it, emitting a rich fragrance. With a light sniff of the fragrance, everyone could feel the spiritual energy in their bodies boiling. Tuoba Tianfeng opened his mouth wide as if he had seen a ghost. His face was extremely red because he had just said that the other party could not cut out anything. In the end, the other party had cut it out. This slap directly stunned him. The surrounding Seeker Spirit Masters were even more shocked, and the stall owner exclaimed, "Divine crystal! Heavens, you actually cut out a divine crystal." "What? A divine crystal?" Hearing that, everyone went crazy. Their eyes turned red as they looked forward. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian would at most cut out a foreign crystal. But the quality was better than Tuoba Tianfeng's. But now, it seemed that was not the case at all. This was not a foreign crystal at all, but a real divine crystal, that was a divine crystal, something that only appeared in legends. Ordinary people would not have it. Only the big shots of the top sects and sacred grounds would have such a thing. And there were very few of them. Usually, they would not see it. But now, a young man had cut out a divine crystal in front of him. Whoosh, at this moment, a wisp of green smoke appeared in the crowd. It turned into a ghostly figure and instantly charged towards Lin Xian. The figure transformed into a ghost face and pounced towards the golden divine crystal on the ground. Not good, someone is going to attack. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They had never imagined that someone would dare to make a move at a time like this to plunder the divine crystals. Lin Xian's face also changed. With a cold snort, the great dragon sword soul within his body was about to erupt. This was a treasure that he had obtained with great difficulty. How could he allow others to snatch it away? However, before he could make a move, a cold snort suddenly came from the sky. It sounded like a clap of thunder. Then, a purple thunderbolt fell from the sky and turned into a shocking sword light, instantly piercing through the ground. With a loud boom, the terrifying purple lightning nailed a figure to the ground. Blood flowed, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. The figure struggled for a moment, and then stopped breathing. Everything happened too quickly. This time, it was already over before anyone could react. However, when they came back to their senses, they all looked at the ground in front of them. On the ground, there was an old man in a grey robe. His eyes were wide open as if he could not believe that he would be killed in one move. "I know him. He's an elder of the Limitless sect. He's extremely powerful. I didn't expect him to be killed in one move. An almighty. It must be an almighty." Moreover, it was not an ordinary almighty. Everyone's scalps went numb. That bolt of purple lightning just now was too terrifying. It made all of them feel like they were about to be killed at any moment. At this moment, a cold voice came from the sky. "How dare you make a move in the dragon transformation lake? Kill without mercy." This voice was filled with thick murderous intent and majesty, causing everyone to tremble. However, this sound came quickly and left quickly. Soon, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and it became sunny again. The sun shone down, and only the corpse on the ground and the flowing blood showed that the scene just now was not a dream. However, the corpse and blood were cleaned up quickly, and the entire place returned to its original state. Everyone's attention was once again attracted by the golden divine crystal in Lin Xian's hand. The golden divine crystal was the size of a fist, and there were balls of golden flames jumping on it. Every time it jumped, it brought a powerful spiritual power. Looking at this scene, many people swallowed their saliva, and their eyes were filled with shock and envy. On the other hand, the Crimson Dragon stood out and looked around disdainfully. He sneered and said, "Who said that we're idiots? Who said that we can't cut it out? I think you're the idiots. You're all blind. You don't want such a good divine crystal. You even said that it's useless." "I'm dying of laughter." The Crimson Dragon sneered. He was really angry just now. These people dared to ridicule him before, so he naturally had to pay them back. The surrounding people were silent. The powerful Seeker Spirit Masters also shook their heads and sighed. They were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Although they were a little unhappy with the Crimson Dragon's words, what the other party said was the truth. They actually let go of a divine crystal for nothing. They really wanted to die. Soon, the Crimson Dragon turned around and stared at Tuoba Tianfeng and the disciples of the Tuoba family. The corner of his mouth curled up. Tuoba Tianfeng? Third in the family? How arrogant. If you're so good, cut a divine crystal for me to see. Also, weren't you trash very arrogant before? Now you're arrogant. See if Ben Huang doesn't slap you to death. Tuoba Tianfeng's expression was extremely ugly. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. The disciples around him were all ashen, and their faces were filled with despair. Your Tuoba family is really trash. Didn't an elder cut a third of it? You're actually proud of him? In my opinion, he's the biggest idiot. If he cut a little deeper, there might be a divine crystal. But your elder is really too stupid. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. At the end, the Crimson Dragon looked up at the sky and laughed. Damn it, how dare you insult our elder Zhang? I'll fight you to the death. The disciples of the Tuoba family all stood out, their eyes ferocious. Hey, you still dare to jump out? Ben Huang was just about to find you. Didn't you say that if we cut a treasure, you'd eat rocks? Come on, there's a lot of rocks on the ground. I'll feed you all one by one. Hearing this, the disciples who stood out were stunned. They had indeed said that. But before this, they didn't think that the other party would be able to cut a divine crystal, so now, they were in a dilemma. The Crimson Dragon was powerful, so it was easy for him to deal with these people. In an instant, he threw all the stones on the ground into the mouths of these people. Woo-woo, these people struggled crazily, and they even wanted to die. The surrounding crowd was also discussing. They never thought that the Tuoba family would be defeated one day. The disciples of the Tuoba family were forced to eat stones, and their faces were ashen. They didn't dare to be arrogant anymore, they even had the urge to run away. However, Tuoba Tianfeng was still standing there. Tuoba Tianfeng was still standing there, but his expression was still dazed. He struggled crazily in his heart, not daring to believe it. He was a prodigy, the third prodigy of the Tuoba family. He was powerful, and his spirit-seeking technique was even more terrifying. Even the older generation of spirit-seeking masters was no match for him, and today, he had cut out an extremely precious ice and fire dual attribute xenogeneic crystal. It could be said that he was proud of his success. Next, he was waiting to be respected by tens of thousands of people, and then humiliate the other party. However, he didn't expect this despicable kid in front of him to cut out a divine crystal. That was something even more precious than a special crystal, that was why he was originally standing high above the clouds. However, at this moment, he had fallen from the sky to hell. The ice and fire crystals in front of him were laughable and not worth mentioning at all. He couldn't accept this huge contrast. However, at this moment, Lin Xian said calmly, Tuoba Tianfeng, the third prodigy? Now it's time to fulfill your promise. What? Hearing Lin Xian's voice, Tuoba Tianfeng finally came back to his senses. However, when he thought of his promise, his expression turned ugly. He even wanted to turn around and run. You want to leave? The Crimson Dragon sneered and stopped him. Are you being shameless? You're not going to keep your promise? You're a prodigy of the Tuoba family. Are all Tuoba family members so untrustworthy? Behind him, Lin Xian opened his mouth and said, It's fine if you want to go back on your word. However, from today onwards, the members of the Tuoba family must bow to me and stay away from me. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Tuoba Tianfeng roared madly, Don't even think about it, what kind of status did the Tuoba family have? It was a powerful family of spirit seekers in the eastern wilderness, respected by tens of thousands of people. However, at that moment, they had to bow to a brat and back off. That was a disgrace to the Tuoba family. Therefore, it was impossible for him to let such a thing happen. The Crimson Dragon sneered, "If you don't want to do this, then hurry up and bark like a dog. How dare you humiliate our big brother Tuoba?" At this moment, the disciples of the Tuoba family stood out again. However, the Crimson Dragon glared at him and asked, "What's wrong? Do you want to eat rocks again? Is it Ben Huang? Do you want me to feed you again?" Recalling the frightening scene from before, these disciples did not dare to stand out anymore, and all of them shrank back like turtles. The crowd quickly discussed among themselves as their gazes landed on Tuoba Tianfeng. Many of them had mocking expressions on their faces. After all, they had nothing to do with the Tuoba family. Now that they could see such a powerful family being humiliated, they were naturally happy to see it. What Tuoba family? Looks like that's all there is to them. They can't even fulfill their promise. What a joke. Yeah, they were said to be on par with the Ouyang family. Now, it seems like they're too far apart. Third genius? They're a disgrace to the family. Such a person should just bang his head against the wall and die. Hearing the discussions around him, Tuoba Tianfeng's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. I, Tuoba Tianfeng, am not a person who goes back on his word. Go ahead and bark. As he said that, he barked. Hearing this voice, everyone's eyes widened and they were stunned. Lin Xian was also very surprised. This guy really dared to bark. Woof. Woof, woof. After barking, Tuoba Tianfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, fell to the ground, and fainted. Damn, he really barked. This guy's brain must have been flooded with water. Sigh, this is unbelievable. I didn't expect to see such an exciting scene here. If this news gets out, it'll definitely shock the entire stone gambling convention. The third genius of the Tuoba family barked like a dog. This news is too shocking. Voices of discussion rang out one after another. They were simply crazy. The Crimson Dragon sneered. Carry this dog and get out of here. The remaining disciples of the Tuoba family did not dare to make a scene. They quickly carried Tuoba Tianfeng and left the place dejectedly. The surrounding crowd was in a heated discussion. Among them, a few powerful warriors surrounded Lin Xian. They quickly said, "Young master, are you selling the divine crystal in your hand? I'm willing to pay a high price for it. What treasure do you want? I can exchange it with you. Cultivation techniques, weapons, defensive equipment, or other spiritual medicine? I'm willing to exchange it with you." Even the stall owner had offered a very attractive price. Many people had their eyes on the divine crystal. After all, such a heaven-defying item could only be found by chance. However, Lin Xian shook his head. He still had a use for it, so he would not exchange it or sell it. After politely rejecting these people, Lin Xian prepared to leave. However, the stall owner said, "Young master, if you want to sell it, you can come to the Dian sacred land. If there's a need, I'll go." Lin Xian nodded and left. After he left, the news spread like wildfire. Soon, the entire stone gambling convention knew that someone had obtained a divine crystal. Moreover, the third genius of the Tuoba family had barked like a dog in public. These two pieces of news were like bombs that blew everyone's minds. The Tuoba family was a powerful family of seeker spiritualists. They were very famous in the eastern wilderness. Everyone naturally knew that Tuoba Tianfeng was the third genius. However, they did not expect him to bark like a dog in public after losing a bet. This was truly unbelievable. They were all guessing who could win against Tuoba Tianfeng. Could it be a genius of the Ouyang family, or an elite of the Huangfu family? However, they were all surprised by the outcome. It was an unfamiliar and mysterious young man. They did not know his background. However, he had obtained a divine crystal and defeated Tuoba Tianfeng. Tuoba Tianfeng's loss was justified. Although he was powerful and had obtained a rare ice and fire crystal, it could not compare to a real divine crystal. Yes, a divine crystal had appeared. Moreover, it had appeared in the hands of a young man. This was really surprising. Who is that kid? How can he be so powerful? In an instant, everyone was trying to find out Lin Xian's identity. When the other experts of the Tuoba family heard this, they were so angry that they vomited blood. They were furious. They were too furious. The Tuoba family had always been high and mighty. When had they ever been humiliated like this? Therefore, many experts of the Tuoba family moved out to find Lin Xian. They wanted to avenge Tuoba Tianfeng. Meanwhile, Lin Xian continued to search for strange stones near the Dragon Transformation Gorge. Soon, he arrived at the Dragon Transformation Lake. The jade-green lake water was clear, and one couldn't see the bottom. It was extremely deep. The Dragon Transformation Lake was filled with immortal qi. It was like a jade crystal embedded in the ground. Not far from the lakeside, there was a bamboo house. A few bamboos were planted next to the bamboo house, which was full of green jade and lush green. Wild flowers swayed on the ground, and there were a few stones. Could this be a stall too? Lin Xian walked over curiously. Suddenly, a few cold voices came from behind. Over there. It's that kid. Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and old monster Dugu stopped and turned to look. Then, they frowned. This was because the people who had come were none other than the Tuoba family. F***ck, they're still here. Why are they here so soon? The Crimson Dragon frowned. These people were really annoying. Old monster Dugu reminded him, young master, you may have defeated Tuoba Tianfeng, but you must not be careless. The Tuoba family is famous in the eastern wilderness. They must have a strong background and strength. Lin Xian nodded. He naturally understood that as well. However, he had the heavenly secret divine eyes, so he was not afraid of the Tuoba family. Given some time, he could train the heavenly secret child prodigy to a higher level. He could even trample on any seeker family. While Lin Xian and the others were talking, the Tuoba family members caught up with them. They stared at Lin Xian fiercely, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Kid, you're the one who cut out the divine crystal? You're the one who dared to provoke the Tuoba family? You must be tired of living. Kneel down and apologize to the Tuoba family in front of everyone, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll suffer a terrible fate. Spare my life? Lin Xian sneered. You think too highly of yourself. Also, the competition was very fair. Each person chose a stone to gamble on, this is what everyone saw. It's just that your Tuoba family's people aren't good enough and made such an agreement. You can't blame me for making a fool of yourself. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Tuoba Tianfeng for being too arrogant. He wanted to harm others, but he ended up harming himself instead. You're courting death. Hearing this, the experts of the Tuoba family were furious. They naturally understood this logic, but they couldn't take it lying down. Because they were still the laughingstock of everyone's conversations, they had to do something to prove themselves. Therefore, they targeted Lin Xian. As long as he defeated the other party, he would be able to get back at them for the humiliation he had suffered. Kid, Tuoba Tianfeng wasn't in his best condition earlier, so he lost to you. Do you dare to compete with me again? A middle-aged man shouted coldly. Light flickered in his eyes as purple runes formed a diamond-shaped pattern. Not interested. Lin Xian shook his head. His time was precious, and he would not casually exchange blows with any Tom, Dick, or Harry. The Crimson Dragon sneered as well. You want to compete with us? Fine, cut out a piece of divine crystal in front of everyone first. Otherwise, no matter how powerful you are, you will lose to us if you can't cut out a divine crystal. You. The Tuoba family was so angry that they vomited blood. Was a divine crystal that easy to cut out? They had never been able to cut it out in their entire lives, not to mention them, even the elders of their family didn't have enough people to cut it out. Humph, what divine crystal? You were just lucky to cut it out. I don't believe that you can cut out a second piece. The Tuoba family roared angrily. They didn't believe that Lin Xian could cut out a divine crystal with his own strength. In their opinion, Lin Xian was just lucky to have come across it. Just as they were arguing, a maid in a blue dress suddenly appeared in the bamboo house in front of him. She quickly came forward and said coldly, "Who are you?" Don't make a ruckus here and disturb my Mississippi, your miss. Who is your miss? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the Tuoba family? The Tuoba family members were extremely arrogant. The Tuoba family members were already unhappy. Now that someone had come out to discipline them, they were about to go crazy. Therefore, they sneered and didn't take the other party seriously. You. The maid was so angry that her face turned pale. She said angrily, the Tuoba family is too arrogant. Do you know who my miss is? Do you know where you are? I don't care who your miss is. Could it be that she's a fairy? If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Don't meddle in the affairs here. Otherwise, we'll deal with you too. The Tuoba family member said viciously. She was just a little maid. They didn't take her seriously. Buzz, however, at that moment, the sound of a zither came from the house. It was like a high mountain and flowing water that streaked across the void. When the sound was heard, the void vibrated and stimulated the souls of those who heard it. Suddenly, the mysterious sound wave swept toward the Tuoba family. When they heard the sound of the zither, the Tuoba family members' expressions changed. That was because they could sense that the sound contained a powerful soul power and a biting cold murderous intent. In the next moment, they didn't dare to be careless and put up their defenses. However, they couldn't stop it at all. Pft. Pft, pft. More than a dozen Tuoba family members vomited blood. Their bodies couldn't stop trembling. The sound of the zither had injured their souls. Lin Xian frowned at the side. The Crimson Dragon's expression was grave because the sound of the zither was too terrifying. Old Monster Dugu's expression changed drastically. He tried his best to resist the sound of the zither. However, the sound of the zither was too profound. He couldn't resist it. Fortunately, Lin Xian put up a defense at the critical moment and blocked the sound of the zither. Thank you, young master. Old Monster Dugu hurriedly thanked him. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, he might have suffered the same fate as the Tuoba family members. His soul would have been injured and he would have vomited blood. As for the Tuoba family members, they were both shocked and furious. First of all, the other party's methods were too terrifying. The sound of the zither had injured more than a dozen of them. That kind of method was heaven-defying. Moreover, the other party had dared to attack the Tuoba family. That meant that the other party had nothing to fear. Who was that person? How could he have such a method? One of the middle-aged men gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, how dare you attack us here? Don't you know the rules of the Dragon Transformation Lake?" They were furious. Even though they couldn't defeat the other party, they wanted to use the rules of the lake to suppress the other party. One had to know that the Dragon Transformation Lake was jointly managed by the 5 great sacred lands. No matter how powerful a person was, they wouldn't have a good ending if they dared to break the rules here. However, the young maidservant sneered and said, "Attack? When did I attack you? My family's young miss only played a song." You. The Tuoba family members were so angry that they vomited blood. Indeed, after that, the pleasant sound of the zither came from the bamboo house again. It was like a dancing fairy that was intoxicating. They were furious. The other party had attacked them, but they couldn't find any weakness. What was even more detestable was that they were the only ones who were injured. The detestable kid in front of them was unharmed. That made them even more incredulous. Damn it. Are you guys in cahoots? The sound of the zither was so powerful that they couldn't even withstand it. Naturally, they didn't believe that Lin Xian and the other two could withstand it. Therefore, they subconsciously thought that Lin Xian was in cahoots with the people in the bamboo house. Good lad. How dare you team up with others to hurt us? Just you wait. The Tuoba family won't let this go. These people decided to go back and ask the elders to come over. They had to teach Lin Xian a lesson. However, a few elders passed by and sneered when they saw this scene. The Tuoba family is too arrogant. How dare they behave so atrociously here? Don't worry about them. It's good to let them suffer a little. Hearing the elders say this, the Tuoba family felt that something was wrong. Could it be that this was some kind of terrifying dragon's lair or tiger's den? Therefore, they asked, "What's going on here? Is there anything strange?" They really don't know what's good for them. They don't even know where this is. How dare they behave so arrogantly here? An elder sneered, since I know the elders of your family, I'll remind you. This is the territory of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. You'd better behave yourselves here. Otherwise, no one can save you. What? This is the shop of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground? The Tuoba family was completely stunned. Although the Tuoba family was powerful, they couldn't be compared to a top sacred ground like the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Moreover, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground was one of the 5 sacred grounds that hosted the Stone Gambling Conference. It could be said that they were the organizers. How dare they behave atrociously here? They were courting death. Thinking of this, cold sweat trickled down their faces. More than that. Do you know who's in the bamboo house? She's not an ordinary person. I heard that she's the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. How dare you behave atrociously in front of her? Hurry up and kowtow to apologize. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground. This time, the Tuoba family was really flustered. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground was the top genius of the younger generation and the future master of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. How dare they behave so arrogantly in front of her? Thinking of their previous actions, they wanted to slap themselves. In the next moment, they hurriedly bowed and said respectfully, "We didn't know that the sacred ground was here. Please forgive us for our sins. Let's leave now." After saying that, these people no longer dared to pay attention to Lin Xian and the others, and quickly left with their tails between their legs. Because they didn't dare to stay here any longer. Old Monster Dugu was also extremely shocked. He whispered, "Young master, let's go. This is not a place we can come to." Although this old Monster Dugu was also incomparably powerful and had few opponents under the almighty level, in front of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, he did not dare to be arrogant at all. However, Lin Xian acted as if he didn't hear what he said. His gaze was fixed on the bamboo house in front of him. To be honest, when he heard that it was the Jade Lake Saint, he was very excited. Because the Jade Lake Saintess was Murong Qingqing. Originally, he wanted to wait until the matter of the All Beginnings Holy Land was settled before looking for the other party. Who would have thought that the other party would actually show up now? It had been a long time since he last saw Qingqing. Now that he knew that she was here, how could he not be excited? Lovesickness quickly flowed through his body. On the side, the Crimson Dragon also grinned. It's actually that girl. I didn't expect her strength to reach such a level. Previously, when Murong Qingqing had parted with them, she had just become a king. But now, a zither sound was able to injure more than a dozen powerful 6-star kings. This kind of strength could be said to be heaven-defying. When old Monster Dugu saw that Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's expressions did not change, he immediately became afraid. These 2 young masters couldn't be thinking of doing something to the Jade Lake Saintess, right? Thinking of this, he broke out in cold sweat. Young master, it's best not to act blindly without thinking. This Jade Lake Sacred Ground is different from the Tuoba family. Don't worry, old man. Nothing will happen, said the Crimson Dragon. Damn. They really dare to have ideas about the Saintess. Old Monster Dugu broke out in cold sweat. These 2 guys were too daring. How could he know that Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were not only daring, but they had also killed the Saintess of All Beginnings not long ago? Of course, it was impossible for old Monster Dugu to know this news. Moreover, it was different this time. The Saintess inside was very likely to be Murong Qingqing. She was Lin Xian's woman. Therefore, there would not be any danger. In front of them, the melodious sound of a zither was very pleasing to the ear. It seemed to pull one's soul into a fairyland. Just from the sound of the zither, one could tell how powerful the cultivation of the person inside was. However, the little maidservant in front of him frowned. Why are you still not leaving? To be honest, she was also very puzzled. The previous zither sound had injured more than a dozen experts of the Tuoba family in an instant. However, the 3 people in front of her were not injured at all. She knew the strength of her young master, but the 3 people in front of her were actually able to resist her, which really surprised her. Now, the 3 of them were actually still here, which made her even more vigilant. Could it be that these 3 people are planning something? Behind them, the few elders who were strolling around said, "Young man, I advise you to leave quickly. This is not a place for you to stay." Yes, even if the genius disciples of the sacred lands wanted to see her, they would be turned away at the door, let alone you. Unless the real saints and saintesses come, they might have a chance to enter. After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled faintly. Seniors, don't worry. I won't do anything rash. I'm just standing here and listening to the zither sound. Can't I? Can you understand it? The little maid curled her lips. Lin Xian smiled and said, a little, a little? As he admired the sound of the zither, he looked around and then his gaze fell on a few stones in front of the bamboo house. Runes flashed in his eyes. Lin Xian looked forward and then revealed a look of surprise. These stones have an extraordinary origin. He realized that the black demonic aura in these stones was denser than that of the divine crystal. You can understand this too? The little maid asked. What's there to not understand? We cut out a divine crystal before. The Crimson Dragon said smugly. Cut out a divine crystal. So you're the mysterious seeker soul master that's been rumored recently. Obviously, Lin Xian's reputation had spread throughout the entire stone gambling conference, so the beautiful little maid had naturally heard of him. Yes, how is it? Now you know how powerful we are. Hurry up and invite us in for tea, will you? The Crimson Dragon said quickly. No way. It's impossible for you to see my young master. Not to mention you, even the Thousand Thunder Saint came yesterday and was sent back by me. The Thousand Thunder Saint? Damn, what's that guy doing here? The Crimson Dragon frowned and said, Kid, someone is probably trying to steal your treasure. Lin Xian's face also darkened. That guy also dared to come here. He's really courting death. I let him go last time. The next time I see him, I definitely won't let him go. On the side, old monster Dugu's eyes almost popped out when he heard this. What? Won't let the 10,000 Thunder Saint off? Heavens, little ancestor, do you know what you're talking about? That was the 10,000 Thunder Saint, he was the pinnacle existence among the younger generation. Other than the saints of the other sacred lands, not many young people were his match. Could it be that you want to attack the 10,000 Thunder Saint? Old Monster Dugu simply couldn't believe it. In fact, old Monster Dugu didn't know that this was nothing. It wasn't like Lin Xian hadn't beaten the 10,000 Thunder Saint before, and he had beaten him like a dog. If it weren't for the Path Protector, the 10,000 Thunder Saint would have died long ago. Lin Xian didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at the few stones in front of him again. This time, his expression was incomparably solemn, and mysterious Tao patterns appeared in his eyes. He used the God's Eye of Weather, emitting a mysterious aura. However, the more he looked, the more shocked he was. These stones all contained a magical power. Fortunately, he had the heavenly secret God's Eye. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to see it clearly at all. These stones are really not simple. Where did they come from? They actually contain a magical power. You can see it? The little maid at the side was even more surprised. No wonder you can cut out divine crystals. Actually, it's fine to tell you. These stones were obtained from the Primordium Ancient Mine. What? From the Primordium Ancient Mine. Hearing this, Lin Xian was moved. On the side, the Crimson Dragon and Old Monster Dugu were even more shocked. The Primordium Ancient Mine was a forbidden area for life, a forbidden area for humans. How did the other party get it? The Crimson Dragon was even more excited. As expected of the Jade Lake sacred ground, they were really generous to take out such stones. He had lived for thousands of years, so he naturally knew more. Some holy lands had some stones transported from the Origin Ancient Mine, but very few people took them out. He hadn't expected that the Jade Lake sacred ground would take the initiative to offer it. As for the beautiful maid, she stared at Lin Xian and asked carefully, "What can you see? Is there anything inside?" She was also very curious. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. "I can't see it clearly for now. It's covered by a cloud of demonic qi." "Is that so?" "If even you can't see it clearly, I'm afraid very few people can. Unless it's one of those living fossils or a celestial spirit master." Lin Xian wasn't lying. He really couldn't see clearly. Of course, this was also the reason why he did not use his heavenly secret God eyes with his full strength. If he used his Tianji God eyes with all his might, he might be able to see what was inside. However, he didn't dare to use his full strength because once he used his full strength, he wouldn't be able to suppress the golden light. At that time, his eyes would emit a golden light, and those strange runes would definitely attract the attention of those who were interested. With a little deduction, Xianxia knew that his eyes were the heavenly fate god eyes. If this news was exposed, the 5 great sacred lands would probably be the first to attack him. Therefore, he wouldn't use his full strength. Of course, if he wanted to use it, he would have to isolate everything. On the side, the Crimson Dragon said again, "Little girl, we've talked so much that we're thirsty. Aren't you going to invite us in for a cup of tea? In your dreams. You want to go in for a cup of tea? No way." The little maid said angrily. "Unless you can cut out treasures from these stones, you should go back." Hearing this, old monster Dugu sighed. It was easier said than done to cut out treasures from these primordium ancient mind stones. He had heard of these stones before. They were very evil, and even powerful seeker spirit masters often failed to cut them. Very few people could cut out the real thing. Moreover, these stones were very expensive and could be said to be heaven-defying. Ordinary people couldn't afford them at all. Lin Xian wouldn't cut the stones now, but he still said calmly, "Let us in. Maybe I'm an old friend of your young miss?" "What old friend? Don't try to get acquainted with my young miss. My young miss doesn't have any old friends." "That can't be. Isn't your young lady Moro?" The dark rainbow dragon laughed. "What? How do you know my young miss name?" This time, the little maid was completely stunned. She was very confused and stared at Lin Xian and the other two with an unfriendly expression. "What are you doing? Hurry up and leave, or don't blame me for being rude." However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the bamboo house. "Shuang don't be rude. Young miss." Hearing this, the little maid didn't say anything and stood to the side with her hands down. However, she still stared at Lin Xian and the other two with an unfriendly expression. In the bamboo house, the voice sounded again. "I wonder which old friend you're talking about. I really do have a few old friends." "Of course it's Tianwu's old friends," Lin Xian said. "What?" Hearing this, the person in the bamboo house cried out in surprise. Then, the pleasant sound of the zither came to an abrupt end. After a while, the voice sounded again. "I do have a few old friends. I wonder who you're talking about. Moron girl, how come you can't even recognize us?" The Crimson Dragon said. "Come out and take a look." In front of them, a figure walked out of the house. She was wearing a white floor-length dress with pink patterns embroidered on the white hem. Her arm was wrapped in purple silk, about a zhang long, and her waist was slender, tied with a purple belt inlaid with jadeite. Her jet-black hair was tied up with a light purple ribbon. A few strands of hair fell mischievously on her shoulders, making her delicate skin look even fairer. She didn't have any makeup on her face, but she looked fresh and attractive. On the side, old monster Dugu was stunned. "Is this the Jade Lake Saint? She's really beautiful." A trace of excitement appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. It was indeed Morong Qingqing. "It's been a long time since we last met. She's even more outstanding now." Yes, it was Morong Qingqing. Her eyes were like water as she glanced at Lin Xian and the other two. Then, she frowned slightly. She had never seen these 3 people before, but for some reason, the young man in front of her gave her a very familiar feeling. The flaming dragon horse beside him had a familiar ruffian aura. "What's wrong, Qingqing? Don't you recognize me?" Lin Xian said with a smile. He raised his hand and released a dragon-shaped sword aura. Seeing the dragon-shaped sword aura, Morong Qingqing trembled. She could clearly sense the power of the great dragon sword soul in the sword aura. No one else could imitate this power. Only Lin Xian had it. In other words, the young man in front of her was Lin Xian. No wonder she found him so familiar. "Why are you here?" Morong Qingqing was so excited that her voice trembled. This scene stunned the little handmaiden and old monster Dugu. They could not believe that Lin Xian knew Morong Qingqing. Moreover, they seemed to be very familiar with each other. "I wanted to look for you later, but I didn't expect to meet you here in advance." "Why?" Aren't you going to invite me in? Lin Xian said with a smile. Come in quickly. Morong Qingqing was no longer as calm as she was at first. Old man, let's not go in. Let the two of them go in. The Crimson Dragon said from the side. As for the little maid, she was dumbfounded. She had never seen her young miss so excited before. Old Monster Duga did not go in either. Instead, he stood at the side. However, his heart was in turmoil. He was very curious about the relationship between the two of them. Could it be that they knew each other before? However, he would never have guessed that the two of them were a couple. The interior of the room was very simple, but it had a different feel to it. There was a table with a guqin on it. It had an aura of vicissitudes. At first glance, one could tell that it had been passed down from ancient times. Brother Xian. Qingqing. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing looked at each other. Love appeared in their eyes. Then, they hugged each other tightly. The little handmaiden outside the room secretly peeked into the room. However, when she saw the two of them hugging each other, she was completely stunned. Heavens, what's going on? She did not dare to imagine. Her mistress was the saint of the Jade Lake. She was a high and mighty existence. Moreover, her mistress might not even care about someone like the Saint of 10,000 Thunder. But now, a strange young man was able to win her mistress's favor. Moreover, the two of them were hugging each other. This was too unbelievable. The little handmaiden rubbed her eyes and realized that she was not dreaming. It really happened. In the next moment, she almost screamed. Fortunately, the Crimson Dragon sent her a voice transmission and briefly explained the situation. Only then did the little maid calm down. As Morong Qingqing's maidservant, she naturally knew some things about Morong Qingqing. She knew that Morong Qingqing came from a faraway island. She also had a sweetheart named Lin Xian. However, she did not expect that the young man before her was the legendary Lin Xian. Looking at his strength, he doesn't seem to be very outstanding. The little maid sized up Lin Xian. However, the spirit-seeking technique is still very powerful. To be able to cut out divine crystals at such a young age, I'm afraid that even those powerful families of spirit-seeking masters don't have many people with such talent. In this aspect, he's a good match for my lady. The little girl began to think about these things now. However, she did not know that Morong Qingqing had already pledged her life to Lin Xian. Inside the house, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing hugged each other for a long time before the two of them slowly separated. Morong Qingqing said, Shuang'er, guard outside. If there are no special circumstances, don't let anyone in. Yes. The little maid Shuang'er nodded. Morong Qingqing waved her hand and a formation enveloped the bamboo house, isolating it from the outside world. Brother Xian, I miss you. Morong Qingqing raised her little face. Me too. Lin Xian smiled and gently stroked Morong Qingqing's hair. Then, the two of them briefly recounted their experiences. Morong Qingqing's life had been very smooth. After she entered the Jade Lake sacred ground, she was directly favored by the Queen Mother of the West because of her phoenix bloodline. She was even accepted as a closed-door disciple. Under the vigorous cultivation of the Jade Lake sacred ground, coupled with Morong Qingqing's talent and terrifying bloodline power, her cultivation strength improved rapidly. Now, she had become the holy maiden of the Jade Lake sacred ground. However, when Morong Qingqing heard about Lin Xian, she was very nervous. She did not expect that Lin Xian would experience so many things after she separated from him. In fact, every single one of them made her extremely shocked. Especially when she heard that Lin Xian had joined forces with Lu Mingyue to kill the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings, she almost exclaimed. The Holy Maiden of All Beginnings was also a holy maiden. As a holy maiden, she knew how powerful a holy maiden could be. But even so, Lin Xian was still able to succeed. It really shocked her to the core. Big brother Xian, what do you plan to do next? Morong Qingqing asked. Although Lin Xian was not in danger right now, if Lin Xian's identity was exposed, the All Beginnings Holy Land would definitely hunt him down. She naturally had to support Lu Mingyue. After all, she had been busy for so long. She could not leave empty-handed. As long as Lu Mingyue becomes the new Holy Maiden, there will be enormous benefits for her. Lin Xian said. Perhaps I can help you enter the All-Beginnings Holy Land, Morong Qingqing said at this time. After this stone gambling assembly, our 5 great holy lands will hold a small gathering. The location of that gathering will not be at the Dragon Transformation Lake, but at the All-Beginnings Holy Land. At that time I will also be there. You can quickly enter the Holy Land with me. That is the safest method. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Since he already had a way to enter the Holy Land, he still had to make preparations. After all, if he was discovered, he had to have the Black Earth. Only then would he have the ability to protect himself. It was not that he did not trust Morong Qingqing. Rather, as the Holy Maiden of the Jade Lake, Morong Qingqing had certain restrictions. At the very least, she could not openly oppose the All-Beginnings Holy Land. After all, this involved the relationship between the 2 holy lands. Morong Qingqing also understood this point. In the next moment, she lightly tapped her storage ring and took out a blue crystal. It looked like a star in the sky. Big brother Xian, this is a divine crystal. Since you have a use for it, I'll give it to you. Lin Xian received it with a smile. Then, he gently scratched Morong Qingqing's nose. Girl, you have truly become a blessed daughter of heaven. You are so rich that you can casually take out a divine crystal. Hee, isn't everything mine yours? Morong Qingqing said with a smile. Then, she gently placed her head on Lin Xian's shoulder. Qingqing, just you wait. One day, I will personally go to the Jade Lake Holy Land to propose marriage. Morong Qingqing nodded. Her small face blushed. Her current status was not ordinary. Although she had already pledged her life to Lin Xian, she still needed the Holy Land's approval if she wanted to be together forever. However, she believed that with Lin Xian's talent and great dragon sword soul, as long as he was given enough time, no one on this continent would be a match for Lin Xian. Right, I also have some news about Qiu'er. How is that little girl? Lin Xian asked. Oh yes, I have some news about Qiu'er. How is that little girl? Lin Xian asked. Qiu'er was naturally Shinjingqiu, Lin Xian's woman. Moreover, Morong Qingqing had already accepted Shinjingqiu's existence completely. The 2 of them were even close, like sisters. Qiu'er is very special. She has already become the Xianxia saintess. Let me tell you, Qiu'er's bloodline is the born Taoism body. That's a very terrifying bloodline. When he heard this, Lin Xian was shocked. The born Taoism body, as well as the saint and divine bodies of the clan of the ancients, were all very terrifying. He did not expect Qiu'er to have such a heaven-defying body. Not to mention Qiu'er, even Morong Qingqing's body was frightening. It was the legendary phoenix body. Lin Xian felt a wave of pressure. His 2 wives were too outstanding. Although he was very talented, he did not have a special body constitution or bloodline. However, he would not be discouraged. With the great dragon sword soul in his body, Lin Xian had absolute confidence that he would not lose to anyone. Even if it was a divine body or a saint body, he would not be afraid. Just as the 2 of them were talking in the house, a few figures walked in from outside. One of them was a very eye-catching young man. His long purple hair fluttered in the wind, and he had an indescribable evil aura about him. His eyes were also glowing with a deep purple light, like a purple gemstone. This young man was very confident. He was like a god of war as he walked in slowly. There was a purple patch on his thumb, and he was playing with it non-stop at the moment. The purple-haired young man walked quickly towards the bamboo house. Stop right there. Who are you? This is the shop of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Outsiders should leave immediately. When the little maidservant saw the purple-haired young man walk over, she immediately stood out and said coldly. The purple-haired young man also stopped in his tracks. He was like a real immortal, and his body was surrounded by purple light. I am the #1 genius of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Tianxi. I have something to discuss with the Jade Lake Saintess. The purple-haired young man said. What? Tuoba Tianxi. Hearing this, old man Dugu was extremely shocked. This was the #1 genius of the Tuoba family. He was much stronger than Tuoba Tianfeng. Who would have thought that he would actually come now? Humph, the Crimson Dragon snorted and looked at Tuoba Tianxi unkindly. The little maid, Xianxia, appeared to be very indifferent. After all, she followed Morong Qingqing and often saw either saintesses or holy sons. Therefore, she didn't really care about the number one genius of the Tuoba family. Therefore, she said coldly, "Go back. My young miss is busy now and won't see you." "Is something the matter?" Hearing this, Tuoba Tianxi frowned. From the looks of it, he was not allowed to enter. His expression immediately turned ugly. As the number one genius of the Tuoba family, he believed that he was not inferior to those saints and saintesses. Now, he hadn't even seen Morong Qingqing's face. How could he be willing to go back? Suddenly, he frowned and said coldly, "I really have something to discuss with the Jade Lake Saintess. Our young miss really doesn't have time to see you." The little maid snorted. Even the Thousand Thunder Saint was chased away by her. Not to mention Tuoba Tianxi in front of her. "I'm here to apologize. Previously, a few warriors of the Tuoba family unintentionally offended the saintess. This time, I'm here with sincerity. I hope you won't stop me," Tuoba Tianxi said in a low voice. Although he was dissatisfied with the little maid in front of him, he still didn't want to do anything. After all, he knew the strength of the Jade Lake sacred ground. However, the little maid, Xianxia, shook her head and said, "Go back. Our young miss really won't see you." "Humph," Tuoba Tianxi snorted and his expression was unusually cold. A little maid dared to treat him like this. She really didn't know what was good for her. The next moment, he stepped forward and a purple light appeared around his body and circled around him. It was as if the purple deity had descended. At the same time, a huge force emerged and filled the sky. It seemed to form a purple mountain that was so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. Feeling the surging force, the little maid, Xianxia's face tightened. "How dare you fight here? Do you know where you are and who our young miss is?" The other party was too arrogant. Even the myriad thunder sage didn't dare to fight here, but Tuoba Tianxi dared to. He really didn't know what was good for him. "Damn, you dare to fight here? You're revolting." The Crimson Dragon was also angry. His body swayed and the fiery red light on his body soared into the sky. A terrifying flame aura filled the air. At the same time, Old Monster Duga sighed, but he also made a move. His aura gushed out. This was not only the Jade Lake's territory, but also Lin Xian. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing finally met. At this moment, the two must have a lot to talk about. How could they allow others to disturb them? Therefore, in the next moment, the Crimson Dragon stood out. His aura was like the sea, blocking the purple mountain in the sky. Old Monster Dugu was like a demon king. "Thank you." The little girl, Xianxia, looked at the Crimson Dragon and Old Monster Dugu gratefully. She now felt that compared to the disciples of the aristocratic families, Lin Xian and the other two were more adorable. "A beast dares to block the way. You're courting death." Tuoba Tianxi looked at the Crimson Dragon in front of him and sneered. "You're the beast. Your whole family are beasts." The Crimson Dragon was angry. He was a divine dragon. Now that he was called a beast, he naturally couldn't stand it. Suddenly, the fiery red flames on his body turned into a crimson dragon and rushed forward. Boom! The crimson fire dragon collided with the purple mountain, shaking heaven and earth. The terrifying scene attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Suddenly, a huge pressure appeared in the sky. That pressure belonged to a mighty figure. Who dares to fight in the dragon transformation lake? A terrifying aura came with a biting cold killing intent. It was about to turn into a purple divine sword and fall from the sky. Buzz! Tuoba Tianxi's face changed drastically. He didn't expect a mighty figure to come out so soon. The Crimson Dragon snorted. So what if a mighty figure came? He waved his flames and hit forward, forcing Tuoba Tianxi to retreat and leaving a burn mark on his body. "You're courting death." Tuoba Tianxi was furious. How dare the other party hurt him? He was going to attack. Humph! At this moment, the killing intent in the sky became even sharper. It was as if it had materialized. It was unbearable. "Senior, please wait." Seeing this, Morong Qingqing's voice came from the bamboo house. Then, her body swayed and appeared in the void like a fairy. "Senior, this is my friend." There's a misunderstanding, Morong Qingqing said to the void quickly. Since you're friends of the Jade Lake Saint, I'll let you go this time. But if there's a next time, I'll kill you. The cold voice disappeared in the sky. The purple divine sword also disappeared. The terrifying killing intent melted like snow. Seeing this, Old Monster Dugu and Shuang heaved a sigh of relief. The scene just now had scared them to death. They did not have the ability to resist the aura of such a powerful figure. On the other side, Tuoba Tianxi's face turned ugly. He did not expect that the other party would really dare to attack and attract the attention of a powerful figure. Fortunately, the Jade Lake Saint came out in the end. Otherwise, he would have been killed here. Thinking of this, he looked at the Crimson Dragon angrily. The Crimson Dragon snorted. So what if a powerful figure was attracted? He was not an ordinary person. When the powerful figure attacked, he would have a way to escape. Therefore, he was not afraid. The next moment, the Crimson Dragon stared at Tuoba Tianxi and said coldly, "Boy, get out of here. Otherwise, Ben Huang will attack again." Lunatic. Hearing this, Tuoba Tianxi's face turned ugly. If a powerful figure was attracted again, even the Jade Lake Saint would not be able to resist. However, he did not care about the Crimson Dragon because Morong Qingqing had come out. The next moment, he looked at Morong Qingqing in the sky and smiled confidently. "Jade Lake Saint, you're really beautiful. It's an honor to meet you today." "Who are you?" Morong Qingqing frowned. In a flash, she came to the front of the bamboo house. "I'm Tuoba Tianxi, the #1 young master of the Tuoba family." He was also the #1 seeker spiritual master of the younger generation. Tuoba Tianxi was very confident. Although the Tuoba family was not as powerful as a sacred ground, he believed that with his talent and strength, he would not be weaker than the saints of those sacred grounds. This time, he came to solve the problem of the Tuoba family offending the Jade Lake sacred ground. Moreover, he also wanted to meet the Jade Lake Saint. He wanted to see if he could win her heart. After all, it was rumored that the Jade Lake Saintess was unparalleled in beauty. As a top heaven's favorite of the younger generation, Tuoba Tianxi naturally yearned for her. However, Tuoba Tianxi was soon stunned. The reason for that was because he discovered that a handsome man had walked out from behind Morong Qingqing. Moreover, the relationship between the two of them seemed to be very close. This scene made Tuoba Ting extremely uncomfortable. As an extremely talented genius, he would not allow such a thing to happen. He was also pursuing Morong Qingqing, so he was mad when he saw Morong Qingqing with another man. In the next moment, he stared at the handsome young man, and a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. This handsome young man was naturally Lin Xian. When he heard about the situation outside, he also came out. When he sensed the killing intent in Tuoba Tianxi's eyes, he snorted coldly. He had yet to find trouble with the other party, and the other party actually dared to release killing intent towards him. He really didn't know what was good for him. "Kid, who are you?" Tuoba Tianxi asked coldly. He didn't know Lin Xian, and he didn't seem to be a saint. However, how could such a person be together with Morong Qingqing and be on such good terms with her? "My surname is Long." "You can call me Brother Long," Lin Xian said calmly. Since he was outside, he naturally had to use a smurf account. He didn't want anyone to know that he was Lin Xian. Surname Long. Hearing this, Tuoba Tianxi frowned. This person actually dared to ask him to call him Brother Long. He really had a death wish. "What Brother Long? I've never heard of you. Which sect are you from? You haven't even heard of me?" Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking unusually calm. He said calmly, "Go back and ask Tuoba Tianfeng who defeated him. I think you'll know my identity soon enough." "What? It's you." Hearing this, Tuoba Tianxi's face immediately darkened. How could he not know that Tuoba Tianfeng had been defeated? What was worse was that Tuoba Tianfeng had started barking like a dog, causing the Tuoba family to lose face and become a laughing stock. The person who had caused all of this was the young man in front of him. How could Tuoba Tianxi not be angry? In the next moment, a cold murderous intent radiated from his eyes. It was so cold that it almost materialized. "Kid, how dare you provoke the Tuoba family? I have to say, you really don't know what's good for you." You'd better kneel down and apologize to the Tuoba family. Otherwise, I can guarantee that you'll suffer a terrible fate. Humph, this time, before Lin Xian could speak, Morong Qingqing snorted coldly. She said coldly, Tuoba Tianxi, watch your attitude. Young Master Long is my friend. Damn it, seeing that even Morong Qingqing had spoken, Tuoba Tianxi's face turned even uglier. His opponent was the Jade Lake Saint. He didn't dare to be impudent in front of her. However, he couldn't hold his anger in and was about to go crazy. Therefore, he said, Kid, do you dare to have a match with me? I'll let you know how powerful the Tuoba family spirit-seeking technique is. Compete with you? I'm not interested. Lin Xian shook his head. He still had to spend more time with Morong Qingqing. He wasn't interested in fighting with others. What if I use a divine crystal as a wager? Tuoba Tianxi refused to give up. He waved his hand and took out a black divine crystal. It was pitch black and emitted a mysterious power. A divine crystal. Old Monster Dugu, Shuang and the others exclaimed when they saw this. They didn't expect Tuoba Tianxi to be so generous as to use a divine crystal as a wager. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He was just thinking about how to find a divine crystal when Tuoba Tianxi came to him. Since this was the case, how could he not want it? Therefore, he nodded and said, Since you're here to give me a divine crystal, I'll play with you. Humph, if you want my divine crystal, let's see what you're capable of. Tuoba Tianxi sneered. As long as Qin Haodong agreed to a match with him, the rest would be easy. He would let Qin Haodong know what the Tuoba family's spirit-seeking technique was, and the news of the competition between the two swept out like a gust of wind. Instantly, the entire Stone Gambling Conference knew about it. Countless people gathered at the Tuoba house. Soon, the area around the bamboo house was filled with people. Oh my god, another Stone Gambling Conference. I heard that the wager this time is a divine crystal. This is too much. Yeah, even the older generation of spirit-seeking masters wouldn't dare to bet like this. Are the young people nowadays so crazy? Are you kidding me? How could an ordinary young person take out such a wager? Didn't you see that purple-haired man? He's Tuoba Tianxi. He's the #1 expert of the Tuoba family's younger generation. He's also the #1 spirit-seeking master of the younger generation. What? It's him? No wonder he's so generous. Obviously, everyone had heard of Tuoba Tianxi's reputation. However, they were soon puzzled. Who dared to make such a bet with Tuoba Tianxi? Could it be someone from the Ouyang clan or the Huangfu clan? Among the three Seeker spiritual master clans, only the Ouyang clan and the Huangfu clan could contend with the Tuoba clan. Neither. Do you remember the mysterious young man who obtained the divine crystal? It's him. What? It's him. No wonder Tuoba Tianxi made a move. That guy made Tuoba Tianfeng bark like a dog in front of everyone. That's a deep grudge. That's right. Tuoba Tianxi must be here for revenge. After all, the Tuoba clan is not to be trifled with. Sounds of discussion could be heard. Obviously, they were not optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. Even though Lin Xian had obtained the divine crystal, many people thought that it was due to luck. Tuoba Tianxi's reputation was too great, far surpassing Tuoba Tianfeng's. Many people even said that Tuoba Tianxi was the most promising genius to become a celestial spiritual master in the past 1,000 years. More and more people gathered around. In the end, there were even almighties. This made the surrounding people even more excited. Not only were there almighties, but many people from the Ouyang and Huangfu clans were also there. Most of the Tuoba clan's people were there to cheer for Tuoba Tianxi. There were also talented martial artists and powerful seeker spiritual masters from the various sacred grounds who were there to watch the battle. Tuoba Tianxi was quite calm when he felt the gazes of the surrounding people. He looked coldly at Lin Xian and sneered, Kid, it's not too late to kneel down and beg for mercy. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. You talk too much. You'd better take care of my divine crystal. If you damage it, I won't let you off. Lin Xian said flatly. Humph, you have a sharp tongue. I'll make you regret it. Tuoba Tianxi said coldly, his eyes full of disdain. He did not believe that his opponent could beat him in the art of spirit seeking. Lin Xian shrugged. There's no point in talking anymore. Let's begin. Why don't we choose these stones from the Origin Ancient Mine? To be honest, these stones were very mysterious. Lin Xian's hands were itching to cut a piece and take a look. However, after Tuoba Tianxi heard that, he sneered disdainfully. You really are an idiot. Do you know where these stones came from? These are stones from Origin Ancient Mine. Every single one of them has a sky-high price. Can you afford it? Even if you can afford it, can you understand it? Could it be that you can see clearly whether there are treasures inside? Kid, stone gambling is a competition of spirit-seeking skills, not luck. What you're doing is really laughable. How do you know I can't see clearly? Lin Xian snorted coldly. To be honest, he really wanted to use his heavenly secret divine eyes to see what was so special about the stones from Origin Ancient Mine. Because based on his instincts, Lin Xian felt that there must be something good in these stones. Why? Don't you dare to go? Or can't afford it? Lin Xian asked in return. Humph, Tuoba Tianxi snorted coldly, not bothering to answer. Because in his opinion, Lin Xian was just bluffing. He did not believe that the other party would dare to cut these stones from Origin Ancient Mine. One had to know that as the #1 spirit-seeking master of the younger generation, he did not dare to cut these stones easily, so. He sneered and shook his head. Ridiculous. At this moment, the two old ladies from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground also walked over. They looked at Lin Xian and Tuoba Tianxi and said in a deep voice, Young masters, these stones from Origin Ancient Mine are indeed a little strange. You can't cut them easily. How about this? We still have a batch of good stones in our hands. They were also obtained from a vein near Origin Ancient Mine. Why don't you cut these stones, young masters? With that, the two old ladies waved their embroidered robes, and more than a dozen stones appeared on the lawn in front of them. Okay, thank you very much, senior. Lin Xian nodded with a smile. On the other side, Tuoba Tianxi's eyes lit up. Obviously, it seemed that he was also about to make a move. Why? Are you betting on stones? At this moment, a hearty laugh was heard. That voice was like thunder, resounding in the sky. Before everyone could turn around, they saw a figure appear in front of them. It was a handsome young man. He was tall and wore a thunder robe, as if he was the son of the thunder god. He was extraordinarily handsome. The Thousand Thunder Sage. Many people exclaimed when they saw this young man. They did not expect that the position of the Thousand Thunder Sage would also appear. The Thousand Thunder Sage looked at Murong Qingqing, then said with a smile, Fairy Murong, it's really not easy to meet you. Hello. Murong Qingqing was expressionless, but she still nodded slightly. Everyone was a saint and saintess, so the necessary etiquette was still necessary. The Thousand Thunder Sage looked at Murong Qingqing with a hint of admiration in his eyes. At this moment, Tuoba Tianxi also said loudly, Brother Thousand Thunder, you're here too. Brother Tianxi, you're so lucky to be able to show off your skills in front of Fairy Murong, the Thousand Thunder Sage said with a smile. It seemed that he had a good relationship with Tuoba Tianxi. Everyone was shocked because these two young men were the top of the younger generation. At this moment, the two of them stood side by side, looking down at the world with disdain. Even some of the older generation felt that they were not as good as them. Ouyang Mingfei of the Ouyang family. Huangfu Qian of the Huangfu family. They're all here. Many people exclaimed when they saw a handsome man walking in front of them. His robe was whiter than snow, and he looked extremely handsome. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky, making people lose their sense of direction. This was Ouyang Mingfei, the genius of the Ouyang family. The other woman had a delicate appearance. She was holding a small green umbrella to block the sun. Her skin was abnormally white, and her eyes were as clear as crystal. She was Huangfu Qian, the little princess of the Huangfu family. The Tuoba family, Ouyang family, and Huangfu family were the three great seeker families in the eastern wilderness. At this moment, the top young geniuses of the three great families had appeared at the same time. It was really shocking. Not only that, but there were also a few saints and saintesses behind them. There was the Reverence Moon Saintess and the Thousand Tribulation Saintess. 5 Element Saint. It could be said that many of the top young geniuses of the Eastern Wilderness had appeared here. The surrounding martial artists were really excited because they usually did not see so many geniuses. They did not even see a single one. But now, with so many people gathered together, it was really a grand occasion. Of course, there were two reasons for this. First, these people were here to see Murong Qingqing. After all, Murong Qingqing had just become the Jade Lake Saintess. The saints and saintesses of other sacred grounds naturally wanted to find out what was going on. Of course, there were also many young and handsome geniuses who came to express their love. Second, it was because of Tuoba Tianxi. Although the Tuoba family was not a sacred ground or a clan of the ancients, their soul-seeking skill was very magical and peculiar. In some aspects, even the martial artists of sacred grounds might not be able to compete with them. Therefore, when Tuoba Tianxi showed his skills, they naturally wanted to watch. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon stepped forward and said in a clear voice, "You've come at the right time. Everyone, you've come at the right time. You can all be witnesses, lest the other party reneges on his loss. Listen up, everyone. This man from the Tuoba family wants to bet with a divine gem. At that time, when he loses, the black divine crystal in his hand will be ours. Let me make this clear in advance." The Crimson Dragon's voice spread clearly in all directions. At this moment, a young man on Tuoba Tianxi's side sneered. "Our brother Tianxi is betting with a divine gem. Shouldn't you take out a corresponding bet? Otherwise, wouldn't you be taking advantage of him?" Whoosh, hearing this, Lin Xian smiled slightly. He flipped his palm and took out a fist-sized divine gem that seemed to be burning with golden flames. A divine gem. Many people exclaimed when they saw the divine gem. They did not expect Lin Xian to take out a divine gem so easily. Heavens, who is this guy? How can he take out a divine gem so casually? Yes, and judging from his appearance, he seems to be on good terms with the Jade Lake Saintess. Where did this guy come from? For a moment, many young and handsome geniuses were hostile to Lin Xian. As expected, the Saint Son of Myriad Thunder spoke again. He also waved his hand and took out a divine gem that was shining with red light. "Since it's a bet, I'll join in. I bet that brother Tianxi will win." He looked at Lin Xian and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, kid. Even if I win, I won't make you pay me another divine crystal. I only need you to lead the Jade Lake Saintess from now on. Don't appear by her side." Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. It seemed that the rumor that the 10,000 Thunder Saint's son was in love with the Jade Lake Saintess was true. Otherwise, the 10,000 Thunder Saint's son would not take such a great risk and use the precious divine shock as a bet. After Murong Qingqing heard it, her face sank as well. She was just about to retort when Lin Xian shook his head. He then smiled and said, "Sure. However, if I win, that red divine crystal will be mine." He was too happy. 2 divine crystals had appeared all of a sudden. As long as he won, he would have 4 divine crystals in his hands, 4 deity crystals were more than enough to activate the Black Earth. Moreover, he did not plan to use the Black Earth to do anything earth-shattering. He only needed to let the Black Earth defend. 4 deity crystals are enough. Humph, the 10,000 Thunder Saint's son snorted. Next to him, Tuoba Tianxi also said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, brother 10,000 Thunder. Trust me. That kid was just lucky. He's no match for me." "Of course I believe you." The 10,000 Thunder Saint's son nodded and said, "The title of the #1 seeker spiritual master in the Tuoba family is not just for show. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bet an extremely precious divine crystal." "How do you want to bet?" Lin Xian asked. "I won't bully you. Let's decide the winner in one battle," Tuoba Tianxi replied with a confident look on his face. "Okay." Lin Xian nodded and then whispered to Murong Qingqing, "Wait and see. I'll defeat them all." A smile appeared on Murong Qingqing's delicate face. "I believe you." Her smile made the world lose its color. Everyone was dumbfounded. Many martial artists were even drooling because it was too beautiful. However, what shocked them even more was that the relationship between Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing was beyond ordinary friends. Could it be that there was a special relationship between the two of them? At this moment, many young talents felt their hearts ache. The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun's face darkened. He had been to the dragon-transforming lake a couple of times already. Except for today, he had never seen Murong Qingqing's face. But now, a young boy with an unknown background had won Murong Qingqing's favor. It really made him angry. Tuoba Tianxi's face also turned ugly. But then, a cold smile appeared on his face. He snorted in his heart. Kid, you can be proud for a while. When I get the divine crystal, everyone will know who the real genius is. I think Murong Qingqing will also look at me with new eyes. And you will be trampled under my feet forever. At this moment, a purple light surged out of Tuoba Tianxi's body, forming a mysterious aura that enveloped him. Not only that, but the purple light in his eyes shone and turned into a solid light that pierced through the void. It gave people a very oppressive feeling. The whole air became condensed, and everyone seemed to be unable to breathe. In the next moment, he took a step forward. The whole ground trembled slightly, and the dozens of strange stones in front of him also trembled. This scene shocked everyone. In the crowd, Ouyang Mingfei, who was dressed in white, and Huang Fuqian, who had an ethereal temperament, also looked solemn. They knew that Tuoba Tianxi was about to make a move. They were very dissatisfied with Tuoba Tianxi's arrogance. However, they also knew that Tuoba Tianxi was really talented and a very powerful seeker. He would not lose to any of them. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. This Tuoba Tianxi was indeed something. When he took a step just now, more than 10 purple lights appeared under his feet. It was like an invisible hand that grabbed the dozens of stones. This caused the stones to tremble with his footsteps. Lin Xian did not know this kind of spirit-seeking technique. However, he wasn't too worried because he had the Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes, a legendary pair of eyes. It was the legendary Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes that could see through everything in the world, so what if Tuoba Tianxi's eye technique was strong? It could not be compared to his Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes. On the opposite side, Tuoba Tianxi's aura became even more terrifying. It was like a peerless ferocious beast that was quickly recovering. Within his purple eyes, there was even a purple flame with a mysterious aura. Buzz! The void trembled. The purple eyes turned into a purple divine red that was dozens of feet long and covered the dozens of stones in front of him. Those stones seemed to be dragged by a pair of purple hands. They slowly rose into the air and then kept spinning. Beside each stone, there were countless purple lights that formed strange runes that kept flashing. What a terrifying spirit-seeking technique, what a terrifying pupil technique. At this moment, everyone was shocked. They more or less knew about the spirit-seeking technique. Moreover, those powerful spirit-seeking masters looked solemn and even felt ashamed of their inferiority. Buzz! After a while, the void trembled. Then, more than a dozen stones fell to the ground without any damage. In the sky, there was another stone floating there. The stone was not big, only the size of a basketball. There were 3 round holes on it, each of which was the size of a walnut. They were distributed on the stone, which was very strange. This was the 3-orifice magical stone. Ouyang Mingfei frowned, and his handsome face was full of seriousness. On the side, Huang Fuqian also opened her red lips and said, Tuoba Tianxi is really crazy. He dares to choose this 3-orifice magical stone. What's wrong with this stone? Is there something wrong with it? The other martial artists looked at each other, not knowing the reason. At this moment, an older spirit-seeking master said in a deep voice, this kind of 3-orifice magical stone is very strange. Legend has it that there's either a peerless treasure or nothing inside. It can be said to be 2 extremes. What? It turned out to be like this. If there's no peerless treasure, there'll be nothing. This was really shocking. It seemed that Tuoba Tianxi was determined to choose a peerless treasure. The Holy Sun was also a little worried. Brother Tianxi, are you confident? Trust me, Brother Wanlei. My spirit-seeking technique has broken through again not long ago, so I'm full of confidence. Well, I'll bet with you. The Saint Son of 10,000 Thunder said with a smile. The other holy sons, holy daughters, mighty figures, and the surrounding martial artists were also shocked. This was really an exciting gamble. This guy is really crazy. Be careful. Even Murong Qingqing looked solemn. Obviously, she also knew how terrifying this 3-orifice magical stone was. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded and gave Morong Qingqing a calm look. This time, the old lady from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground stood up and asked in a deep voice, "Young master, have you decided to choose this three-orifice magical stone?" "That's right," Tuoba Tianxi said. The old woman from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground said again, "This three-orifice strange stone is 4,000 kilograms of crystals." "What? 8,000 caddies of crystals? So expensive." Hearing this, everyone was extremely shocked. This is really a sky-high price. 8,000 genes of crystal stones, that was a huge sum. Even a king would be able to cultivate for a long time, but now, it was only the price of a piece of stone, and this stone might not even contain any treasures. Sure enough, stone gambling was exciting. Lin Xian was also very surprised. This price was indeed too expensive. In the next moment, he looked at Tuoba Tianxi. Tuoba Tianxi's expression was grave. Clearly, the price was out of his expectations. But this time, he had already boasted. It was impossible to turn back now. Moreover, he was very confident in his soul-seeking technique. In the next moment, he took out a storage ring and tossed it to the old lady of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. "There are 4,000 kilograms of crystal stones in here. I hope Senior can take a look." The old lady of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground took the storage ring and probed it with her soul power. Soon, she nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. Now, this three-orifice strange stone is yours." As she spoke, she waved her hand and the three-orifice strange stone came to Tuoba Tianxi's feet. The surrounding people were shocked. They did not expect Tuoba Tianxi to really spend 4,000 kilograms of crystal stones to buy a piece of stone. This was too crazy. If nothing was cut out, it would be a huge loss. That's 4,000 kilograms. I can't earn that much in my lifetime. No wonder he's the #1 genius of the Tuoba family. He's really rich. F***ck, comparisons are odious. What do you know? Tuoba Tianxi must have his reasons for daring to do this. Think about it. If a peerless treasure is cut out, wouldn't he be rich? So, think about it. 4,000 kilograms is not too much. Not too much? The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. This price was not much for top geniuses like the saints, saintesses, and Tuoba Tianxi. But for ordinary kings like them, this was definitely a shocking price. It was a price that they could not even imagine. Tuoba Tianxi waved his hand and held the three-orifice strange stone in his hand. Then, he smiled and looked at Lin Xian. "Kid, it's your turn. I'm curious. Can you afford one of these stones with the money you have?" "You don't have to worry about it," Lin Xian said indifferently. Then, he took a step forward and slowly came to the dozens of stones. Buzz, in the next moment, countless golden auras were released from his body. He was like a Buddha that rolled over. It formed a golden cloud that completely covered him, together with the dozens of stones. What's going on? What is this kid trying to do? Is he trying to snatch the stones? Oh my god, is he using the spirit-seeking technique? Why haven't we seen this before? Numerous voices of bewilderment sounded. Obviously, they couldn't understand Lin Xian's actions at all. The two old ladies from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground were also confused. Then, they looked at Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing nodded and gave them a reassuring look. She trusted Lin Xian unconditionally. The two old ladies from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground didn't stop their saintess when they saw her like this. However, they were still vigilant in case Lin Xian suddenly ran away. Lin Xian was not running away. He used the golden aura to cover the stones so that he could fully display his heavenly secret divine eyes. After all, when the heavenly secret divine eyes were fully displayed, it would emit strange runes and golden light. He had to cover it up. Otherwise, it would be bad if he was discovered. When Tuoba Tianxi saw Lin Xian and the golden light around him, he sneered. What a trick. You think you can find the real strange stone by creating other scenes? What a ridiculous idea. Kid, I don't think you're a spirit-seeking master. You're just a piece of trash who got lucky. You'll eventually show your true form in front of me. Lin Xian did not reply. He was still fully displaying his heavenly secret divine eyes. The golden light shone and strange runes appeared in his eyes. This caused his eyes to turn completely golden, making him look extremely mystical and mysterious. Fortunately, he had already unleashed a golden sun-like radiance in advance, enveloping the surroundings. Otherwise, his eyes would definitely cause everyone to be shocked. Even so, he had underestimated the golden prodigy. Although he had concealed the golden light, the aura of the heavenly secret divine eyes was too shocking. Boom! Boom, boom. The void trembled and the air froze. It was as if there was a pair of mysterious eyes coldly watching the world. At this moment, everyone's soul trembled inexplicably as fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. Damn it, what's going on? Why do I feel like I'm drenched? It can't be related to this kid, right? F*CK, this is too strange. Is this kid using some kind of demonic technique? They were all terrified, not understanding what was going on. However, the powerful seeker spirit masters were even more shocked. They all had eye techniques, but their eye techniques were suppressed. Some people's eyes even dimmed like flames that would be extinguished at any moment. What's going on? My eye technique is ineffective? Damn it, what did this kid do? At this moment, even the saints and saintesses had serious expressions. Ouyang Mingfei and Huang Fuqian had even more serious expressions. They also felt a pressure from their souls. Tuoba Tianxi's expression was ugly. He originally thought that the other party was just lucky and didn't have any strength. He was a piece of trash. But now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. The other party's aura made him feel uncomfortable. It seemed that Tuoba Tianfeng's defeat wasn't a coincidence, but because the other party was too strong. Damn it, who is this kid? How can he have such a terrifying eye technique? Tuoba Tianxi gritted his teeth and stared ahead. The two old ladies from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground were also surprised. They had never seen such a phenomenon before. They even thought of a legend. Could it be an Earth Spirit Master? Seeker Spirit Master was a very special profession. It was like alchemists and array masters, but those who knew the Lord Spirit technique were even rarer. Since it was a profession, there were ranks. Ordinary Seeker Spirit Masters were divided into 9 ranks. For example, Tuoba Tianxi was a rank 9 Seeker Spirit Master. He was young and stood at the peak of Seeker Spirit Masters. Of course, he was only at the peak of Seeker Spirit Masters. Above Seeker Spirit Masters, there were even more powerful existences. That was Earth Spirit Masters. Earth Spirit Masters were terrifying. Their power and abilities were beyond everyone's imagination. They weren't weaker than peerless powerhouses. Above the Earth Spiritualist, there was the even more mysterious and terrifying Sky Spiritualist. However, Celestial Spirit Masters were very mysterious. They had not appeared for many years, and no one had been able to cultivate to such a heaven-defying level. Lin Xian's current state reminded the two old ladies of an Earth Spirit Master. Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret god eyes, emitting mysterious runes. Soon, he locked onto a stone among the dozens of stones. That stone was completely gray and was about a meter tall. Compared to the 3-orifice wonder stone that Tuoba had chosen, it could be said to be a giant. However, when Tuoba Tianxi saw this scene, he sneered. Brat, I originally thought that you were very powerful. I didn't expect that you were just bluffing. Don't think that you'll be able to find treasures just because you chose a big stone. He had also examined the stone in Lin Xian's hand, but he didn't find any signs of treasure inside. Therefore, he guessed that it should be a useless rock. Moreover, ordinary spiritual masters wouldn't choose this kind of stone. He didn't expect that Ouyang Ming would choose that kind of stone. Lin Xian ignored this provocation. He turned to look at the old lady from the Jade Lake Holy Land and asked in a deep voice, Senior, how much is this stone? 500 kilograms of crystals, the old lady from the Jade Lake Holy Land said slowly. Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar and discussed animatedly. 1,500 kilograms of crystals was also a sky-high price, but compared to the 4,000 kilograms from before, it was indeed much worse. In other words, even the Jade Lake Holy Land thought that the 1-meter-tall stone was not as good as the 3-orifice wonder stone. That was natural. The 3-orifice wonder stone was incomparably mysterious and could not be compared to any other stone. Moreover, based on the price alone, it could be seen that the people from the Jade Lake Holy Land did not care much about the 1-meter-tall stone. Discussions sounded one after another. Even Ouyang Mingfei and Huang Fuqian frowned. To be honest, during this process, they had been using their eye skills to observe, but they did not find anything unusual about this 1-meter-tall stone. Therefore, even if they were given two choices, they would not choose this stone. The three-orifice wonder stone that Tuoba Tianxi chose is indeed extraordinary. According to my guess, there's an 80% chance that there's a treasure inside. Ouyang Mingfei said in a low voice, but I can't see through that 1-meter-tall stone. I can't see through it either. On the side, Huang Fuqian also frowned. I didn't see any light inside, nor did I use the spirit-seeking art to sense the aura of divine crystals or rare crystals. If a person's judgment is wrong, it's understandable. But the three of us top-notch spiritual masters didn't discover the secret of that stone. Why did he choose that stone? Could it be that he was just lucky before and didn't know how to search for spirits? That's impossible, right? Just now, he clearly used a strange eye technique. The power of that eye technique made even us shudder in fear. It's hard to imagine that he doesn't know how to search for spirits. Could it be that his eye skill saw something special? What special thing could it be? Other than divine crystals, there's also ancient spiritual medicine. But even if the ancient spiritual medicine is sealed, we can still find it through the spirit-seeking art. Huang Fuqian frowned. She really couldn't understand. Ouyang Mingfei said faintly, forget it. If you don't understand, don't think about it. Anyway, they'll cut the stone soon. We'll know if there's anything inside soon. After the two made their choice, the next step was to cut the stone. Tuoba Tianxi was very confident. He cut the stone first. Crack, 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 the small knife in his hand fell quickly, and the stone kept dancing. Tuoba Tianxi was very careful. Every cut was very precise. After a dozen cuts, a light suddenly lit up from the crack. It was so bright that it shone in the sky. Accompanying it was an aura that shook everyone's hearts. This aura? Is it a divine crystal? An older spiritual master widened his eyes. Heavens, there's really a treasure. It's a divine crystal. The surrounding martial artists were shocked to see this. They didn't expect that someone would cut out a divine crystal so soon. The last time a divine crystal was cut out was not long ago. It was Lin Xian. They didn't expect that only a day later, Tuoba Tianxi also cut out a divine crystal. There was indeed a treasure, and it was a divine crystal. Tuoba Tianxi was quite lucky. Ouyang Mingfei's eyes flickered, while Huang Fuqian snorted. There's indeed a treasure, and it's a divine crystal. Tuoba Tianxi is quite lucky. Ouyang Ming's eyes flickered. On the side, Huang Fuqian snorted softly. The holy son of 10,000 Thunder heaved a sigh of relief. He believed that they had won since the divine crystal was cut out. His red divine crystal was saved, and he thought that the other party would obediently leave Murong Qingqing's side. As Tuoba Tianxi's movements became faster, a sparkling divine crystal appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, the countless martial artists present, including the Holy Son, the Holy Daughter, the senior mighty figures, and the two grannies from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground were all surprised. They all looked forward with rapt attention. As expected of the top young God-favored spiritual master. His talent and strength were indeed terrifying. Yes, there were very few people who could cut out a divine crystal, and Tuoba Tianxi seemed to be only about 30 years old. It was indeed shocking to have such an achievement at such a young age. Exclamations were heard one after another. Tuoba Tianxi also raised his chin proudly and looked down at everyone. All of this was within his expectations. Then, he looked down at Lin Xian and said coldly, "Boy, how is it? Do you know my strength now? It's impossible for you to win against me. So, kneel in front of me obediently, kowtow, and admit your mistake. What's there to be arrogant about? Didn't you just cut out a divine crystal? What's the big deal? It's not like I haven't cut it out before. And judging from the size of your divine crystal, it's not even as big as the one I cut out before." Lin Xian sneered. Indeed, the divine crystal that Tuoba Tianxi cut out was 2 times smaller than Lin Xian's. You're stubborn. You were completely lucky to be able to cut out a divine crystal last time. I don't believe that you can cut out a divine crystal this time. That rock of yours is just a piece of trash. Just wait and cry. At this point, not only him, but everyone around looked at Lin Xian. This was because they were very curious about what kind of treasure Lin Xian could produce after making such a big commotion. Hee, the 10,000 Thunder Saint narrowed his eyes. Brat, hurry up and leave the fairy's side, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action. Older brother Xian. Morong Qingqing was also worried. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. She also did not expect that this Tuoba Tianxi was actually so impressive, to be able to easily cut out a piece of divine crystal. Don't worry, I won't lose to him, Lin Xian comforted. He naturally had his reasons for choosing that meter-tall rock. Although he didn't find any light in the stone, it was true that he didn't find any light. However, he deduced that there should be treasures inside, because he felt a heart-palpitating aura from inside. It was as if there was a terrifying existence inside the stone. When Lin Xian had encountered that stone, the great dragon sword soul in his body had automatically activated. Lin Xian had never encountered such a scene before. Therefore, he chose this stone without hesitation. Because he also wanted to see what exactly was inside that could alarm the great dragon sword soul. Crack, crack, the cracks on the stone became bigger and bigger, but no light appeared. Seeing this, Tuoba Tianxi and the disciples of the Tuoba family became complacent again. I told you, it's definitely a useless stone. You still don't believe it? Look, there's no light. This brat is not good at all. He can't be compared with my big brother Tuoba Tianxi. Tuoba Tianxi's lips also curled into a disdainful smile. This scene was within his expectations. The 10,000 Thunder Saint snorted. He knew that he would definitely win this time. Ouyang Mingfei and Huang Fuqian frowned. This shouldn't be. Could it be that they really misjudged? Lin Xian was unusually calm. The 1-meter-tall rock in front of him had more and more cracks. Crack, 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 in the end, the entire rock broke into pieces. There's nothing. Morong Qingqing's face was grave. She did not believe that the book would fail. Brat, you've already lost. Kneel down and kowtow to apologize. Tuoba Tianxi sneered. The 10,000 Thunder Saint snorted. From now on, stay away from the Jade Lake Saintess, or I'll kill you with my own hands. The disciples of the Tuoba family also sneered. However, Lin Xian snorted. Who said that I lost? Who said that I didn't cut anything out? Open your dog eyes and see what this is. With that, Lin Xian waved his sleeve, and the rubble on the ground rolled down, revealing the situation inside. What's this? The disciples were puzzled. They found that there was indeed something in the rubble, but it was different from what they had imagined. It was not a crystal at all, but a claw. It was a claw as big as a human's palm, but it was furry with green hair. There were also 3 sharp fingernails. Is this a demonic beast's claw? How dare a broken claw be so arrogant? No one would want it even if you gave it to them for free. How dare you compare it with my big brother Tuoba Tianxi's divine crystal? I'm dying of laughter. Kid, I think you're out of your mind. What's this? It's worse than trash. Tuoba Tianxi also sneered. That's right. It's just a piece of trash. Do you really think it can compare with my divine crystal? However, as soon as he finished speaking, a white-haired old man in the crowd suddenly rushed over. He swayed his body and arrived in front of the rubble. He was extremely excited. He stared at the small claw on the ground. What did I just see? It's really that thing. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. The old man was so old that his hair almost reached his ankles. However, the aura on his body was abnormally powerful, like a burning furnace of heaven and earth. Whoosh, right at this moment, another old man appeared. His hair was as messy as a bird's nest, and his clothes were tattered as if they were antiques. However, his eyes were unusually sharp, like 2 heavenly sabers that instantly cut through the void. Heavens, it's really that thing. The old man with the bird's nest hair was even more excited. He directly knelt on the ground and pressed his face against the ground to carefully examine the small green claw. What the hell? What's going on? Everyone's eyeballs fell to the ground. They really did not dare to imagine. Those were two old men who were living fossils. It could be said that even mighty figures had to be respectful when they saw them. However, such powerful figures had lost their composure at that moment. Moreover, they were facing a small green claw. More importantly, the small green claw was previously despised by everyone and was regarded as a piece of trash. "Little guy, did you cut this thing out?" The two old men looked at Lin Xian. Their eyes flickered as if divine flames were dancing in them. Yes. Lin Xian was frightened by the two of them, but he still nodded. "How about selling it to me? I'll pay you 2 divine crystals." Clang, many of the disciples of the Tuoba family fell to the ground with a dazed look on their faces. Were they blind? Someone was willing to pay 2 divine gems for a piece of trash. How was that possible? Tuoba Tianxi's face was pale and his lips were trembling. He could not believe what he had just seen. In his opinion, the claw was a piece of trash that was not worth a single cent. However, someone was willing to pay 2 divine gems for it. The value of the claw had exceeded the value of the item. Damn it. That's impossible. How can that item be worth 2 divine gems? Could it be that you're mistaken? Tuoba Tianxi could not help but scream in agitation. Mistake? Could it be that you are suspecting this old man? The elder with messy hair stood up and looked at Tuoba Tianxi coldly. This scene gave Tuoba Tianxi a fright. That was because that gaze was too sharp. "Kid, which family are you from? How dare you be so rude and question me?" Tuoba Tianxi was sweating profusely. He was the top genius of the Tuoba family. However, he was like an ant in front of these living fossils. He could not fight back at all. "Senior, please stop." At that moment, 2 elders of the Tuoba family rushed over and apologized. "This is the #1 genius of the Tuoba family. He is still young and doesn't know any better. If he offended you, please forgive him." The 2 elders of the Tuoba family were respectable people. However, they were apologizing to Tuoba Tianxi like he was their junior. They did not dare to be arrogant at all. Tuoba family? Humph, the younger generation these days is getting worse and worse. They even dare to doubt this old man's words. I'll spare his life for the sake of the Tuoba family. If you doubt me again, I'll kill you. The living fossil with messy hair snorted and ignored those people. Instead, he turned around and stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, why don't you sell this item to me?" The surrounding people were dumbfounded. The powerful Tuoba family did not dare to raise their head after being reprimanded. The talented Tuoba Tianxi had shocked everyone by cutting a divine gem. But now, he was defeated. The reason for that was because the item Tuoba Tianxi had taken out was even more frightening. Although they still didn't know what it was, the price of 2 divine crystals had already surpassed Tuoba Tianxi's. The 10,000 Thunder Saints' face was frighteningly dark. He didn't expect to be defeated at the last moment. It was so long that it was incomprehensible. The other saints and saintesses were also surprised. Even Ouyang Mingfei and Huang Fuqian frowned. Clearly, this situation was beyond their expectations. However, at this moment, the situation in front of them changed again. The living fossil whose hair reached his heels also said, 2 divine crystals are nothing. I'll say 3. Little guy, sell it to me. To be honest, Lin Xian was stunned. This was because he didn't know what the little green claws were for. Not to mention him, even Morong Qingchen was astonished. But soon, she revealed a beautiful smile. This time, Lin Xian won again. The 2 old ladies of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground saw that something was wrong and hurriedly went to find the experts of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. At this moment, another voice came from afar. 3 divine crystals and a top Earth rank thunder technique. I wonder if you're willing to accept it, little brother? Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned and looked back. The 10,000 Thunder Saints' face turned green because the bidder was none other than the elder of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground. The elder of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground had offered a high price for the claw, but he was going against the other party. Wasn't this a slap to his face? The others were also shocked. They didn't expect the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground to participate. But soon, they cried out in alarm. Because after this, the elder of the moon-worshipping sect appeared and was willing to buy it at a high price. Not only that, but the Ouyang family, Huangfu family, and Five Elements sect also sent experts and offered sky-high prices. Buzz, a light flashed in the void, and then a woman in red descended. She was surrounded by colorful clouds, and the lotus platform under her feet flickered. She looked like a fairy who had obtained the Tao. Elder. Seeing this, Morong Qingqing also exclaimed softly. The beautiful woman in the palace dress nodded with a smile, and then said, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground is willing to buy it for 5 divine crystals. Lin Xian was stunned. Wasn't this happiness a little too sudden? Previously, he was still worried about 1 divine crystal, but now, someone actually offered 5 divine crystals to buy the claw he had cut out. However, he was still very surprised. Senior, I really want to know what that green claw is. How can it be worth so many divine crystals? To be honest, he was very surprised. Wasn't that green claw the corpse of a demonic beast? How could it be so valuable? This is indeed the corpse of a demonic beast, but it's not the corpse of an ordinary demonic beast. It has existed for at least 100,000 years. Moreover, it's very likely to be even older, the beautiful woman in red said indifferently. What? More than 100,000 years? Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. No wonder it was so valuable. It turned out that it had existed for so long. One had to know that a great emperor could only live for 10 or 20,000 years. 100,000 years was a very long time ago. Even if it was a treasure, it would have disappeared long ago. But the fact that the little green claw was able to survive was truly shocking. The others were also puzzled. How could something that was 100,000 years old be passed down? Of course, ordinary things can't be passed down, but what if it's sealed in a divine crystal? At this moment, a living fossil said, this claw is not an ordinary claw. It's a claw sealed in a divine crystal. It can be said that it's extremely lucky to have survived until now. Although you can't see the divine crystal now, it's because the divine crystal has exhausted its energy over the endless years. We're also lucky to have cut it out at this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the claw wouldn't have survived for another 2 or 3 years. So that's how it is. Everyone understood. They didn't expect that there would be so many mysteries in a small claw. Lin Xian was also surprised when he found out. However, this thing was useless to him. Therefore, he directly sold it to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Firstly, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground offered the highest price. Secondly, Morong Qingqing was the saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. With such a good thing, he naturally wanted to leave it to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. With 5 divine crystals in his hands, Lin Xian couldn't stop smiling. Today was really a big harvest. Not only that, but the nerves of Tuoba Tianxi and the Thousand Thunder Saint also belonged to him. In total, he had a total of 9 divine crystals in his hands. It was definitely a shocking wealth, even the Almighty didn't have so many divine crystals. Humph. Tuoba Tianxi's complexion was frighteningly dark. He gnashed his teeth and his body started to tremble. He couldn't accept this failure. However, now wasn't the time to make a move. He could only coldly snort and quickly leave. The 10,000 lightning holy sun turned into a bolt of lightning and left. He didn't want to be bullied here. However, he also decided to deal with Tuoba Tianxi after the stone gambling convention. Although the others were also envious of the divine crystals, they didn't dare to make a move against Lin Xian. Lin Xian had already become a hot commodity. The 10,000 lightning holy ground, the 5 elements sect, the Ouyang family clan, the Huangfu family clan, and other peak powers all extended an olive branch to him. However, Lin Xian tactfully rejected all of them. He still had proper business to attend to, and that was to visit the All Beginnings holy ground. Half a day later, Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised to see that the All Beginnings holy ground had also sent people over. Just like the other holy grounds, they had invited Lin Xian to the All Beginnings holy ground as a guest. Lin Xian thought about this request for a moment. Then, he nodded his head and agreed. It just so happened that he wanted to go to the All Beginnings holy ground anyway. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to invite him, it couldn't be any better. In the following days, Lin Xian didn't continue to go stone gambling. After all, he was in too much of the limelight right now. Therefore, he decided to stay in his small house in Murongqingqing. The two of them chatted about love and Tao. Their days were very leisurely. Finally, the Grand Stone Gambling Convention came to an end. As for the experts of the 5 great holy grounds, the Tuoba family, the Ouyang family, and the Huangfu family, the peak seeker spirit masters of these clans had all been invited by the All Beginnings Holy Ground. Lin Xian was also among them. The All Beginnings Holy Ground was a peerless holy ground of the southern domain. After entering the All Beginnings Holy Ground, Lin Xian didn't have the leisure to admire the mountains and rivers. Instead, he was transmitting his voice to Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue was also very excited. Although she was inside the Black Earth, she had already spread out her soul power. She hadn't expected Lin Xian to come in so quickly. This was truly out of her expectations. The people of the All Beginnings Holy Land invited Lin Xian and the people from the 5 great holy lands and the 3 great seeking spirit master clans inside. He arranged for them to rest on the mountain peak. The purpose of the invitation this time was, firstly, to allow the various factions of the sacred lands to interact with each other. Moreover, there were several stones in the All Beginnings Holy Land. Therefore, they asked these peak experts and powerful spirit-seeking masters to examine them. Speculating whether or not there was a treasure inside, and what kind of treasure was inside, Lin Xian also stayed for the time being. However, what he didn't know was that there was an enormous mountain peak in the All Beginnings Holy Land that resembled a giant sword that reached the heavens. This was the peak of the 5th bloodline. Above them were the experts of the 5th bloodline. Among them, in a few huge palaces, there were experts who opened their eyes. Stars flickered in their eyes. Hoo, these experts frowned. Why do I feel Lu Mingyue's presence? Indeed. According to the formation, that slut seems to have arrived at the All Beginnings Holy Land. How is that possible? We've set up an inescapable net in the southern region. Even a fly wouldn't be able to fly in. How did he get in? Could it be related to the Stone Gambling Convention? In the past 2 days, our sacred lands have invited a lot of people. Perhaps that slut is among them. Damn it. We must find her. We must not let her meet the people of the 7th bloodline. After giving out orders, the people of the 5th bloodline began to move in secret. They weren't the only ones. The people of the 7th bloodline were also overjoyed. The people of the 5th bloodline had a formation that could detect Lu Mingyue's whereabouts. Moreover, they were even more attentive than the people of the 5th bloodline. After all, Lu Mingyue was their future hope. Therefore, they had sensed Lu Mingyue the moment she entered the sacred lands. Immediately, they dispatched experts to secretly meet with Lu Mingyue. At night, the starry sky flickered. On the mountain peak, a cool breeze blew by. It was somewhat chilly. Lin Xian wasn't together with Murongqingqing. After all, he was still concealing his identity. As for Murongqingqing, she was the holy daughter of the Jade Lake Sacred Lands. In front of everyone, it was impossible for the two of them to be together. Therefore, he chose a mountain peak for himself. How is it? Is it done? Lin Xian asked. It's done. I've already sent a voice transmission to the 7th bloodline. I think they'll come to pick me up soon. Lu Mingyue's voice also came from the Black Earth. Boom, however, at this moment, the void above their heads began to ripple rapidly like seawater. A mysterious power surged in all directions. Immediately after, a black-robed man appeared in the void. He was like a ghost, surrounded by incomparably dark black holes. Although he was extremely powerful, his aura was well hidden and did not alarm the other experts. However, Lin Xian's soul power was extremely powerful. He instantly sensed it. In the next moment, he suddenly raised his head, and his pupils constricted. They're here. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He didn't expect the other party to find him so quickly. Judging from the killing intent, it was definitely not Lu Mingyue's master, but someone from the 5th bloodline. Lu Mingyue, you be *TCH. I didn't expect you to be able to come here. This is really beyond my expectations. However, I won't let you meet the people of the 7th bloodline. A cold voice sounded with a biting cold killing intent. Then, black-robed figures appeared in all directions on the entire mountain peak. Those people's auras were terrifying and powerful. They formed hand seals with their palms, and a strange energy was emitted, forming a huge formation that enveloped the entire mountain range. Oh no! Seeing this formation, Lin Xian frowned. He could naturally sense that this was a kind of isolation formation. They were fighting here, and the people outside should not be able to sense it. In the next moment, he quickly summoned the Crimson Dragon and had it break the formation. At the same time, Lin Xian let out a long roar. The aura on his body suddenly erupted, and a shocking sword chi rushed upwards. Boom, however, the black-robed man above shouted coldly. With a clap of his palm, a large hand appeared out of thin air. Like a mountain, it collided with the shocking sword chi, and then shattered the sword chi that filled the sky. Along with it came the pressure of an almighty, as well as a terrifying power. It's useless. In front of me, you're like ants. Today, you're not going anywhere. Kill them. With that order, the surrounding black-robed men moved quickly. Boom boom boom, half of the black-robed men formed hand seals to maintain the formation. The other half of the black-robed men unleashed powerful energy, transforming into bolts of black lightning that charged towards Lin Xian. Whoosh, Lin Xian waved his sleeve, and dozens of sword chi flew out. At the same time, Lu Mingyue also came out of the black earth and displayed her powerful strength. Boom boom boom, the collision between the two was earth-shattering. However, the formation concealed everything. From the outside, the entire mountain peak was quiet, and there was no movement at all. However, there were a few streams of light appearing in the sky outside. The auras of these figures were also very powerful. Their target was also the mountain peak where Lin Xian was. Lu Mingyue should be on that mountain peak. They could not sense Lu Mingyue's aura. Could it be that something had happened? Let's speed up. The figures looked anxious. They realized that Lu Mingyue's aura had been concealed, which gave them a bad feeling. In the next moment, they could not help but speed up. However, they were soon stopped by someone. Junior brothers and sisters, where are you going? An old voice sounded. Senior brother Lu. Damn it, you people from the fifth bloodline have also received the news. Hehe, I advise you not to go. Lu Mingyue is also a sinner of our sacred ground. For such a person, we should capture and kill her on the spot. How dare you? One of the middle-aged men shouted angrily. Why wouldn't I dare? The void fluctuated, and an old man appeared. Although he was old, his eyes were shining with a powerful aura. He was wearing a dark blue Taoist robe with mysterious Taoist patterns on it. With a light stomp of his foot, blue ripples spread out like seawater, forming a domain. It quickly enveloped the entire surroundings. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the experts from the seventh bloodline constricted. Everyone, break out of the encirclement. The middle-aged man shouted coldly. Then, the few of them moved and rushed in all directions. It's useless. You can't escape. The old man in the blue starry robe sneered, and the center of his eyes became illusory. Then, in the void, streaks of blue ripples spun rapidly like ocean waves, completely trapping the experts of the seven lineages. On the mountain peak below, Lin Xian held the demon sword in his hand and blocked the attacks of the 6 men in black. He quickly asked, why haven't the people from the fifth bloodline arrived yet? Bang, Lu Mingyue waved her palm and sent the 3 of them flying. At the same time, she said, they should be here soon. Could it be that something happened? After hearing this, the old man in black sneered disdainfully, don't count on the people from the 7th bloodline. They won't come. What? Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that the people of the 5th bloodline had intercepted them. This was not good news at all. After all, this place was none other than the All Beginnings Holy Land. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to contend with these people in the Holy Land's territory. Therefore, they had to break out. As long as the people of the 7th bloodline arrived, Lu Mingyue would meet them, and Lin Xian would leave on the Black Earth. Kill. Therefore, Lin Xian did not hesitate and unleashed an ultimate strike. The terrifying sword chi whistled and let out a roar that made one's heart tremble. Then, like a long dragon, it swept across the sky. Pung pung pung, the 6 black-clothed men beside him were sent flying by the sword. Damn it, how can this kid be so powerful? The 6 black-clothed men's faces were incomparably solemn. Humph, in the sky, the black-robed mighty figure snorted coldly. He had also discovered that Lin Xian's strength was beyond his expectations. Therefore, the mighty figure in black decided to do it himself. He stretched out his palm, and the black palm rapidly enlarged. It was incomparably black, resembling a primordial devil mountain. Its aura was terrifying as it rapidly pressed downwards. Whoosh, Lin Xian used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and turned into a stream of light. He quickly dodged and stabbed out with his sword. Humph, the black-robed mighty figure sneered disdainfully. He was powerful, and his opponent was merely a little king. How dare he attack him? He was truly courting death. In the next moment, he pressed down with his palm. Instantly, the incomparably black devil palm turned into black flames and rushed toward the sword chi. Boom, the collision between the two was earth-shattering. One after another, pitch-black cracks appeared in the sky. In the end, the sword chi was shattered. As for the pitch-black devil palm, it also flew for a while before disappearing into the void. He was actually able to block it? The black-robed mighty figure furrowed his brows. A little king was able to block his attack. It was simply too inconceivable. No wonder you could come to the Holy Land. As expected, you have some skills. However, do you think you can defeat me with just this? The black-robed mighty figure sneered. Then, his body shone with light. Strands of primal chaos energy appeared and formed 8 primal chaos heads. They were incomparably malevolent, just like demonic beasts. A terrifying primal chaos energy filled the sky. Then, the wonton head spat out 8 primal chaos demonic figures. Each of them held a sword and saber in their hands. They were incomparably powerful and charged toward Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He also had a wonton clone standing in front of him. Instantly, 3 clones rapidly appeared. Boom, intense collisions occurred. Countless rays of light flashed in the sky. A terrifying aura suppressed the surroundings. Damn it! You actually know how to use the Primal Chaos secret technique. The black-robed mighty figure's expression changed. He was too shocked. Meat stew was a secret technique of the All Beginnings Holy Land. How could his opponent know how to use it? Could it be that slut Lu Mingyue gave it to him? The black-robed mighty figure's expression turned cold. He decided that he had to kill his opponent. He couldn't allow the secret technique to spread. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon was rapidly breaking through the array formation. Although the array formation formed by the black-robed men was profound, it still had flaws in front of the Crimson Dragon. Crack, before long, the Crimson Dragon God created a small crack in the array formation. Although it was only a small crack, it was more than enough. The Crimson Dragon God roared. The terrifying dragon roar transmitted through the crack. Roar, this roar caused the earth to tremble. In an instant, the roar rushed out of the array formation and spread throughout the All Beginnings Holy Land. At this moment, countless powerful auras surged. One figure after another flew into the sky. They were extremely shocked. What's with this roar? Could it be that a demonic beast has entered? Damn it! Who is it that dares to cause trouble in the All Beginnings Holy Land? Angry roars resounded one after another. The crowd became even more confused. Damn it! Inside the array formation, the black-robed mighty figure's expression was incomparably ugly. He hadn't expected that the other party would be able to break through their array formation so quickly. Moreover, the roar was transmitted outside. This was something that he hadn't expected. Kill, at this moment, he couldn't care about anything else. He had to kill Lu Mingyue as soon as possible. Otherwise, things would become troublesome once the people from the 7th bloodline arrived. Therefore, the black-robed mighty figure turned into a streak of light. With a pitch-black scythe in his hand, he quickly slashed toward Lu Mingyue. Buzz, Lin Xian used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and arrived beside Lu Mingyue. Then, he used the black earth to store Lu Mingyue. Shua, in the next instant, he disappeared into the void. Just as he disappeared, a black scythe appeared and cut through the void. Ah! Damn brat! Get the hell out here. The black-robed mighty figure roared crazily. He was about to go crazy from anger. The surrounding black-robed mighty figures also joined forces to kill Lin Xian. But soon, they were sent flying by Lin Xian. Some of them were even seriously injured. They were almost cut in half by the sword qi. Shock, none of them were a match for Lin Xian. Roar. At this time, the Crimson Dragon released 2 more roars. The sound was vast and mighty, spreading for thousands of miles. It was like a sudden clap of thunder that caused one's soul to tremble. What a terrifying roar. What kind of monster beast is this? Isn't it too terrifying? Everyone was shocked. As for the All Beginnings Holy Land's martial artists, they were finally unable to sit still. They followed the sound and quickly flew towards the mountain peak. Not far away, the expressions of the experts from the 7th bloodline also changed. Could it be Mingyue? Humph, the star-robed old man's expression was ice-cold. He had naturally discovered that the direction the roars were coming from was where Lu Mingyue was. However, wasn't there already an almighty expert besieging that place? How could there still be a change? He truly couldn't understand. But before long, 2 streaks of light appeared in the distance. An enormous aura rapidly burst forth and flew over. It's someone from the 7th bloodline. Seeing this scene, the star-robed old man's expression became even more gloomy. He knew that it would be difficult to succeed today. Thus, he sighed and disappeared into the void. Following his disappearance, the star-like vortexes in the sky also rapidly disappeared. We're saved. The experts from the 7th bloodline breathed a sigh of relief. There was nothing they could do about it. Their senior brother was simply too terrifying. Fortunately, their senior brother still had misgivings about the rules of the Holy Land and didn't openly attack them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape. In the next instant, they turned into streaks of light and flew forward. Boom, boom. Boom, powerful auras descended one after another. Moreover, the array formation formed by the black-robed men shattered. When the black-robed almighty expert saw this scene, he gnashed his teeth and revealed an unwilling expression. But in the end, he still turned into countless strands of demonic energy that wrapped around the black-robed men and disappeared into the void. Who are you people? Who allowed you to fight here? Sensing the remnant energy fluctuations in the air, the All Beginnings Holy Land's martial artists that had rushed over had gloomy expressions. But at this time, Lin Xian controlled the black earth and a beautiful figure appeared. It was Lu Mingyue. As soon as she appeared, she flew into the sky and shouted, "Master! Disciple!" A middle-aged woman in a long red dress came out, her body exuding a monstrous aura. She looked at Lu Mingyue and said excitedly, "Good, good. It's good that you're back." Whoosh! Whoosh! Following the appearance of the woman in red, more than 10 mighty figures appeared in the surroundings. They descended and protected Lu Mingyue firmly. At this time, the cultivators from the other factions also arrived, as well as the guests from the other holy lands. When they saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. What? That woman is Lu Mingyue? She actually came back? Heavens, how is this possible? Doesn't her return mean that she's going to become the new saintess of all beginnings? Damn it, she actually managed to sneak in. Damn it, what are the people of the 5th bloodline doing? Why didn't they guard against her? The martial artists of the other factions gnashed their teeth, their expressions abnormally cold. The people from the 5th bloodline had also arrived. When they saw this scene, they were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. Soon, an expert from the 5th bloodline snorted coldly, "Humph, what's the use of coming back? She's a sinner of the Holy Land. You'll still be punished if you come back." That's right. She's committed a capital crime. She's already become someone's maid. She doesn't deserve to be the new saintess. Cold shouts came one after another. However, the woman in red snorted coldly, "If any of you have a problem with this, I'll exchange a few moves with him." Speaking of this, she grasped the red hidden sword at her waist. Suddenly, the aura of the woman in red erupted like a volcano, sweeping across the entire sky. In an instant, the area within a radius of 10,000 miles was dyed red. Bang! Bang! Many people turned pale and almost knelt on the ground. They couldn't bear this terrifying aura at all. A peerless mighty figure. This woman in red was actually a peerless mighty figure. The terrifying aura was like a divine monument, suppressing the void. Du Hongling, although you're a peerless mighty figure, don't bully others. The fifth bloodline isn't afraid of you. That's right. In terms of strength, you're no match for the fifth bloodline. Moreover, we won't bully others. We'll speak with facts. Lu Mingyue is indeed not suitable to be the new saintess. Moreover, I think it's a mistake for her to stay in the Holy Land. It's better to expel her from the sect. Do you think you can expel her just because you say so? The woman in red, Du Hongling, snorted coldly. News about my disciple has already spread throughout the entire eastern wilderness. What happened before was all the doing of Xianxia from the fifth bloodline. My disciple wasn't captured at all, nor is she a traitor of the Holy Land. So, if you're not convinced, then go ahead and fight. I, Du Hongling, am not afraid of you. At this point, the aura on her body became fierce again. The clouds in the sky churned, and the red light turned into 3 huge long swords, each of which was 10,000 miles long. They were like giant dragons, spiraling in the void. When the surrounding kings saw this scene, their faces turned pale. If a fight broke out, the entire mountain range would probably cease to exist, and they wouldn't be able to escape either. Lin Xian stood at the side. Looking at this scene, he was extremely shocked. Is this Lu Mingyue's master? What a domineering woman. However, he was relieved. With such a powerful master, it wouldn't be too difficult for Lu Mingyue to become the saintess. Humph, Du Hongling, you're too presumptuous. At this moment, the void rippled again, and the star-robed old man from before appeared again. As he appeared, a middle-aged man with a yellow face appeared beside him. He was wearing a yellow robe, and his face was sallow. He looked extremely ordinary. However, as soon as he appeared, the expressions of the people from the Holy Land changed. Ma Yuanshan, you actually came out of seclusion. Du Hongling's expression was also very serious. Ma Yuanshan was the middle-aged man with a sallow face. He was also a peerless almighty. Therefore, his appearance caused the entire scene to change again. The two peerless almighties confronted each other, and their terrifying auras continued to rise. Moreover, they collided in the void, and each blow tore the void apart. Everyone quickly retreated, afraid that they would be affected by this energy. However, at this tense moment, the stars in the sky flickered, and then emitted light, condensing into a human face. Both of you, stop. Come with me. There was a vast pressure in this voice, as if a god was looking down on the world. Seeing that starry face, the two peerless almighties' expressions turned serious. They hurriedly restrained their auras. As for the surrounding Holy Land's cultivators, they respectfully bowed, we pay our respects to the Holy Master. This starry face was actually condensed by the All Beginnings Holy Land's Holy Master. Lin Xian was also very nervous. The strength of a Holy Land's Holy Master was incomparably terrifying and unfathomable. Just the other party's aura was enough to make his entire body tense, as if he was facing a great enemy. The great dragon sword soul in his body also began to circulate rapidly to resist the pressure in the sky. Fortunately, the face of the Holy Lord of all beginnings in the sky quickly disappeared. Then, Du Hongling, Ma Yuanshan, and the surrounding people all soared into the sky and flew into the distance. From the looks of it, they should be going to the Holy Lord of all beginnings. As for the others, their eyes flickered. Many of them looked at Lin Xian because they didn't expect Lin Xian to be with Lu Mingyue. This was even more shocking. For a time, many people guessed Lin Xian's true identity. Morong Qingqing was also very worried. However, Lin Xian sent her a voice transmission and told her not to come over for the time being. Lin Xian had 9 divine crystals in his hands. Even in the Holy Land of all beginnings, he had the ability to protect himself. Therefore, he didn't want Morong Qingqing to be involved in this maelstrom. Morong Qingqing said with concern, Big Brother Xian, be careful. If you really can't do it, leave early. In the latter half of the night, many people wandered around the mountain peak where Lin Xian was. However, in the end, they didn't make a move. It was as if they were afraid of something. The next day, the people of the 7th branch came. They were very grateful that Lin Xian had escorted Lu Mingyue back. Moreover, they passed on Lu Mingyue's words. They said that they would definitely fulfill the agreement between the two of them. However, they would have to wait for some time. At the same time, the people of the 7th branch also gave Lin Xian some earth-rank treasures and some crystals. It seemed that they were quite rich. Lin Xian didn't hesitate to accept these things. He had escorted Lu Mingyue back for the reward. Of course, this reward was only a little bit of interest. The real benefits would have to wait until Lu Mingyue became the holy maiden of all beginnings. However, it would be soon. Soon, the people of the 7th branch left. However, half a day later, several people arrived. Seeing these people, Lin Xian frowned because they were people of the 5th branch. These were the disciples of the 5th bloodline. The one in the lead wore a green robe, and his expression was unusually cold. He walked up to Lin Xian and looked at him coldly. Then, he asked, "Are you the one who escorted senior sister Lu here?" Although it was only one sentence, it surprised Lin Xian. Because just yesterday, the people of the 5th branch had called Lu Mingyue *TCH, but today, they had already changed their way of addressing her as senior sister Lu. It seemed that Lu Mingyue had been re-accepted. This was good news for Lin Xian. However, he couldn't understand why the people from the 5th bloodline had come. Logically speaking, they should be thanking the people from the 7th bloodline. Could it be that the people from the 5th bloodline were looking for trouble? In the next moment, Lin Xian nodded. "That's right, it's me." "Who are you, and what do you want?" "We are naturally disciples of the All Beginnings Holy Land." The green-robed youth said coldly, "You escorted senior sister Lu back, which is a great contribution. We naturally have to treat you well. We've already prepared a banquet. Brother, if you don't have enough, why don't you come with us? Rest assured, we won't do anything to you. We just want to thank you properly." "Thank me?" Lin Xian sneered in his heart. These people were clearly people from the 5th bloodline. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. How could it be that they were purely thanking him? Most likely, this was a trap. They wanted to bring him over so that they could attack him. Because of that, Lin Xian shook his head. "There's no need. I still have matters to attend to. There's no need for a banquet." "How can that be?" Right at this moment, a pink-clothed woman stood forward and arrogantly said, "Our All Beginnings Holy Land will not owe anyone a favor. If you don't go, wouldn't it seem like we're not treating you well? You've already treated me very well. There's no need for an additional banquet. Furthermore, I still have other matters to attend to. Thus, you all should return." Lin Xian shook his head and refused. "Brother, are you not giving us face?" Hearing those words, the expressions of those people sank. "Our elder has already spoken. No matter what, we must invite brother over today. If you don't give us face like this, won't we be punished when we return?" "That's right. Even if we have to tie you up, we must bring you out." The pink-clothed woman became even more aggressive. From the looks of it, as long as Lin Xian refused again, they would attack him. Lin Xian sneered. "What's wrong? Are you all going to attack me because I'm not willing to go?" "Attack? Brother, you must be joking. We're not attacking you. We're only inviting you over. Men, come and escort this brother away." The green-clothed youth sneered. Immediately, 2 more disciples walked out from behind him. Their aura surged, and terrifying light enveloped Lin Xian. "Humph!" Lin Xian coldly snorted. His body trembled, and he shattered the 2 illusory hands. "Your All Beginnings Holy Land's way of treating guests is truly special. It's good that you know. This is only a warning. If you don't obediently leave with us, we won't do it again. Next time, it won't be so easy." Seeing that Lin Xian dared to resist, the green-clothed youth's expression sank. In the next instant, he coldly said, "Take him away. Brat, obediently leave with us." The 2 disciples sneered. They quickly rushed toward Lin Xian from the left and right. Scram! Lin Xian snorted coldly and kicked out with his leg. Pung, pung. The 2 disciples screamed miserably and were sent flying. "You dare attack me?" Seeing this scene, the pink-clothed woman shouted. Her beautiful eyes were filled with flames of anger. She truly didn't expect that the other party would dare to attack them in their holy land. They were truly reckless. Whoosh, in the next instant, she pulled out a red whip from her waist and lashed it forward. Whoosh, the red whip expanded in the wind, turning into a red flood dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He stretched out his palm and used the dragon-capturing hand. A dragon-shaped claw appeared on his palm, and he grabbed forward. He caught the red flood dragon with his palm. The flood dragon struggled with all its might, flipping and slapping the void, but it couldn't break free. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the pink-cloaked woman's face turned pale. She didn't expect the other party to be so powerful that he could catch her whip so easily. Damn it, let go of me! The pink-cloaked woman stomped her feet in anger, but she couldn't pull back her long whip. Junior sister, let me help you. The green-cloaked man saw this scene and roared angrily. He flipped his palm, and a turquoise long saber appeared in his hand. Boom, he slashed down with his saber, and a green saber light that was 100 feet long shone in the air. It even carried balls of turquoise flames. Lin Xian raised his other hand, and a huge light sword appeared in his hand. It was filled with murderous intent and emitted a terrifying whistling sound. The sword slashed down, and the turquoise saber light collided. A terrifying whistling sound was heard, and intense light burst forth in the air. Crack, the turquoise saber light that was 100 feet long was instantly shattered into pieces. A terrifying sound whistled through the air, and an intense radiance burst forth in the air. Crack, the 300-meter-long dark green saber light was instantly shattered into pieces. Pung! Pung, pung! Pung! The green-robed youth retreated continuously with a shocked expression. His opponent's strength was simply too great. A single sword strike had forced him back. Damn it! How can this brat be so strong? The green-robed youth's expression turned gloomy. But in the next moment, he arrived beside the pink-robed girl and quickly transmitted his voice to her. Junior sister, I have an idea. When the pink-robed girl heard this idea, her face turned red. But soon after, she clenched her teeth and agreed. After all, they had to eliminate the other party today. In the next instant, the pink-robed girl gnashed her teeth, and killing intent appeared in her eyes. Then, her lily-white hands began to tear apart her clothes. Chee, chee. Soon, her pink dress was torn apart, revealing her snow-white skin. Under the illumination of the sun, her skin looked so delicate that it could be torn apart. This scene was extremely alluring. However, Lin Xian furrowed his brows. Ah! Right at this moment, the pink-robed girl shrieked. Then, she hugged herself and retreated. Men! Save me! I'm being indecent, the pink-robed girl shrieked. As for the green-robed man, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Soon, he started to play along. He crazily roared, "Damned brat! You dare to be so rude to my junior sister?" He was a 6-star king. At this moment, he circulated his spiritual energy and shouted. Terrifying sound waves spread out in all directions like waves. What's going on? His voice attracted the attention of many people. Countless rays of light flew over from the sky. These were the disciples of the All Beginnings Holy Land. They had been attracted by that voice. Fellow brothers, you've come at the right time. This brat is too hateful. He actually wants to molest my junior sister. What? Hearing this, the disciples that had rushed over were all enraged. They all glared at Lin Xian with unkind expressions. It wasn't just the young disciples. Several aged figures also appeared in the sky. What's going on? A dignified voice sounded. It was a middle-aged man wearing a red robe. His aura was powerful. Reporting to Attendant Wang, my junior sister and I have received orders to invite that brat down there for a meal. I didn't expect that brat to have evil intentions after seeing my junior sister's beauty and want to molest her. We had good intentions, but we didn't expect him to be so vicious. That damned bastard. He's simply too arrogant. He actually dares to commit murder in the All Beginnings Holy Land. Take him down and avenge junior sister. F***ck, we must cripple his cultivation. chop off his limbs and feed him to the dogs. Cold shouts could be heard from the crowd. Most of these people were disciples of the fifth bloodline, and were hiding in the crowd, shouting non-stop. Obviously, this was all premeditated. This matter caused an uproar, and more martial artists rushed over. Soon, the entire mountain range was completely surrounded. Brat, although you've done a meritorious deed by escorting Lu Mingyue back, you're too arrogant. Therefore, you must be punished today. Kneel down obediently and accept your punishment. I will only cripple your cultivation and spare your life. The red-robed middle-aged man stood up, his voice cold. He was also from the fifth bloodline. Stop. At that moment, the people from the seventh branch arrived as well. They said, "What are you doing? This young master is a guest of our seventh branch." Guests? What a joke. He's no longer a disciple of our fifth bloodline. Can't I touch him? The red-robed middle-aged man sneered. What's going on? Seeing the woman in pink in front of them, the people from the seventh bloodline also frowned. Lin Xian said in a low voice, "Obviously, this is a show. Their goal is to capture me." That woman's clothes were torn by her own hands. What? Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists were shocked. The people from the fifth bloodline sneered, "What kind of joke is this? You're obviously quibbling. Why would my junior sister frame you? You know, we've never known you before. This time, we're just here to invite you out of kindness." That's right, we have no reason to frame you. Brat, you're so young, but you're so vicious. If such a person continues to grow, it'll be a disaster. Why don't we just get rid of him today? Cold shouts came one after another. Immediately after, several huge figures stood out and locked onto Lin Xian. The middle-aged man said, "Is the seventh bloodline going to interfere in this matter?" What? The people from the seventh bloodline frowned and hesitated. Because they didn't know if Lin Xian had really done anything to her. The current situation was very unfavorable for them. Lin Xian didn't expect the people from the seventh bloodline to help him with all their might. He sneered, looked forward, and said loudly, "Why did you frame me?" It's very simple. Because I escorted Lu Mingyue back. You're dissatisfied and can't do anything to her, so you can only vent your anger on me. How dare you? The fifth bloodline is open and aboveboard. Why would we attack a stranger? You're obviously quibbling. Men, take him down. The middle-aged man roared. Immediately, two figures in front of him rushed out and quickly attacked Lin Xian. The two people's bodies flickered with light. They were very powerful. Every step they took cracked the void. In an instant, they arrived beside Lin Xian. Two large hands stretched out, and huge palms of light appeared. Killing intent surged like two huge demonic beasts that enveloped Lin Xian. For a moment, the entire sky shone with light. A terrifying aura surged and completely sealed Lin Xian. The surrounding warriors also cried out in surprise. Among them, the people from the fifth bloodline cheered with all their might. In their opinion, the other party was definitely going to die. Bang bang, however, Lin Xian sneered twice. He used the great dragon sword soul. The terrifying aura surged and condensed into a huge golden lightning hammer in his hand. Golden light shone, and a huge lightning bolt surged with terrifying power and rushed out of the void. Lin Xian waved the golden lightning hammer in his hand and smashed it forward. Soon, an intense collision sounded in the sky. The two powerhouses from the fifth bloodline were directly sent flying and vomited blood. So powerful, the surrounding crowd exclaimed, while the people from the fifth bloodline gritted their teeth in a daze. They didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. How dare you? The middle-aged man was also angry. He shouted coldly, "How dare you hit the martial artists of our sacred land in broad daylight? This is unforgivable. Men, kill him on the spot." The cold voice carried a biting cold-killing intent and reverberated in all directions. Oh no, the people from the seventh bloodline also had ugly expressions, their brows tightly knitted. No one saw what happened before. Perhaps there was still room for negotiation. But now, Lin Xian had injured two Holy Land martial artists in front of everyone, and everyone had seen it. There was no way to quibble. Their seventh bloodline couldn't make a move now. Lin Xian sneered. He had long known the fifth bloodline's thoughts, but it wasn't that easy to kill him. Looking at the four figures, Lin Xian snorted coldly. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his palms and a boundless chill spread out from his body. Crack! 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 Wherever the chill passed, the void froze. The four fifth lineage elites turned pale and tried to escape. But in an instant, they were frozen into ice cubes. What a terrifying chill aura! It's so cold. When the surrounding sacred land martial artists saw this, their scalps went numb and they retreated. This move was too terrifying. It froze four elites in an instant. Humph, the middle-aged man snorted. He could tell that Lin Xian was powerful. Now, it seemed that he had to do it himself. Kid, you're too arrogant. Today, I'll kill you personally. As he spoke, the chaotic chi emerged from his body and formed a chaotic sun behind him. It bloomed with thousands of rays of light. A terrifying aura filled the air and endless chaotic light shone, illuminating the entire sky. Kill! With a roar, 5 giant golden crows appeared from the chaotic sun behind him. Each of them was 100 feet long and looked as though they were made of gold. They were lifelike. They spread their wings and flew toward Lin Xian, bringing with them a sky full of flowing light. In the distance, the sacred land martial artists were suppressed by this boundless aura. Their bodies trembled and they almost lost their balance. Whoosh, whoosh. The 5 golden crows quickly approached Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted and raised his hand. Endless chill aura gathered in his left hand and formed a large blue bow. On his right hand, black flames danced and formed a black arrow. Draw the bow and shoot the golden crows, boom. Boom, boom. Boom. He drew the bow 5 times in a row. 5 pitch-black arrows burned with boundless heat and pierced through the golden crows, blowing them up. In the sky, violent energy explosions swept out in all directions. As for the surrounding crowd, they were all stunned. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful that he could even contend with him. In the next moment, he stomped his feet and turned into a ray of flowing light, rushing over quickly. In the palm of his hand, the chaotic chi swirled and formed a huge chaotic vortex. Accompanied by the power of the chaotic sun, it shot out quickly. Pong, the void was like a mirror, shattering right away. Furthermore, the cracks were spreading rapidly, trying to swallow Lin Xian whole. Whoosh, Lin Xian's figure flickered, instantly leaving his original spot and appearing in another direction. He drew the bow in his hand again. Whang, a black arrow shot out, causing the void to tremble as it flew towards the middle-aged man. Ka ka ka, the void was directly pierced through, creating a pitch-black ravine. The middle-aged man was shocked. He waved his hands, and the light of chaos formed 7 shields in front of him. At the same time, a green armor appeared on his body, shining brightly. Boom, however, the arrow in the sky contained the power of the great dragon sword soul. Like a hot knife through butter, it easily pierced through the 7 chaos shields. Then, it pierced through the middle-aged man. Ah, the middle-aged man let out a blood-curdling scream as his shoulder was pierced through and he flew backward. In the end, he was nailed to a mountain peak. Blood dripped from the sky, and screams reverberated in the surroundings, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. The people of the 5th bloodline gasped, and their eyes were filled with fear. This middle-aged man was extremely powerful. He could be said to be at the peak of 6-star kings, but he was easily injured. He could not fight back at all. What was the background of that young man in front of him? Why was his combat strength so terrifying? For a moment, they were terrified and did not dare to look at him again. Humph! How dare you make a move in the sacred land? You're courting death. At this moment, the void fluctuated, and a large number of figures appeared. There were young prodigies, middle-aged men, and even pale old men. Without exception, they were all powerhouses of the 5th bloodline. As soon as these people appeared, they sealed off the surroundings and directly trapped Lin Xian. This time, they would definitely not let him escape. It's over. This kid is definitely dead. That's right. The young prodigies and the elders of the 5th bloodline have all appeared. I'm afraid this kid won't be able to escape no matter how heaven-defying he is. There's nothing they can do. This kid sent Lu Mingyue back. It can be said that he has completely angered the fifth bloodline. It's normal for the people of the fifth bloodline to want to kill him now. Discussions broke out one after another. This time, not only the people of the fifth bloodline, but also the powerhouses of the 5 sacred lands and the 3 seeker families in the distance. Because the commotion here was too big, it directly alarmed them. When they learned that it was the people of the fifth bloodline who attacked Lin Xian, many of them immediately sneered. Among them, especially Tuoba Tianxi and the Thousand Thunder Saint. They all looked down with a sneer on their faces. I told you, this kid is not a good person at all. Look, he actually wants to rape the female disciple of the sacred land of rights. Such a person can't be left in this world. I think it's better to kill him directly. The Thousand Thunder Saint said coldly. On the other side, Tuoba Tianxi also sneered. Morong Qingqing, on the other hand, looked solemn. She did not believe that Lin Xian would do such a thing. He must have been framed. Therefore, she stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Stop, there must be a misunderstanding." What misunderstanding? The female disciple who was bullied is right below. The evidence is conclusive. Moreover, this kid injured the cultivators of our sacred land in front of everyone. Everyone saw it. There is no misunderstanding at all. At this moment, an elder of the fifth bloodline stepped forward and said coldly. Jade Lake Saintess, although you are an honored guest, this matter is the business of the all-beginning sacred land. I hope you won't interfere. Saintess. The people of the Jade Lake sacred land also stepped forward to dissuade her. Indeed, with their current status, it was not convenient for them to interfere. Morong Qingqing also snorted coldly. However, she decided that she would not let these people hurt Lin Xian in the slightest. Fairy Morong is the Jade Lake Saintess. It is not convenient for her to interfere. What about me? At this time, another ice-cold voice sounded. Lu Mingyue. Everyone turned around and saw a fairy-like figure appear. That's right, it was Lu Mingyue. At this moment, she had already recovered her status as a saintess candidate. Moreover, it would not be long before she became a true saintess. Therefore, her appearance naturally caused a commotion among the crowd. Lu Mingyue said indifferently, I understand him. He would not do such a thing. I think there must be some misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? The evidence is conclusive. The elder of the fifth bloodline sneered. That's right. How dare he bully the people of our fifth bloodline? We must kill this kid. The people of the fifth bloodline all shouted in anger. Conclusive? Lin Xian smiled. Are you sure the evidence is conclusive? Of course. The person is already here. How could it be false? That elder snorted coldly. Very well. Since you want evidence, I will show you the evidence. Soon after, Lin Xian said, Ruzalong, take that thing out. Sure. Since you want evidence, I'll show you. Then, Lin Xian said, Ruzalong, take that thing out. I've already prepared it. The Crimson Dragon sneered. When the scene happened, they felt that something was wrong. Thus, they directly used memory crystals to record the scene from before. In the next moment, the Crimson Divine Dragon tossed its claw, and a blue crystal floated in the void. It shone brightly and was projected into the void. That's a memory crystal. Huang Fuqian exclaimed. It seems that the truth is about to be revealed, Yang Ming said in a deep voice. Sure enough, the projection of the memory crystal replayed the scene of the pink lady tearing her clothes in front of everyone. On the other hand, the faces of the people from the fifth branch darkened. They did not expect the other party to have a memory crystal. I've already given you the evidence you wanted. Now, are you still going to say that I'm the one who molested her? Lin Xian said lightly. The elder was so angry that his body trembled. That was a slap in the face. Humph. What's going on? Morong Qingqing also shouted coldly. Lu Mingyue's face darkened. Is this what you mean by molesting her? Humph, it seems that you really don't know the rules. Is the law enforcement hall here? Lu Mingyue shouted loudly. Here. In the sky, 3 martial artists in black armor appeared. Their auras were as cold as ice. These two disciples framed a distinguished guest and brought shame to the sacred land. Take them away and discipline them. Yes. The three martial artists from the law enforcement hall descended and took the pink lady and the green-robed youth away. Elder, save me. The two of them screamed, their faces pale. They did not expect this to happen. How dare you? The elder from the fifth branch also shouted angrily. What? You want to violate the sacred land's rules? Lu Mingyue said coldly. Damn it, the elder from the fifth branch gritted his teeth and could only watch as the law enforcement hall took them away. He had no choice. Although he was an elder, he did not dare to openly defy the rules of the Holy Land. The other members of the fifth bloodline were trembling with anger. However, they had no intention of letting Lin Xian off the hook. In the next moment, those people all stared at Lin Xian. The elder from the fifth faction gritted his teeth and said, those two disciples lied about this matter. But what about the matter of this brat injuring my disciple? He openly committed murder in the Holy Land. Such a person must not be allowed to live. However, Lin Xian sneered and said, it's just a spar. Moreover, it was you guys who made the first move. Hearing this, the fifth bloodline was so angry that he coughed up blood. They glared fiercely at Lin Xian, wishing they could beat him up. Really? Spar? Alright, I'll spar with you. If I injure you badly, I don't think anyone will blame me, right? At this moment, a young man walked out from the crowd of the fifth bloodline. His black hair reached his shoulders, and his face looked as if it had been carved by a knife. He gave off an unusually sharp feeling. Xianxia, he's actually going to attack. He's one of the candidate saints. He's powerful and unfathomable. Legend has it that he's not weaker than a true candidate saint. As soon as the black-haired young man came out, the surrounding crowd began to discuss. Xianxia stood in the void and looked down at Lin Xian. He put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, let's do it. We're just sparring. Don't worry, I won't kill you. These words carried a trace of biting cold-killing intent that shook the void. Haha, this brat is scared. I didn't expect my senior brother Xianxia to attack. Senior brother Xiao, go for it. Cripple him. The disciples of the fifth bloodline shouted crazily. The elders did not stop them. They also watched with cold smiles on their faces. What, you think a candidate saint can defeat me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Since you want to spar, I'll grant you your wish. With that, he took a step forward and his aura erupted. His long hair fluttered, and his eyes were like lightning. He was like a peerless divine sword unsheathed. You're indeed powerful. However, you're not my match, Xianxia said coldly in the sky. His eyes contained a trace of disdain. He was one of the candidates of the All Beginnings Holy Ground. His strength was powerful and unfathomable. His opponent was only a nameless junior. Was he even qualified to fight with him? Whoosh, in the next instant, he stretched out his hand. A cyan flame danced in the center of his palm. The cyan flame was like a divine flame. It illuminated the void and emitted a terrifying aura. Whoosh, then, Xianxia waved his hand. The cyan flame rushed out of his palm. A green light sprinkled down, and instantly, the water in the huge lake below was completely evaporated. The terrifying heat was so intense that even the void couldn't withstand it. Cyan Lotus Flame. Xianxia actually used Cyan Lotus Flame. It seems like he's determined to kill his opponent. What? That's a flame that only an almighty expert can possess. I didn't expect Xianxia to possess such a flame. Could it be that he really has strength comparable to a candidate saint? Cries of surprise were heard one after another. Evidently, the cyan flames had caused the surrounding people to be extremely shocked. Boom, Lin Xian quickly counterattacked. He waved his hand. Blue cold air revolved around his palm. A cold palm of ice soared into the sky. Ka, the blue palm was like an ancient iceberg. It streaked across the sky, causing the void to tremble. The power of ice? But it's useless. My cyan lotus flame isn't something you can imagine. Xianxia had a calm expression. Ordinary ice wouldn't be able to block his cyan lotus flame. His opponent would definitely be burned to ashes by his flames. Boom, but in the next instant, he was stunned. The giant fireball he had shot out was frozen. It turned into a block of ice and fell from the sky. Not only that, but the blue cold ice divine palm's might didn't decrease. It rapidly grabbed at him. How could this be? Xianxia's expression changed for the first time. He was stunned. He didn't dare to believe his eyes. The surrounding crowd was also stunned. This was especially true for the disciples of the fifth bloodline. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. They hadn't expected Lin Xian to be able to break through the cyan lotus flame so easily. Whoosh, in the sky, Xianxia's body swayed. He turned into a cyan phantom and flashed rapidly in the void. However, the cold ice divine palm grew bigger and bigger. In the end, it completely enveloped the entire sky. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the sky above his head was completely frozen. Xianxia's body was also wrapped in countless cold air. Get lost, Xianxia roared. The flames in his body suddenly erupted like a sea of fire. He resisted the cold air around him and quickly broke out of the encirclement. His hair was covered in blue ice. His face was abnormally ferocious. He was furious. He was too furious, his opponent had put him in such a difficult position. This was unforgivable. The surrounding warriors were all astonished. Lin Xian's battle prowess was simply too frightening. Kid, you've completely angered me. Xianxia's voice was cold. I just wanted to play with you, but now I've changed my mind. In the next moment, he roared and formed a seal with both hands. Countless green flames gathered in front of him, forming 18 green lotus flowers. Each lotus flower seemed real and carried a terrifying heat. All of them flew toward Lin Xian. Clear lotus burning the sky. Kid, go to hell. Xianxia roared and waved his hand quickly. This was his strongest move. Once it was used, the entire sky would be burned clean. No matter how strong the opponent was, they would not be able to resist it. As expected, as soon as the 18 green lotus flowers appeared, the ice in the sky melted instantly. Not only that, the 18 lotus flowers formed a formation and enveloped Lin Xian, trying to refine him. Clear lotus burning the sky? Lin Xian sneered. It's just the light of a firefly. I'll break you now. In the next moment, his eyes turned sharp. The great dragon sword soul was activated quickly, and a long ice sword appeared in front of him. As he swung the sword, a terrifying ice aura filled the air. The sharp sword light cut through the void. Boom boom boom, the sword chi slashed down, and the 18 lotus flowers in the sky were all shattered. The terrifying sword light flashed in the sky and slashed toward Xianxia. What? They're all shattered. How is this possible? When the people of the fifth lineage saw this, they went crazy. Those were 18 lotus flowers, a terrifying technique that could burn the heavens, but now, it was broken by a sword? This shocked them and they could not believe it. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. He did not expect his secret technique to be broken in an instant. Moreover, what frightened him even more was that the sword light was too sharp. It was as if it could cut him in half. Damn it! He roared angrily and turned into a bolt of green lightning. He dashed to the left in an instant, trying to dodge the sword. However, just as Xianxia moved, mysterious runes appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. The ice sword in his hand slashed out once more. This sword directly sealed off Xianxia's path of retreat, and quickly arrived at his side. Xianxia's face turned green because he couldn't block this sword at all. The terrifying murderous aura caused his entire body to turn cold. He could imagine that the next sword strike would pierce through him. Elder, save me! At this moment of crisis, Xianxia could no longer care about his face. He shouted loudly, abnormally frightened. Humph, the elder of the fifth branch's face darkened when he saw this. With a wave of her embroidered robe, a red light suddenly turned into a huge mountain, blocking Xianxia and the terrifying sword chi. Clang, in the next moment, the black demonic sword collided with the red sleeve, producing an earth-shaking sound. Boom! Boom, in the void, countless cracks appeared, and an energy shockwave blasted Xianxia away. Puff, Xianxia's hair was disheveled, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, an elder stepped in and saved his life. The surrounding martial artists were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that the extremely powerful Xianxia, one of the candidates of the chosen saint, couldn't even block one sword strike from the other party. Who is this person? He's too terrifying. Could it be that he has the strength of a chosen saint? No wonder he could escort Lu Mingyue back to the sacred land. Discussions broke out, but the faces of the people of the fifth branch were terrifyingly dark. This is the genius of your fifth branch? He's so weak that he can't even withstand a single blow. At this moment, Lin Xian said calmly. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking very calm, as if the attack just now was just a casual move to him. Even so, the commotion caused by this was still unbelievable. Kid, you're too arrogant. At this moment, an elder of the fifth branch stood out. His entire body was surging with murderous aura, as if he was the god of death. That's enough. Stop pretending. Aren't you looking for so many reasons just to kill me? Come on, just do it. Lin Xian shouted coldly, completely disregarding the people of the fifth branch. That was because he had absolute confidence in himself and had a strong ability to protect himself. Today, he's going to turn the world upside down. Humph. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. An elder sneered. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at Lin Xian like a monstrous demonic claw. Buzz. Old thing, you alone are not enough. Lin Xian laughed and pulled out the Nine Serenities demonic sword. The aura of his entire body suddenly erupted. The terrifying sword chi was like a divine sword that cut the sky open. Then, the monstrous demonic claw was also split open, revealing deep white bones. Ah, the elder of the fifth branch screamed and retreated while holding his palm. His face was unusually ferocious. It was too fierce. He could not withstand this sword technique at all. However, in the next moment, he roared crazily, "Everyone, go and kill him." The surrounding crowd was stunned. They did not expect that even the elder was no match for him. When the people of the fifth branch heard this, they roared and rushed over. In an instant, more than a dozen figures appeared beside Lin Xian. Damn it, how dare you! Seeing this, Lu Mingyue and Morong Qingqing also shouted. Morong Qingqing's beautiful eyes were filled with anger and she was about to attack. However, Lin Xian transmitted his voice and told her not to attack. He also asked Lu Mingyue to step aside and watch. There was no need for them to participate in today's battle. Facing the dozen people who rushed over, Lin Xian swung his demonic sword. The half-moon demonic sword's aura drew a black moonlight and instantly sent the dozen people flying. Go, however, more people were unable to do so. The battle broke out. In an instant, the mountain peak under their feet was split in half and shattered into countless pieces of gravel. However, in just a moment, the young disciples all vomited blood and were sent flying. None of them could resist. Damn it, he's too strong. Many people screamed and their eyes were filled with fear. This was because they had never seen such a powerful young man other than the saints. However, the people of the fifth branch were not willing to give up. At this time, 3 elders appeared and surrounded Lin Xian. This scene was simply too shocking. The existence of 3 elders was extremely powerful. Although they were not almighty, they were still the top existences among the 6-star kings. Their combat strength was terrifying. Perhaps only a true saint could resist them. However, with 3 elders attacking together, even an ordinary saint would not be able to resist. Now, such a lineup was actually dealing with a young man. When the other martial artists saw this scene, they started discussing. As for the people from the 5 great holy lands, their brows were tightly furrowed. This scene was truly beyond their expectations. Tuoba Tianxi, the Thousand Thunder Saint, and the other saints and saintesses' eyes were shining. They stared fixedly at Lin Xian because the latter's strength was too frightening. He had definitely reached their level. But how was this possible? Who was he? Why had they never heard of him before? Morong Qingqing was extremely worried. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. However, Lin Xian had sent her a voice transmission earlier. Thus, she couldn't make a move right now. Moreover, the people from the Jade Lake sacred ground were also holding her back. After all, this matter was related to the All Beginnings Holy Land. If the people from the Jade Lake sacred ground rashly got involved, the impact would be huge. As for Lin Xian, his gaze was like lightning. He looked at the three elders and sneered. Is there no one else in your All Beginnings Holy Land? You actually sent 3 elders to kill a youngster like me? How laughable. How lamentable. Fine. Since no one in the younger generation is my match, I will play with you 3 old fellows. I'd like to see if the 3 of you old fellows are trash as well. After saying that, Lin Xian pointed the demonic sword in his hand at the sky. Suddenly, countless black lightning bolts descended from the sky. It was like a lightning tribulation. Brat, you are courting death. The 3 elders from the 5th bloodline had gloomy expressions. Indeed, with their status, joining hands to deal with a youngster was truly shameful. Moreover, it was in front of so many people. However, there was nothing they could do. Their 5th bloodline's genius, their holy son candidate, had been sent flying by a single sword strike. Apart from him, they couldn't find another youngster who could contend against him. The All Beginnings Holy Son could definitely contend against him. However, the All Beginnings Holy Son wasn't someone from their 5th bloodline. Moreover, he wasn't in the All Beginnings Holy Land right now. Thus, they could only make a move themselves. Even if they were looked down upon, they still had to make a move. After all, Lin Xian's strength and talent were too terrifying. He had reached the Holy Sun level at such a young age. If they didn't eliminate such a person, he would become a disaster for their 5th bloodline in the future. Brat, you are too arrogant. You have injured so many experts of our sacred ground. No matter what, we will not let you leave today. Kneel down and accept your death. 3 furious roars sounded. Then, the 3 elders' eyes blossomed with cold light. Their auras suddenly erupted. They formed 3 king domains and completely sealed off Lin Xian. Lin Xian madly laughed in disdain. 3 shameless old fellows. Isn't it because you are afraid of me? Since you want to fight, bring it on. Kill, Lin Xian roared and took the initiative to attack. Countless rays of sword light appeared in the sky. They were like stars, cutting through the void. A bright light shone, illuminating the entire sky. The terrifying sword light instantly enveloped the 3 elders of the 5th branch. You're courting death. The 3 elders of the 5th branch were completely enraged. Their opponent was too arrogant. He wanted to challenge the 3 of them by himself? You really don't know what death is. The surrounding Chosens and Skyprides were also extremely shocked. The reason for that was because they discovered that Lin Xian was simply too arrogant. This brat is too arrogant. He definitely won't win. Tuoba Tianxi gritted his teeth and snorted. Of course not. Each of the 3 elders is comparable to a holy son. When the 3 of them join forces, their strength is extremely powerful. Even a real holy son may not be able to contend against them. That brat definitely won't be able to stop it. The myriad Thunder Saint Sun also sneered. Up in the sky, the 3 elders roared furiously. Then, one of them counterattacked. He opened his mouth and spat out a blue river. The waves were hundreds of feet high and collided with the sword light in the sky. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Countless shocked voices sounded in the sky. This superpower was too terrifying. However, before they could finish their exclamations, there was a shocking change in the void. The hundreds of feet high wave was split open by the sword, creating a vacuum area. Then, thousands of sword rays swept across and completely shattered it. The terrifying demonic sword whistled, and the shocking rainbow continued to move toward the 3 elders. Humph, the elder who attacked was shocked, while the other 2 elders snorted coldly. Their faces were extremely gloomy. The next moment, their bodies exuded a powerful chaotic chi that collapsed the void like countless mountains. Buzz, in the sky, a ghostly claw appeared out of thin air like a mountain and clawed downward. The void was instantly torn apart, and a terrifying aura locked onto Lin Xian. On the other side, another elder made his move. A sharp saber light shone like a shocking divine rainbow and quickly slashed down. The 2 elders attacked together and charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his sword to block. The demonic sword flickered and directly shattered the saber light. At the same time, he threw out a punch. The Armageddon Black Dragon fist turned into a black dragon and blasted toward the terrifying ghostly claw. Boom! A destructive and violent aura shrouded the sky, causing heaven and earth to shake. The terrifying ghostly claw was instantly pierced through. In this exchange, both sides were evenly matched. However, this made everyone even more shocked. The previous attack had been launched by two elders together, but Lin Xian had blocked it all by himself. This was too heaven-defying. Damn it! This kid is too evil. Let's attack together and kill him. The three elders looked at each other and finally decided to be shameless and attack together. Whoosh! Whoosh! Elder number 1 moved his hands, and suddenly, a terrifying chaotic light shone, forming a huge palm of light that tore through the void. In an instant, the terrifying palm of light charged toward Lin Xian. It was like the palm of a demon king, abnormally terrifying. Not only that, but the entire space was also completely sealed. Elder number 2 roared angrily, and the red light on his body surged into the sky like a volcano erupting. The dazzling light illuminated the entire sky. He struck out a sea of fire. The blazing flames pierced through the void and quickly charged toward Lin Xian. Elder number 3 moved his hands and formed a huge green bell. It kept expanding like a huge mountain, dazzling and eye-catching. On the bell, runes shone. The bell shook gently, and the runes that filled the sky rippled like stars. Boom! The terrifying green bell directly enveloped Lin Xian. The terrifying power blasted black holes in the void. The three elders attacked together, and the momentum was too shocking. Even the saints and saintesses who were watching the battle from afar changed their expressions. Brother Xian. Morong Qingqing was even more nervous because even a saint would have a hard time facing such a terrifying attack. She did not know if Lin Xian could block it. In front, endless light shone, and a terrifying aura shot into the sky. The sky was filled with a sea of fire, and the light of spiritual power burst out together, causing the entire sky to tremble. The countless mountains below were also filled with boulders, as if they would collapse at any time. Kill! Lin Xian also roared angrily. He felt a great threat. One had to know that each of the three elders was comparable to a saint. At this moment, the three of them were indeed very powerful when they joined forces. Therefore, for a moment, a shocking light burst out from his eyes. The great dragon sword soul in his body kept surging, and it let out a dragon's roar. Boom! Countless spiritual energy condensed, and then he raised his hand and struck out a huge furnace. That divine furnace was 1,000 feet tall and resembled a blazing divine mountain. There was a vivid and lifelike phoenix carved on it. Heat waves filled the sky, causing large black cracks to appear in the void. In the end, the blazing divine furnace collided with the large green bell. A world-shaking sound rang out, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Many cultivators fainted on the spot. As for the remaining cultivators, they bitterly persevered. Buzz! 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 More experts shot out rays of light that enveloped the surroundings, preventing them from being hit by the energy shockwaves. Resisting the large green bell in the sky, Lin Xian activated Sea God Ice once more. The terrifying power of ice transformed into an ice phoenix that rapidly rushed out of his body and collided with the sea of flames in the sky. As ice and fire collided, a terrifying power filled the entire sky. Lin Xian's fighting spirit sword. Terrifying sword energy soared into the sky. The 9 nether devil sword in his hand slashed out. Sharp sword lights collided with the large palm of light, each strike capable of devouring the heavens and splitting the earth. The four people's battle shook the heavens and the earth, causing the entire world to explode. Not only that, but the terrifying energy also activated the All Beginnings Holy Lands Array Formation. A terrifying array formation emerged, protecting the surrounding mountains and rivers. Who is this brat? He's too terrifying. He can actually contend against the three elders for such a long time. Heavens, could it be that his strength has already surpassed that of a saint? Impossible. What kind of people are saint? They are all world-shaking and peerless geniuses. However, there are also differences in strength between saint. This kid's strength is one of the stronger ones among the chosens. Sounds of discussion could be heard. It was clear that this scene had left everyone dumbfounded. The three elders were also extremely shocked. They couldn't take down the other party in a short period of time. This caused them to lose face. One had to know that the three of them had shamelessly joined hands. They originally thought that they could easily kill the other party if they joined hands. But they didn't expect that the other party would be too strong. They could only fight to a draw. Buzz. At this time, a black light suddenly appeared. Like a ghost, it arrived behind Lin Xian. Then, the terrifying gray palm slapped out towards Lin Xian's back. The silhouette appeared. It was also an old man. His hands were covered in gray mist, and he ruthlessly slapped at Lin Xian. Boom, a low voice sounded out, and then countless clouds of fog erupted, covering the area in front of him. It hit. The disciples of the fifth bloodline cheered, while the others cried out in surprise. The myriad Thunder Saint Sun, Tuoba Tianxi, and the others sneered. After being hit by such a violent palm of light, even a saint would be severely injured, if not killed. This kid is dead for sure. Morong Qingqing cried out in alarm. His figure flashed, and he was about to make a move, but he was stopped by the people beside him. At this moment, an elder of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground quickly said, "Don't get too excited, his aura is still there." Upon hearing this, Morong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he quickly sensed his surroundings. Indeed, she could still sense Lin Xian's aura. This put her at ease. The others also looked over. Naturally, they could also sense Lin Xian's aura. However, in their opinion, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Being besieged by 4 elders, even if the saint was severely injured, he would definitely die. The gray mist that filled the sky dissipated, and then the situation inside emerged. But very soon, everyone was stunned. Even their eyeballs were about to fall out. That was because Lin Xian was covered in a layer of cold metal armor. He looked like a god of war, unstoppable. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but his aura did not weaken much. How is this possible? He's not seriously injured? Just a minor injury? Damn it, how could this be? How did he block that palm strike? Exclamations were heard. Everyone could not believe it. The gray-robed elder who attacked also narrowed his eyes. His palm was absolutely terrifying. Even the saint could not block it. How did Lin Xian block it? Damn it, there's something wrong with his armor. The 4 elders' faces were unusually gloomy. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a powerful armor. Humph. Lin Xian also snorted coldly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, the black armor blocked most of the attack. Otherwise, that palm would definitely have severely injured him. A bunch of shameless old men. How dare you be so shameless? Lin Xian gritted his teeth. 4 elders had attacked him. This was too much pressure for him. Therefore, he summoned the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon was already furious. As soon as it appeared, it pointed to the front and roared. Damn you 4 old rookies, do you have any shame? How old are you? You're at least 5 or 6,000 years old, right? You actually joined forces to attack a young man in his 20s. If I were you, I would have killed myself long ago. The Crimson Dragon held crazily, and its voice traveled thousands of miles. The 4 elders' faces darkened, and they were so angry that they vomited blood. Where did this beast come from? How dare he spout such nonsense here? F***ck. You're the beast. The Crimson Dragon was furious. It slapped out with its claw. Suddenly, a dark red beast claw appeared in the void and slapped the elder away. Boom, boom. The elder who spoke arrogantly fell to the ground like a meteor. He smashed the ground into pieces, and a terrifying deep pit appeared. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. His strength was too terrifying. He was not inferior to the saint at all. They did not expect a demonic beast to be so powerful. Kill, the 2 sides fought again. So far, there was nothing to talk about. The only thing they could do was to defeat each other. Previously, Lin Xian fought 1 against 3, and both sides were tied. Now, it was 2 against 4, and the 4 elders were directly suppressed. Regardless of whether it was Lin Xian or the Crimson Dragon, they were not existences that they could imagine. Lin Xian had the Crimson Sword soul, and his combat strength was abnormally strong. The four elders' arms were numb, and their blood was turbulent. The Crimson Dragon was also extremely terrifying. Firstly, he was a divine dragon with a strong physique and many secret techniques. Secondly, he used to be a supreme being. Although his cultivation level had fallen, he had recovered to the level of a 6-star king. He was extremely terrifying. Therefore, he had completely suppressed the two elders. Everyone was shocked, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Was he still human? Even the four elders working together could not suppress him. Boom, boom. Boom, after dozens of moves, the four elders were directly blasted away. All of them were seriously injured, and one of the elders was even more miserable. There was a terrifying crack on his shoulder. His bones were exposed, and his body was almost split in half. Boom, boom. Boom, at this moment, a few powerful auras came from afar. They were like dark clouds that covered the entire sky. These auras were like gods and demons, and they could only make people tremble. At that moment, a few powerful auras came from afar. They were like dark clouds that covered the entire sky. The aura was like that of a god-fiend, making people tremble. At that moment, even the saints, saintesses, and skyprites frowned. Almighty! Morong Qingqing clenched her fists. She did not expect that even the Almighty would appear. Qingqing, don't do anything. I might have to leave this place early. Don't worry, I can protect myself. Lin Xian quickly sent a voice transmission to Morong Qingqing when he sensed the aura of the Almighty. Morong Qingqing nodded. She trusted Lin Xian. Lin Xian then sent a voice transmission to Lu Mingyue, when you become the saintess, remember our agreement. I hope you won't go back on your word. Don't worry, when I become the saintess, I'll definitely thank you. Lu Mingyue also responded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in the sky, a powerful aura descended as if night had fallen. The terrifying aura made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Finally, 3 figures appeared. They were like demon kings floating in the void. Each of them was unreachable. People could only look up to them. Almighty! That's great, the Almighty is here. The people of the 5th lineage were extremely excited and cheered. This is the Almighty of the 5th lineage. He's their elite. Now that their Almighty was here, they could definitely crush the other party. Young man, you've gone too far. One of the Almighty in purple spoke. His voice was like heavenly thunder, rolling over. Capture him now and come back with me. His voice was low and there was an unquestionable tone to it. What a joke. Who are you? Why should I go back with you? Even in the face of an Almighty, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. The surrounding martial artists were stunned. They could not believe what they had just heard. Is this kid crazy? How dare he defy an Almighty? The people of the 5th lineage sneered, haha, this kid is dead for sure. How dare he provoke an Almighty? He's definitely going to die. Indeed, in the sky, the Almighty in purple frowned when he heard Lin Xian's words. He coldly snorted, reckless fool. In the next moment, he stretched out a finger and pressed it downward. From the looks of it, it was as if an adult was going to crush an ant to death. A finger fell and then became bigger. In the end, it was like a divine pillar that reached the heavens, descending from the sky. Mysterious runes appeared on his finger, emitting a terrifying aura. The sea of clouds in the sky was pierced through, and countless cracks appeared. The entire void shattered like a mirror. In an instant, the terrifying heaven-piercing finger arrived above Lin Xian and was about to mercilessly descend. Ah! Lin Xian roared. The 9-held devil sword in his hand quickly grew bigger, turning into a huge pitch-black devil sword. Boom, then, he waved the huge demonic sword. The demonic sword in his hand seemed to have turned into a black dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring ferociously. The sword light soared into the sky and collided with the Tom Tian palm. Boom! Boom, there was a huge explosion in the sky, and the sky was filled with dazzling lights. Endless clouds surged like waves. Everyone kept retreating because they could not withstand the aftermath at all. Arrays appeared in the surrounding mountains and rivers. They kept flickering and resisting the terrifying energy storm. A pitch-black hole appeared in the sky at the center. It gradually expanded as if it was going to devour the entire space. Crack! Crack! Following that, under everyone's shocked gazes, cracks began to appear on the finger that connected the heavens and the earth, and they quickly spread all over it. Crack! Finally, it exploded into pieces with a crisp sound. What? The attack of the Almighty was blocked? How is that possible? Everyone was stunned. They could not believe it at all. The Thousand Thunder Saint Sun and Tuoba Tianxi even widened their eyes. Especially the Thousand Thunder Saint Sun. He was a saint, but even he could not compete with a true Almighty. But now, a nameless kid in front of him had blocked the attack of an Almighty, that was an Almighty with extraordinary means. His strength was at least at the level of a 7-star king. He was definitely above everyone else. Even so, he was still blocked. In the air, the purple-clothed Almighty's face was gloomy. This scene was also beyond his expectations. Bang! 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 Lin Xian kept retreating. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was injured by this attack. However, he had also blocked that terrifying finger. However, he still looked up to the sky and laughed. What Almighty? You're just SOSO. If you dare to stop me today, I'll kill you all the same. Lin Xian's cold voice resounded in all directions. It was as if he was the god of death. Humph! You're courting death. The purple-clothed Almighty was furious. He did not use his full strength in the previous attack at all. In his opinion, the other party was just an ant that was not worthy of his full strength. But now, the other party was so arrogant. He even provoked him. He could not stand it, so he decided to kill the other party again. Boom, he flicked 2 fingers, which turned into a huge flood dragon that hovered in the air. It formed a terrifying energy storm that charged toward Lin Xian. This attack was too terrifying. It was so powerful that it could kill any expert below the Almighty. Boom, Lin Xian roared as the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated to the extreme. He waved the demonic sword to resist. There was another earth-shattering explosion. Then, the 2 flood dragons were shattered. However, Lin Xian's body was also sent flying thousands of miles away. What? It shattered again. Everyone was stunned. If the previous time was a coincidence and the Almighty did not use his full strength, how could they explain this time? Although Lin Xian was sent flying and injured, he did not die. This meant that he could fight against the Almighty. Thinking of this, they did not dare to believe it. Ha 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 ha, you want to kill me? Impossible. Lin Xian sneered. His black hair fluttered in the wind. The black armor on his body emitted a cold light. It was this armor that blocked most of the Almighty's attack. Almighty? You're very arrogant. Then you can try to take my sword. Lin Xian blocked 2 consecutive attacks from the Almighty and finally decided to take the initiative to attack. What? He's going to attack the Almighty. Heavens, is he crazy? What a reckless guy. Does he really think that he can fight against the Almighty just because he blocked 2 attacks from the Almighty? Just wait and see. He will definitely be killed. The people of the 5th lineage snorted. In the crowd, Tuoba Tianxi and the Thousand Thunder Saint gritted their teeth because they could not accept the fact that the Almighty was stronger than them. Buzz, on Lin Xian's side, the Dragon Sword realm was displayed. Tens of thousands of sword lights quickly gathered. Then, they merged with the demonic sword. Then, he slashed out with his sword. The shocking sword light flashed in the air and turned into a light wave that quickly rushed toward the Almighty. You're overestimating yourself. The Almighty in purple sneered disdainfully with a trace of contempt in his eyes. He did not think that the Almighty could really fight against him. Therefore, he stretched out his palm and grabbed forward. His expression was as if he was pinching an ant. However, when he felt the sharp sword light, his expression finally changed. Because this sword light was too sharp, it made him feel a sense of pain. Poof, the sword light flashed, and then blood spurted out and dripped into the void. The palm of the mighty figure in purple was cut open, revealing deep white bones. Ah! Damn it! The mighty figure in purple was furious. He clenched his fist and crushed the shocking sword light. However, he was still injured. The wound on his palm could not be healed at all. There was still the remnant aura of the great dragon sword soul on it. He really injured the mighty figure. Seeing the bloody scene, the surrounding people were all stunned. What kind of person was this? He was too fierce, the people of the fifth lineage could not believe it. As for the myriad Thunder Sage and Tuoba Tianxi, they trembled and almost fell from the sky. This kind of strength had definitely surpassed them. Kid, you have completely angered me. The mighty figure in purple looked ferocious. Being injured by an ant made him lose face. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared and his aura suddenly erupted. A terrifying light flashed around him, and then flames gushed out from the sky, forming an extremely terrifying scene. Boom! Boom, boom! Golden light flashed, and then golden lotuses quickly appeared in the void with monstrous flames. They were like divine spears, shining brightly. The sky was full of golden lotuses, like golden flames floating in the air, covering the entire sky. Domain, this is the mighty figure's domain. He actually used his own domain. It seemed that the mighty figure in purple wanted to kill Lin Xian. He wanted to kill him in one move. Kid, go to hell. The mighty figure in purple sneered and waved his hand. Suddenly, countless golden lotuses in the sky turned into golden sword rainbows and rushed toward Lin Xian. Looking at the golden lotuses in the sky, Lin Xian's expression was grave. This attack made him feel that his life was in danger. He did not dare to be careless and raised his combat strength to the extreme. The great dragon sword soul rotated quickly in his body, emitting a cold light. Not only that, sword chi quickly appeared on the surface of the black armor, forming a sword chi battle armor. The double layer of defense greatly increased Lin Xian's defensive capabilities. This time, Lin Xian gripped the nine-hell devil sword with both hands. The pitch-black demonic sword shone with an icy cold radiance. Soon after, it expanded rapidly and eventually turned into a demonic sword that was 1,000 feet long. Chop, the giant sword, which was hundreds of meters long, slashed down. The terrifying power and the attack intertwined in the air. The entire sky was completely blown apart. The dazzling golden lotuses were also impacted. The two collided and destroyed each other. However, there were simply too many golden lotuses. Many of them still managed to get close to Lin Xian. Boom! Boom! The golden lotus and Lin Xian's sword chi collided with each other, creating a dazzling light. Then, the golden lotus tore apart the sword chi and smashed onto the black battle armor. Immediately, Lin Xian spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His body flew out. Seeing this, Morong Qingqing exclaimed. Her eyes were filled with concern. On the other hand, the myriad Thunder Saint, Tuoba Tianxi, and the people of the fifth bloodline were laughing maniacally. They knew that Lin Xian was doomed this time, however, Lin Xian roared. Golden runes shone in his eyes, making him look extremely mysterious. Suddenly, a dragon-shaped sword shadow burst out from his body, protecting his body. At this moment, Lin Xian's aura increased again. Damn it! Impossible. This kid is still severely injured. How can his strength increase? The people of the fifth bloodline looked as if they had seen a ghost. They could not believe it. The others were also stunned. This scene was completely beyond their understanding. Only the Crimson Dragon laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, the dragon soul has been activated. What a blessing in disguise. Kid, let's fight. Let them know the power of the great dragon sword soul. Sure enough, the great dragon sword soul appeared and surrounded Lin Xian. It kept extending. In the end, it even covered the demonic sword and Lin Xian's arm completely. At this moment, Lin Xian looked extraordinary. A true dragon coiled around his body, and his powerful aura tore the sky and the earth. The golden lotuses around him were also blasted away in an instant. Many of them were directly split by the sword chi. This kind of majestic scene shocked everyone. In the air, a large area of golden lotuses were destroyed. The terrifying sword chi rushed through the entire sky and quickly attacked the mighty figure in purple. Humph, the mighty figure in purple snorted. He did not expect that not only was his opponent not dead, but his combat strength had also increased. Even he was shocked by this combat strength. In the next moment, he clapped his palms. The purple palm shadows were like two purple mountains, swaying rapidly in the air. They blasted onto the sword chi. Boom! Boom, boom. Many sword chi were slapped away. However, the mighty figure in purple was also shocked. Because his arm was already numb from the shock, the power of this sword chi was much stronger than before. Even he had to deal with it carefully. Kill! Lin Xian roared. The nine-nethered demonic sword in his hand expanded once more, becoming a giant sword that was thousands of feet long. Then, it mercilessly slashed down. In the sky, the phantom of a true dragon formed and quickly swept out. Pung! This time, the mighty figure in purple was finally sent flying. The void shattered. The mighty figure in purple was sent flying, leaving behind a pool of blood in the sky. As for the surrounding crowd, they were all stunned. Heavens, what did they just see? A puny little king sent a mighty figure flying. This is really too shocking. Ah! Damn it, I'm going to kill you. The mighty figure in purple flew over from afar and instantly arrived in front of Su Xiaoxiao. The baleful aura on his body soared to the sky. He was like a killing god. But at the same time, the other two mighty figures could no longer watch. They took a step forward and formed a triangle, firmly surrounding Lin Xian. Brat, it's over. Although you're very strong and have heaven-defying talent, you're too stupid. The All Beginnings Holy Land is not something you can provoke. So what if you're strong? Since ancient times, there has never been a lack of geniuses. It's just that there are very few geniuses that can survive. You're also nothing. The three mighty figures' voices were ice cold. The killing intent on their bodies formed a cage that enveloped Lin Xian. In the next instant, the three of them attacked together. Their powerful strength instantly caused the sky to explode. No! Morong Qingqing cried out in alarm. She wanted to rush forward and save Lin Xian. However, she was stopped by the elder of the Jade Lake Holy Land. There were three mighty figures in front of her. With their berserk auras, even Morong Qingqing wouldn't be able to do anything if she went forward. Instead, she might be killed. Damn it! Lu Mingyue's expression turned gloomy as she watched this scene. After all, Lin Xian had helped her a lot. She didn't expect that he would be killed now. Ha 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 ha, who asked this brat to be so arrogant? He's finally dead. He dares to oppose my fifth bloodline? He's truly reckless. The martial artists of the fifth bloodline sneered. How dare you go against the fifth branch? You're courting death. The warriors from the fifth branch sneered. Ha 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 ha, this brat was so arrogant. Now he's finally dead. How dare you go against the fifth branch? You're courting death. The warriors from the fifth branch sneered. Humph! In the distance, Tuoba Tianxi and the Thousand Thunder Sage also revealed a ferocious look. Great, this brat is finally dead. Otherwise, it would be a huge pressure for them if the other party was still alive. Boom! However, at this time, a low voice suddenly came from the huge energy storm and black hole in front of them. Then, more and more cracks appeared in the space, like a spider web crawling into the distance. Accompanying it was an aura that made people's hearts palpitate, as if a peerless divine beast had crawled out of the black hole. What's going on? Why do I feel so uneasy? The elders from the fifth branch looked extremely solemn. Their hearts were thumping as if the thing in front of them was a huge threat to them. Not to mention these people, even the three Almighties frowned. They also felt a chill down their spines. Boom! In the next moment, a huge burst of energy erupted and a powerful storm swept in all directions. Then, the black hole, terrifying cracks, and bright light in the sky were all blasted away. A pitch-black, quaint spaceship was suspended in the sky. It was covered with sword marks and saber scars, emitting a strong desolate aura. What's that? Everyone looked at the pitch-black spaceship in shock. It's a spirit boat. Yes, it's a spirit boat, but it doesn't look like an ordinary one. The aura on it is too strange. Why does it seem like an ancient object? At this moment, everyone stared in front of them, bewildered. The three Almighties frowned even more. As Almighties, their perception was more certain. That hair-raising and heart-pounding feeling from before had come from this black spirit boat. Humph. The attack of three Almighties is nothing more than this. At this moment, a cold voice came from the black spirit boat. Hearing this voice, many people were stunned because they were very familiar with this voice. It belonged to Lin Xian. What? How is it possible? That brat is not dead? Damn it, I don't believe it. That's the attack of three Almighties. Even a top saint wouldn't be able to withstand it. How could he possibly withstand it? Not to mention a saint, even an Almighty would not be able to withstand the combined attack of three Almighties. The people of the fifth branch were going crazy. The surrounding people were also discussing animatedly, their faces full of shock. Damn it, could it be that there's something wrong with that spirit boat? In the next moment, everyone stared at the black spirit boat in front of him. Tuoba Tianxi and the 10,000 lightning holy sons' faces twisted. Ouyang Mingfei, Huang Fuqian, and even Lu Mingyue were shocked. As for Morong Qingchen, she let out a sigh of relief as a smile appeared on her face. He recognized that black spaceship. It was the Black Earth. Previously, she had taken the Black Earth ship with Lin Xian from the Sky Martial continent to the True Spirit continent. Morong Qingchen knew a little about the terror of the Black Earth. However, it required too much energy to activate the Black Earth ship. He did not expect that Lin Xian would be able to activate it now. Inside the Black Earth ship, Lin Xian was wearing battle armor, and his face was somewhat pale. In front of him stood the Crimson Dragon, and beside him was a floating Black Earth. There was a small formation in front of him. Inside were two divine crystals that flickered with light and were embedded in grooves. Even if Lin Xian was strong, he would not be able to withstand the combined attack of three Almighties. Unless he became a true Almighty. But now, he was only a 5-star king. Therefore, at the critical moment, Lin Xian activated the Black Earth ship. With the powerful defense of the Black Earth ship, the attacks of the three Almighties naturally could not cause any harm to it. Outside, the three Almighties' expressions were incomparably cold. Their gazes were like sharp blades as they stared at the Black Earth ship in front of them. The three of them looked at each other and attacked again in the next moment. They could not tolerate an ant daring to be so arrogant in front of them. Ice River Roar. The purple-robed Almighty roared towards the sky. Boundless icy aura burst forth from his body, forming a storm that filled the sky, as if it was going to freeze the entire world. The terrifying ice storm quickly rushed towards the Black Earth ship. Doomsday Banishment. The other Almighty waved his hands, creating a mysterious trajectory. Suddenly, the void was torn apart as countless huge lightning bolts descended, drowning the Black Earth ship. The lightning bolts were powerful as they continuously attacked the Black Earth ship. The terrifying energy directly drowned the front. Sword of the Wind God. The third Almighty roared as a gust of wind gathered in his hand, forming a gust of wind sword. It was 100 feet long and slashed down fiercely on the Black Earth ship. Clang, clang. Clang, clang. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the void in front of them split open again. A huge crack appeared, as if it was a sky-devouring beast, completely swallowing the Black Earth ship. Humph, the three Almighties snorted as their eyes flickered as they looked forward. Behind them, the people from the fifth lineage sneered. Humph, it's time for him to die, I don't believe that he can resist. There's no way he can resist. No one can resist the full strength of three Almighties. Many people revealed ferocious expressions, but in the next moment, they were all stunned. Even the three Almighties were dumbfounded as if they couldn't believe it. The huge black hole in front of them quickly disappeared, and the terrifying crack gradually healed. All the energy storm dissipated, and there, the black ship floated in the void, exactly the same as before. There wasn't even a trace of a scar on it. How is this possible? Everyone subconsciously shook their heads, thinking that their eyes were playing tricks on them. They rubbed their eyes hard and found that it was really the case. The three terrifying attacks didn't even leave a trace of a scar on the spirit ship. Damn it, how is this possible? That was the full strength attack of three Almighties. Impossible, what grade is the spirit ship? How can it be so strong? Even a top-grade Earth-grade spirit ship doesn't have such a defense, right? For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. In the Black Earth ship, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Hey two, can we attack? These three old fools were too despicable. With the current number of divine crystals, we can attack, but it's only one attack. After one attack, the energy will be extinguished. I'm afraid we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Isn't there a formation? Open the formation and absorb the energy from the outside world. We can absorb the energy from the outside world, but it can only maintain the balance. Hei-Tu shook his head, but then said, although the Black Earth ship can't be used as a mechanic, it's not impossible to kill almighties. You have other methods? Lin Xian was surprised. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Hei-Tu shook his head. But then he said, although the Black Earth can't attack, it's not impossible to kill a supreme being. Oh, you have another method? Lin Xian was surprised. What method? He asked. If he could kill a supreme being, that would be great. He could kill the other party's arrogance. Of course. Don't forget, there are still many powerful corpses in the Black Earth. Those were the corpses of invincible kings. They were incomparably terrifying. If he could stimulate their killing intent, even a supreme being wouldn't be able to withstand it. Is it easy to operate? Lin Xian asked. No problem, but he would need to waste some divine crystals. Hei-Tu said, you just need to set up a formation and guide it. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. He still had a lot of divine crystals in his hands, so he could kill one or two supreme beings. He was furious. These three supreme beings were taking advantage of their seniority to attack him with all their strength. Fortunately, he had the Black Earth. Otherwise, he would be in danger today. Now that he had a chance to take revenge, he had to take it. In the next moment, Lin Xian's cold voice sounded again, echoing in the entire space. All beginnings Holy Land? What a big deal. Three mighty figures are chasing after a mere king. You guys are really shameless. You guys are shameless to the extreme. However, do you really think that I'm easy to bully? Today, I'll go against the heavens and kill a supreme being. Humph, the three supreme beings snorted coldly. When they heard the last part, disdain appeared in their eyes. The cultivators of the fifth bloodline behind them discussed animatedly, their faces full of mockery. What did he say? He actually wants to kill a supreme being? What a joke. Who does he think he is? He's just relying on a spirit boat to temporarily save his life. What's there to be arrogant about? What was there to be arrogant about? Morong Qingqing couldn't bear to listen anymore. She said coldly, as far as I know, that young master is only in his 20s, and his cultivation is only a 5-star king. However, his combat strength has reached the level of a holy sun, and he's a peak existence among the holy suns. Not only that, but he can even fight against powerful beings. Can you do that? Shut up if you can't do it. Hearing this, the people of the fifth bloodline lost their temper. Indeed, they were just talking. The other party's strength was stronger than their saint of all beginnings. Even in the eastern wilderness, there weren't many people of the same generation as him. Moreover, it was Morong Qingqing who said it, so they could not refute him. After all, Morong Qingqing was also a holy maiden. Her status was absolutely transcendent, and it was not something they could resist. Therefore, the people from the fifth bloodline could only shut their mouths, their faces dark with anger. There were even a few elders who were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it, I'm so angry. Several elders roared towards the sky. However, at this moment, another change occurred in front of him. Up ahead, the Black Earth suddenly emitted a jet-black light that enveloped the purple-robed mighty figure. Whoosh, then, the purple-robed almighty figure disappeared into the void. Damn it. What happened? The other two mighty figures were also stunned. They had no idea what had happened. The surrounding people were in an uproar because it happened too quickly. The purple-robed lord had disappeared in an instant. They did not react at all. By the time they reacted, he was already gone. Buzz, inside the Black Earth, a light flashed, and the purple-robed mighty figure appeared. Boom, the purple-robed mighty figure was also very surprised. He felt that he was enveloped by a terrifying spatial power, and then his entire body disappeared. When he reappeared, he instantly activated the battle armor in his body. A set of purple armor appeared and enveloped his entire body. The next moment, he looked around cautiously. When he found that he was inside the spirit ship and saw Lin Xian and the others in front of him, he immediately laughed proudly. "Ha ha ha ha, kid, you really don't know what's good for you. How dare you bring me here? I was thinking that I couldn't break the spirit ship's defense, so how could I deal with you? I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come to me." He was simply too happy because the black spirit boat was too strange. The three of them couldn't even break it with their hands. He originally thought that he could not kill the other party today, but he did not expect the other party to drag him into the spirit ship. This way, he had absolute confidence that he could kill the other party. Humph. You still want to kill me? I'll kill you first today. Lin Xian snorted coldly, then said, "Black Earth, do it. You still want to fight me? You don't know what's good for you." The purple-robed mighty figure laughed wildly. He lowered his palm and was about to charge over. However, He too quickly set up a formation. Suddenly, countless mysterious runes lit up on the ground in front of him and enveloped the purple-robed mighty figure. Not only that, a huge figure appeared in front of him. Retreat. At the same time, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon quickly retreated. They came to a secret room inside the Black Earth and watched quietly. Humph, insignificant skill. You want to stop me with a formation? The purple-robed mighty figure looked at the runes around him and sneered disdainfully. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. His body even began to tremble. That was because a figure appeared in front of him. A 2-meter-tall figure stood there, cold as ice, like a statue. He exuded a frosty aura like a god looking down on all living beings. Damn it! Who is this? There was someone else in the spirit ship? The purple-robed mighty figure was terrified because the aura emitted by the other party made him feel a trace of fear. He had never experienced such fear before. I don't care who you are, you'll die. The purple-robed mighty figure roared and struck out with both palms. His terrifying palms carried a shocking force as they blasted toward the statue-like figure in front of him. What an idiot. In the secret room, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon sneered when they saw this scene. That statue-like figure was none other than the corpse of an invincible king. Such an invincible king was extremely terrifying. Even though he was dead, his aura was still terrifying. It was definitely not something an ordinary mighty figure could withstand. Boom, sure enough, in the next moment, the purple-robed mighty figure's palm struck the invincible king's corpse, producing a sonorous sound. His palm did not cause any damage at all, but it stimulated the murderous aura in the invincible king's body. Buzz buzz buzz, countless murderous auras surged out like a flood, turning into divine rainbows that pierced in all directions. Poof, the purple-robed mighty figure was the first to bear the brunt. He felt the rainbow-like light and was terrified. He wanted to block it. Immediately, the armor on the purple-clothed mighty figure shone with a dazzling light. However, it was useless. Those divine rainbows instantly pierced through the purple-clothed mighty figure's body like cutting beams. Damn it, how is this possible? The purple-clothed mighty figure's eyes widened. He looked at the dozen or so wounds on his body in shock. What kind of attack could kill him in an instant? Who was that figure in front of him? Why was he even more terrifying than a peerless mighty figure? Plop, the purple-clothed mighty figure fell to the ground before he could figure it out. In front of this murderous aura, the purple-clothed mighty figure was killed without any ability to resist. Inside the secret chamber, Lin Xian also gasped. These invincible kings were too terrifying. They had been dead for so long, but the murderous aura in their bodies was still so terrifying. He really wondered how powerful they were when they were alive. Moreover, this was only a king. It was said that there were saints above kings, and above saints were unparalleled emperors. How terrifying was the combat strength of a great emperor? It was simply unimaginable. It wasn't until a long time later that the murderous aura in the hall disappeared. He too activated the array formation and moved the corpse of the invincible king away. In the next moment, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon walked out. They looked at the purple-clothed mighty figure's corpse and sneered. Then, Lin Xian took off the purple-clothed mighty figure's storage ring. Outside, everyone was panicking because some time had passed. The purple-clothed mighty figure still hadn't appeared, which made them a little worried. However, one of the mighty figures spoke, "Don't worry, no matter how strong that kid is, it's impossible for him to kill a mighty figure. He doesn't have that strength at all." That's right, the strength of a mighty figure is extremely terrifying. Furthermore, the purple-clothed mighty figure has a powerful armor and many secret techniques and treasures in his hands. He can definitely protect himself. He might even succeed in killing the other party. Hearing these words, the people of the fifth lineage heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they all sneered. That's right, who does that kid think he is? How dare he fight against a mighty figure? Just wait, he'll be killed soon. Discussions broke out one after another. However, at this moment, the void fluctuated and a figure appeared. He appeared. Everyone was extremely excited as they looked over. Then, the void split open and a purple figure appeared. It was the purple-robed mighty figure from before. However, the mighty figure in purple no longer had any vitality. There were more than a dozen bull-sized wounds on his body. Terrifying blood dripped down from the void. What? How is this possible? When everyone saw this scene, their scalps went numb. They couldn't believe it. As for the two almighties, they cried out in alarm. Like lightning, they arrived in front of the purple-robed mighty figure. In the next moment, he extended his soul spirit and carefully inspected it. Soon, they screamed, "Killed! This is impossible!" What? He was killed. The people of the fifth bloodline went crazy, and the surrounding people were even more terrified. A mighty figure was killed? This was truly a shocking matter. Moreover, he had been killed by a 5-star king. No matter how he listened to it, it sounded like a fantasy story, an impossible thing. But now, it had truly appeared before them. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. I must be dreaming. The fifth bloodline's elder went mad, unable to accept this. Damn it, how is this possible? That's a mighty figure. How could that kid kill him? The other disciples of the fifth bloodline also shouted crazily as if they had gone mad. This can't be true. The Thousand Thunder Saint and Tuoba Tianxi also kept shaking their heads with a hint of fear in their eyes. Even Lu Mingyue was shocked, let alone them. Morong Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened. Even the elders of the 5 sacred lands next to her were stunned. That was because this scene was too shocking. A mighty figure was beyond ordinary kings and was abnormally powerful. Below the mighty figure level, very few people could kill a mighty figure. But now, the young man in front of them had done it. Moreover, the other party was only a 5-star king. That was too shocking. Ah! Damn it, kid, I'm going to kill you. Among them, a green-robed mighty figure roared crazily. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he slashed forward. He stared at the black spirit boat. Kill me? Fine, I'll give you a chance. Lin Xian's cold voice came from the spirit boat. In the next moment, a black light turned into a shocking lightning bolt and instantly enveloped the green-robed mighty figure. Buzz, in an instant, the green-robed mighty figure's body also disappeared into the void. Seeing that, the people of the fifth bloodline were extremely nervous. That was because when the purple-robed mighty figure was killed earlier, he had disappeared into thin air. When he came out, he had already become a corpse. Now that the green-robed mighty figure was also enveloped, who knew what the consequences would be, they did not dare to imagine. The surrounding martial artists and the people of the 5 sacred lands also held their breaths. Because if the green-robed mighty figure was killed, it would be a huge blow to the sky. A 5-star king killing 2 mighty figures in a row would definitely shock the entire eastern wilderness. Everyone waited nervously. Not long after, a green figure appeared in the void. It was the green-robed mighty figure from before. What? He's killed again. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. The people of the fifth bloodline were so angry that they vomited blood. Their faces darkened as they roared crazily. That was because the green-robed mighty figure was also killed. No. Who can tell me what's going on? The people of the fifth bloodline roared crazily. The others were also dumbfounded. To be able to kill two almighties in a row, what kind of technique was that? Unless it was a peerless mighty figure, could it be that there was a peerless mighty figure in this spirit boat? Thinking of that, they were extremely terrified. Whoosh, the last surviving mighty figure turned into a bolt of lightning and fled into the distance. That was because he did not dare to stay here any longer. If he was hit by a black light, he would also disappear. Once he entered the spirit boat, one could imagine his fate. It would definitely be very miserable. Therefore, he still fled in advance. Haha, what mighty figure! What a piece of trash! Seeing that the other party had fled, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. The scalps of the surrounding people went numb, and the people of the fifth bloodline were so angry that they vomited blood. Shameful, this was too shameful. In their sacred land, their main battlefield, and they had sent out 3 mighty figures, but they could not do anything to the other party. Even the 2 mighty figures on their side were killed by the other party. That was definitely a shocking slap in the face, and they were speechless. Damn that kid, he's too strange. There must be something incredible in this spirit boat. Hurry up and invite the peerless mighty figure of the fifth bloodline. Many people exclaimed. Especially the people of the fifth bloodline. They were really crazy. Because now, ordinary mighty figures could not suppress the situation at all. They had to invite a peerless mighty figure to kill the other party. They had to seize the black spirit boat. Boom. Boom, boom. In the distance, a thunderous sound suddenly erupted from the fifth bloodline's mountain peak. Then, multicolored light surged into the sky. The entire sky was dyed red. A figure appeared in the sky. The aura on his body was like a wave, rapidly beating in all directions. Ancestor. Seeing that figure, the people of the fifth bloodline became excited again. They all knelt in the sky. Because the person who had appeared was none other than their fifth bloodline's peerless almighty. The other cultivators were also shocked. Morong Qingqing also became nervous. Although she knew that the Black Earth was powerful, she didn't know if it could contend against a peerless almighty. However, she guessed that Lin Xian should be preparing to leave. Indeed, Lin Xian was preparing to leave. Although the Black Earth was powerful, it could only protect itself. His current divine crystals couldn't contend against a peerless almighty unless he had more energy. Only then could he contend against a peerless almighty. All beginnings holy land? The fifth bloodline is only SOSO. Not only are the younger ones useless, but the older ones are also trash. Since there are no challenges, this young master will be leaving. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Then, the Black Earth shone brightly and prepared to take off. However, at this moment, the peerless almighty in the distance took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of them. His speed was too fast. It was no different from teleportation. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. As expected of a peerless almighty. His strength far surpassed ordinary almighties. Just this terrifying speed alone was something that the almighties present couldn't catch. You want to leave? How is that possible? You killed 2 of my fifth bloodline's almighties and you want to leave just like that? Don't you think you're too naive? What naive? Am I not naive when I was killed by you? Only you can kill others, but others can't kill you? What kind of logic is that? Lin Xian coldly snorted. Now that he was inside the Black Earth, he didn't fear a peerless almighty at all. Therefore, he coldly said, "Old man, I advise you to get lost quickly. Otherwise, if you anger me, I can't guarantee that I won't kill you." Hearing this, many people almost fell from the sky. Insolent, this was too insolent. A puny 5-star king actually dared to threaten to kill a peerless almighty. After hearing this, the peerless almighty sneered in disdain. Little doll, do you know what a peerless expert is? Do you know what realm an almighty's strength has reached? Don't think that you can strut around just because you have a powerful spirit boat. If I want to crush you to death, all I need is one look. Just a look? Do you think you're very powerful? How old are you? What's your strength? What age am I? What's my strength? If we fight at the same level, I can guarantee that I'll kill you like a dog. Lin Xian's voice resounded in the air. You're courting death. Brat, you're too arrogant. You actually dare to speak to a peerless almighty like that? Hurry up and slap him. The members of the fifth bloodline roared in anger. They would not allow anyone to insult the peerless almighty of their fifth bloodline. However, Lin Xian sneered, I'm arrogant? You guys are too ignorant. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you're a peerless almighty? Alright, let me ask you, how old is your peerless almighty this year? I'm 3,200 years old. The peerless almighty snorted coldly. Lin Xian sneered, 3,200 years old, and you're only a peerless almighty? Then let me ask you, I'm 24 years old this year. I want to know, how strong were you when you were 24 years old? Were you able to fight against a mighty and stand at the top of the saints? Humph, hearing this, the peerless almighty snorted coldly, and his expression darkened. Meanwhile, the others were silent. From the looks of it, the peerless almighty probably couldn't reach Lin Xian's level when he was 24 years old. At this moment, an elder of the fifth bloodline sneered, you're powerful now, but so what? A genius who hasn't grown up is nothing in the end. Who knows if you can live to 3,000 years old? What's the point of saying so much? Let me ask you, can you reach my combat power when you're 24 years old? Seeing that the elder was silent, Lin Xian sneered, if you can't, then I don't know what you have to be so arrogant about. I started practicing martial arts when I was 15 years old, and I'm 24 years old now. It's been less than 10 years. I started from the very beginning, and now I can fight against a mighty, but it's only been less than 10 years. I'm confident that I won't need 3,000 years. Give me another 10 years, and I'll become a peerless almighty. By then, I'll kill you like a dog. What? Started at 15 years old, and now it's been less than 10 years? Heavens, how is that possible? Bullsh asterisk T, he must be Bullsh asterisk Ting. Even the saints and saintesses of the sacred grounds and the peerless elites of the clan of the ancients couldn't have started practicing martial arts when they were 15 years old. Furious roars sounded from the surroundings. They simply did not believe Lin Xian's words. Even the top elites of the eastern wilderness started practicing martial arts when they were 5 or 6 years old. Even the peerless elites of the clan of the ancients were soaked in all sorts of heavenly treasures and peerless elixirs when they were born. They built a solid foundation from a young age. There were even peerless almighties who helped them unblock their meridians. It could be said that they started practicing martial arts from the moment they were born. In addition, those people had incredible talents and top-notch resources. That was why these elites were able to show their talents when they were 20 or 30 years old. They had great power that surpassed the older generation. Even so, they had cultivated for 20 to 30 years, or even 40 to 50 years. However, the young man in front of them had started practicing martial arts when he was 15 years old, and now he was 24 years old. He had surpassed most of the elites. That was unbelievable. Because they had never heard of such a thing before. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the young man had said that he would become a peerless almighty within 10 years. How was that possible? Compared to the young man who started practicing martial arts when he was 15 years old, his combat power was even more incredible. A peerless almighty was an extremely terrifying existence. Didn't they see that the peerless almighty in front of them was already 3,200 years old? He had cultivated for more than 3,000 years to become a peerless almighty. But the young man wanted to become a peerless almighty within 10 years. That was definitely a joke. Moreover, it was an impossible joke. Kid, you're too ignorant. Do you really think that peerless almighties are cabbages? I bet that you'll never become a peerless almighty in your lifetime. That's right. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you say such big words? Ha 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 ha, this is hilarious. Disdainful voices rang out one after another. Even Tuoba Tianxi and the Thousand Thunder Saint had mocking looks on their faces. The young man wanted to become a peerless almighty within 10 years? What an idiot. Disdainful voices rang out one after another. Even Tuoba Tianxi and the 10,000 Thunder Saint revealed mocking looks. This person had actually cultivated to become a peerless almighty in 10 years? What an idiot. However, Lin Xian coldly said, do you dare to reveal your name? Within 10 years, I will personally visit the All Beginnings Holy Land and kill you. As soon as those words were spoken, the world lost its color and the winds changed. Endless gales swept up as sword chi pierced through heaven and earth. This terrifying scene caused the surrounding people's expressions to change. In their opinion, this person was too arrogant. However, this person did have the qualifications to be arrogant. This aura was no weaker than a true almighty. It was definitely the battle prowess of a peak saint. Moreover, this person's origin was extremely mysterious. Even now, they didn't know what sect he was from. What kind of background did he have? However, the peerless almighty sneered disdainfully. His eyes were filled with contempt. As a peerless almighty, he knew how difficult and frightening it was to become a peerless almighty. Although he wasn't a saint back then, he was still a peak genius. He had spent nearly 2,000 years to become a peerless almighty. Moreover, he had been stuck in the realm of peerless almighty for 1,000 years, he was still unable to break through. 3,000 years was an extremely long time. Moreover, according to what he knew, even saints and saintesses needed several hundred years to become peerless almighty. Yet, this person wanted to use 10 years to become a peerless almighty? This was simply a fantasy. Brat, you are too ignorant. Once you cultivate further, you will understand how difficult it is to become a peerless almighty. As for this old man's name, I can tell you. I am called Taoist Xianxia. I will accept this agreement. I will wait for you to kill me within 10 years. However, whether or not you can make it out alive is another matter. After saying that, the peerless almighty sneered and stretched out his palm. Suddenly, a terrifying light soared into the sky, piercing through the sky. A huge palm of light instantly grabbed at the black earth. Damn it, old man. Too shameless. In the distance, Morong Qingqing and Lu Mingyue's expressions changed when they saw the scene. This was because they did not expect this peerless almighty to suddenly make a move. Moreover, there were no signs at all. It was too sudden, the others were also stunned. Then, an uproar broke out. The fifth bloodline's people cried out in alarm, laughing loudly. It was because they knew that as long as an exceptional power took action, the other party would definitely die. Humph, daring to go against my fifth bloodline, this is your fate. Cold laughter could be heard. In front of them, a gigantic palm of light emitted a terrifying power, directly enveloping the black earth. Boom! Boom! At the next moment, a terrifying sound was heard as the void in front of him exploded. An incomparably dark black hole rapidly expanded. That place was filled with violent storms. It was exceptionally terrifying. Even an almighty would not dare to touch it. Humph! You're just an ant. You want to become a mighty figure in 10 years? What a joke! The peerless almighty snorted in disdain. Then, he turned around and was about to leave. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. A shocked expression even appeared on his face. The reason for that was because an ice-cold voice sounded from the black hole. Damned old man, I'll remember you. What? He's fine. Everyone was stunned. How could the other party not be dead? How was that possible? That was an attack from a peerless almighty. That palm should have killed even an almighty. However, the other party was not dead. It was too unbelievable. No, that's impossible. I don't believe it. Heavens, what's going on? The fifth bloodline's people shouted frantically. The result was too shocking. They could not accept it. Even the peerless almighty's expression changed. That was because the result was also beyond his expectations. Impossible. That was his first reaction because he was very confident in his own strength. No matter how powerful the other party's spirit boat was, it could not withstand it. However, what was going on now, he could not understand. In the next moment, he turned his head, and his gaze pierced through the void and looked ahead. Buzz, he saw a black spirit boat quickly appear in the black hole. It still emitted an ancient aura. There were no changes. What? It's fine. Everyone's eyeballs were about to fall out. The peerless almighty's body was also trembling slightly. That was because the spirit boat was completely fine. That was too unbelievable. Damn it, I don't believe it. The peerless almighty was furious and prepared to attack again. However, at that moment, Lin Xian said coldly, "Old man, just you wait. Within 10 years, I will personally come and take your life." With that, the black earth shone brightly and then disappeared into the void. Boom, the moment the black earth disappeared, the huge palm of light struck again, shattering the void again. Immediately, the black hole became even larger and even spread in all directions. It completely engulfed some mountains and the sky. That palm was even more terrifying than before. However, it did not have any effect at all. That was because the black earth had already broken through the void and disappeared. Search for him. 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles. Search all of them. We can't let that kid leave. The peerless Almighty roared crazily. His expression was abnormally ferocious. Immediately, the warriors of the fifth bloodline behind him quickly rose into the air and searched in all directions. The peerless Almighty was simply too shocked. That spirit boat of his opponents was incomparably strange. It was actually able to withstand the attack of a peerless Almighty. Without a doubt, it was an incomparably heaven-defying treasure. Furthermore, what shocked him even more was the other party's talent. He had actually reached the peak of the Holy Suns after cultivating for less than 10 years. He was definitely a terrifying monster. If he was allowed to continue cultivating like this, he would definitely become a peerless Almighty one day. And that wouldn't take too long. He estimated that it would only take him 100 years or so. That was because such a monster's cultivation speed was extremely fast. Furthermore, the further he progressed, the faster his cultivation speed would surpass that of other kings. Therefore, he would most likely become a peerless Almighty in 100 years or so. At that time, the other party would definitely kill his way over. In a battle of the same level, the peerless Almighty did not have the competence to defeat the other party. Therefore, he had to find the other party and eliminate him. Otherwise, if the other party matured in the future, not only would it be a disaster for him, but it would also be a disaster for the entire All Beginnings Holy Land. After all, it was impossible for such a person to only become a peerless Almighty. If the other party's cultivation base increased, it would definitely be an unimaginable disaster if he attacked the All Beginnings Holy Land. Therefore, the peerless Almighty could not allow such a disaster to happen. He had to go all out and kill the other party now. In the sky, numerous figures quickly set off. It was not only the fifth bloodline. In the end, the entire All Beginnings Holy Land was alarmed. In the sky, one figure after another quickly set off. It wasn't just the fifth bloodline. In the end, the entire All Beginnings Holy Land was alarmed. The other cultivators quickly received the order and prepared to search for Lin Xian. Lin Xian's talent was too terrifying. It was enough to threaten the entire Holy Land. This guy was actually terrifying to such an extent. In the crowd, Lu Mingyu's eyes flickered. She had never imagined that Lin Xian would be this terrifying. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing for her. With such a powerful ally, she would probably receive a lot of support in the Holy Land in the future. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth curled up in a smile. She also secretly transmitted her voice to the people of the seventh bloodline, telling them not to search for Lin Xian. As for the people of the other 5 holy lands, they were completely stunned. That was because Lin Xian's performance had completely exceeded their expectations. This was especially true for Tuoba Tianxi, the 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun, and the others. Lin Xian's strength and talent had already far surpassed theirs. Although they were also geniuses at the level of heaven prides, compared to Lin Xian, they paled in comparison. The expressions of the other holy sons and holy daughters were also extremely grave. As for the elders, they were all frowning. Such a person could be said to be a peerless genius. If he were to mature, he would definitely become a powerful enemy on their path to becoming a great emperor. Morong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on her exquisite face. Now that Lin Xian was able to leave, she was also relieved. On the other side, Lin Xian controlled the Black Earth and directly jumped through the void, arriving several 100,000 miles away. Then, with a few more jumps, he arrived 1,000,000 miles away. After that, the Black Earth entered the vast mountains below and hid. Whoosh, it was only now that Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian didn't plan to leave immediately. After all, the impact of this matter was too great. It would definitely shake the entire southern region. It might even cause a storm in the entire eastern wasteland. Therefore, it was best for him to enter seclusion and cultivate here. He would come out after the storm passed. He had consumed 6 divine crystals. He only had 3 left. How to use these 3 pieces was a problem. At this moment, He-Tu floated over and said, "Kid, if you don't plan on directly absorbing the energy in these 3 divine crystals, I have another way. I'll give you a special benefit." Special benefits? What benefits? Lin Xian asked. Not only is the Black Earth's defense powerful, there are also various training grounds. One of them is called the 0-degree space. It's incomparably mysterious. It can condense people who are exactly the same as you to fight. Exactly the same? Lin Xian was surprised. Exactly the same? Yes, that's right. Combat awareness, your cultivation base, and experience in fighting above your level, everything is the same. He-Tu continued, fighting with an exact copy of yourself and feeling the limits of life and death will definitely bring you great benefits. However, opening that null space requires divine crystals. No problem. Is 3 enough? Lin Xian thought for a moment and said without any hesitation. Fighting with an identical version of himself was definitely a very precious experience, because this way, he could make up for his shortcomings. Find out where he needed to improve. He-Tu took the 3 pieces of divine crystals and floated inside. Not long after, the entire Black Earth trembled slightly. Then, a black light enveloped Lin Xian. In the next moment, Lin Xian felt the world spinning. The surrounding scenery completely changed. It was as if he had jumped out of the Black Earth and arrived in a special space. His surroundings were gray, and he couldn't see the limits of this space. However, with Lin Xian's senses, it could support him to fight with all his strength. Buzz, at this moment, the space in front of him fluctuated, and a figure appeared. Seeing this person, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This person looked exactly the same as him. His clothes, hair, eyes, and temperament were all the same. If one didn't know better, they would think that another him had appeared. Seeing an enemy who was exactly the same as him, Lin Xian felt a burst of excitement. The spiritual power in his body quickly circulated. Sword chi rushed out of his body and turned into a shocking sword light that slashed forward. See God Ice? It's useless. I can do it too. In front of him, the enemy who looked exactly like Lin Xian said in a deep voice. As he spoke, endless cold air gushed out of his body and turned into a blue ice sword that also slashed forward. Sea God Ice versus Sea God Ice. The 2 huge ice swords collided. The air shook violently, and invisible cold air exploded. In this exchange, the 2 of them were evenly matched, sharing the limelight. Yes. It's exactly the same. Lin Xian was astonished when he sensed the other party's strength and the terrifying icy aura. Sea God Ice was an ice treasure that he had obtained with great difficulty. He didn't expect the opponent to be able to simulate it. And the power was exactly the same. This 0-degree space was really amazing. It could actually simulate such a realistic enemy. Lin Xian was extremely excited. Then, he clenched his left fist and punched out. Apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist. Boom, however, at the same time, the enemy's mouth curled into a sinister smile. At the same time, his fist turned into a black dragon and rushed out. Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. The terrifying fist turned into a ferocious black dragon and a destructive aura drifted between heaven and earth. Not only was the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist exactly the same, but the timing and angle of the attack were also exactly the same. In other words, not only could the opponent simulate Lin Xian's strength, but he could also simulate Lin Xian's combat experience. Boom, boom. Boom, roar, in the sky, the 2 black dragons collided. Sparks flew and thunder fell. Loud dragon roars reverberated in all directions. It was as if 2 real dragons were fighting each other. Whoosh, what shocked Lin Xian even more was that after the figure used the Sea God's Ice and the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist, 6 illusory figures appeared in front of him again. Each of them was formed by sword chi. They were like 6 peerless divine swords that emitted a terrifying aura. 6 God Sword Technique, Chaos Doppelganger. 2 unique skills were displayed at the same time. Then, the figure and the 6 sword shadows quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted and also displayed Chaos Doppelganger and 6 gods sword technique. At the same time, 6 sword shadows appeared beside him. Each of them was extremely sharp. It was as if a sword immortal had descended. Terrifying murderous intent spread in all directions. Kill! With a roar, the two collided. Countless sword chi streaked across the sky and the destructive aura pierced through the 9 heavens. Buzz! At this moment, among the sword shadows, a huge sword light quickly condensed and shone with a pitch-black light. Then, it quickly slashed towards Lin Xian. The sword soared into the sky and quickly slashed down. The sword chi was sharp and contained a murderous aura. However, there was no aura of the great dragon sword soul. Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged the attack, dodging the attack. However, he was getting more and more excited. That was because he discovered that although his opponent was as powerful and sharp as him, and even had the same battle experience and awareness as him, the great dragon sword soul was different. However, there was no aura of the great dragon sword soul in his opponent's sword techniques. In other words, although the 0-degree space could simulate everything, it couldn't simulate the great dragon sword soul. Perhaps this is a way to improve myself and the great dragon sword soul. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth rose up. Then, the great dragon sword soul in his body erupted, and a terrifying aura soared into the sky. A powerful sword ripple transformed into a huge wave that spread out in all directions. Next, Lin Xian fought with his opponent with all his strength. Every time he fought, he would use his full strength. The two of them fought until the sky collapsed and the earth split. However, this time, they were no longer evenly matched. Lin Xian's attacks were sharper, and he was able to deal with his opponent's attacks. If his opponent didn't also use Heavenly Dragon 8 steps, he would have killed his opponent long ago. However, Lin Xian didn't lower his guard. He was observing how his opponent would deal with the danger. How his opponent would react. Because his opponent was exactly the same as him, his opponent's reaction would definitely become his experience. Boom! Boom, boom. Half a day later, Lin Xian transformed into a sword chi dragon and pierced through his opponent. Then, he floated in the sky and closed his eyes, recalling the previous battle to improve himself. Buzz! Buzz, buzz! Not long after, another fluctuation appeared in front of him, and 2 people that looked exactly like Lin Xian appeared. Each of them was as powerful as him. Boom! Boom, boom! The battle was exceptionally intense. One day later, Lin Xian killed 2 enemies that looked exactly like him. However, his body was also injured. This time, he gained even more benefits and experience. Soon, 3 enemies that looked exactly like him appeared. Just like this, Lin Xian entered an endless battle. As for the outside world, a huge commotion was set off. The matter of the All Beginnings Holy Land quickly spread, causing an uproar in the southern region. Soon, the entire eastern wilderness was shocked. Someone actually dared to cause trouble in the All Beginnings Holy Land and even killed 2 supreme elders. This was simply too shocking. For a time, all kinds of news spread everywhere. Everyone was guessing Lin Xian's identity. Although Lin Xian had previously concealed his identity, after careful analysis by many experts, they discovered that the mysterious youth they spoke of was most likely Lin Xian. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. The All Beginnings Holy Land was even more furious. They issued a kill order and chased after Lin Xian with all their strength. As for Lin Xian, he was engaged in an intense battle in the Black Earth. Half a month had already passed, and Lin Xian's body was riddled with scars. There wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't injured. His entire body was covered in blood, but his eyes were shining brightly. In front of him, there were 7 people who looked exactly like him, and each of them was extremely terrifying. To be honest, if not for the great dragon sword spirit, Lin Xian would not have been able to deal with the 7 people who were as strong as him. But now, even with the great dragon sword spirit, it would be very difficult for him to deal with them. The 7 people who looked exactly like him were simply heaven-defying existences. They could even easily kill supreme elders. However, he would not give up. In the next instant, a golden vortex appeared in his eyes. Mysterious runes appeared one after another. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. Buzz, after activating his heavenly secret divine eyes, Lin Xian turned into a shocking sword light and charged forward. At the front, the 7 figures snorted coldly. Every single one of them unleashed their most powerful ultimate skills to kill the other party. Sea God's Ice, 6 God Sword Techniques, Demonic Hell Flame, and the terrifying Azure Dragon True Phoenix. All kinds of illusory attacks rained down on Lin Xian without any regard for their lives. As for Lin Xian, he used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps to dodge the attacks. With his heavenly secret divine eyes, he was able to capture the trajectory of these attacks even more sharply. He could even predict them in advance. Thus, after 3 days and 3 nights of intense battle, Lin Xian killed all 7 people who looked exactly like him. Whoosh, the injuries on his body were extremely terrifying. There were even some places where white bones could be seen. Lin Xian even felt that the power in his body was disappearing. In front of him, the void rippled and 8 figures appeared. They looked exactly like Lin Xian. Fight, other than that, there was no need to say anything else. However, it had already been half a month since Lin Xian had started fighting. He had not rested in the middle, so he was already exhausted. At this moment, facing 8 people who looked exactly like him, he was in a very difficult battle. In the end, he killed 6 of them. However, his heart was pierced by the other party. Buzz, he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and controlled the 2 illusory figures of the other party. Then, he smashed the heads of the 2 figures with a single punch. However, his body was also out of the blank space. Whoosh, Lin Xian's body swayed and appeared in the Hall of the Black Earth once again. On the other hand, He Tu floated up with a surprised face. Kid, you're out? Which level did you reach? If each figure is counted as a level, I should have reached the 8th level. The 8th level? Heavens! You're too heaven-defying. He Tu was also extremely shocked. He knew how terrifying the blank space was. Those were 8 enemies who were the same as him. How could they survive? One had to know that some people could not even defeat one of them. At most, it would be a draw. But now, Lin Xian had passed 7 levels in a row and even tied the 8th level. It was indeed a heaven-defying feat. Alright, hurry up and rest. This time, you'll definitely benefit greatly. He Tu did not disturb Lin Xian anymore. Instead, he let him go into seclusion. Lin Xian nodded and went into seclusion to comprehend the various intense battles before. 3 days later, a surge of energy erupted. Lin Xian successfully broke through to become a 6-star king. The great dragon sword soul in his body had also become abnormally powerful. Not only that, Lin Xian's combat experience had definitely surpassed before. Now, he could completely kill an almighty by himself. One had to know that half a month ago, Lin Xian could only contend against an almighty. He could not kill one at all. Now, only half a month had passed, and he had the strength to kill an almighty by himself. If this kind of heaven-defying growth were to spread, it would definitely make all the warriors in the eastern wilderness go crazy. In the next half a month, Lin Xian continued to consolidate his cultivation. After a month, he came out of seclusion and decided to go out and take a look. Now that he had understood the situation in the southern region, Lin Xian did not plan to stay in the southern region any longer. He wanted to leave the southern region and go to other places in the eastern wilderness. However, he did not want to fly there because it would take more than 10 years. Therefore, he decided to find a place to use the super teleportation formation. Lin Xian wanted to use the super teleportation array. He had gradually gained a better understanding of the eastern wilderness. He knew that only the remote antiquity aristocratic families and great sages had super teleportation arrays. In other continents of the eastern wilderness, there were also some hidden super teleportation arrays for experts to use. Lin Xian's destination this time was a hidden super teleportation array. After going out, Lin Xian asked around and found out that there was a super teleportation array in the depths of the Thousand Spirit Mountain Range. Therefore, he decided to go to the Thousand Spirit Mountain Range. However, the Thousand Spirit Mountain Range was not simple. It was a very famous mountain range with a radius of 1,000,000 miles. It was continuous and terrifying. There were all kinds of demon kings running amok inside. Ordinary kings did not dare to enter. Even almighties sometimes did not dare to enter the depths of the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. One could imagine how terrifying the Thousand Spirit Mountain range was. Lin Xian's destination was the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. He turned into a sword light and disappeared from the city, flying towards the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. In the vast barren mountains, a figure was shuttling through like a ghost. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. He was flying in the Thousand Spirit Mountain range, heading towards the Super Teleportation Array. Demon Slaying Sword Array. Lin Xian analyzed the array in his mind as he flew at high speed. The Annihilation Sword Array was a top-notch martial technique. He had found it in the storage rings of the two almighties that he had killed. At this moment, he was comprehending the profound sword formation. Although the sword array was profound, with Lin Xian's heaven-defying talent, it was not difficult for him to cultivate it. However, this sword formation still needed some special conditions to be able to be completed. This was also why the almighties had not used the demon-slaying sword array. To cultivate the Annihilation Sword Array, one not only needed talent and strength, but also demonic beasts. The demon-slaying sword array required the powerful essence, blood and souls of demonic beasts. Only then could it be cultivated successfully. Moreover, it required a lot of demonic beasts. Some of them were even rare demonic beasts on the heaven and earth roll. Even the purple-robed elder, who was an almighty from the All Beginnings Holy Land, did not collect all of them. One could imagine how difficult it was to cultivate the demon-slaying sword array. However, if one could successfully cultivate it, according to the description, one would possess heaven-defying might. Lin Xian didn't mind this difficulty. After all, he knew that cultivating a sword array wasn't something that could be mastered overnight. And he would not give up. Now, he was flying in Wanling Mountain. When he encountered a powerful demonic beast, he would naturally attack. According to his estimation, his identity had probably been exposed. After all, those people should be able to guess it with more analysis. At that time, the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land's fifth bloodline would definitely not let him off. Most likely, the Wavering Light Sacred Land would not let him off. He had to have enough ability to protect himself in order to survive the siege of so many holy lands. Furthermore, there was one more thing. He had to be strong because he was going to marry Murong Qingqing. If he didn't have enough strength, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground wouldn't have married Murong Qingqing to him. Along the way, Lin Xian killed 13 powerful demonic beast kings. He used their blood and demonic souls as the first batch of energy to cultivate the demon-slaying sword array. However, there was a group of people flying rapidly on several mountain tops not far from where they were. Wanling Mountain was dangerous, but it didn't stop cultivators from yearning for this place. This was because there were all kinds of heavenly treasures, spiritual herbs in Wanling Mountain. Moreover, although the demonic beast kings were ferocious, their bodies were full of treasures. Scales, teeth, horns, and other things could be used to make weapons. Demonic cores and blood could be used for cultivation. Therefore, there would always be a large number of cultivators entering Wanling Mountain. Looking at the group of people moving quickly, they should be such cultivators. However, their current condition wasn't good. Furthermore, they seemed to be in a very sorry state. Every one of them was injured. Their clothes were tattered and their hair was disheveled. It was as if they had just experienced a great battle. Two figures were in the lead. One was a white-haired old man and the other was a young woman wearing green battle armor. Judging from their identities and attire, they should be the leaders of this group of cultivators. However, the young woman was also in a very sorry state at this moment. Her aura was extremely chaotic. If not for the white-haired old man's king's domain, she probably wouldn't be able to fly. "Grandpa, that bastard is almost here. What should we do?" The young woman in green used her soul power to check the situation behind her. Her delicate face turned even paler. D***. Why would an earth demon appear in this place? That's a powerful 7-star demon king. The young woman in green sounded like she was about to cry. It was obvious that the earth demon beast behind them had terrified them. The other cultivators also looked solemn. Their scalps were numb. They only cared about running forward crazily. As for the white-haired old man, he frowned. This earth demon beast was very difficult to deal with. Moreover, it was good at burrowing. They probably couldn't escape. Looking at his beloved granddaughter beside him, the white-haired old man sighed. The light in his eyes gradually became sharp. Schwer, bring your men and leave Wanling Mountain first. I will stop that earth demon beast for a while. Hurry up and leave. Don't stay. Also, don't come back to Wanling Mountain for a year. The white-haired old man said in a deep voice. No. Grandfather, you can't stay here. When the young woman in green heard this, she shook her head frantically. The other cultivators also tried to persuade him. Although the white-haired old man was powerful, he couldn't fight against such a powerful earth demon beast. Don't worry. No matter what, I'm a top 6-star king. Although I can't kill that beast, it's not a problem to fight it. Moreover, if it doesn't work, I have the ability to protect myself and escape. However, the young woman in green shook her head. Grandfather, don't lie to me. That earth demon beast is a terrifying 7-star demon king. Even an almighty can't do anything to it. You're just courting death if you stay here. I don't want you to lose your life because of us. Then, the other cultivators fell silent. The young woman in green was right. The earth demon beast was extremely terrifying. Even an almighty might not be able to fight against it. If the white-haired old man stayed, the consequences would be terrible. He might even be torn in half by the earth demon beast. However, at this moment, these people frowned. They realized that there was smoke floating around them. There was also the fragrance of barbecued meat. Someone is starting a fire. The young woman in green exclaimed. She was extremely surprised. The white-haired old man was also surprised. Who would dare to be so arrogant in the forest? Wasn't he afraid of attracting a powerful demon king? They were indeed surprised because this fragrance could attract some demonic beasts and cause a huge battle. However, the other party did not care at all and allowed the fragrance to float around. Obviously, the other party was an expert and was not afraid of attracting demonic beasts. Thinking of this, a hint of hope appeared in their eyes. Let's go. The white-haired old man waved his hand and led the dozen or so cultivators forward quickly. The fragrance of meat and smoke in front of them became thicker and thicker. They could even see flames ahead. Moreover, there was the smell of blood and blood in the surroundings. Obviously, some demonic beasts had been killed here. Moreover, the trenches on the ground were even more shocking. There was still a trace of very strong sword chi left on them. The woman in green and the other kings could not sense it. They only felt that a huge battle had happened around them. However, the white-haired old man's pupils shrank, and his face was filled with shock. This was because he felt a sense of horror from the sword chi. Although he was a peak 6-star king, he could not resist at all in front of the sword chi. Even his body began to tremble slightly. Who is it? It's so terrifying. Could it be an almighty? He was extremely shocked. Meanwhile, the woman in green and the dozen or so cultivators continued to fly forward. Soon, they were stunned. This was because there was indeed someone beside the fire. It was a young man in a red robe. He did not look very old, only in his 20s. At this moment, he was holding a cup of spirit wine and eating a piece of golden roast meat with relish. Beside him was a red snake that was more than a meter long and a snow-white monkey. They were all eating golden roast meat. This scene surprised everyone. However, when they quickly glanced at the red-robed young man, they revealed disappointed expressions. This was because the red-robed young man's aura was only that of a 6-star king. Although such a person was very powerful among the younger generation, he could not fight against the earth devil beast behind them. The woman in green and the others were extremely disappointed. Among them, someone shook his head. Sigh, this young man is too arrogant. He's a 6-star king, and he dares to roast meat in the forest? Isn't he afraid of attracting other powerful demon kings? He's too young. He's probably a genius disciple of some family. Although he has some talent, he has no experience in surviving in the wild. Some people shook their heads and ignored the red-robed young man. They prepared to flee for their lives again. However, at that moment, the white-haired old man arrived before them. When he saw the red-clothed young man, his body trembled. This was because he could sense a remnant sword chi from the other party's body. Could it be that those sword scars were left behind by this young man? Thinking of this, the white-haired old man was terrified. "Grandpa, let's go. There's nothing to see. He's just an expert of the younger generation. He can't provide us with any help at all." The green-clothed woman shook her head. "That's right, elder. Let's go quickly. If we stay any longer, I'm afraid that beast will come," everyone said. However, the white-haired old man did not listen. He only looked at the red-robed man in front of him. The red-robed young man's expression was calm, and he didn't even look around. He just slowly tasted the roasted meat. The white-haired old man gritted his teeth as if he had made a decision. Soon, he walked forward. However, when he came to the side of the red-robed youth, he suddenly knelt down with a plop. What? The green-clothed woman and the dozen or so martial artists behind her were all stunned by this scene. They didn't expect the white-haired old man to kneel to a young man. It was too shocking. "Grandpa, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Why are you kneeling to a young man? He's not strong at all. He can't provide us with any help. Elder, let's go quickly." The martial artists behind them were puzzled. The red-robed young man in front of them also frowned. Because he didn't expect the white-haired old man in front of him to kneel directly. That's right, the red-robed young man was naturally Lin Xian. He was cultivating the demon-slaying sword array while he hurried on his way. At this moment, he was resting. He naturally noticed the arrival of the dozen or so people, but he didn't pay attention to them. Because he didn't know them at all, he didn't need to pay attention to them. However, he didn't expect the old man in front of him to kneel directly. Naturally, he knew what the old man meant. Looking at their miserable expressions and the injuries on their bodies, it was obvious that they had encountered some kind of powerful demon king. There was no way for them to escape, so they could only find an expert to help them. "Young hero, please help us. Save our lives. We'll definitely repay you," the white-haired old man said in a deep voice again. "Repay? Sure, what do you have to repay me?" Lin Xian asked indifferently. "We have some supreme-grade subdivine crystals, some heaven and earth treasures, and the cores of demon beasts. As long as you're willing, you can take them all. Young hero, please help us." "What? Grandpa, are you crazy? This is something that we worked hard for over a month to get." Hearing this, the green-robed young girl screamed. They risked their lives for more than a month to get these things. Now, they were going to give them all to someone else. Moreover, it was a red-robed young man who didn't seem very strong. Naturally, she couldn't accept this. "Shut up!" the white-haired old man shouted coldly. Then, he turned around and continued, "Young hero, please don't be offended. My granddaughter is inexperienced and doesn't know how powerful you are. If she offended you, I'll apologize on her behalf." "Well, did you get a wood attribute demon core? Give it to me and I can save your lives," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. "Okay, thank you, young hero. I'll get it now." Hearing this, the white-haired old man was overjoyed. He quickly turned around to take out the demon core. However, the green-robed young girl was still unwilling to give up. "Grandpa, that would attribute demon core was hard for us to get. It's close to the demon core of a 7-star demon king. Why give it to this guy? This guy doesn't look very strong. He can't deal with the earth magic beast. It's a waste to give him the wood attribute demon core. Why don't we run away? If we're lucky, we might be able to escape." However, the white-haired old man ignored his granddaughter. Instead, he took out a fist-sized demon core that was shining with green light from his storage ring. He gave it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took it and nodded. He said indifferently, "Okay, you can go now. I'll block the danger behind you." "What? We can go now?" This time, the green-robed young girl was unhappy before the white-haired old man said anything. "Let us go after you've taken the items. What if you run away too?" "Kid, I think you're a liar." "Schwerer. Shut up." The white-haired elder shouted coldly. He had gone through so much trouble to invite the other party. If his granddaughter angered the other party, none of them would be able to escape. The lady in green was furious and wanted to say something. However, at this moment, the ground began to tremble rapidly. Cracks appeared under their feet and quickly spread in all directions. Seeing this, the lady in green could not be bothered to say anything else. She screamed. The other dozen or so martial artists all had terrified looks in their eyes because they knew that the Earth Devil Beast was coming. The white-haired elder was also shocked. However, he quickly said in a low voice, "This is not the Earth Devil's true body. It's a clone formed by the demonic chi on his body and the rocks on the ground. We still have a chance to escape." Hearing that it was a clone, these people were not careless. Even a clone was very powerful. They would need to use all their strength to deal with it. Boom, indeed, in the next moment, the ground cracked open and a huge pit appeared. Then, the demonic chi and the huge rocks formed a demonic beast. It bared its fangs and claws and roared crazily. "Formation! Attack with me!" the white-haired elder shouted. Immediately, the warriors behind him stepped on mysterious runes and started to form a huge formation. They were ready to join forces to fight the enemy. At this moment, Lin Xian raised his arm and waved his hand. Immediately, countless icy auras spread out rapidly, instantly freezing the clones of the demonic beasts in front of him. Ka ka ka, once the icy aura was released, the surrounding area was covered in ice. Snowflakes fell from the sky. The white-haired elder, the lady in green, and the other kings were all trembling. They felt like they were being frozen. As for the clone in front of them, it was frozen in an instant. It could not resist at all. Boom, then, Lin Xian waved his finger. Suddenly, the huge ice block in front of them shattered, forming ice shards on the ground. As for the Earth Devil Beast's clone, it was instantly killed. What? How is this possible? The lady in green was stunned. The other kings were all stunned. They looked at this scene in disbelief. That was the Earth Devil Beast's clone. His strength was incomparably strong. Even if all of them fought with all their strength, they would only be able to fight to a draw. But now, the young man in front of him had easily gotten rid of an Earth Devil Beast's clone with a wave of his hand. They couldn't believe it. The white-haired old man was also extremely shocked, but he soon became excited. Because he realized that he had guessed correctly. The young man in front of him was definitely terrifyingly powerful. It was very likely that he was a saint of some great sect or a peerless genius of a clan of the ancients. He knew that these people were able to protect their lives, and the green woman was also extremely scared. Only now did she know why her grandfather was so humble. The strength of the young man in front of them was far beyond their imagination. Thus, she hurriedly said respectfully, "Young master, I've offended you before. I hope you won't blame me. It's nothing, you guys can go. As for the Earth Devil Beast in the back, I'll help you block it." With that, Lin Xian waved his hand and took the Crimson Dragon and the Snow-White Monkey with him. Then, he turned into a sword light and disappeared. Haha, kid, you've gained quite a lot this time. Not only did you get a wood-type demonic core, but you also know the whereabouts of the Earth Devil Beast. The Crimson Dragon said with a smile. That's right. The Earth Devil Beast was an Earth-type demonic beast, and it seemed to be a 7-star demonic king. If he could get its blood demonic soul, then he could use the demon-slaying sword formation. In the future, as he collected more demonic souls, the demon-slaying sword formation would become more and more powerful. Lin Xian was very surprised. He didn't expect to encounter an Earth Devil Beast here. He was really lucky. Therefore, this was also one of the reasons why he helped those people. Boom. Boom, boom. Angry roars came from a distance in the forest. Obviously, it was from an Earth Devil Beast. When he discovered that his clone had been killed, he was incomparably furious. How could he allow the prey he had set his eyes on to escape? Therefore, it roared like a madman. Not only that, but it also increased its speed. Once it used the earth burrowing technique, it traveled 1,000 miles in an instant. Roar, soon, it discovered that there was a human's aura in front of it, flying towards it. This made it extremely furious. Someone actually dared to walk towards it. That person was courting death. In the next moment, it directly attacked. The merciless earthquake caused cracks to spread. A large stone hand condensed in front of it and quickly slapped forward. This stone hand was extremely huge, covering the sky and the sun. It carried a thick demonic aura, showing its incomparably powerful strength. Boom, in an instant, it covered Lin Xian and was about to mercilessly land on him. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a powerful icy aura instantly surged out. Then, a blue giant sword soared into the sky. Boom. Boom, in the next moment, countless frost formed on the sky-covering hand, and the speed of its descent became slower and slower. Finally, it froze in the sky. Then, the blue sword light flashed and split the stone hand in half. Boom, at this moment, the ground cracked open, and a huge creature appeared on the ground. It was like a large lizard, and its body was covered in gray scales. However, it wasn't a lizard, but an earth devil beast. The aura on its body was monstrous, as if an ancient demonic beast had awakened. "Human, come and die," the earth devil beast let out a cold voice, not taking Lin Xian seriously at all. Humph, Lin Xian didn't talk nonsense. This earth devil beast happened to be one of the demonic beasts he needed, so he directly attacked. Sword chi flashed on his body, and the dragon sword domain directly appeared in the air, enveloping the front. Terrifying sword light filled the sky, piercing through the void and directly slashing down. "Humph, an ant dares to attack me? You're courting death." The earth devil beast sneered. It could naturally sense that Lin Xian's cultivation was only a 6-star king. Such a person was an ant in front of it. It wasn't enough to fill the gap between its teeth, and it actually dared to attack it. Therefore, endless demonic aura spread out from its body, and the ground around it cracked open, forming a huge stone giant that charged forward. Boom, the stone giant continued to expand until it was 1,000 feet tall and collided with the dragon sword domain. Suddenly, a thunderous sound was heard. Cracks appeared in the void, and a large area of forest collapsed. The endless ground cracked open, and one gully after another appeared. However, Lin Xian was calm. He controlled the dragon sword domain and attacked again. Suddenly, the dragon sword domain changed. Countless sword chi condensed and then formed 2 dragon claws that grabbed at the huge stone giant. The 2 dragon claws were extremely real, as if a real dragon had awakened. Then, they pierced through the void and grabbed at the stone giant. The 2 dragon claws were incomparably real, as if a real dragon had awakened. Then, he pierced through the void and grabbed at the rock giant. 2 transparent holes appeared on the rock giant's body. Then, it turned into countless boulders and scattered on the ground. Not only that, Lin Xian controlled his 2 dragon claws to grab the earth devil beast. Clang! Clang! Suddenly, the sound of metal colliding rang out. Sparks flew in all directions, and the void was about to collapse. What a powerful physique! As expected of a 7-star demon king, Lin Xian was extremely amazed. This claw of his could crush an ordinary demon monarch willow star. However, the earth devil beast before him was actually not injured at all. It was merely sent flying. One could imagine how powerful the earth devil beast's physique was. It was definitely more than 10 times stronger than a 6-star demon king. "Courting death, damned human, you've angered me," the earth devil beast roared crazily. A mere human ant dared to send it flying? This was an unforgivable crime. In the next moment, it opened its mouth and spat out a ball of black flames that swept forward. Hoo-hoo! The gray flames engulfed the 2 dragon claws formed by the sword chi and quickly melted them. Soon, the dragon claw was burned clean. Not only that, but the gray flames also flew towards Lin Xian, wanting to refine him as well. "Humph," Lin Xian coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, the devil sword chopped down. The terrifying great dragon sword chi gushed out quickly, and the sharp sword light directly extinguished the gray flames that filled the sky. At the same time, the sea god's ice gushed out crazily, forming an icy wind that flew in the sky. The boundless icy aura rushed towards the demonic beasts below. Ka, the earth devil beast spat out balls of black flames to fight back. However, his movements were restricted to a certain space. Lin Xian, on the other hand, took advantage of this opportunity and used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps to arrive behind the earth devil beast. His demonic sword transformed into a black dragon that spat out rays of light as it pierced towards the earth devil beast's weak spots. This earth devil beast's weak point was hidden very well. Ordinary people would not be able to discover it. Even a mighty figure might not be able to discover it. However, Lin Xian was different. He possessed the heavenly fate divine eyes. Nothing could be hidden from those eyes. Wang, the sword chi pierced through the earth devil beast's vitals and broke through its defenses. Blood spurted out as the earth devil beast's body was sent flying. Boom! Boom! Two mountain peaks in the distance were knocked down by the huge body of the earth devil beast and collapsed. The ground cracked open, and a terrifying crater appeared. Countless rocks smashed into the earth devil beast's body, drowning it. Roar, an earth-shattering sound came from the rubble. Then, the boulders were smashed apart and turned into dust. The enormous body of the earth devil beast appeared once again. Its eyes were bloodshot and filled with boundless fury. This time, it was truly furious. With a wave of the beast's claw, it spread out for thousands of miles, turning into a gigantic claw that slammed down viciously. Not only that, but his body also emitted gray flames that formed a gray mist that corroded the void. This was a terrifying poison. Even if a powerful being inhaled it, they would be poisoned. Two different types of attacks quickly flew towards Lin Xian. Dang, the gray claw slammed onto Lin Xian's body. Fortunately, Lin Xian summoned the mystic jade battle armor in time. Although he was sent flying, he did not suffer much damage. In the next moment, Lin Xian used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and appeared in front of the earth devil beast again. The gray claw that had materialized was directly sliced into 2 halves. Roar, the earth devil beast rolled on the ground in pain. Its huge body rolled on the ground, shattering forests and mountains one after another. It was furious and terrified at the same time. One had to know that it was a 7-star demon king with a strong physique. Even a powerful being of the same level might not be able to break through its defenses. But now, a 6-star king had actually broken through his defenses so easily. He couldn't believe it. The other party's sword chi was too sharp. It had never seen anything like it in its life. It did not know that Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul offensive saint technique was unparalleled in the world. In addition, his strength had increased greatly. Now, he had the strength to kill powerful beings. Therefore, although the earth devil beast was strong, it was still at a disadvantage in the hands of Lin Xian. Roar, damn human, I'll remember you, the earth devil beast roared and turned to escape. Boundless demon chi wrapped around its huge body and flew into the distance. To be honest, it was really scared. It had never seen such a powerful human. Moreover, the other party was too young. It knew that this was the top young genius of the human race. It might not be able to fight against him. As a demon beast, it was very cunning. Therefore, it did not fight against him at all. Instead, it turned to escape. Boom, however, just as it was about to escape, a dark red figure appeared in the sky. Then, a red light rolled over like a river. It directly hit its body and sent it flying. Boom, the earth devil beast's huge body was sent flying again. It roared crazily. It was really aggrieved. Because it did not see clearly what had sent it flying. Moreover, as a 7-star demon king, it was the overlord of this forest. But now, it was sent flying twice in just a few moments. Moreover, one of its claws was cut off. It had not encountered such a serious injury in hundreds of years. Damn it, what the hell is this? Get out here, the earth devil beast got up and roared crazily. Its eyes were fixed on the front. In front of it, a red light appeared, and the figure of the crimson dragon appeared. It was the one who used its dragon tail to send the earth devil beast flying to prevent it from escaping. A puny earth devil beast dares to be arrogant in front of me? You're courting death. The crimson dragon snorted coldly. Roar, the earth devil beast was so angry that it vomited blood. A damn snake dared to look down on it, it could not tolerate it, therefore, in the next moment, the earth devil beast stretched its neck. Its head was extremely ferocious and instantly arrived in front of the crimson dragon. It opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow the crimson dragon. Crawling snake, go to hell, the earth devil beast opened its mouth and swallowed the crimson dragon as if it could swallow the sky. I'll beat you, the crimson dragon was also angry. How dare the earth devil beast call it a snake? He really didn't know what to do, Therefore, in the next moment, its body quickly enlarged and turned into a divine dragon that was hundreds of feet long. Its terrifying dragon scales shone with a cold light in the air. In the next moment, its body collided with the bloody mouth, and a shocking collision sound was heard. Countless lightning bolts fell, and the earth devil beast screamed and was sent flying again. Not only that, its teeth were shattered. Shocking, it was really too shocking. Its teeth could be said to be very sharp and could bite through earth-grade treasures. But now, it was unable to bite through the body of a snake, which surprised it. However, in the next moment, when it saw the hundreds of feet-long divine dragon in front of it, it was even more frightened. "Dragon, you're actually a dragon!" the earth demon screamed. He did not expect to meet a dragon here. Isn't that a legendary creature that only existed in ancient times? It should be extinct now. But why did it appear now? He was too shocked. As a 7-star demon king, he knew more. Although the current powerful demon kings had the bloodline of the dragon race, they were not real dragons. They were flood dragons. The real dragon race only existed in ancient times. Now, they could not be seen at all. But he did not expect to see a real dragon flying in the sky. A dragon that only existed in legends. This made it extremely terrified. Damn it, who is this kid? Why does he have a dragon by his side? The earth demon beast did not dare to think. He turned into a demon cloud and flew in another direction. He knew that he could not continue fighting because he could not fight at all. If the two of them worked together, they could definitely kill him. So, he had to escape. However, in the next moment, he was stunned because there was a white, furry little monkey in front of him, blocking his way. Woo woo woo. The snow-white little monkey kept gesturing, telling the earth devil beast to obediently give up and not run away. This ignited the earth demon beast's anger. "I can't beat the human brat, and I can't beat the mystical dragon. You're just a little white monkey, and you're so tiny. How dare you block my way? You're not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." So in the next moment, the earth demon beast roared and spat out a ball of flames that swept forward. He was Demon King Qixing. Since when did a small monkey dare to block his way? But in the next moment, the white monkey's body swayed and turned into a white bolt of lightning, dodging the flames in the sky. In an instant, he arrived in front of the earth demon beast. He stretched out his furry paw and slapped the earth demon beast's face. Suddenly, the earth devil beast felt the sky darken, and its entire body became dizzy. Before he fainted, he was still thinking. What kind of monkey is this? It's too evil. Who is that young man? Why does he have so many mutated creatures around him? Each of them is a legendary existence. Boom, at this moment, Lin Xian attacked again. The demonic sword in his hand transformed into a giant sword that was hundreds of meters long, and he ruthlessly slashed at the earth devil beast. Immediately, a deep gash appeared in the ground, and the earth devil beast fell to the ground. However, as a 7-star beast king, the earth devil beast was extremely powerful. Therefore, this attack was not enough to kill him. However, Lin Xian didn't plan to waste any time. He immediately joined forces with the Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey. When the three of them joined forces, their might was unimaginable. A single earth devil beast was no match for him. Therefore, half a day later, the earth devil beast was killed, and blood flowed everywhere. Lin Xian didn't let go of this opportunity and immediately started practicing the demon-slaying sword array. Streaks of mysterious sword runes appeared and merged with the blood. The earth devil beast's demon soul was extracted and integrated into the sword array. The demon-slaying sword array was quickly taking shape. As for Lin Xian, he stood in the center of the sword formation. He was like a sword demon, capable of slashing the heavens and splitting the earth. In a city closest to Wanling Mountain, there was a piece of news circulating. It was said that a mysterious young expert had appeared in Wanling Mountain. His strength was unfathomable and had far surpassed the seniors. It was even rumored that he had killed the earth devil beast's avatar with a gentle wave of his hand. What? He killed the earth devil beast's avatar so easily? How is this possible? Isn't the earth devil beast a 7-star beast king? No matter how powerful the younger generation is, they can't defeat a mighty demon beast. Are you kidding? Who said it's a joke? This news came from the Lu mansion. Yes, it said that the elders of the Lu mansion brought people to Wanling Mountain to collect spiritual herbs. In the end, they were chased by the Earth Devil Beast. Exactly. A young man in a red robe saved them. Could it be true? Everyone was discussing. As the Lu mansion was one of the top families in the city, their words shouldn't be wrong. What does the mysterious young man look like? Where is his sect? At this moment, someone asked. This person sounded young, but his face couldn't be seen. This was because he was wearing a loose black robe that covered his body. His skin was pale and his eyes were twinkling like stars. I heard that he's a young man in his 20s. He's wearing a red robe. I don't know the details. If you want to know the details, go to the Lu mansion. The news came from there. Lu mansion, the mysterious man in a black robe said plainly. Then, his body swayed and turned into green smoke, disappearing from the spot. The Lu mansion was one of the top families in the city. At this moment, an old man was sitting in a palace. It was the white-haired old man who had asked Lin Xian for help previously. Beside him was a lady in a green robe. It was the lady named Shuer from before. Grandfather, that young man in a red robe, which sacred grounds genius is he from? Isn't he a little too powerful? Can he really defeat the Earth Devil Beast? The white-haired old man shook his head slightly. The Earth Devil Beast is a real 7-star beast king. Its strength is terrifying. It's equivalent to a human almighty. Although that young man in a red robe is powerful, it's still impossible for him to kill a almighty. Even a saint can't kill a almighty. Will he be in danger? Hearing the white-haired old man's words, the lady in a green robe was a little worried. Shuer, you shouldn't ask about that, young master. You're not even from the same world. The white-haired old man sighed. At least you have some self-awareness. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Who was it? Hearing this, the white-haired old man and the lady in a green robe were both shocked. The white-haired old man roared. His voice was like a wave that spread in all directions. He was too shocked. He didn't expect that someone would come to his side without him noticing. The person who came was definitely an expert. Therefore, in the next moment, he wanted to shout and alert the experts in his family. It's useless. Stop struggling. The entire palace is covered by my domain. You can't spread the news. At this moment, the cold voice sounded again. Then, the void in the palace fluctuated and a figure came out. It was a man in a black robe. Even his head was covered by a large cloak, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Who are you? What are you doing here? The white-haired old man asked coldly. His muscles were tense and the spiritual energy in his body was circulating rapidly. As long as the other party made any dangerous moves, he would explode immediately. The lady in a green robe was also very nervous. Standing beside the white-haired old man, her beautiful eyes were filled with fear. She had never imagined that such a strange person would appear in her home. The black-robed man didn't speak any superfluous words. Instead, he coldly said, "Tell me everything you know about that red-cloaked youth. Don't miss a single detail." What? You are looking for that red-cloaked youth? The white-haired old man was stunned. He hadn't expected that this black-robed man would come for their benefactor. As for the green-cloaked woman, she coldly snorted. You want to inquire about that red-cloaked youth? Dream on. Humph, it seems that you still don't understand your current situation. The black-robed man sneered. Then, he stretched out his pale hand and gently waved it. Ah! The green-cloaked woman immediately cried out in alarm. She felt the surrounding air solidify. It was as if an invisible cage had bound her body. Soon after, a mysterious power pulled her to the black-robed man's side. Buzz, in the next instant, countless golden rays of light appeared and enveloped the woman. The golden rays of light were like lightning blades. They instantly cut open the green-clothed woman's clothes. Bloody scars appeared on her snow-white skin. Ah! The green-clothed woman screamed. She was incomparably frightened and in pain. The white-haired old man also angrily roared, "Stop! If you dare to harm my Shuer's life, I will fight you to the death." He hadn't expected that this mysterious black-robed man would be so arrogant as to instantly control Schwerer. I will give you a chance. Tell me everything you know about that red-clothed youth. Otherwise, your granddaughter will lose her life. Fine, I will tell you everything. The white-haired old man clenched his teeth. He had no choice but to tell the black-robed man everything he knew. After hearing this, the black-robed man's eyes flickered. You are saying that there is a dark red snake beside him. It seems that it is him. Brat, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will still capture you. Since you dare to cause trouble in my All Beginnings holy land, there will be no way for you to survive. What? You are someone from the All Beginnings holy land? The white-haired old man was shocked. He hadn't expected that this strange and mysterious black-robed man would be an expert from the All Beginnings holy land. Humph, you know too much, the black-robed man coldly snorted. He waved his hand and countless golden rays of light instantly pierced through the green-cloaked woman. No, damn it. I will fight you to the death. When the white-haired old man saw this scene, he roared madly. He didn't expect that the red-clothed young man would still make a move after he revealed his information. In the next moment, he roared and struck out with both palms. With a wave of his sleeves, two massive palms struck forward. A wave-like shadow appeared between the palms of the raging waves. Humph, he was overestimating himself, the black-robed man smiled contemptuously. Then, with a flick of his finger, a golden ray of light turned into a huge golden saber and slashed forward. Suddenly, the terrifying palm was cut open. Not only that, but the white-haired old man's body also stiffened. A bloody wound appeared between his eyebrows, and blood quickly flowed out. Finally, he fell to the ground with a plop. A piece of trash actually wants to fight with me? The black-robed man sneered and shook his head. Then, he ignored the two of them. His entire body instantly disappeared. At the same time, the king's domain outside the palace disappeared in an instant. Wanling Mountain Range. Lin Xian flew rapidly. He was already very close to the depths of Wanling Mountain Range. However, the closer he got to the depths, the slower he became. That was because he felt an unknown pressure. The number of monster kings here was obviously much less than outside, but their auras were much stronger than outside. Every single one of them was a terrifying existence. Just the monster chi that they emitted was unbearable for ordinary kings. Fortunately, Lin Xian wasn't an ordinary person. His physique was strong. Once the great dragon sword soul was released, it could destroy the pressure. That was why he could continue moving forward. However, he was still careful. Because many of the monster kings here lived in groups. Once those monster kings came out, they were extremely terrifying. Even an almighty would have to retreat. Lin Xian usually didn't provoke such monster kings who lived in groups. However, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. Obviously, he was very satisfied because not long ago, she had refined the Earth Demon's monster soul and blood and completed the most basic demon-slaying sword formation. The demon-slaying sword formation was extremely terrifying. Even if she didn't use the great dragon sword soul, not many people below the Almighty could resist the demon-slaying sword formation. Moreover, this was only the most basic demon-slaying sword formation. As he killed more monster beasts and obtained more monster souls, the power of the demon-slaying sword formation would gradually increase. Soon, it seemed that it wouldn't be long before he reached the super teleportation formation. By then, he would be able to activate the teleportation formation and leave the southern region. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he scanned the surroundings with his soul power. However, he soon frowned. This was because he felt an extremely majestic aura coming towards him quickly. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect to find other people in the depths of Wanling Mountain Range. Moreover, this aura was very strong. It should be an almighty. Lin Xian didn't know who was coming, so his figure flashed and he was prepared to change his path. However, he realized that once he changed his path, the almighty in the distance also changed his path and was still coming towards him. Humph, seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. It was obvious that this person was coming for him. Thinking of this, his face turned gloomy and there was a sharp look in his eyes. Whoosh, before long, the void flashed. Not far in front of Lin Xian, a figure appeared. It was a black-robed man. The wide black robe covered his entire body, making it impossible to see his appearance. One could only see an ice-cold gaze. It was like the boundless starry sky, deep and mysterious. "Brat, it's really you, however, you're quite good at hiding. You actually came to the depths of Wanling mountain range. Ordinary people wouldn't expect this," the mysterious black-robed man said coldly. "Who are you?" Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. At the same time, the black-robed man coldly snorted. "What do I have to hide? Brat, you're quite stubborn. You dared to come to my All Beginnings Holy Lands market. Do you really think you can just walk away like this, All Beginnings Holy Land?" Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect this person to be someone from the All Beginnings Holy Land. The fact that the other party was able to find this place was beyond his expectations. In the next moment, he coldly asked, "Are you from the fifth bloodline?" "That's right, I am from the fifth bloodline. Since you dared to kill an almighty from my fifth bloodline, today will be the day you die. You know that I can kill an almighty, yet you still dare to chase after me? I have to say that you are really an idiot." Lin Xian sneered. He could feel that the mysterious black-robed man's aura had reached the level of an almighty. It was clear that this person was a powerhouse. But so what? His cultivation had already made a breakthrough. In addition to the demon-slaying sword array he had just learned, he could already kill an almighty by himself. As for the black-robed man, he didn't know this. He coldly sneered, "I've already asked. You used a special spirit boat to kill an almighty. With your strength alone, it is impossible for you to contend against an almighty." After saying this, he stared at Lin Xian with a deep gaze. Then, he casually said, "Don't worry. The cultivation of a 6-star king, it seems you broke through again. Previously, I received news that you were only a 5-star king. I didn't expect you to break through in such a short time. Brat, you are truly amazing. However, you are still nothing in front of me. I advise you to obediently sever your own arms and cripple your own cultivation. Then, kneel before me and follow me back to the All Beginnings Holy Land. When I'm in a good mood, I can leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, you should know what will happen to you." "Ridiculous." Lin Xian coldly snorted. "Are you done speaking? If you are, you can scram. Brat, you are truly courting death. I don't believe that such a powerful spirit boat can be used without limit." After saying this, the black-robed man coldly snorted. His body emitted a powerful aura. Strong wind swept through the surroundings, causing his black robe to flutter loudly. The cloak covering his head was also blown away, revealing a handsome and young face. Upon seeing the other party's appearance, Lin Xian was somewhat surprised. This person was younger than he had imagined. The other party seemed to be in his 30s. However, Lin Xian knew that this person couldn't possibly be that young. After all, he had never seen a 30-year-old almighty before. "Are you surprised? Let me tell you, I am 142 years old this year. I am the youngest almighty of the 5th bloodline. When I was your age, I was one of the candidates of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Now, I have already become an almighty. In terms of talent, I don't lose to you. In terms of strength, you are inferior to me. What qualifications do you think you have to be arrogant in front of me?" The black-robed man said coldly. "That's why I said, brat, you'd better surrender obediently." The youngest almighty? Lin Xian's lips curled up. He hadn't expected that the black-robed man before him was also a genius. Moreover, he was a candidate of the previous generation. If that was the case, things would become even more interesting. In the next instant, he moved his body. Crackling sounds came from his body. Lin Xian indifferently said, "I just broke through and needed an opponent. I didn't expect that you would take the initiative to deliver yourself to me. Since that's the case, I will accept you. Remember my name. My name is Xianxia. I will be your nightmare for the rest of your life." Then, a golden radiance appeared on his body and spread out in all directions. Buzz buzz buzz, in the blink of an eye, the golden light enveloped a radius of 1,000 miles, forming a huge energy shield that enveloped the entire space. Xianxia, on the other hand, was floating in the void. His robe fluttered and his handsome face shone brightly. "I've already used my domain to seal this space. You can fight to your heart's content." You don't have to worry about disturbing the other monster kings. I'll give you a chance. I'll let you make 3 moves. After 3 moves, I'll make my move. Xianxia said calmly. I hope you can seize this opportunity. In these 3 moves, use your strongest move, because once these 3 moves pass, you won't have any power to fight back. Humph, hearing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. This guy was really confident. However, Xianxia did have the right to be confident. The other party was a mighty figure, and he was only a little over 100 years old. A mighty figure at this age could be said to be a peerless genius. Unfortunately, he met Lin Xian. Giving me 3 moves? Good, since you're so polite, I'll accept it. Lin Xian sneered. Then, the light in his eyes became brighter and a sharp aura exuded from his body. A pitch-black demon sword appeared in his hand. It looked like it was made of black jade, and there were mysterious demon runes on it. Buzz, in the next instant, Lin Xian made his move. A sword radiance shot up into the sky. Lin Xian pulled out the 9 darkness demon sword and slashed down like a rainbow. Boom, just as the sword was about to land, a dragon's roar was heard. Then, the sword chi was covered with dragon scales. It looked like a huge dragon that appeared in the sky. Seeing this, Xianxia frowned. This was because he realized that the sword chi's aura was too powerful. It was not much different from the power of an almighty being. This change made Xianxia's face change. He didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. Boom, he was struck by the lightning and was sent flying. Wherever it passed, the void would quickly shatter. Brat, you're courting death, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. His handsome face became extremely ferocious. His deep eyes were red and filled with strong murderous intent. Lin Xian, on the other hand, laughed coldly. The youngest almighty? The successor of the previous generation? How awe-inspiring, but why can't you even block one of my attacks? Oh right, you said you'd give me 3 moves. This is only the first move. There are 2 more moves left. I hope you won't fight back. Hearing this, Xianxia was so angry that he spat out blood. He roared crazily. Brat, you're courting death, you've successfully angered me. I take back what I said. But I've decided that I'll make you beg for death, but you won't be able to die. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia moved. Violent energy surged out of his body. He turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards Lin Xian. He threw out a punch. His fist was glowing. The void trembled. The golden light on Xianxia's body was like a golden flame that lit up the entire sky. Boom, the terrifying fist blasted towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted and slashed out with the 9 darkness demonic sword. The black sword light seemed to have rushed out from hell. It carried a cold aura and violent power. In the next moment, it collided with the golden fist. The collision of the 2 caused an earth-shattering sound. The surrounding forests and mountains were instantly sent flying. Nothing could stop the aftermath of the explosion. Xianxia's face darkened because he realized that his fist had been blocked by Lin Xian's sword. This made him even more surprised. If he had been careless and allowed Lin Xian to sneak attack him, he had used all his strength now. However, Lin Xian was still able to block his fist. This really surprised him. Humph, Xianxia snorted. His body shone with golden light. Then, his body enlarged and turned into a giant. Not only that, golden light condensed on both sides of his body, forming 3 heads and 6 arms. This was a magical divine power. Legend had it that in ancient times, there was a golden divine ape that had 3 heads and 6 arms. That kind of divine power was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian did not expect Xianxia to have such a divine power. He had to admit that as the successor of the previous generation of saints, he had become a mighty at the age of 100. He definitely had the right to be proud. This kind of power was still terrifying. Even those mighty who had lived for thousands of years might not be able to unleash such power. Xianxia unleashed his 3 heads and 6 arms. His 6 palms quickly formed a whirlpool and pressed down on Lin Xian. The void cracked in an instant. This kind of divine power attack was too shocking. Even a mighty would have to deal with it carefully. If he was not careful, he might be killed by the golden vortex. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. Facing the 6 vortexes and the terrifying 3 heads and 6 arms, he snorted coldly. Light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, countless sword runes spread out in all directions. A huge sword array was quickly formed. The sword array was blood red and it had a strong murderous aura as soon as it appeared. It was as if a sea of blood had appeared. The pungent smell of blood made Xianxia frown. Demon-slaying sword array, kill, Lin Xian snorted coldly as the blood-red sword aura flashed. Then, a terrifying blood-red sword aura shot up into the sky and slashed forward. Boom boom boom, the 6 huge golden vortexes were blocked and hit by the blood-red sword aura. Some of them flew backward and some were split open. This is the demon-slaying sword array. You have cultivated the demon-slaying sword array. Xianxia's face changed when he saw the blood-red sword array. Obviously, he had heard of the demon-slaying sword array. However, he knew that it was difficult to cultivate the demon-slaying sword array. Even the members of the 5th bloodline who possessed such a formation were unable to use it. However, he did not expect Lin Xian to have mastered it. It was unbelievable. Lin Xian must have gotten the array from the 5th line, however, it had only been slightly more than a month and Lin Xian had already mastered it. Lin Xian's incredible speed was unbelievable. Impossible. Damn it. That's impossible, Xianxia roared crazily. However, he soon calmed down. He was also a peerless genius. He knew that even if Lin Xian had mastered the demon-slaying sword array, he had not cultivated it for long. Lin Xian did not have many monster souls and could not unleash the true power of the demon-slaying sword array. And this was also his chance. Therefore, Xianxia sneered in the next moment. Kid, I don't know how you managed to cultivate it, but do you think you can defeat me with this newly formed array? You are too naive. I have cultivated the 3-head 6-arms superpower for more than 100 years. It is definitely not something that your newly formed demon-slaying sword array can withstand. So, go to hell, Xianxia sneered and threw out a punch. Suddenly, the terrifying golden fist was like a huge golden mountain, rushing out quickly. This display was too powerful. It was not just one fist, but 6 fists roaring in the air. It was as if 6 peerless golden flood dragons were stirring the void. Lin Xian's expression was solemn as well. He had to admit that his opponent was indeed powerful. This 3-head 6-arms mystique made him feel rather troubled. If it were an ordinary King Realm expert, they might not be able to do anything to him. However, Lin Xian was different. Not only did he have the demon-slaying sword array, but he also had the great dragon sword soul. Even though he had just started cultivating the demon-slaying sword formation and was unable to unleash its full power, he still had the great dragon sword soul. The powerful might of the great dragon sword soul was enough to make up for all the deficiencies. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul within Lin Xian's body began to circulate, and the demon-slaying sword formation beneath his feet began to vibrate violently. Then, a beam of sword chi rushed out and turned into a blood dragon that roared. Boom, with a roar, the entire void shook violently, as if it was going to pierce through the entire sky. The peerless sword chi turned into a true dragon that waved its tail in the air and directly resisted the 6 golden fists. An intense collision sounded. The void was torn apart, and large cracks appeared one after another. It was unknown just how many li they extended. What? How could his sword chi be so powerful? Xianxia frowned again. According to his speculation, the demon-slaying sword formation should not have been so powerful when it was first formed. However, how could his opponent block his 6 fists with just one beam of sword chi? This level of sword chi was too terrifying. Kill, Xianxia roared as the golden light on his body turned into balls of golden flames that burned fiercely. The 6 fists looked as if they were cast in gold, and mysterious runes appeared on them. Incomparably violent energy was being waved rapidly. It instantly shattered the void and pierced through it. The golden flames were like a divine furnace that released a terrifying temperature. At this moment, Xianxia was too powerful. He was like a golden god of war that was unstoppable. Buzz, Lin Xian, on the other hand, activated the demon-slaying sword formation. Instantly, streaks of sword aura shot out like gigantic blood dragons that danced about at high speed. However, that was not all. Another beam of crimson sword chi shot up to the sky and turned into a crimson-white tiger. It roared ferociously and its powerful murderous aura was like that of a god of death. The blood-red tiger let out a roar and charged toward Xianxia. Get lost. Seeing this, Xianxia roared and waved his 6 arms. At the same time, his 3 heads emitted a dazzling radiance. Instantly, the crimson-white tiger was torn apart. Boom, however, as soon as his attack landed, another giant crimson-black tortoise shot up to the sky. Its huge body was like a huge pot lid that covered the entire sky. As the tortoise fell, the surrounding mountains collapsed as they could not withstand its power. Clang, 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 Xianxia felt an immense pressure. The crimson-black tortoise above him was like a real divine beast. It carried a weight of billions of pounds and it made his body ache. Even the golden flames on her body had dimmed. Damn it! What kind of superpower is this? Xianxia roared crazily and his face was filled with shock. That was because he realized that it was different from the demon-slaying sword formation that he knew. Boom, the giant crimson-black tortoise pressed down. Even though Xianxia was extremely powerful, he was still sent flying. He landed 3,000 meters below the ground. Frightening cracks spread in all directions as the golden flames on his body dimmed. In fact, cracks had even appeared on his golden body. From this, one could imagine how frightening that attack earlier was. Kid, I'm going to kill you, Xianxia roared and charged up from 3,000 meters below the ground. His body was golden as if it was indestructible. However, if one looked closely, they would see that there were many cracks on his golden body. It was like broken porcelain. It was caused by Lin Xian's sword aura. Kill me? You won't have the chance. Lin Xian snorted. I now have the strength to kill a mighty. You're no match for me. He was very confident as he waved his arm. Suddenly, the demon-slaying sword formation shone brightly again. Every ray of sword aura was like a comet that shone brightly. It caused the surrounding space to crack. The entire demon-slaying sword formation carried 10,000 rays of sword aura. It was a few thousand meters long and it completely drowned Xianxia. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Continuous explosions and terrifying energy roared. Fortunately, the space was still sealed by Xianxia before this. Otherwise, such a terrifying attack would definitely attract the powerful monster kings around. But now, the threat was eliminated. When the 10,000 rays of sword aura disappeared, Xianxia fell to the ground and he was dying. His eyes were dim and lifeless, and there was even a deep fear in them. He didn't expect Xianxia to be so powerful that even he couldn't compete with him. But how was that possible? He was a mighty one, the youngest mighty one. He had the potential to become a peerless almighty, he might even become a sage in the future, but now, a young man in his 20s who was only a 6-star king had defeated him. He couldn't accept it. Perhaps even the current saint of all beginnings couldn't do this, but Xianxia did it. What realm had the red-robed young man reached? What kind of heaven-defying existence was he? Xianxia didn't dare to imagine. He wanted to report the news to the sect because if such an enemy grew up, it would definitely be a disaster, but he had no hope. Another sharp sword light pierced through his body. Xianxia felt the vitality in his body flowing quickly. In the next moment, he couldn't feel anything. His head had been chopped off, and his soul had been destroyed by the great dragon sword soul. This powerful being of the 5th lineage, the youngest almighty being, was killed by Lin Xian at this very moment. If others knew the news, they would go crazy and be shocked. Because it was too heaven-defying. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief and withdrew the demon-slaying sword formation. Although the battle was very short, he used all his strength in every attack. He didn't have any carelessness. After all, Xianxia was a very difficult opponent. Because of that, he used all his strength to make the battle end so quickly. After all, in a battle between experts, sometimes one move could determine the winner. After killing Xianxia raised his hand and shot out a black flame, burning Xianxia's body to ashes. In the next moment, he turned around and continued to head toward the depths of Thousand Spirit Mountain. 2 days later, Lin Xian used the super teleportation formation to leave the southern region. Because of the teleportation formation, Lin Xian came to the western region of the eastern wilderness. His next goal was simple, which was to continue to cultivate and strive to break through as soon as possible to become a true almighty. Therefore, after coming to the western region, Lin Xian went to the mountains and swamps to look for treasures. He cultivated here for half a year. During this half a year, his cultivation stabilized, and his strength slowly increased. Not only that, but the entire eastern wilderness also gradually calmed down. The All Beginnings Holy Land searched crazily, but they still couldn't find Lin Xian. The Wavering Light Holy Land was the same. They couldn't find him, so they could only gnash their teeth in anger. Not only that, but the All Beginnings Holy Land also spread the news. With her great talent and outstanding strength, Lu Mingyue became the new saintess of All Beginnings. This news spread throughout the entire eastern wilderness. For a time, everyone. As for the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land's fifth bloodline, they were enraged to the point of going crazy. Their peerless experts even smashed several dozen mountain peaks in succession. But no matter what they did, they couldn't change TT Lin Xian, who was far away in the western regions, also received the news. Immediately, he narrowed his eyes. Lu Mingyue had become the new saintess, so it was time to reap the benefits. Tst Lin Xian set off and teleported back to the southern region. He met with Lu Mingyue. This time, they met in the depths of the Myriad Spirit Mountain range. The All Beginnings Holy Land's fifth bloodline was in a frenzy. As long as they had any news about Lin Xian, they would send out their almighties. Even those almighties were crazily attacking him. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't go to the All Beginnings Holy Land. Instead, he invited Lu Mingyue to meet him in the Myriad Spirit Mountain range. After not seeing her for half a year, Lu Mingyue had become even more outstanding. Her entire body emitted a pure and holy aura. She was like a fairy descending from the heavens. Nothing could be more beautiful. Streams of primal chaos chi began to descend from her surroundings. They shrouded her like rays of sunlight. Lu Mingyue stretched out her hand and took out a small box. She slowly opened it. Multicolored light soared into the clouds and illuminated the sky. Here are 10 pieces of nerves. 10 pieces of divine crystals. Lin Xian was extremely shocked when he heard this. His eyes were burning with excitement. He couldn't help but admit that Lu Mingyue was truly generous. It seemed that helping Lu Mingyue become the new saintess was the correct choice. One had to know that he had risked his life and offended so many major powers and powerful characters in order to obtain 9 pieces of divine crystals. But now, Lu Mingyue had given him 10 pieces of divine crystals. This happiness had come too suddenly. Not only that, but Lu Mingyue also took out a second box. Inside it were all kinds of heavenly treasures, spiritual medicines, spiritual pills, weapons, and defensive equipment. I can't give you the All Beginnings Holy Land's cultivation technique. So, I'm giving you these heavenly treasures as compensation. Then, she gave Lin Xian a white jade pendant. This jade pendant can transmit information to me. If you need me for anything in the future, you can use this jade pendant to transmit information to me. Of course, the distance is within 100,000 miles. Finally, I'm giving you 2 mineral veins. As for what you can dig out from them, that will depend on your luck. Holy shit. 2 mineral veins. This girl's hands were simply too big. One had to know that mineral veins were different from divine crystals. They were tangible, but mineral veins couldn't be probed to see how many things were inside. It could be said that every mineral vein was the lifeline of a holy land. He didn't expect that Lu Mingyue would actually give him 2 mineral veins. Of course, he knew that these mineral veins couldn't possibly be the best mineral veins in the All Beginnings Holy Land. They might just be 2 ordinary ones. But no matter what, Lin Xian's harvest was enormous. It far surpassed his expectations. Oh right, you shouldn't appear in the southern region for the next period of time. Of course, you shouldn't be too ostentatious in the eastern wasteland. That's because many people are looking for you. Among them are the peerless experts of our All Beginnings Holy Land's 5th bloodline. There are also people from the Wavering Light Holy Land. Even the All Beginnings Saint Sun and the Wavering Light Saint Sun are looking for you. The All Beginnings Saint Sun and the Wavering Light Saint Sun? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sneered. they actually dare to look for me? They are truly blind. Don't worry. As long as they dare to come, I will definitely kill them. Don't be careless. Although I know that you are very strong, I still have to warn you. The disparity between saints is also very large. People like the All-Thunder Saint Sun are only the most ordinary saints. They can't contend against almighties. However, there are some peak saints who can even kill almighties. For example, the Wavering Light Saint Sun. The Wavering Light Saint Sun could kill almighties. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect the Wavering Light Saint Sun to possess such formidable combat strength. The Alcade Saint could kill a powerhouse. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He hadn't expected the Alcade Saint to be so powerful. That's right. He can indeed kill powerhouses. Furthermore, no one knows the limit of the Alcade Saint's strength because no one has ever seen him fight with his full strength. When he killed a powerhouse, he appeared to be very relaxed. Lin Xian was astonished. The Alcade Saint was truly a ferocious person. I want to know how many people in the Eastern Wasteland have such strength. Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. He discovered that the Eastern Wasteland had given him too much of a shock. He had originally thought that with his current strength, he would be able to surpass all of the Eastern Wasteland's younger generation. But now, it seemed that wasn't necessarily the case. There wouldn't be too many, but there wouldn't be too few either. For example, the Alcade Sacred Ground, the Daoi Sacred Ground, the Yi family, the Gu family, and other ancient families might have one or two heaven-defying geniuses who can kill powerhouses. So, you should be careful. Furthermore, the cultivation of these saints and saintesses is extremely powerful. Who knows, they might break through at any time. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, he had a fortuitous encounter. The other saints and saintesses also had all sorts of natural treasures. Perhaps these people would also break through. At that time, they would become a great enemy. Lin Xian also understood this. Thus, he said, don't worry. I'll keep a low profile for now. Following this, Lin Xian went to the 2 veins that Lu Mingyue had left for him. He used his heavenly secret divine eye to dig out some stones and sealed the rest with a great array. He would come back later. After doing all this, Lin Xian used the super teleportation array and arrived at the Eastern Wasteland's Western Wasteland to cultivate. However, on this day, the place he was cultivating had changed. There were several powerful fluctuations in the vicinity, and there were even the sounds of intense fighting. Someone was fighting. Sensing this change, Lin Xian frowned. He was currently in a vast mountain with no one around. Yet, there were actually people fighting here. Could it be that they had found him? At first, he thought that it was the All Beginnings Holy Land or the Wavering Light Holy Land that had come. However, when he probed with his soul power, he discovered that this wasn't the case. That was because he realized that the people who were fighting were very powerful. However, the techniques and abilities they used were completely different from those of the All Beginnings Holy Land and the Wavering Light Holy Land. It was even different from any cultivation technique he had seen in the Eastern Wilderness. Those who were fighting had streams of dragon chi coiling around their bodies, as if they were true dragons, providing immense power. Every move they made was filled with a destructive aura. The Crimson Dragon was also alarmed. He came out to take a look and then exclaimed, "It's the people of the Central Plains." Central State. Hearing this, Lin Xian squinted his eyes. The true spirit world was divided into 5 continents: East Wasteland, Central Continent, South Mountain, West Mo, and North Plains. The Central Continent referred to the central continent of the true spirit world. According to legend, that place was incomparably vast, filled with outstanding heroes, and had incomparably magnificent mountains and rivers. It was the true center of the continent. Unexpectedly, these people were from the Central Plains. But why were they in the Eastern Wasteland? Furthermore, they were fighting intensely. Could it be that something had happened? Thus, in the next moment, Lin Xian's figure flickered, and he flew forward. The spiritual chi in front of him fluctuated violently, and resplendent light illuminated the entire sky. Among them was a middle-aged man with the aura of 7 true dragons coiling around his body, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. In his hand, there was a silver saber. The sharp saber light burned fiercely, slicing apart the surrounding space. Opposite the middle-aged man were 5 black-cloaked people. Black chi coiled around each of them, transforming into black dragons. Not only that, but the 5 of them also had black wings on their backs. They were like black dragon wings, and when they spread out, they covered the sky. The 5 black-cloaked people and the middle-aged man were fighting intensely. Terrifying killing intent soared into the sky, as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas, causing the surrounding mountains to explode. Buzz, suddenly, one of the black-cloaked people flapped the black dragon wings on his back and quickly arrived in the sky. The sword in his hand suddenly enlarged, and like a black thunderbolt, it slashed towards the middle-aged man. Boom, the middle-aged man waved his palm, and the dragon chi on his body accompanied his palm to meet the shocking sword in the sky. Boom, the collision of the 2 huge forces was earth-shattering. However, at this moment, 2 black-cloaked people appeared behind the middle-aged man like ghosts. The thin swords in their hands suddenly stabbed out. Bang bang bang, the middle-aged man was stabbed and flew backward. However, the other 2 dragon chi in his body also blasted the 2 black-cloaked people away. Lin Xian, who was hidden in the void, frowned as he watched the intense scene unfold. The people in front of him were powerful, but the middle-aged man's situation was not good. He was already injured previously, and now that he had been stabbed twice, his injuries were even more serious. However, he had no intention of joining in. First of all, he did not know these people at all, and he did not know why they were fighting. He had no interest in getting involved in such a storm. The situation in front of him changed again. The 5 black-cloaked people formed a mysterious formation to surround and kill the middle-aged man. This caused the middle-aged man's injuries to become even more serious. The middle-aged man also used some kind of powerful secret technique to kill the black-cloaked people without any regard for his own life. Finally, 2 black-cloaked people were killed. The injuries on his body were also extremely serious. He looked like he was about to die. However, in the end, the middle-aged man attacked crazily and killed another 2 black-cloaked people. Only 1 black-cloaked person was left. The middle-aged man's aura was also on the verge of death and he could die at any time. Save my life, and I'll give you a great opportunity. At this moment, the middle-aged man quickly shouted in Lin Xian's direction. Have I been discovered? Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. The remaining black-cloaked person sneered. This is the Eternal Dynasty's business. Those who have nothing to do with it, get lost. Eternal Dynasty? Hearing this, Lin Xian's frown deepened. He knew that the situation in the central continent was different from the eastern wilderness. The eastern wilderness was dominated by the clan of the ancients and the sacred grounds, while the central continent was dominated by the imperial dynasty. Of course, there were also the sacred grounds, but there were fewer of them than the eastern wilderness. In the central continent, the imperial dynasty was the overlord. Their status and strength were equivalent to the clan of the ancients, and their bloodline was passed down. Some of the imperial dynasties were very terrifying and had produced great emperors. The eternal dynasty that the black-cloaked person mentioned was one of them. However, he did not expect that their people would be here. The black-cloaked person shouted coldly. At the same time, the thin sword in his hand stabbed out again, turning into countless sword intents that enveloped the middle-aged man. This caused the middle-aged man's injuries to worsen. The middle-aged man roared crazily and fought back with all his might. I have news about the nest of 10,000 dragons. Help me. I want to tell you the news. Hearing this, the black-cloaked person frowned, and the murderous aura on his body became even colder. Lin Xian was puzzled. Nest of 10,000 dragons? What's that? However, the crimson dragon's body trembled, and his eyes lit up. Kid, agree to him. You must get news of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The crimson dragon didn't explain much, but Lin Xian knew that with the status of the dark red dragon, it was definitely unusual for him to be so excited. Therefore, in the next moment, he nodded and walked out of the void. It was actually a young man. However, when Lin Xian walked out, the middle-aged man was disappointed when he saw Lin Xian's appearance. Because he didn't expect that it was only a young man hiding here. The black-robed man heaved a sigh of relief and laughed arrogantly. Song, it seems that today is really the day you die. Do you think a little child can save your life? Then, he stared at Lin Xian. Kid, you really don't know what death is. With your status, you dare to walk out? Do you really think that treasures are so easy to get? If you hadn't come out before, I could have let you go. But now, since you've heard the news of the nest of 10,000 dragons, I won't let you go. Kneel obediently and wait for death. When I deal with this guy, I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, if you dare to escape, I'll first cut off your limbs, then pull out your tendons, skin you alive, and refine your soul. I'll let you taste the pain of the 18 levels of hell. The black-robed man's voice carried a trace of coldness and ferocity. The middle-aged man also had a look of disappointment on his face. From his perception, Lin Xian was only a 6-star king. How could such a person contend against the black-robed man? Therefore, he gritted his teeth and once again raised the remaining strength in his body and attacked with all his might. A huge ball of light blasted forward. At the same time, he turned into an afterimage and flew into the distance. Bang! The black-robed man split the ball of light with his sword and laughed sinisterly. With a wave of his hand, a black ghost claw covered the sky and earth, enveloping the surroundings. It trapped the middle-aged man who was escaping and mercilessly slapped him down. A black aura slapped the middle-aged man's body, causing him to fall to the ground. Want to escape? Not so easy, however. At this moment, Lin Xian moved. Mysterious sword runes appeared beneath his feet and instantly spread out in all directions. At the same time, the dragon sword domain covered the sky and the earth, enveloping the black-robed man. You're courting death. The black man was furious. His move had already rendered the middle-aged man immobile. Just one more strike and he would be able to finish him off. However, he did not expect that the ant in his eyes would actually make a move at this moment. This was unbearable for him. He was a mighty figure, yet his opponent was merely a mere 6-star king realm cultivator. Yet, he actually dared to attack him. He was really courting death. In the next moment, he threw out a punch. The violent fist surged and blasted toward the dragon sword domain in the sky. Boom! The sound of a collision was earth-shattering. However, the dragon sword spirit domain shone brightly and emitted a sharp aura, but it did not break. This scene greatly surprised the black-cloaked man. What? How is this possible? He was simply too surprised. One had to know that he was an almighty, and he was extremely powerful. With a light wave of his hand, he could easily kill a 6-star king. But now, his energy had lost its effect. Not only was his opponent not killed, but his king realm also did not break. This was too unbelievable. Kid, who exactly are you? The black-cloaked man roared. Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. The person who will kill you. Kill me? What a joke. Go to hell first. The black-cloaked man roared. The black dragon wings on his back flapped rapidly, turning into 2 black heavenly blades that slashed toward Lin Xian mercilessly. The speed of this attack was simply too fast. Moreover, the black wings were wrapped in an endless black aura. At this moment, it was fully unleashed and quickly cut open the void. Get lost. Lin Xian roared. Within the demon-slaying sword formation, blood-red sword chi quickly met the attack. In the sky, endless blood-red light appeared, dyeing the void red. Even the spiritual power in the sky gathered and merged into the blood-red sword chi, turning it into his own. Boom! Boom! The two collided, and thousands of large black cracks appeared in the void. The black-cloaked man's scalp went numb. His expression became extremely ugly. This was because he felt an extremely sharp aura wrap around him as if it could unfold his body. Boom! In the next moment, he was sent flying. Damn it, how is this possible? The black-cloaked man's expression was extremely ugly. As an almighty, he was very powerful. Moreover, he was an expert from Zhongzhou. In his opinion, the people from Eastern Wilderness were not worth mentioning. Moreover, his opponent was only a 6-star king. Such a person was no different from an ant in his eyes. But now, an ant was sent flying by him. On the other side, Lin Xian stood in the void. His black hair fluttered, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword light. A powerful aura spread out, and the entire void rumbled rapidly. His voice was cold. Let me see how the Almighty of Zhongzhou is different from Eastern Wilderness. As soon as he said that, lightning fell from the sky. The black-cloaked man's expression was gloomy because his opponent was too confident. From the looks of it, he was not afraid of the Almighty at all. Instead, he was treating them as equals. But how was this possible? Was he a saint from some eastern wilderness sacred ground or a peerless genius from one of the remote antiquity families? Which family are you from? The black-cloaked man asked coldly. A dead man doesn't need to know so much. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, he took a step forward and performed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. His entire body turned into a sword light and instantly rushed over. The demon-slaying sword was quickly performed, and streaks of blood-red sword chi rushed forward. Heaven and earth trembled because this attack was too terrifying. It was as if nothing in the world could stop it. The black-cloaked man's expression changed as he quickly retreated. At the same time, he threw out a shield to block it. He was too shocked. Because he did not expect his opponent to be so powerful. Moreover, he had fought with the middle-aged man for many days, and his body was already injured. At this moment, he could not unleash his full power. Therefore, in the face of such a fierce attack, he could only retreat quickly. However, as an almighty, he was still infuriated. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared angrily. A shocking murderous aura emerged from his body and rushed out quickly. Not only that, the black dragon wings on his back flapped. Then, a black pterosaur rushed out from beside him and rapidly enlarged. It was as if a demonic beast had descended into the human world. Boom, the black pterosaur's shadow stretched out a claw and grabbed at Lin Xian from all directions. Strong winds howled between heaven and earth, and terrifying energy shook the entire void. Attack together. Don't waste time. On the other side, Lin Xian did not attack alone. The Crimson Dragon also attacked. Because there was no need to pay attention to the rules when dealing with such a black-cloaked man. Between heaven and earth, the wind howled, and the terrifying energy shook the entire void. Waves of air turned into sharp sword light, sweeping across the surroundings. Attack together, don't waste time. On the other side, Lin Xian did not attack alone, and the Crimson Dragon also attacked. Because there was no need to pay attention to the rules when dealing with this kind of black-cloaked man. The Crimson Dragon roared, and its body suddenly enlarged, turning into a 100-feet-long true dragon. With a wave of its dragon tail, a terrifying light blasted directly at the black claw. Pung pung pung, then, the black claw directly exploded, and the black pterosaur phantom also trembled violently. Damn it, what is this? It also has the aura of the dragon clan? The black-cloaked man looked at the transformed Crimson Dragon, and was shocked. Looking at the other party's appearance, it seemed to be related to the Dragon Clan. Of course, he did not expect the Crimson Dragon to be a real dragon clan. Because even in Zhongzhou, there were no real dragons, only some flood dragons. Pong, at this moment, the snow-white monkey appeared, and its furry little claws directly slapped the black-cloaked man's head. Suddenly, the world spun, and the black-cloaked man was temporarily dizzy. In a battle between experts, this kind of dizziness was very fatal. Therefore, Lin Xian took advantage of this opportunity, and combined with the dragon sword realm, his whole body turned into a shocking sword light, and slashed forward. This sword light was like the divine light of the immortal Tao, and it had an incomparably sharp aura, and directly slashed down. Puff, with a scream, half of the black-cloaked man's body was directly split open. This sword had split him into 2 halves. Buzz, then, the black gas on his body rolled, and a small pterosaur flapped its wings, carrying the black-cloaked man's soul, and was about to soar into the sky. But in the next moment, the Crimson Dragon opened its mouth and spat out a ball of fiery red dragon flame, directly burning the black pterosaur phantom and the black-cloaked man's soul. The last black-cloaked man was quickly killed by the joint forces of Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and the snow-white monkey. Phew, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at the middle-aged man lying on the ground in the distance. The next moment, he walked over. Are you all right? Lin Xian helped the middle-aged man up and fed him a pill. The middle-aged man was panting heavily. His breathing was very unstable. It was only after he took the pill that he gradually calmed down. Then, he said weakly, "Let me tell you, the nest of 10,000 dragons is right there, at this point, his voice became extremely weak. Lin Xian also frowned and lowered his head to listen carefully. Wang, however, at this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes suddenly erupted with a fierce light. His entire body went from weak to incomparably strong in an instant. The berserk soul power transformed into an awl, ruthlessly piercing towards Lin Xian. Peng, Lin Xian didn't expect this at all, so he was hit. Instantly, his entire body stiffened, and his gaze became lifeless. Damn it, it's a possession. The Crimson Dragon's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. He didn't expect this middle-aged man to be so despicable. He actually wanted to steal Lin Xian's body at this time. In the next moment, he roared angrily, raised his dragon claw, and slapped the middle-aged man's body. Immediately, the middle-aged man was smashed into pieces. However, it was useless. The middle-aged man's soul had completely entered Lin Xian's mind. In Lin Xian's mind, the middle-aged man's soul transformed into a flood dragon, wreaking havoc in a frenzy. He wanted to destroy Lin Xian's soul and take over his body. To be honest, I don't want to do this either, but my body is too injured and I still can't fully recover. Since you were able to kill an almighty, you must have a special bloodline. If I can obtain your body, I might be able to advance to the next level in the future. The middle-aged man's voice was cold and emotionless. So, go to hell. The middle-aged man went crazy. His soul was like a flood dragon emerging from the sea, quickly moving towards the depths of Lin Xian's mind. As long as he occupied the depths of Lin Xian's mind and destroyed his soul power, the body would be his. Soon, his soul reached the depths of Lin Xian's mind, and in the next moment, he was about to take over the entire body. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the surroundings. You want to take over my body? You're really courting death. Lin Xian's voice was heard, and then a white fog appeared around him. Lin Xian's soul power also became stronger in an instant. It transformed into a dragon-shaped sword shadow that instantly rushed out and enveloped the middle-aged man's soul. What? How is this possible? How can your soul power be so strong? The middle-aged man's soul was split in half, but he didn't die immediately. Instead, he screamed in horror. This was because he found it hard to believe that the other party's soul power was stronger than his. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that he was an almighty, and he could definitely crush any soul that wasn't an almighty. However, the other party's soul power was too strong, and it even surpassed his. This made him unable to believe it. Could it be that the other party is an old monster? Just hiding his cultivation level? The middle-aged almighty was bewildered. However, in the next moment, he was so shocked that the two halves of his soul almost disappeared. This was because he saw a terrifying scene. In the depths of his mind, there was a dragon-shaped sword shadow that emitted an aura that terrified him. What is this? Why is it so scary? The middle-aged man was terrified because just the aura alone was enough to destroy him. Dragon soul, this is the aura of a dragon soul. Are you from the dragon race? No, that's impossible. The middle-aged almighty shouted crazily. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and screamed. Could this be the legendary Great Dragon Sword soul? Heavens, you actually have the Great Dragon Sword soul. He screamed crazily because other than the Great Dragon Sword soul, he couldn't think of anything else that could have such a terrifying aura. You know quite a lot, but it's too late. A cold voice sounded. In the next moment, Lin Xian's soul merged with the Great Dragon Sword's soul and turned into a sharp sword light that rushed forward. In an instant, the middle-aged man's soul was destroyed. In the outside world, the Crimson Dragon waited anxiously. Although he knew that Lin Xian's soul was strong, he was still very nervous. This was because the battle of souls was very terrifying. If the soul was injured, it would be more difficult to recover than physical injuries. It was even possible that he would become an idiot. Therefore, he was very worried. However, in the next moment, he noticed that Lin Xian's body was trembling slightly. He immediately paid attention to it nervously. Lin Xian's dull eyes gradually regained their luster and then became abnormally sharp. Who are you? Is it Lin Xian or someone else? The Crimson Dragon asked nervously. He was now unsure who the owner of this body was. End of chapter 1971. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.